Dai's face turned cold. His right wrist moved slightly, his sword flashing, aiming straight for the opponent. Unafraid, Hildred swung his sword back, his fighting spirit burning intensely. As the two engaged in intense combat, the Daxia dynasty's elite troops also clashed fiercely with the enemy. The highly trained, valiant soldiers of the Daxia dynasty attacked in order, working closely together, constantly claiming lives. Amidst the sharp blades, both sides saw soldiers fall, most of them being Yefeng City's defenders lying in pools of blood. Hashtag Chapter 145. The Great Wu Dynasty falls. Kill. On the city wall, Kane's face remained unchanged. With cold eyes, he wielded his long saber, fiercely slashing down one enemy after another. He paid no heed to the enemies lying on the ground and hurried toward the distant gate. Under the rain's wash, the blood on his long saber flowed rapidly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and his expression was icy cold. At this moment, he seemed like a mad demon, his chilling cry sweeping across the frightened defenders of Leifeng City. Boom! Spinning 360 degrees, he swung his saber down fiercely, creating numerous intersecting slash marks on the city wall, resembling scars. Any enemy that stood in his way would be torn to pieces, their blood spurting out before they became lifeless corpses. In the rain, his heart surged with passion, his eyes cold, and his killing aura shaking the air as saber energy surrounded him. Glancing around, he saw the red-armored soldiers hesitating to advance and sneered disdainfully. But he could not linger here. Instead, he sped forward, leading the Anchor Dynasty soldiers to charge ahead and slaughter all who dared oppose them. Soon, he brought dozens of soldiers to the gate, thrusting his long saber into the ground and immediately calling several soldiers over. He ordered the others to defend and prevent anyone from approaching, while he used all his strength to turn the gears with the nearby soldiers. As the gears slowly turned, the thick iron door was gradually pulled up, and the wooden gates were pushed open by the soldiers entering the city. The sharp-eyed soldiers, seeing the gates wide open, rejoiced and roared, "Brothers, our comrades on the walls have opened the city gates. Everyone, follow me and kill." Receiving the order, the soldiers rushed forward through the open gates, flooding into the city. They spared no one who wasn't wearing the same armor and wielding weapons, striking mercilessly with their sharp blades. Night had fallen. In Longyang City, at the Fengshan auction house. Report to Zack, the Imperial Guard informs us that General Phelan has breached the final line of defense of the Great Wu Dynasty. King Amin fell in battle. As he spoke, Jamar handed the scroll to Harold, who took it after putting down his teacup and immediately unrolled it for inspection. After carefully reading its contents, Harold's face lit up with joy, his heart brimming with excitement. Even if they hadn't completely occupied the Great Wu Dynasty yet, they had broken through the final line of defense. Without this last barrier, the remaining cities of the Great Wu Dynasty were now within reach for the Great Anchor Dynasty. "Sir, please take a look at the good news from the front lines," said Harold as he passed the scroll to Bowie beside him. "Yes, Your Majesty." Bowie replied respectfully and accepted the scroll. Harold then turned his gaze to Jamar and said softly, "Tell the Imperial Guard to inform General Su to bury King Amin properly, allowing him to leave with dignity." King Amin of the Great Wu Dynasty was indeed an enemy of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Yet, he was a ruler worthy of respect. Even in death, he did not betray his ancestors or his people. Such a king deserved a proper burial. As for whether future generations would honor him, that depended on his descendants' worthiness. "Yes, Your Majesty." After reading the scroll's contents, Bowie passed it to Gustav beside him, so that he too could read it. Turning his eyes back to Harold, he said softly, "Your Majesty, now that the final line of defense has been breached, conquering the entire Great Wu Dynasty is imminent." Leifeng City was the last line of defense. Its fall meant the entire Great Wu Dynasty would soon be under their control. With King Amin also killed in battle, this would be a devastating blow to the Great Wu Dynasty, pushing it to the brink of collapse. Harold smiled and nodded in agreement. Only 2 of the 5 major dynasties remained. Their destruction and mission completion were within reach. He couldn't wait to see how the next 2 dynasties would fall. As for the Baimo dynasty, it was a tough nut to crack, but his generals were pushing forward despite the slow progress. According to our sources, King Amin of the Great Wu Dynasty has been killed in battle, and the last line of defense, Leifeng City, has been breached by the Great Anchor Dynasty. In the ancient courtyard, Alia, who had been playing with Christy, stopped abruptly upon hearing the black-robed woman's report. They both fell silent. Christy was particularly shocked. She had underestimated the might of the Great Anchor Dynasty, especially after hearing continuous reports of victories that had left her numb. "Yes, I understand. You may go," said Alia with a smile. She had anticipated the fall of the last line of defense, but didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Without that final defense, the vast capital of the Great Wu Dynasty was now exposed to the Great Anchor Dynasty, leading to its inevitable downfall. Su's sister. Before Alia could continue, another black-robed woman appeared, kneeling before her with reverence. "Miss, our sources from the Shuangya Dynasty report that just now, the Great Anchor Dynasty troops arrived at the capital of the Shuangya Dynasty and breached the defenses in less than 15 minutes, bringing the entire capital under their control." "What?" Hearing this news, both women were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Another message came hot on the heels of the previous one, and this one was even more shocking. Another contingent of the Great Anchor Dynasty had captured the capital of the Shuangya Dynasty. Taking a deep breath, Alia asked sternly, "Is this information accurate?" "Absolutely true. The Great Anchor Dynasty's forces not only entered the capital of the Shuangya Dynasty, but also broke through the palace defenses. The king of the Shuangya Dynasty has hanged himself in the Golden Hall," the black-robed woman confirmed with a nod. Realizing she hadn't misheard, Alia couldn't help but be utterly astonished. What kind of general could do this? So terrifying. 2 major dynasties' final defenses were breached in a single night, and 1 king had committed suicide. Christie's face mirrored the same astonishment. She was deeply curious about the Great Anchor Dynasty and its king, Harold. It seems I will have to personally visit the Great Anchor Dynasty soon to see just how formidable this dynasty truly is. Christie moved her sensuous figure and smiled seductively. Her movements accentuated her alluring body, making her even more captivating. Especially her voluptuous curves tested everyone's self-control. It was a dream for every man. Note: some names and titles are transliterated directly from Chinese to English using pinyin, aiming to incorporate the entire Frost Leaf dynasty into the territory of the Great Anchor as soon as possible. Although King Killian had fallen, Harold firmly believed that the resistance forces would not give up easily. They would use their power to gain greater leverage and benefits. It was absolutely impossible for them to get food from him. Even if he agreed, his ministers would never approve. Not to mention the thousands of soldiers. Since these people refused to surrender, he would not hesitate to push them further. Yes. After Jamar turned to leave, Bowie remarked, "Your Majesty, now that the Frost Leaf dynasty and the Great Wu dynasty are about to fall, next comes the Northern Mo dynasty. But I believe this dynasty is not as simple as it seems." "As you say, sir," Harold sighed. According to Commander Cornelius's report, the elder of the Northern Mo dynasty has already transcended to the Martial King realm. If not for the Genie Guard's message, Harold would hardly have believed what he heard. At the same time, he understood why the Northern Mo dynasty had been retreating. They had a simple goal: annex surrounding dynasties and become the 8th high-ranking dynasty in the Nanyang region. Unfortunately for the Northern Mo dynasty, they could never have imagined that the rising Great Anchor was like a bright star, instantly overshadowing the Northern Mo dynasty's glory. Now, both sides were engaging in fierce combat on the front lines. Each side had deployed powerful warriors with advanced cultivation and formidable combat skills. Hendrik Thermore, to resist the Great Anchor's offensive, the Northern Mo dynasty had dispatched numerous martial venerable level experts to the front line. "Your Majesty, with someone in the Northern Mo dynasty breaking through to the Martial King realm, our progress will undoubtedly be hindered. Swallowing this dynasty might take 1 to 2 months, or even half a year," Bowie stated grimly. The Martial King level expert from the Northern Mo dynasty would not frequently appear on the battlefield. Otherwise, the 7 other high-ranking dynasties would find out, which would be a fatal blow to the Northern Mo dynasty. The emergence of a Martial King level expert would rapidly accelerate the development and strength of a dynasty, turning it into a high-ranking dynasty within decades. However, the 7 major dynastic lords of the Nanyang region would never allow such a strong dynasty to emerge. "No problem. Anyway, this dynasty will eventually be destroyed by us. If they want to delay us, we can stall for some time," Harold replied coldly. He would follow suit for a while, but not exceeding 6 months. He must annex the Northern Mo dynasty quickly to enter a phase of rest and recuperation, developing military strength. With enough power, after 2 to 3 years, the citizens of these dynasties would consider themselves part of the Great Anchor. Then, they could launch attacks against the 7 major dynasties. He didn't know how long attacking other dynasties would take, but they must now focus on development, training the army, and waiting for the right opportunity. "Your Majesty, the ancient relic site is about to emerge. We have everything prepared. Now, we only need your order to spread this information to the 7 major dynasties and the 3 major sects," Bowie said calmly. Despite his calm tone, each word was filled with schemes. Once the 7 major dynasties and 3 major sects learn of the ancient relic site, they would scramble for confirmation. Meanwhile, Blood Demon Sect, lurking outside Longyang City, would mercilessly hunt them down. There were also traps set by the Blood Demon Sect, awaiting their arrival. As for them, Harold and his men would sit back and reap the benefits, hoping to stoke the anger of various dynasties, aiding their rapid development. Good. Tonight, let the Genie Guard spread the news, ensuring it reaches the 7 major dynasties and the 3 major sections. "This will benefit us," Harold nodded. "Yes. Inform you, miss. A group of mysterious people have spread the news of the blood demons discovering an ancient relic site throughout Longyang City. Major factions are now speculating on the truth of the matter." In a fragrant boudoir, Alia, who was playing with Christie, frowned upon hearing the black-clad woman's report. Even Christie herself was puzzled. Alia knew a little about the ancient relic site from Alia, but she still harbored doubts. She had stayed here for many years and had never heard of any entrance to an ancient relic site nearby. "But, have you found out who is spreading the news?" Alia asked, narrowing her eyes. "Not possible. Those people move unpredictably, excel at disguise, and are highly alert. As soon as we catch one person's trail, they disappear." The black-clad woman shook her head. Upon hearing this, Alia furrowed her brows, immediately thinking of the Genie Guard. If what the black-clad woman described matched her thoughts, those people must be executioners under Harold's command. Looking at Alia, Christie couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "Yinan, do you know who is spreading the news?" "Yes." Alia nodded and responded, "I'm not entirely sure, but based on Ankaro Shue's description, they must be." "Can you tell me who they are?" Christie asked. Alia, being good friends with Christie, had no secrets. Dismissing the black-clad woman named Ankaro Shue, she softly explained. "They are called the Genie Guard, a mysterious organization of the Great Anchor Dynasty. They excel at disguise and infiltration and are ruthless killers." Chapter 147. 2 Mighty Generals Cultivation Enhancement. "Your Majesty, news has already reached the ears of the major forces. Now they are sending people to verify whether the news is true or not," Bowie reported. In just the blink of an eye, the news about the Blood Demon Sect discovering an ancient relic had spread to the 7 great dynasties and the 3 major sects. And as he had predicted, once these forces learned of this, they would not hesitate to send people to investigate what exactly was happening. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. If it were false, why would the Blood Demon Sect gather here? If true, it would undoubtedly be a massive treasure. Faced with the imminent wealth, the 7 great dynasties and the 3 major sects would never let it slip away. After all, they all wanted to dominate the Nanyang region. Let the Imperial Guard intensify their propaganda. Make sure they know this information is extremely accurate, and let them ask the Blood Demon sect for confirmation, Harold said with a sinister smile. Winning without fighting is the best strategy. He and the 7 great dynasties as well as the 3 major sects were neither friends nor enemies, but this did not mean they would never become enemies. In the near future, the iron hooves of his Daxia dynasty would trample the entire Nanyangyu region, and this area would become part of his territory. He wanted only one court power and one supreme ruler in this region, while all other sect powers must submit to the Daxia dynasty. Those who do not submit will be executed. To be an emperor, one must be ruthless and domineering. Yes. Bowie naturally agreed with the propaganda plan, hoping more people from various forces would get involved, ideally pushing them to the brink of abyss and then shoving them down. Under their manipulation, these forces would engage in mutual struggles, giving the Daxia dynasty the most favorable time for development. With enough time to develop steadily and improve overall strength, dealing with them would be effortless. You may proceed. Yes, your servant will retire. After bowing, Bowie turned and left to handle the affairs. With sufficient authority, he would plan everything. Harold stood still, watching the peach trees in full bloom, feeling depressed. Recently, he felt as if he had encountered much peaches blossoms, romantic encounters. Moreover, it started ever since he came here. If he guessed correctly, his romantic encounters were due to these 2 peach trees. I wish I could chop you 2 down, Harold muttered to himself. Though he wished to cut them down, this was not his home or the Daxia dynasty, so he lacked the authority. His only hope now was to quickly conclude this journey and return to the dynasty to handle matters at hand. Your Majesty, my cultivation has reached the 5th stage of martial respecter, making it more than sufficient to deal with 8th or 9th stage martial respecters, said Gustav excitedly after emerging from seclusion. Good. Harold nodded approvingly and turned his gaze to Jamar, who had arrived together, asking, General Jamar. Certainly. If we can enter the ancient relic world, the 2 of you can eliminate the enemies at will, depleting their resources as much as possible. Reducing the strength of these forces, especially their elite members, would be the best outcome. Eliminating all the strong individuals from other dynasties within the ancient relic world would be a blessing. Of course, killing the rulers of the 7 great dynasties would be challenging but ideal. A sudden demise of a dynasty's ruler would deal a fatal blow and spark internal strife. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 2 generals exchanged excited glances and responded respectfully. Engaging with strong opponents and helping the emperor eliminate enemies was an honor. They often practiced against each other, but only up to a point. After all, they were colleagues, and harming each other would be awkward. Now, dealing with enemies, they would have no reservations. All right. 2 days later, Chiefing City. Dressed inconspicuously, Andy entered the city with a smile and approached an ancient-style pavilion. Without saying much, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks, twice each, matched the secret signal. Creak. The pavilion door opened, revealing a Desi in simple attire. Seeing the familiar figure, the youth immediately bowed. Greetings, Lord Hyder. Yes. Andy nodded lightly, confirming no one was watching before stepping in. The simply dressed Imperial Guard quickly closed the door. Once the door was closed, Andy whispered, Are all gathered? All are present, currently waiting for you in the courtyard. The Imperial Guard replied respectfully. Lead me to them. Yes. Without delay, Tadion Mu led Andy deeper into the vast courtyard. Meanwhile, several Imperial Guards were assembled in the large courtyard. Don't underestimate them. They were all powerful martial respecters serving as barracks. They gathered to await Andy's arrival, preparing to deal with the Mist Conceal Sect's elders, which could only be handled by someone of Andy's caliber. Hashtag Chapter 148. Raiding the Fog Shadow Sect. Greetings, Grand Eunuch Hyder. The 7 men, who had been chatting and laughing, quickly stood up upon seeing Andy's arrival. Their faces showed utmost respect as they greeted him. Although this man was a eunuch, his power was extraordinary, and he was one of their emperor's closest confidants. Even though they served the same monarch, they could not afford to offend this chief eunuch, Andy. Andy nodded and then walked over to the prepared chair, sitting down while looking at everyone present. The moment he sat, one of the embroidered uniform guards promptly placed a cup of tea in front of him. Without hesitation, despite the lack of bait, he kept catching fish but did not pull them out. Suddenly, birds flew away in fright from the forest, and the singing insects fell silent, watching the scene with fear. Soon, more embroidered uniform guards arrived quietly, gathering by the riverbank. No one spoke. All eyes were on Andy. They had come from various orders, aiming to annihilate every member of the Fog Shadow Sect without leaving any survivors. Within minutes, hundreds gathered silently, their faces stern and their auras menacing like newly released tigers, ready to pounce on their prey. If commoners of the Great Anchor Dynasty saw so many embroidered uniform guards, they would likely rush to lock their doors and tremble under their blankets. Compared to provoking these guards, they would prefer facing a powerful enemy. A strong enemy would simply end you swiftly, whereas these guards would torture you until they extracted every bit of information. Seeing everyone was assembled, Centurion Patrick approached Andy cautiously. Your Excellency, 700 embroidered uniform guards are all here. Any word from Commander Todd? Andy asked, watching the fish in the river. Not yet. It seems they've encountered some trouble. Patrick shook his head. Since they haven't responded, we won't wait. I believe they will cooperate once they see our arrival and help us eliminate everyone in the Fog Shadow Sect, Andy said calmly. Bang. He suddenly exerted force on the fishing rod, like a gust of wind. Andy himself also moved forward with Patrick and 10 other guards. After walking through a long, dark canyon, they finally reached the end. Before them lay a world bathed in bright light, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, a picturesque paradise. Andy couldn't help but marvel at the Fog Shadow Sect's choice of location. It was hidden, rich in spiritual energy, and seemed like an ideal spot for establishing a sect. Unfortunately, soon this place would run red with blood, and all its inhabitants would become cold corpses. Turning left, where thick smoke rose, he saw elegant palaces surrounded by ancient arrays. Let's go. With that, he leaped into the air, heading towards the smoky area. The other embroidered uniform guards followed suit, soaring after him. In no time, they hovered above, witnessing the carnage below. Fog Shadow sect disciples were being slaughtered like lambs, subjected to death. Each swing of the guards' swords left young disciples lying in pools of blood, eyes wide open in disbelief. Until their dying breath, they couldn't understand how these mysterious experts found their secluded base and immediately started massacring everyone without mercy. ##### Chapter 149. The Terror of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Kill. The ninth elder of Fog Conceal sect was kicked in the chest by the opponent, spewing blood. Shocked, he looked at the Desi before him, Killian, a 100-man captain of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. He had thought this youth would be easy to kill, that one sword strike could take off his head, but he never expected the other's strength to be so formidable. It felt like he had kicked into an iron nail. If not for his strong defense and rapid reaction, he would have been chopped to death by this youth long ago. Perhaps he did not recognize this youth named Killian, but he knew the clothes on this youth's body and the saber in his hand. The Embroidered Uniform Guard, a special agency of the Great Anchor Dynasty, a group of terrifying executioners. But he truly couldn't figure out why the Embroidered Uniform Guard, far away in the Great Anchor Dynasty, would suddenly attack their Fog Conceal sect headquarters. Did they have a traitor among them? No, it should be an undercover agent of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. At the thought of having a spy within their ranks, anger burned inside him. Die! The ninth elder of Fog Conceal sect, with a mad expression, swung his long sword wildly, sharp blade flashing as the razor-sharp edge pointed directly at Killian. Killian smirked sinisterly, showing no fear at all. It was as if this powerful opponent was just a stepping stone to him. Master, it's bad news. A group of mysterious people have suddenly attacked our inner Fog Conceal sect, massacring our disciples. A Keith, pale-faced, crawled into a special palace within the sect. Elegant Keith, seated cross-legged, grew increasingly grim and puzzled. How could their base be exposed? Could there be a traitor among them? Swish. Godric, master of Fog Conceal sect, stood up abruptly, his expression cold. Everyone, follow me. I want to see who has the audacity to invade our Fog Conceal sect. No one objected. They all stood up, faces grim, and quickly left the hall. As they emerged, they saw fierce battles raging in the valley below. A familiar yet hateful group of mysterious people were slaughtering their sect disciples. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Those three simple words surged into their minds, igniting fury. But now, they were more puzzled than ever. How could the Embroidered Uniform Guard discover their stronghold? How did they get here? Godric, without concern for such questions, said coldly, everyone, follow me to eliminate those Embroidered Uniform Guards. He instantly transformed into a beam of light, flying downward. The elders exchanged glances and followed suit. Boom! Godric descended from the sky, his formidable aura spreading around, freezing the air solid. The scene shocked everyone present. However, the Embroidered Uniform Guards paid no attention to this powerhouse. They continued to slash down Fog Conceal sect disciples with their sabers. They knew this kind of power wasn't something they could handle, so they stayed out of it. Seeing their master and powerful elders arrive, the sect disciples rejoiced, feeling as though they had caught a lifeline. Godric, watching this all coldly, chose a member of the Embroidered Uniform Guard and drew his long sword, the sharp edge pointing at the target. The chosen guard, sensing the deadly edge, changed expressions dramatically, gripping his embroidered spring saber tightly, emitting a formidable aura. Suddenly, a torrent of sword light rushed towards him like a leaping dragon or a heavenly strike, as if intending to slaughter everything in its path. The faint golden glow gave a sensation of unparalleled sharpness, cutting through the air and slicing the void with golden energy, piercing through the sky. The guard gripped his embroidered spring saber, creating a whirlwind of wind and lightning, and slashed instantly. In a moment, the torrent of saber light transformed into a roaring river of blood, vast and tumultuous, descending from the heavens. Boom! The sword and saber collided instantaneously, sending the guard flying backward, spitting blood profusely, his face deathly pale. Fortunately, being a 100-man captain of the Embroidered Uniform Guard with formidable cultivation, he wasn't split in two by the attack. Seeing the guard still alive, the emotionless face showed a hint of surprise. Logically, his earlier surge of swordsmanship should have killed the guard instantly, but he didn't expect this Embroidered Uniform Guard to have such high skill in saber techniques. But you should not think it's over yet. With a cold expression, he flicked his sword, causing a flash of silver light, sweeping through like a starry sky, instantly striking down. Watching this powerful attack, Captain Tadu Zhongyi, despite his grimacing smile, realized the gap between their strengths was too wide. Clang. Chapter 150. All possessed? Huh. Upon hearing these words, Godric's face drastically changed, his eyes icy cold, and an endless chill emanated from his body. At this moment, he finally understood that the person who had frequently collaborated with them and discussed many matters was actually the Jinui Garfield. He also realized why the other party could suddenly appear here and come to this place without any obstruction. With this high-ranking official hidden within their Fog Hidden sect, no matter how well they concealed themselves, everything would be known in detail. Tadu Zhongyi, you go with them to deal with the other elders of the Fog Hidden sect. I'll handle him, Tadional said coldly. Yes. Seeing that this person was the commander of the 1,000-man battalion, Tadu Zhongyi instantly rejoiced, a smile appearing on his face as he hurriedly responded. He was not Godric, stepping forward. In an instant, two surges of blood light leaked from his eyes, carrying scorching heat and murderous aura. In a mere moment, the two beams of blood light, resembling chains filled with strange runes, entwined together like fierce wolves charging out of the night, lunging toward Godric with open fangs. Observing the intense battle below, Andy softly remarked, "You should join the battle too. Make sure not a single enemy escapes, or don't blame me if I treat you harshly." The enemies were like lambs struggling against slaughter, but sometimes, when lambs are driven mad, they might lash out. Thus, the best way to deal with these lambs was to swiftly exterminate them all, letting them experience the terror of humanity. Yes. Patrick, upon receiving the order, immediately led the group to engage in the fight below, joining the fray instantly. The powerful Jinui operatives, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, opened their bloody mouths, exposing sharp fangs, and began to tear into their enemies. Their fearsome reputation made them known as mad dogs by the people of the Great Anchor Dynasty, though they were both revered and hated for it. Andy did not say much more, slowly descending from the air to the ground. He then asked Tadional, who was keeping a distance from the enemies, Commander Todd, "Where are those old patriarchs of the Fog Hidden Sect?" "They are in a secret chamber behind this mountain, Your Excellency," Tadional replied respectfully. Nodding lightly, Andy proceeded towards the mountain without further ado. Seeing the eunuch supervisor Andy and sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him, Godric felt a chill rise from his feet to his head. How powerful! The strength of the other side instilled fear deep within him, a profound fear that came from the depths of his soul. Compared to the old patriarchs of the Fog Hidden Sect, this peculiar man felt even more frightening and destructive. "Why are you looking there?" Clang. Sword clashed with saber, sparks flying. Godric struggled under the pressure of the attack, while his gaze kept flickering towards Andy heading towards the mountain. At this moment, he felt extremely anxious, desperately hoping someone would deliver a message to the patriarchs, urging them to stop meditating. Otherwise, the arrival of this strong enemy would certainly lead to their doom. But how could Tadional allow him to leave? This battlefield belonged to the two of them. How could he leave without permission? Damn it! With Tadional relentlessly attacking, he could only defend passively, unable to counterattack, feeling increasingly frustrated. If he wanted to warn the patriarchs, he needed to quickly dispose of this Jinuri commander. Otherwise, he would be stuck. Andy took steady steps forward, and any enemy that dared approach him was eliminated instantly with just a finger snap. Many who approached him until their death never understood why this peculiar man was so terrifying, even far surpassing their sect leader in fear factor. Climbing the steps before him, he walked upward. These insignificant ants were not his target. Only the powerful figures in the rear courtyard deserved his attention. Whether they could defeat him depended on their strength, whether their fists were hard enough to match his. Quickly, he reached the back mountain and swiftly dealt with several disciples guarding the entrance. He looked at the thick, sealed stone door ahead with a cold expression. The stone door was engraved with bizarre runes, resembling a mysterious ancient formation. It seems those inside haven't realized the danger yet? Andy muttered to himself. Approaching the stone door, he placed his right hand gently on it, channeling all his spiritual energy into his palm. With a silent chant of break, the massive door exploded into fragments instantly. Without pausing, Andy stepped inside. Bathed in moonlight, he walked deeper, sensing a bone-chilling coldness enveloping him. There was also a faint shuashingwei, bloody smell, permeating the air, intermittent yet unmistakable. Revised. Bathed in the moonlight, he stepped further inside, immediately feeling a bone-chilling coldness envelop him. A faint bloody smell also permeated the air, sometimes present and sometimes not, but still noticeable. What intruder is this? Suddenly, 5 elders who had been meditating and absorbing spiritual energy opened their eyes wide, fixing icy gazes on the distant entrance. Visible to the naked eye, Supervisor Andy sauntered in, looking down on them with disdain. However, the heavy bloody stench inside made him uncomfortable, as if numerous spirits had died here. Looking at the 5 elders, he frowned slightly. None of you are human? It appears the remaining 2 survivors have also been possessed. Hashtag chapter 151. The terrifying 9,000 years old. Who are you? The elder leading them asked with a darkened face. They naturally knew that this hermaphrodite before them was a eunuch. However, they couldn't figure out which dynasty's eunuch this person belonged to, and how he ended up here. Most suffocating of all, the aura emanating from him was terrifying enough to threaten their lives. Looking at the 5 elders with a cold expression, Andy calmly replied, "It's inconvenient for me to tell you who I am. You just need to know that in this land, foreigners can never survive." Humph. One elder scoffed coldly and said, "Do you really think you can deal with us 5 by yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 also released powerful auras simultaneously. In an instant, an overwhelming presence struck Andy. Upon closer inspection, all 5 had reached the peak of Martial Venerable 9th level, only 1 level away from the Martial King realm. But our 9,000 years old wasn't afraid of them. Andy chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with disdain, and his own aura exploded forth. PFFF. A powerful surge overwhelmed the 5, sending them flying back, spitting blood, pale-faced, and staring in shock. Martial King. They couldn't have imagined that this suddenly arrived eunuch was actually a Martial King-level powerhouse. Faced with such a high-level expert, they were completely outmatched unless they all reached the 10th level Martial Venerable realm. "What do we do now?" one elder asked. "The strength gap is too great. Only if we combine forces do we stand any chance of victory. Even if we can't defeat him, we can retreat while fighting," the leading elder spoke. "I agree. We must join forces to survive." Humph. Damn it, if we could regain our full strength, why would we fear this guy? Enough talk, let's attack together. Don't let him affect our plans. Immediately, each of the 5 took out their weapons and charged at him with icy faces. Seeing the 5 elders charging with their long swords, Andy showed no fear but rather a look of disdain. He was a martial king. Why would he fear these 5? Initially, he had been considering how to kill them one by one, but after Emperor Harold's sudden breakthrough and his own rapid advancement, he felt invincible. Since he had reached the martial king realm, he might as well wipe them all out at once. Pulling out his sword, sharp sword light flickered as he vanished instantly. Reappearing, his sword lashed out like a venomous snake. Not good, retreat quickly. Seeing Andy's incredible sword technique, one elder paled and shouted for a retreat. The others quickly scattered to avoid his lethal blade. Unfortunately, Andy's sword roared like a venomous dragon, with sharp sword chi surrounding it, ready to slay everything in its path. Seeing them retreat, Andy remained unperturbed. His icy eyes emitted two beams of bloody light, piercing through the heavens. Focusing on the elder below and to the left, he flicked his wrist, directing his sharp blade straight at him. A terrifying blade turned into a venomous dragon, baring its fangs and trying to swallow him whole. You wish to kill this seat? Dream on. The elder roared, waving his sword swiftly, creating a chilling wind as he fought fiercely against the imminent death. However, he had underestimated 9,000 years old. Insignificant ant, how dare you challenge a cart? Ridiculous. They nodded in agreement, tightening their grip on their swords and unleashing their most powerful techniques. Facing the attacks from 4 people, Andy showed no fear, instead feeling somewhat excited. These guys' sword skills weren't bad and could serve as practice for refining his own swordsmanship. Spit. So strong. Godric, the leader of the fog-hidden sect, spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Tadional in shock and disbelief. This Jinui captain, Tadional, was pressing him despite being 1 level lower in cultivation. Godric felt frustrated inside. What position did this captain hold? Why was he so powerful and capable of transcending levels in combat? At this moment, he deeply felt that the great Anchor dynasty was becoming more and more terrifying. He was starting to regret his greedy thoughts from the beginning. If he hadn't coveted the heavenly apex secret realm, he wouldn't have drawn the attention of the formidable great Anchor dynasty and led to this direct confrontation. Noticing a weakness in the opponent, Jinui Captain Tadional unleashed a murderous glare and a burst of bloodlight as he swung his blade again. Whoosh! Instantly, knife light spread out, enveloped in a powerful and terrifying bloodstain. Red killing light instantly blocked everything, as if the sky itself became turbulent. Oh no! Seeing the knife swing toward him, Godric spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly retreated. Tadional pursued relentlessly, his blood-colored blade slicing across the sky, emitting endless sharpness. Those around him dared not approach, watching in horror. What a formidable blade master! Such terrifying knife skills, honed over years of practice. Godric's face flickered uneasily, turning extremely gloomy. He didn't expect this Jinui captain to be so powerful, with knife skills that instilled fear and made direct confrontation nearly impossible. Chapter 152. The Death of the Wuyin Sect Leader. No, I can't retreat any further. If I keep retreating, I will surely die. Godric's face was dark as he clenched his teeth, a fierce expression on his face with spiritual energy surging all over his body. In an instant, the light from his sword flickered, threads of sword intent intertwining and entangling before abruptly coalescing. At this moment, he clearly knew that if he kept retreating, he would surely die. Now, only by facing him head-on could he hope to avoid this lethal attack. Seeing the opponent's counterattack, Tadional couldn't help but be slightly surprised. But what filled his mind more was mockery. If this guy kept retreating while fighting, he might still have a chance to live. But if he chose to face Tadional directly, he wouldn't die, but would definitely suffer severe injuries. Clang. Fresh blood splattered. The sharp brocade spring saber carved a horrifying, deep-to-the-bone gash across Godric's chest. Arg. Struck by such a grievous blow, Godric instantly let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face pale and eyes full of terror as he fell backward. But Tadional didn't stop there. He launched another strike with the long saber, aiming to claim Godric's life. Clang. 2 long swords clashed with a crisp sound. Godric, having blocked the saber, immediately sank into a large pit, the rapidly healing wound on his chest bursting open again. Blood seeped out, staining his clothes red. Puff. He spat out blood, his face deathly pale. His pupils instantly constricted to pinpricks, fear overwhelming his heart. But soon, a fierce look flashed across his face. He suddenly inverted his long sword, its glowing edge pointing straight at Tadional's heart, then thrust fiercely. Seeing Godric's desperate struggle, Tadional was slightly startled. He gripped the long saber tightly in his right hand and sent the sword flying away. Simultaneously, he delivered a cutting blow to the throat. Cough, cough. Godric covered his throat with his right hand, coughing up blood profusely. His expression was bleak, disbelieving and dazed. Despair. Leave no one alive, Tadional said coldly. When it came to enemies, he showed no mercy. Yes. Following orders, the Jinui guards pounced viciously, turning their victims into bloody corpses, eyes wide with refusal to die. Swiftly grabbing the storage ring off Godric's finger, they joined the slaughter, thoroughly ending the existence of the sect. Their mission was to eliminate every living being in the sect, leaving not a single survivor. Quick run. Seeing 2 companions fall to Andy's blade, the old leader yelled without hesitation, turning to flee through the distant stone door. Andy was terrifying, a martial king-level expert far beyond what they could handle. The only option now was to run and hide, buy time, improve strength, and recover to full power, then he would not fear anything. Staying meant certain death. Having barely escaped from his seal, he did not want to meet his demise so quickly. Another elder, seeing his companion flee, followed suit without looking back. What kind of disparity was this? How could they possibly fight back? Do you think running is possible? Andy sneered, vanishing into the shadows. Swish. A flick of his long sword cleanly sliced the remaining elder into 3 pieces, the powerful sword aura claiming his life instantly. Seeing the headless corpse standing where it was, the leading elder who had just tasted fresh air. Even if it didn't reach peak levels, he would make all humans in Nanyang domain fear him. Only then could he avenge his fallen comrades. Andy, however, remained unaware that within the Wuyin sect, there wasn't just 5 otherworldly beings, but also a 6th, a potentially even more terrifying entity. Chapter 153. Another alien race? With the final blow, every member of the Fog Concealment sect met their end under the blades of the Brocade Uniform Guard. Everyone died without understanding, or even being able to fathom who these people were, and why they had come to attack them. Unfortunately, those in higher positions who knew about the brocade uniform guard and their motives had already been eliminated. Meanwhile, Andy arrived on the scene and witnessed the gruesome aftermath. Though he felt slightly uncomfortable, he did not say much. In his past life, he was the notorious 9,000 years old, well accustomed to such bloody scenes. Seeing Andy approach, Tadional, the captain of the brocade uniform guard who had changed back into his uniform, promptly came forward and reported, all members of the fog concealment sect have been executed. Have the bodies cleared away, then move all resources from this sect. Inspect thoroughly for any survivors. If there are any, kill them all, Andy said coldly. Cutting the grass but leaving the roots behind would only invite further trouble. This was his principle. Surviving under his command was nearly impossible. Of course, not everyone could be eliminated, especially in this different world. If someone managed to escape, capturing them again would be extremely difficult. Yes. Following orders, Captain Tadional organized the cleanup of bodies and the transfer of all the fog concealment sect's resources. Since the sect no longer existed, there was no point in leaving such rich resources behind, especially when they could benefit the Great Anchor Dynasty. Time passed, and suddenly, a pale-faced member of the brocade uniform guard approached Andy, respectfully reporting, "We discovered a sealed array inside a cave on one of the mountains within the fog concealment sect territory, but it has already been destroyed." Andy furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing. He immediately felt a sense of unease. A sealed array? Could there be something significant contained within? Lead the way. Though he didn't know what was sealed, he had to find out before leaving, otherwise, he couldn't report back. If he could discover how those 5 aliens arrived, that would be best. Yes. Guided by the guard, they arrived at a small hill and entered the hidden cave entrance. The powerful evil aura that greeted them made everyone's hairs stand on end. The overwhelming malevolence was undeniable. Andy, feeling a deep sigh within him, led the way deeper into the cave under the flickering torchlight. After all 5 aliens, why were there 6 pillars? Worse yet, the 6 pillars depicted 6 distinct aliens, indicating something was amiss. Andy fell silent, gazing at the broken pillars and seeing 6 different shapes of aliens. There was a snake-bodied humanoid, a scorpion man, a tiger-headed human. The sight left him grim. You, Captain Todd, search the fog concealment sect headquarters thoroughly. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, find any survivors. Captain Tadional, startled by Andy's dark expression, realized the gravity of the situation. As he had pointed out, there wasn't just 5 aliens within the sect, but 6, one more that remained hidden. As for the identity of the last alien, only the dead 5 would know. Yes. Without hesitation, Tadional left to carry out the order, feeling a heavy blow knowing he had failed to detect another alien while working undercover. Waiting for Tadional to leave, Andy continued examining the scene, perplexed by the reason for the alien sealing. Why was the fog concealment sect established here? Various questions bombarded his mind, urging him to find answers. "Public sir, we found something unusual with the murals surrounding us," another guard respectfully reported. "Show me." Yes. Guided by the guard, Andy examined the mural content. It depicted a fierce battle between humans and aliens. Faced with such a terrifying heart, the Baima dynasty soldiers were immediately terrified and dared not advance, even hesitating to approach him or engage this devil in battle. They indeed had more numbers, but this man before them was no ordinary human. His strength was not only formidable, but his long sword was exceedingly powerful. The two of them were like devils emerging from hell. Since you are my enemies, how can you run?" Hart said casually as he watched the retreating enemy troops. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, the stationary soldiers fell one by one into pools of blood. Clearly visible were tiny sword wounds on their throats. Obviously, they had all been killed with a single slash to the throat. Their lives drained away completely. Even at the moment of their fall, their eyes remained wide open, filled with unwillingness and confusion. Why was this tiger general's sword speed so fast? Everyone wondered why their officers weren't participating in the battle. Did they fear this strong opponent too? Actually, it wasn't that the Baima dynasty's officers weren't fighting. The battlefield was simply too vast for them to manage every area. Quickly dispatching the enemies, a look of disdain appeared on Hart's face. He did not stay put but joined the battle nearby, hunting down the Baima dynasty soldiers like a madman. "Die for me." A roar erupted as a towering Keith, wielding a long knife, charged at Hart with a cold expression. His massive frame stood like a divine mountain, his eyes looking down on all, and his long knife slicing through the air, emitting a dazzling blade light that illuminated the sky, radiating an invincible aura. Boom! Seeing a powerful foe approach, Hart was not afraid. Instead, his face carried a look of wild pleasure. Here comes some serious action. Without further ado, he gripped his long sword tightly and swung it rapidly. Instantly, the clash between the sword energy and blade light sounded like thunder, deafeningly loud. Puff! The mighty warrior who wielded the sword was thrown back, spitting out blood profusely, his face pale and bloodless. What a powerful warrior! Quickly stabilizing himself, he knelt on the ground, his chest armor slashed open by sword energy, bleeding heavily. Tadofting his head slightly to see Hart approaching step by step, terror filled his face. Even though he had reached the Wu Zun level, he felt completely overmatched. This kind of extremely formidable strength was already close to their commander Heron. Spit. Blood spewed from his mouth as he slowly stood up, straightening his back and fixing an icy gaze on Hart. But he could not sit idly by. Otherwise, he would surely die. Moreover, he knew his comrades were about to reach this area. He had to hold on until they arrived to deal with this enemy together. Against such a fearsome opponent, he couldn't handle it alone. Only by joining forces with his companions could he defeat him. He wondered just how many dynasties still had such powerful warriors. As soon as his long sword emerged, sword energy surged. Hart rushed forward, his long sword suddenly cleaving through the air, the flash of light splitting as if it could destroy a world. The overwhelming sword light then descended like a river from the heavens, carrying unparalleled might. Seeing such a terrifying strike, Truman, the Bema dynasty's general, felt his scalp tingling, trembling with fear. This power was far beyond what he could withstand. He could not block it. But he clearly knew that if he didn't resist now, he would surely die. Suddenly, his face turned cold, shatter mountains and rivers. In an instant, blade light flashed endlessly from his weapon, releasing boundless killing intent like a crimson ribbon sweeping across. Nearby, the elite soldiers who fought alongside him instantly formed battle formations, wielding sharp blades like ferocious tigers, tearing into the throats of enemies. Facing such terrifying elites, any soldier of the Bema dynasty crumbled under their might. Unable to, he despised these arrogant fools who always acted superior. Now, they were nothing but fish on his chopping board. Each time he saw these arrogant bastards looking down on others, anger burned in his eyes. Now that they were on opposite sides, he wouldn't hold back. Come on, dogs, let your Grandpa Zhao see how strong you are? Ha ha ha. Jeffrey laughed wildly, swinging his giant axe and hacking through enemies, reveling in the carnage. Faced with such a terrifying Jeffrey and seeing the bodies piled around him, the Bema dynasty soldiers were frightened into not advancing, even hesitating to surround him. Even with more numbers, they couldn't budge this formidable foe. They wouldn't be enough for him. Seeing the stalled Bema soldiers, Jeffrey sneered slightly and then shouldered his axe, charging into them. Since they wouldn't come, he'd have to do the slaughtering himself. They would die eventually anyway. Hashtag chapter 155. Retreat? I haven't even had my fill of fighting yet. Sound the retreat. General Heron, the commander of the Bema dynasty's army, did not hesitate for a moment as he immediately ordered the retreat when observing the one-sided battle before him. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue the fight. Rather, if this went on any longer, their morale would plummet drastically. An army with no morale is like leading a flock of lambs into a pack of wolves. Fierce wolves wouldn't let such an easy meal pass. They would mercilessly hunt them down in brutal fashion, turning the battlefield bloody. The general beside him, upon receiving the order, sighed inwardly before waving his flag to signal the retreat. The distant soldiers, getting the command, promptly sounded the retreat. Watching the retreating barbarian warriors far away, Heron murmured to himself, how could the Daxia dynasty allow these barbarian warriors to join the fight, and even provide them with weapons and armor? It was unsurprising for the Daxia dynasty to employ barbarian warriors since they were a naturally warlike race, making them formidable weapons in battle. However, despite being warlike, the barbarians had never initiated external aggression or wars themselves. Yet, humanity chose to enslave them and turn them into weapons. The Bema dynasty was no exception, possessing a nearly 10,000-strong force of barbarian warriors within its ranks, who were powerful and destructive. Even so, they never provided these warriors with weapons or armor, or removed the restraints around their necks. But now, the actions of the Daxia dynasty exceeded all expectations. It seems the situation has changed. I must report this to Zack. Otherwise, it will be a grave concern, Heron thought inwardly. If not for seeing the barbarian warriors clad in armor, it would do them no good. Approaching Riker, Hart asked in confusion, General Ming, why did you sound the retreat? I haven't even had my fill yet. General Ebenezer, our objective was to assess the enemy's strength and wear them down. Pursuing them recklessly would be disadvantageous, Riker explained calmly. Standing straight, his eyes followed the retreating enemy with indifference, deep in thought. His goal had been achieved, and now he needed to prepare how to deal with them next. He hadn't pursued because he feared General Heron or any potential traps set by the enemy. Instead, he planned to eliminate the entire enemy force and annihilate the reinforcements aiding them. Seeing Riker's resolve, Hart remained speechless, angrily watching the retreating enemy. He silently vowed to ensure they wouldn't escape again when he met them next. After the battle, Vlad led Eddie Ikadilong, Bolonaxi, Leandro, Durungsabin, and others to Riker. Looking at the blood-stained armor and jubilant faces of the barbarian warriors, Riker felt both pride and admiration for their formidable combat prowess. If circumstances allowed, he wished to form a full regiment of barbarian soldiers, though it was practically impossible since they traditionally avoided conflict with humans and did not invade human territories unless provoked. If anyone angered them to the point of drawing swords, only then would they die. Upon finishing, his demeanor shifted dramatically, emitting a terrifying aura. Your Majesty, this alien race must be eliminated. Otherwise, it will pose a significant threat to the Daxia dynasty if it grows stronger, Bowie said icily. This hidden entity must hold high rank, and if it regains its power, it could be a fatal blow to the Daxia dynasty. Chapter 156, Needle in a Haystack. I naturally know we need to eliminate him, but now we don't know where he is. Moreover, he might have already possessed a human, making it extremely difficult to find him, Harold said with a cold expression. If it were that easy to find the alien, he would have taken his knife and chopped the enemy long ago. Why would he delay things here? At this point, the guy probably already possessed a member of the human race and has escaped from the Wu-Yin sect's territory. Trying to find him among countless humans is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Once it drops, it can't be retrieved. Your Majesty, you needn't worry so much. Since that fellow is an alien, his target must be the area where the aliens General Warren is dealing with, Bowie replied with a slight smirk. Hearing Bowie's words, Harold suddenly felt enlightened, as if everything became clear. Bowie was right. Since the guy was an alien, his intentions must be obvious. Their task was to set up traps, find him, and then kill him. However, how could they identify who this person was and which human he had possessed? But sir, there are so many human faces. How do we find him in this valley? Human flesh appealed more to the aliens, accelerating their power growth even further. Yes. As Jamar turned to leave, Bowie added, Your Majesty, with Blood Demon sect now fighting against major powers, the entrance to the ancient ruins will soon appear. We must prepare in advance. In an elegantly decorated pavilion, a melodious voice echoed. Grandpa Hendrik, what do you think about the ancient ruins? Tadius leaning carefully, the speaker was Alia, while while Christy beside her also gazed curiously at Brecken, eager to hear his thoughts. After all, finding the ancient ruins was everyone's dream. If the news was true, it meant that there really were ancient ruins near Longyang City filled with countless treasures. Regardless of whether it's true or false, events have unfolded. With the frequent appearance of blood demon sect around Longyang City, even if it were false initially, it has become real now, Brecken smiled. Previously, when he heard about ancient ruins around Longyang City, he was shocked and found it hard to believe. He had visited Longyang City multiple times, but never heard about ancient ruins or any sects establishing themselves here. After all, only after a sect perished would ancient ruins form. Tadiastining to Brecken, the two fell silent, but were even more curious if this information was true. Even though Harold had assured them earlier, they still harbored doubt. He accidentally dropped this old book, which opened to this page. Intrigued, he read it and eventually confirmed that the ancient text did not fabricate its content. Indeed, an ancient sect existed in Longyang City. Sending Tadiancheng away, Brecken read the text carefully. It confirmed what Tadiancheng said. An ancient sect named Christian Yang sect was once established around Longyang City. However, it eventually perished for unknown reasons. Also, Longyang City was originally called Ankernfeng City, but was renamed after the sect's establishment. After a long time, Brecken looked at Alia and said softly, "Girl, it appears the news is true. Ancient sect ruins do exist around Longyang City." ####Chapter 157. The ancient relic appears. Rumble, rumble. As night fell and the sky was filled with stars, suddenly the ground began to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the surface as if an earthquake were approaching. Confronted with this sudden occurrence, many men who were in the middle of intimate moments were frightened into flaccidity, instantly gripped by terror. They quickly pushed away the women before them, frantically looking around left and right, trying to understand what was happening. Why was the entire earth trembling all of a sudden? The shaking was one thing, but the cracks appearing on the ground were alarming. People, filled with doubt, compared to the treasures within the ancient relic that could enhance one's strength, a bit of embarrassment was negligible. Suddenly, martial artists from Longyang City surged out like mad, heading towards the distant multicolored light pillar. At the top of Fengshan Auction House, through the window, Harold, Alia, and others watched the brilliant light pillar silently, seemingly waiting for something. They seemed to know the ancient relic would emerge at this time, hence they were patiently waiting and observing here. Beside them, Christy was curious about how Harold knew the ancient relic would appear today. She found this man increasingly mysterious and especially attractive. His powerful presence made her unable to tear herself away. But Harold didn't notice Christy's gaze. His attention was entirely captured by the light pillar outside. According to information from the Imperial Guard, the Blood Demon sect had found a way to forcibly open the ancient relic. They used the moonlight during the full moon tonight to force it open. Hard work indeed paid off. The efforts of the Blood Demon sect were not in vain. Unfortunately, those fools didn't realize that every move they made was under his watchful eye. At this moment, Brecken asked, "Tadiodal friendy, when do you plan to enter the ancient relic?" "Of course, we'll wait until everyone else has entered first," Harold replied with a faint smile. Although Harold's words sounded simple, Brecken, being shrewd, understood that his response held deep meaning. The first group entering the ancient relic would face almost certain death, perhaps none surviving. The last group, however, would be like fishermen, waiting for others to fight over the spoils. "Elder to-do, are you also planning to venture into the ancient relic?" Harold asked curiously. "With my strength, it will be hard to enter the relic, let alone if I manage to. It wouldn't be of much use to me. Those treasures inside won't help me much." "Let them be for you younger ones," Brecken said with a smile. Despite his formidable power, which could easily break through the relic's defenses, Brecken chose not to enter. The relics inside offered him no benefit for cultivation. Instead of competing with the youth for treasures, he preferred to be a spectator. Moreover, judging by the aura of the light pillar, forcing entry would likely cause the ancient relic to self-destruct. While obtaining treasures was one thing, risking his life was too high a price to pay. Seeing his response, Harold didn't press further. He turned to Alia, asking, "Young Miss Arnie, do you plan to enter the ancient relic?" Alia hesitated, glancing at Brecken, hoping for his approval. Feeling her gaze, Brecken smiled gently. "Girl, since you wish to explore the ancient relic, go ahead. But be careful. Grandfather isn't around to protect you. An eaglet forever in its nest can never soar in the sky or look towards the horizon. Overprotection could lead to hesitation and fear." While Brecken cared deeply for Alia and did not want her harmed, he wanted her to grow independently and adapt to the perilous world of martial arts. Thank you, grandfather," Alia said sweetly. Worried that Brecken might not approve, she was relieved that her concern was unfounded. With Brecken's permission, Alia looked at Christy beside her, saying, "Sister Sue, would you like to come along and explore the ancient relic with me?" "Okay," Christy reluctantly agreed after seeing Alia's pleading eyes. Honestly, she had never been inside an ancient relic and wasn't sure of the dangers. Yet, she desperately wanted to join Alia. As the two embraced happily, Brecken turned to Harold. "Tadiodal friendy, the ancient relic is extremely dangerous. Please ensure the safety of these two girls." "Don't worry, Elder to-do. As long as I'm here, no one will harm them," Harold promised staunchly. Nonsense. Even without Brecken's request, he would never let anyone hurt them. These beauties might eventually, end up as his brides. Thinking of Christy's voluptuous figure and her ample chest, Harold couldn't help but swallow nervously. Alia wasn't bad either. Though her bust wasn't as pronounced, her slender and graceful body was rare beauty. Seeing Harold's men shocked her speechless. She couldn't understand who those people were. "The 7 great dynasties, the 3 major sects, I hope you can help me eliminate some of the blood demon sect's experts. Otherwise, I won't know how to pull hatred for you next," Harold muttered inwardly. He dispatched the brocade guards with the hope that they would stir up the ancient ruins so thoroughly that the various factions would engage in bitter fights, sowing deep enmity among them. Though he was not a gentleman, he was certainly not a villain. His purpose was to reduce the number of enemies for the Great Anchor Dynasty someday in the future. Regardless of whether it was the 7 great dynasties or the 3 major sects, they would all become enemies of the Great Anchor Dynasty in the future. Against these enemies, he always aimed for a swift, decisive strike. Of course, at this moment, he couldn't afford to have the kings of the 7 great dynasties injured. Otherwise, the entire Nanyang region would fall into chaos, putting them at a disadvantage. In the dense forests where towering ancient trees overshadowed the land and fierce beasts roamed, Jonas, head of the Blood Demon sect, had a dark expression. Damn it, I didn't expect the people from the 7 great dynasties, the 3 major sects, and other powerful factions to arrive so quickly. It looks like we need to slow them down. According to the news just received, due to the opening of the entrance to the ancient ruins, members of the various factions in Longyang City were rushing over like mad dogs. If it were under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have blocked their arrival. Instead, he would welcome them with open arms. But the internal entrance to the ancient ruins hadn't been officially opened yet, and the Blood Demon sect's powerful elders hadn't entered the ruins. Therefore, he was anxious. Since the enemies were already coming in droves, they couldn't wait idly. They had to try every possible means to delay them. If their Blood Demon sect elders could enter the ancient ruins first, they wouldn't have to fear the 7 great dynasties and the 3 major sects, as well as other minor forces. You are to be notified by my command. Everyone must do everything in their power to obstruct the advance of the major factions. Even delaying by 1 minute or 1 second, you must never retreat. Jonas ordered with a cold expression. Their task was to delay time, even at the cost of blood, trying their best to prolong it. The longer the delay, the more advantageous it would be for them. Yes. As his words fell, voices came from the surrounding shadows. Birds flew off in panic, and all creatures were suddenly awakened. Turning around slowly, he looked at the 100 black-robed men behind him and said, "You should also go about your business. Remember, you must lead all the fierce beasts towards the direction of the 7 great dynasties and the 3 major sections. Just based on their numbers and strength, they couldn't withstand the powerful figures of these factions. A direct confrontation was not something they could win. However, if they used unconventional means, things might turn out differently. The beasts inside the mountain were extraordinarily powerful, and they could divert their wrath towards these factions, which would be a double benefit." Yes. Following the orders, the black-robed men disappeared from the spot, carrying out the mission to divert attention. Of course, the brocade guard experts hidden among them also went to execute their own commands, though theirs were different. What the brocade guards needed to do was to drive the factions, Blood Demon sect included, into a frenzy. Near a concealed stream deep within the mountains, a Blood Demon sect man stood quietly on an ancient tree. He seemed to be waiting for someone's arrival. His icy gaze observed everything around him without disturbing them. His aura was hidden meticulously, as if he blended into the surroundings. Suddenly, several plain-faced young men appeared before him like phantoms, kneeling down on one knee. "Pay homage to Commander Thousand Household." Standing in different positions, the youth spoke respectfully in unison. Phew. If the Blood Demon sect members knew that there was a brocade guard commander among them, they would break out in cold sweat. Though they had never seen the brocade guards' faces, they knew of their formidable capabilities and adeptness at camouflage and infiltration. They were truly everywhere. "Are all preparations complete?" asked the black-robed man, whose face was obscured. "All preparations are ready. We only need your command to start the operation," a youth replied coldly. "Very well. Pass my order down. Act according to the original plan. Remember, you must fully incite hatred against the major factions, and never show mercy," the black-robed man said sternly. As the king's sharp blade, they aimed to swiftly and ruthlessly eliminate any who stood in his way. Whether it was the 7 great dynasties, the 3 major sects, or other factions, they would all stand in front of the Great Anchor Dynasty in the future. And as the king's blade, they must make these factions fight among themselves, reducing their strength as much as possible. Yes. Immediately after, the few people kneeling before him vanished into thin air. The black-robed man didn't linger either, continuing to carry out Jonas's orders. While he couldn't expose himself, he couldn't fully obey the orders either. He wanted to redirect the disaster, letting the overconfident Blood Demon sect also be entangled in it. Especially Gil Dong. He couldn't be left out. "If you weren't part of the Blood Demon sect, perhaps you could live peacefully. But since we are adversaries, don't blame me for being merciless," the black-robed man murmured to himself. Chapter 159, Chaos in the Mountains. "Watch out, there's an ambush." Jarrett, a Keith leading a 100-man squad into the depths of the mountains, sensed something amiss and was overcome with a strong sense of danger. He couldn't help that fending off the arrows would ensure his survival, never imagining that the enemy would be so devious as to coat the arrows with lethal poison. The rest of the survivors, hearing this, all changed expressions drastically, immediately sealing their meridians and taking antidotes. Those who weren't quick enough died instantly from the poison, their eyes rolling up as they fell dead. Within a few more breaths, the original 18 were now down to 12, the remaining 6 having succumbed to the poison. Seeing his comrades fall, Jarrett became enraged, roaring furiously, Who is it ambushing us? Show yourself. Have the courage to come out. Hiding and attacking like cowards doesn't make you any hero." He was puzzled. What kind of people would dare to ambush them here? Could those in the shadows be attempting to monopolize the treasures of the ancient relic site? The surviving members tightened their grips on their weapons, staring icily at the surroundings, trying to figure out who was lurking in the darkness. Though they didn't know who their hidden enemy was, they knew their intentions were far from benevolent, and they had to proceed cautiously or risk meeting a terrible end. I didn't think anyone would survive. Looks like those who come for the treasures aren't ordinary folk." A chilling voice emerged from the darkness. All eyes turned to the left front, where several black-robed figures emerged. Leading them was a man wearing a ghost-faced mask, obscuring his features but radiating an intense aura of power. Recognizing the emblem on his sleeve, everyone's faces showed shock, quickly followed by grim determination and murderous intent as they locked eyes with the enemy. Blood Demon Sect. As rumors suggested, members of the Blood Demon Sect indeed lurked within these mountains. Initially, many doubted this, as this was territory under the jurisdiction of the three major sections. The Blood Demon Sect, hated by all, wouldn't dare intrude recklessly, lest they invite certain death. Yet, the Blood Demon Sect acted otherwise, jumping headfirst into any dangerous situation, disregarding life and death. Do you really think your people can harm us? Jarrett asked grimly. Whether we can kill you isn't up to you, but to us, the masked black-robed man replied coldly. With a casual wave of his right hand, he ordered, kill them. Meanwhile, wherever people from Longyang City ventured into the mountains, they faced ambushes at various points, suffering heavy losses. The Blood Demon Sect also suffered greatly, occasionally encountering exceptionally tough opponents, an unfortunate reality for some Blood Demon Sect members. Who are you? Encircled by a group of simply dressed yet incomparably powerful youths, the Blood Demon Sect members coldly questioned. Among them, the masked black-robed man looked at them in terror, feeling his insides quiver with dread. When they first encountered these 20-odd youths, they thought they were dealing with easy targets. Instead, they found themselves facing a pack of lions. After clashing fiercely, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, being suppressed and rapidly dwindling in numbers. The 20-odd youths remained silent, their icy gazes fixed on the enemy, their auras exuding an unyielding killing intent. They were the Brocade Guards, with orders to eliminate the Blood Demon Sect members. Naturally, members of other factions were included. Their mission was to create friction, stoking fires of hatred among the factions, forcing them to fight to the death. Kill them. One of the Brocade Guards issued the order, and the rest swiftly complied, drawing their brocade spring swords and aiming to claim lives. Seeing the attack from the Brocade Guards, the masked black-robed man's face changed dramatically, releasing his formidable aura without a word. Want to kill us? Let's see if you have the strength. Spit. Coughing up blood, the elegantly dressed youth, with a delicate appearance, stared in horror at the plainly dressed youths, his heart pounding. Who are you? Why attack us? Don't you know what consequences will follow from provoking our Black Tortoise sect? Moments ago, after venturing deeper into the mountains, they were attacked by these youths, witnessing countless senior disciples fall. Dream on. Chapter 160. A night of intense battle, a sight too grim to bear. The night had passed, and the next morning dawned. Last night was far from peaceful. Countless heads were severed from bodies, and countless hearts turned cold and hopeless. Be it the Blood Demon Sect, the 7 great dynasties, the 3 major sects, or other forces, all suffered heavy losses. Particularly those mad blood demons who directly diverted the wrath of ferocious beasts onto the 7 great dynasties and the 3 major sects, causing them significant casualties. Even Wu Zun experts were not spared from the fury of the ferocious beasts. A Wu Zun is indeed a revered powerhouse, but a same-tier ferocious beast incites even greater fear in humans, making them reluctant to provoke. Due to the misfortune being directed elsewhere, the Blood Demon Sect was thoroughly despised by the 7 great dynasties and the 3 major sects. Whenever they encountered anyone from the Blood Demon Sect, they would flay their skin, tear their flesh, grind their bones, and scatter their ashes. Inside the Fengshan auction house, Everett and his companions were still waiting silently. Alia, Christie, and others expressed great confusion about what exactly Everett was waiting for. Didn't he know that those who entered the ancient ruins first would obtain the best treasures, weapons, and techniques? While Alia and now, the 7 great dynasties, the 3 major sects, and various forces not only hated the Blood Demon Sect intensely, but were also fiercely hunting down its members. 100 casualties. Everett murmured inwardly, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Though he showed no outward expression, he was deeply saddened. Losing so many Imperial Guards in one night left a bitter taste in his heart. However, without such a heavy toll, the enmity between the 7 great dynasties and the 3 major sects wouldn't be ignited, and it wouldn't provide the great Anchor dynasty with time to develop. Their sacrifice is worthwhile. Slowly rising from his chair, Everett looked at Alia and Christie with a smile. Ladies, the time has come. Let us enter the ancient ruins together. Agreed. The 2 women exchanged glances and nodded gently, standing up from their seats. Brecken also stood up, though he would not enter the ancient ruins but wait at the entrance, ready to assist if needed. Soon, the group left Longyang City and arrived at the outskirts of the mountain range, subsequently plunging into the mountains. Jamar and Gustav closely followed Everett, while Bowie was on his right side, and Alia and the others on his left. Upon entering the mountain range, the gruesome scene before them startled everyone. One after another, bodies lay in pools of blood. Sydney respectfully rose and led the way rapidly to the left. Everett and the others quickly followed. As they advanced, the scenes of carnage became more severe, blood splattered everywhere, a grim atmosphere lingering. Everett, observing the ghastly sights, sighed inwardly at the destructive power of human greed. They all came here seeking the ancient relics, only to lose their lives tragically. After a half-hour rapid journey, they arrived at a waterfall with a width of 100 meters and swift-flowing water. Here, several plainly dressed youths waited. Seeing Everett, the Imperial Guards hurriedly knelt. Your Majesty. Rise, Everett said with a nod. Translation continues in the next section as the story unfolds further. Chapter 161. A Dragon Egg. Where did you find that egg? After waiting for everyone to stand up, Harold asked softly. The group exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, please follow me. I will take you to see the egg. Lead the way. Yes, Your Majesty. Harold nodded gently and followed behind. Alia and the others didn't lag behind either, following in succession. Soon, they arrived in front of a waterfall and paused, their gazes darting around, filled with confusion. Where is the egg? There's no egg here. Just as everyone was puzzled, the Imperial Guard responsible for leading turned around, pointing towards the fast-flowing waterfall with his right hand. Your Majesty, The egg we discovered is behind this waterfall. Harold raised his head slightly, looking at the swiftly flowing waterfall, furrowing his brow and feeling quite dubious. Are you sure there's an egg inside? Replying to your majesty, there's a large cave behind this waterfall, and the egg we found is inside it, the Imperial Guard responded with a slight nod. Originally, they were only responsible for pursuing the Blood Demon sect members. However, they didn't expect one person to accidentally stumble upon this place, and they had pursued relentlessly, noticing something unusual about the waterfall. Not only that, they also found the egg in a cave behind the waterfall. Unfortunately, the egg was too strange for them to approach closely. With no choice, they sent someone to fetch King Harold to investigate what was happening. Initially, they hadn't wanted to disturb the king. Seeking Captain Amon would suffice. However, they just received news from their comrades that several captains had already entered the relic world. Shall we go in and take a look? Harold said softly. The Imperial Guards wouldn't deceive him. Perhaps the situation was indeed as he described. Yes, your majesty. Upon receiving the order, the Imperial Guard immediately released his spiritual energy to form a sphere enveloping himself. Human, nor beast, nor even alien, Brecken muttered to himself. Perhaps Harold and the others hadn't noticed the lingering strange aura, but he could clearly sense the lethal atmosphere within the cave. Although the aura was faint, the unsettling presence was undeniably real. Soon, they reached the bottom of the cave and saw a white egg with golden stripes in the distance. The egg before them was strange, entirely white with 7 or 8 golden stripes that emitted an eerie aura. Brecken, who had arrived simultaneously, found himself captivated by the egg, as if he had seen something like it before but couldn't quite recall where. System, scan this egg and identify what kind of egg it is. Carefully examining the egg, Harold couldn't find any information about it in his memory and reluctantly sought help from the system. Though the system often played tricks, it knew more than he did, and perhaps it could reveal the nature of the egg. Ding. Scanning complete. This egg is a dragon egg, belonging to the Golden Dragon clan. Hendrik, other details are unclear. That's it? Damn it, this dog system is such a rip-off, giving me such meager information. Yet, upon learning that the egg was indeed a dragon egg, his heart swelled with joy. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the egg as if it were a beautiful woman. A dragon egg. It could be fried, wrong. If it could be tamed, it would surely become the divine beast of the great Anchor dynasty in the future. Suppressing his excitement, though his body still trembled slightly, he cautiously approached the egg. Seeing Harold make this move, Imperial Guard Sydney hurriedly tried to stop him. Your Majesty, no one should approach this egg. It's fine. Harold shook his head lightly, then slowly moved forward, releasing the Yanhuang Qi. The dragon egg, lying quietly, seemed to sense a familiar or warm aura. Step by step, Harold came closer, extending his right hand to touch the dragon egg while closing his eyes to feel its aura. Soon, Harold felt something was amiss. He murmured to himself, why is this aura so weak? Though the young dragon inside the egg was alive, its life force was extremely frail, and he could clearly sense its vitality gradually waning. System, what's going on? Why is the young dragon losing its life force? Ding. The young dragon has suffered severe injuries. Its survival now depends on the star dragon power contained within the cave, which slows its loss of vitality. Damn, getting injured at first sight. Really? You are too hasty. Do you know this is no ordinary beast egg? If you harm the little one inside, it could bring disaster upon your dynasty, Brecken said with a bitter smile. The reproductive rate of dragons was among the lowest among the major races, so they were especially concerned about the safety and growth of their young. The survival of the hatchlings was critical for the continuation of the dragon lineage. Should anyone endanger the life of a young dragon, its parents would undoubtedly wipe out the entire region where it happened, showing the full extent of their wrath. If his guess was correct, the young dragon within this egg was on the brink of death. If Harold caused its premature demise, it would incur the wrath of its parents. Then not only would the great Anchor dynasty be in grave danger, but even the Nanyang domain might suffer. Do not worry, old to-do. I naturally know what kind of creature this little one is. Moreover, I am here to save this little one, Harold responded with a slight smile and ignored the other man. He understood why Brecken was worried. If the little one inside the dragon egg suffered a fatal injury and died prematurely, it would certainly provoke the anger of its parents. With the current strength of the great Anchor dynasty, facing an adult dragon's fury would be akin to attempting the impossible. After all, the system could be unpredictable. With the treatment completed, Harold embraced the dragon egg, his heart overflowing with joy and excitement as he tightly held it. A dragon? What happened? How did the little one inside the dragon egg stabilize? Brecken murmured inwardly, noticing the unusual change. He had clearly sensed the weak pulse of life within the egg, close to death, yet now it had returned to normal, leaving him stunned. Could it be? Turning his gaze towards Harold, Brecken felt a myriad of emotions welling up inside him, growing more curious about this Desi. Could this be the human king? Harold constantly surprised him with various mysterious abilities, leaving even Brecken struggling to keep up. At this moment, it seemed like a formidable human king was rising rapidly, gathering more and more powerful individuals around him. Suppressing his inner excitement, Harold quietly asked, System, how long until the little one hatches? During the treatment, the system had informed him that the young dragon inside the egg should have hatched by now. However, due to severe internal injuries, its parents had forced it to remain inside the egg to prolong its life. Now that its injuries had been healed, it was likely to hatch soon. Harold just wondered when the little one planned to break free from its shell. Ding! The young dragon has just recovered. It will hatch in 10 days. Upon hearing the system's response, a faint smile appeared on Harold's lips, followed by a sinister grin. In 10 days, huh? No rush, no rush. He had all the time to wait. By the way, how should I transport this thing out? Harold mumbled to himself, looking at the dragon egg. Now that the little one's internal injuries had been treated, the next step was to transport it safely. Placing it in the spatial ring wouldn't work since it could only store inanimate objects. Storing a living creature inside would cause an explosion. Carrying it personally wasn't ideal either. If people saw him carrying such a large egg, they would surely mock him. Moreover, the dragon egg represented potential disaster. If word got out, it could bring trouble to the Great Anchor Dynasty. After some time, Harold directly asked, "System, can your storage hold a dragon egg?" Ding. Yes, host. Would you like to transfer the dragon egg to the system storage? Yes. Wait, system, since your storage can hold living creatures, why didn't you mention it earlier? Harold asked with a grim expression. Initially, he had little hope that it would work, but the system had slapped him in the face with its unexpected answer. What made it worse was that the system hadn't told him that its storage could accommodate living creatures. Ding. You didn't ask. Upon hearing the system's reply, Harold was left speechless. Without further ado, he mentally cursed the system and its ancestors. System, indeed still unreliable. Group arrived at the entrance to the relic world. At first glance, they saw corpses scattered everywhere, warriors lying in pools of blood with wide open, regret-filled eyes. Looking at this tragic scene, Fergus's heart remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the distant swirling pale blue vortex. If he guessed correctly, this pale blue vortex was undoubtedly the entrance to the relic world. Too bad those who lay dead could only watch helplessly. Fergus gave a light nod to Jamar beside him, indicating what should be done next. Receiving the order, Jamar lightly waved his right hand forward. Seeing Jamar's gesture, the several Imperial guards quickly rushed forward, diving straight into the silver vortex. Let's go in together, ladies. Fergus softly invited. Yeah. The two women exchanged glances and then nodded gently. Just as they were nodding, Brecken said, "Girls, there are numerous dangers inside. You must be careful and don't provoke unnecessary trouble, understand?" He wasn't worried about anything else but feared some people might take advantage of the chaos in the relic world and act against the girls. Dangers could emerge anytime within the relic world. Even if they were killed by enemies, he wouldn't know who did it. By repeatedly cautioning them, he hoped they would pay attention to their safety. Grandpa Hendrik, rest assured, Sue's sister and I will be fine. Our strength is considerable, Aelia replied nonchalantly. Looking at Aelia, please rest assured, Elder Tidou. I will take good care of them, Fergus replied with a smile. Bidding farewell to Brecken, Fergus led the group through the pale blue vortex into the ancient relic. After a flash of light, everyone slowly opened their eyes, immediately struck by what they saw. They gazed in amazement at the surroundings. Before them lay an enclosed small world, filled with flying beasts, forests, shrubs, and fearsome creatures. All manner of things imaginable. But that wasn't the most shocking thing. What truly astonished them was the extremely dense celestial essence in this world, far exceeding that of a large mineral vein. At this moment, they stood on a high mountain with its top leveled off. The ground beneath them was paved with bricks, each engraved with vivid ancient runes. Aelia and Christy looked curiously around, their eyes reflecting surprise and even disbelief. Growing up in powerful families, they had mostly only seen secret realms, whereas relic worlds were rare. After all, only secret realms were suitable for human management, able to move freely. In contrast, relic worlds were fixed in one place, never to depart. Thus, people wanting to enter a relic world had to do so through its entrance. Some extremely mysterious families built their foundations near relic entrances to obtain resources and enhance their power. However, such families seldom revealed this secret to others, even to members within their own clans, as very few knew. Indeed, relic worlds brought not just wealth and sufficient cultivation sources, but also endless disasters. Therefore, whether powerful families or major political forces, they strictly guarded the secrets of the relic world. Swish! Suddenly, a simply dressed Imperial Guard appeared before them, kneeling down. This is Tadion, who of the Imperial Guard, paying homage to the king. Rise and speak. Yes. Standing respectfully from the ground, Tadion who spoke, Your Majesty, according to our investigation, this relic world is very mysterious and full of risks. Additionally, it's perpetually daytime here, with no nights. Hearing this, Fergus's eyebrows slightly furrowed. His initial feeling proved correct. The relic world indeed wasn't simple. Upon arriving, he sensed something strange about this world, although he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Regardless, it felt odd. Moreover, he was curious about the mysteries behind this relic world that remained eternally in daylight. What's the current situation with Blood Demon Sect, the Seven Kingdoms, the Three Great Sects, and other major forces? Fergus asked. People from the Blood Demon Sect headed towards Christian Yang Sect ruins upon entering the relic world. Similarly, the Seven Kingdoms and the Three Great Sects followed suit after entry. As for the remaining forces, some are searching for treasures while others are heading directly to the Christian Yang Sect ruins, Tadion who reported. Has Joe Fenton's identity been exposed? Fergus inquired. Chapter 164. Isolated and awaiting aid. No. Captain Joe is still inside the Blood Demon Sect, and he left us the route the Blood Demon Sect is heading towards, Tadion who replied gently with a shake of his head. Hearing this news, Harold was inwardly very satisfied. Originally, when Alexander, the captain of the Imperial Guards, was about to reveal his identity and kill a few of the Blood Demon Sect's hall masters, he suddenly sensed something amiss and chose to remain hidden. As to what was amiss, Alexander did not offer any explanation. He simply continued hiding and severed contact with his comrades. As a ruler, Harold clearly knew that Alexander must have encountered unforeseen troubles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like this. What trouble he faced could only be known by him. Monitor the Blood Demon Sect closely and find a way to establish contact with Captain Joe. Whatever happens, don't let his cover be blown, Harold said sternly. Alexander was the pawn he had placed within the Blood Demon Sect, also serving as his eyes. Unless absolutely necessary, his cover should never be revealed. Their immediate task now was, Cushion gently asked, That's the general situation. Do you all have anything to add? Grain supplies and various siege weapons were already prepared. What was lacking now were highly defensive armors. The barbarians' combat strength was incredibly formidable, and each one was extremely savage. Every moment, Ellis's troops paid a heavy toll in casualties. Even with their defensive preparations, they still incurred massive losses, with all kinds of resources depleting at an alarming rate. From the frontline battle reports, it was evident that the Great Yin Dynasty's slow development was entirely due to its constant battles against the barbarians. Expending huge resources daily to fight off the barbarians, even a wealthy and resource-rich dynasty would not be able to sustain it for long. I have nothing else to add, but these defensive armors need to be manufactured quickly, otherwise more soldiers will fall, Eric stated. As much as I agree, we cannot find special steel for now. General Gao's armor needs will likely be delayed, Winston expressed his concern. Regardless, we must try our best to locate the special steel. Otherwise, facing the powerful barbarians will lead to more casualties. Baimuo Dynasty, Xianfeng City. General Ming, when are we going to attack this city? 1,000 meters away, Hart looked at the fortified city gates and the crossbows ready to fire, feeling extremely impatient and eager to charge up and cut them down. However, he knew that without Riker's order, no one could attack recklessly, including himself. But just thinking of those cowardly enemies cowering behind walls made him want to rush forward and slay them. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. This city is isolated now, and what we need to do is to annihilate any relief forces that come, Riker said calmly. Since Heron's defeat 2 days ago, he led the rebel forces to this city, closed the gates and avoided battles, waiting for reinforcements. Meanwhile, they seized the surrounding cities, turning this city into an isolated fortress without support. He wasn't in a hurry to attack this city because he wanted to wait for Baimuo Dynasty's relief forces, then eliminate them. Hart, somewhat frustrated, remarked, General Ming, we don't know when their reinforcements will arrive. If we drag this out, it will become a lost cause. General Ebenezer, don't be anxious. The Baimuo Dynasty's reinforcements are just a day's journey away. We need to set up an ambush and await their arrival. Riker smiled slightly. If not for the intelligence from the Imperial Guards, he would have attacked Xianfeng City immediately, but coincidentally, the reinforcements were still a day away. Now they had to prepare a trap and eat up the incoming Baimuo Dynasty's 40,000-strong reinforcements. Originally disheartened, bringing a military advisor would just hinder me. Hart hurriedly shook his head. Those advisors were chatterboxes. Bringing them along would be like carrying a knife against oneself. Moreover, he was heading into battle, not playing make-believe. Bringing along a burden would harm himself. Chapter 165. Ambush the relief forces. Who is in command here, you or me? Riker asked with a cold expression. He had originally intended to take a softer approach with this guy, but since he was only receptive to tough handling, Riker decided to be firm. He wasn't worried that Hart wouldn't follow orders. Instead, he was concerned that Hart would act recklessly once on the battlefield, cutting down enemies wildly and forgetting his surroundings. Having the strategist nearby was to prevent such behavior, monitoring him constantly so he wouldn't go berserk. Once Hart lost control in battle, even 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. He would charge recklessly in all directions. You're in command, Hart responded, pursing his lips. Under normal circumstances, without strict orders from the monarch, he would never listen, let alone heed the commands of anyone else. However, recalling the monarch's instructions, that if he didn't obey Riker, he would have to return, he reluctantly accepted the situation. Although he was unhappy, the monarch's order had to be followed. Moreover, he knew how dangerous his impulsive nature could be. Once he entered the fray and got into a killing frenzy, he would stop at nothing until every enemy was dead. Since I'm in command, follow orders. Otherwise, I will assign someone else to deal with the Northern Mo Dynasty's relief forces, Riker said coolly. He didn't want to be this strict with Hart, but if he wasn't, Hart wouldn't comply. The reason for assigning Hart to lead the attack against the relief forces was due to the strong capabilities of their commander. Kinney and his men were no match for them. Therefore, Riker had to deploy the powerful General Hart personally to lead the assault. Yes. Seeing Riker's stern demeanor, Hart reluctantly accepted the order, silently resolving to vent his frustration on the battlefield. Ignoring Hart, Riker continued to stare coldly at the city before him, pondering his next move. Xinfeng City was easy to defend but hard to breach. Forcing an attack would mean a heavy toll. But who was he? If it required such a great cost to capture the city, then he would choose to slowly besiege it instead of risking his soldiers' lives for nothing. Now the city was isolated. It was time to wait them out, cut off their supply lines and let their morale crumble. Meanwhile, on the city walls, Heron gazed helplessly around, unsure of what to do. Xinfeng City was surrounded by the Great Anchor Army. Breaking through seemed nearly impossible. Yet breaking through wasn't entirely hopeless. If external reinforcements arrived to assist from within the city, they might stand a chance. General Tadion, please arrive on time. Otherwise, we won't be able to break through the Great Anchor Army's encirclement, Heron murmured to himself, looking up at the night sky. His greatest hope was that Ellis would arrive as planned and coordinate an attack from inside the city. Even if Ellis was slightly delayed, he could wait. But if Ellis failed to arrive, he would have to fight alone, leading his hundreds of thousands of troops to their doom in Xinfeng City. Unbeknownst to Heron, the reinforcements he hoped for had already been targeted for ambush by Riker. He couldn't imagine that after the total annihilation of these reinforcements, internal rebellion would soon erupt within his own ranks. The next morning, Hart and Django led 30,000 elite troops to the designated location, a canyon over 100 meters wide, waiting for the arrival of the relief forces. From atop the mountain, Hart scanned the vast plains below, growing impatient as the enemy forces hadn't yet appeared. He muttered about whether the Northern Mo Dynasty's reinforcements had sensed something amiss and fled. Suddenly, a Jean Iwei, Imperial Guard, appeared, bowing respectfully, reporting to General Ebenezer. Speak. The Northern Mo Dynasty forces are still 30 miles away. They've dispatched scouts to investigate the canyon for any ambushes, but rest assured, we will eliminate all of them, the Jean Iwei replied with a serious expression. Be quick and don't slip up. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless, Hart ordered coldly. Still 30 miles away? He wasn't in a rush. He had time to wait. Moreover, warriors moved fast. They should reach this location and pass through the canyon shortly. What concerned him most was whether the Jin Iwei would give anything away. If the enemy suspected an ambush, their plan would be ruined. Even worse, if the 40,000-strong enemy suddenly retreated, it would be unforgivable. Understood. The Jin Iwei quickly disappeared. Their task was to replace the enemy scouts and report that there was no ambush in the canyon, allowing the enemy to pass through smoothly. Next, it depended on Commander Ellis's decision. The choice was his. Looking into the distance, Hart felt an intense excitement despite his outwardly stoic expression. This time, he aimed to kill ruthlessly. As for the Northern Mo Dynasty's relief forces, he intended to trap them completely and ensure not one survived. Tell my men to prepare. No one is to attack without my order, Hart commanded coldly. Since the enemy had come to him, he needed patience. Rushing in would spoil everything. Though eager for battle, Hart was not without strategy. Understood. The soldiers quickly spread the word, hiding everyone carefully to avoid exposure. Not even the slightest noise must be made. Hidden on the hillside, Hart and Django noticed the Bema Dynasty's relief force halt, their expressions turning grim. Could they have exposed themselves? No, it shouldn't be possible with their perfect cover, especially with the assistance of the embroidered uniform guard. Could the embroidered uniform guard have made a mistake? Impossible. The embroidered uniform guard was too formidable to slip up. If it wasn't due to the embroidered uniform guard's fault, then Ellis must be a cautious and vigilant person. Just as they puzzled over how to lure the enemy into a trap, a soldier riding a wolf swiftly galloped through the canyon below, appearing to be from the Bema Dynasty based on his attire. Seeing the wolf-riding soldier approaching Ellis, both Hart and Django felt their hearts sink and their faces turn grim. Now, they faced two choices. 1. Eliminate the soldier, which would inevitably expose their ambush. 2. Let him reach Ellis to find out his intentions. After some internal conflict, they exchanged glances and decided to let the soldier meet Ellis and see what he wanted. Within the ranks of the army, Ellis saw a blood-stained soldier rapidly approaching and immediately furrowed his brows, casting a doubtful glance at him. Is this guy really from our side or someone impersonating him from the Daxia dynasty? The pale-faced, blood-soaked soldier halted 5 meters away and shouted, I am Shepard, a scout under General Heron, with important news for General L. for Hart. The sudden acceleration of the relief force indicated they were rushing to break the siege at Xianfeng City. If they were slow, General Heron and his armies might be annihilated, dealing a crippling blow to the Bema dynasty. Without further hesitation, he immediately ordered the embroidered uniform guard to contact his 10,000-strong elite force hidden nearby, instructing them to enter the canyon and prepare to cut off the enemy's vanguard. 40,000 enemy troops were a tough challenge, but no matter how hard the bone, he would grind it to dust. Soon, the vanguard of Ellis's relief force surged into the canyon, unaware that they were walking straight into a trap. Ellis himself approached the edge of the canyon, scanning for any signs of an ambush. Suddenly, birds flew out from around Arnie Mountain, startling the surroundings. Relieved, Ellis exhaled, thinking the movement and noise suggested no danger. He feared that if everything remained unnaturally quiet, they would stop advancing, potentially being surrounded. What Ellis didn't realize was that Hart had orchestrated these disturbances to give him a false sense of security. Advance more quickly, Ellis coldly commanded after relaxing, knowing they needed to reach Xianfeng City before dusk. The Daxia dynasty's rapid assault methods, including swift scaling equipment, could quickly breach city defenses. Each moment counted. As the Bema forces continued pouring into the canyon, Hart watched coldly from the hilltop, waiting for the right moment to close the trap. Once nearly all the soldiers entered the canyon, Hart's cold gaze signaled the order, attack. The flags waved on the distant hillsides, signaling the start of the ambush. Chapter 167. What is a general? This is a general. Rumble rumble. Suddenly, loud sounds echoed from high up in the sky. The soldiers of Bema dynasty who were passing through the canyon all looked up at the sky. What they saw instantly changed their expressions. Their bodies froze as they watched in terror at the massive boulders about to fall. At this moment, everything was eerily quiet, as if time had stopped. But this wasn't a pause in time. It was the shock of the sudden ambush that held them in place. There's an ambush. Defend. Watching the cascading boulders, a Bema dynasty general suppressed his inner fear and shouted with a pale face. His cry snapped the soldiers back into action. They scrambled to the sides of the canyon and used their shields to block the falling rocks. Unfortunately, many still reacted too slowly and were crushed by the rolling boulders from above. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken bodies littered the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling boulders seemed rigged with explosives, bursting into sharp fragments upon impact, flying in all directions. Under the horror investigating the area, the ones providing false intelligence were disguised Imperial guards, deliberately leading them into a trap. Upon realizing this, they quickly retreated to avoid being harmed by their own side. General! General! Seeing Ellis collapse after spitting blood, his subordinates rushed to his side with concern. I'm fine. Ellis waved them off weakly, his face pale. Tell everyone that once the Daxia forces stop rolling boulders and shooting arrows, we retreat from the canyon. Now wasn't the time to worry about the scouts' betrayal. They needed to evacuate quickly or risk total annihilation. If they left now, only fewer than 10,000 men would escape. They could only wait for Daxia's attack to end before retreating. Now he understood that Riker's assault on Xianfeng City was a diversion. The true plan was this ambush. Yes, sir. The 4 deputies quickly relayed the orders, urging everyone to endure and resist the incoming boulders and arrows with all their might. After what seemed like an eternity, the rolling boulders ceased, and the archers ran out of arrows. Silence fell over the canyon, enveloped in a thick mist of blood. Spitting out saliva, Hart took a deep breath and declared coldly, Soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy. With those words, he leaped down into the valley with his left hand holding a shield and his right wielding a sword. Charge! Landing gracefully, he stared coldly at the enemies before him, like a grim reaper descending from hell, and lunged forward without hesitation. More donghua soldiers followed, like wolves descending on sheep, slashing down Bema soldiers with icy precision. Hart moved swiftly, his shield deflecting blows and his sword taking lives effortlessly. Bema soldiers fell like wheat being harvested, their wide-eyed stares frozen in disbelief. Finally, someone among the Bema forces realized the situation and shouted loudly, rallying the remaining troops. Knowing resistance was necessary for survival, they hardened their resolve and charged forward. Humph! Hart responded with a cold laugh, his sword slicing through enemies one by one. More donghua soldiers joined the fray, cutting down their foes mercilessly. Bang! 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 Orders came rapidly, and more donghua soldiers jumped down, swinging their swords to claim more lives. Ellis also recovered and roared, "All soldiers, follow me to repel the enemy." His roar echoed, invigorating his troops. Their fighting spirit ignited, and they surged forward to meet the donghua forces with their weapons. This was what it meant to be a general. Every action and word influenced the fate of their army. Responding to their general's command, the Bema soldiers fought fiercely, four great anchor soldiers. However, despite their great strength, it did not deter the great anchor soldiers. Instead, it fueled them further, driving them more fiercely into battle. With Hart leading them, they believed in the invincibility of their dynasty. Haha, this is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Hart, who was mercilessly cutting down enemy soldiers, had a look of joy on his face. His sword flashed like a scythe of death, constantly reaping lives. Facing Hart, whose combat prowess seemed beyond human limits, the Bema soldiers were frightened into retreating, but they still charged forward with gritted teeth. To survive, they had to fight their way out. Otherwise, there was no escape from death. Charge! Charge! Humph! Upon seeing the Bema soldiers attack, Hart gave a cold snort, gripping his shield with his left hand and his long sword with his right. With a swift stride, he surged forward. Flash! Wave after wave of enemy soldiers fell, their throats slashed open. They died not understanding how this warrior was so terrifying, his swordsmanship so superior. Unfortunately, none could answer their unspoken questions. After quickly dispatching over 100 attacking enemies, Hart continued his relentless advance, his sword slashing incessantly like a venomous snake striking its prey. Despite being covered in blood, his face remained cold, driven by pure satisfaction. The great anchor soldiers, inspired by their general's ferocity, fought valiantly. "General, we are in trouble. Our retreat paths are blocked." As Ellis battled furiously, a Desi with a bloody saber rushed to him, his face pale. He shouted urgently, "What?" Hearing this, Ellis's expression changed dramatically, momentarily stunned. But he quickly regained his composure and asked coldly, "How many enemy troops are blocking our front? And how many are at our rear?" "I don't know how many are behind us, but at least 100,000 soldiers are ahead. Each one fights fiercely, making it impossible for us to break through," the youth said bitterly. Earlier, upon seeing obstacles ahead, he led his troops into battle, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer power of the enemy. No matter how many of their elite soldiers went up against them, they were relentlessly crushed. Not only that, but the great anchor forces were slowly advancing, attempting to encircle them. Upon hearing this, Ellis's face darkened with unease. If they didn't break out soon, the remaining troops would likely be annihilated. After careful consideration, he decisively ordered, "Transmit my command down the line. All troops will retreat towards the rear. No one is to linger." "Yes, sir." Passing the order, Ellis glanced at the direction they came from, steeled his resolve, and led the troops out of the encirclement. As a commander, he knew better than anyone that if they didn't escape now, all would perish. Though his heart seethed with indignation, the priority was escaping this deadly trap. Charge! Roaring loudly, Ellis wielded his spear fiercely, gun flashes dancing around him. Wherever his feet trod, great anchor soldiers fell. During the intense battle, he also protected the wounded soldiers around him, hoping as many as possible could survive. Suddenly, Ellis's gaze sharpened, looking to the left. Approaching from the front was a man with a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, stepping steadily toward him. His imposing stature and stern expression made him appear like a towering mountain, a powerhouse. Feeling the intensity of this presence, Ellis's eyes widened in shock. It felt as though a war god, shrouded in terror and malice from ancient times, was descending upon him. Hart! Recognizing the face, Ellis exclaimed, staring at the man in awe. While he hadn't met Hart personally, he knew from intelligence that the Great Anchor Dynasty had a powerful general who always appeared in large-scale battles, leaving a deep impression on every Bema soldier. Although described as a brute, Ellis now knew that if this man was a brute, they must all be fools. Coldly approaching, Hart's eyes lit up upon spotting Ellis, the main general of the Bema forces. Holding his sword horizontally, he advanced rapidly. Instantly, waves of blood-red malice enveloped him, his eyes sharp like blades. As if 1,000 demons were screaming, his malice swept across the sky. Encountering the enemy's main general, he naturally couldn't let him go. Accelerating his speed, Hart continuously slaughtered Bema soldiers, his icy blade aimed straight at Ellis. Charge! Ellis was not to be underestimated. Brandishing his spear, he cut down any great anchor soldier blocking his path, his cold gaze fixed on Hart, determined to end the battle once and for all. Chapter 169. The stronger gets even stronger. Trouble. Swish. A flash of light streaked across the sky as a lightning-fast sword beam descended. Ellis's face turned pale with shock. His eyes wide with terror, he hurriedly retreated to evade this lethal strike. Facing such a terrifying slash from the opponent, dodging was the only way to survive. He had never expected Hart's attack to be so fierce, even threatening his life. If he didn't dodge, there would be no way out but death. Seeing Ellis evading his deadly attack, a flicker of surprise flashed in Hart's eyes, but soon his expression turned cold. He tightened his grip on his longsword and advanced step by step toward Ellis. Wanting to survive under my sword? Is that even possible? Damn it! As Hart pressed him relentlessly, Ellis's heart sank into despair, yet his spirit did not waver. He gripped his spear tightly with both hands. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, he struck at Hart with all his might. Hart was slightly taken aback by the sudden attack, but smiled faintly, completely dismissing the threat. He raised his shield with his left hand, instantly blocking the incoming attack. Boom! An ear-splitting sound erupted, sending powerful shockwaves radiating in all directions. Soldiers within 100 meters were almost all hurled away by the force. PFT. Hart's feet sank into the ground, while Ellis was thrown backward, spitting blood as he rolled several times before coming to a stop. Kneeling on one knee, he looked at Hart in shock, waves of despair crashing through his mind. Such formidable defense. Up until now, he could still feel the numbness in his hands, occasionally trembling from the impact. Slowly lowering his shield, Hart's face remained rosy, his gaze intense and filled with murderous intent. His icy eyes watched Ellis roll away. How dare this guy confront me head-on? Isn't he seeking death? Attack! Suddenly, the surrounding Bema dynasty soldiers launched an assault on Hart. But Hart, disregarding these weak foes, gripped his sword and killed them without hesitation. Ellis might pose a challenge, but these insignificant ants wanting to harm him? It was nothing short of a delusion. Swish! The sword light flickered, surrounded by terrifying sword chi, causing Bema dynasty soldiers to fall one after another in pools of blood. Despite the horrifying sight of Hart, the Bema dynasty soldiers did not back down. Each fought with all their strength, willing to sacrifice themselves to weaken their opponent. Ellis, gasping for breath, watched helplessly as his soldiers fell one by one, feeling a pain deep within his heart, roaring inwardly yet unable to change the course of events. Don't advance any further, you're no match for him. Even though Ellis screamed in anguish, the Bema dynasty soldiers continued to rush towards Hart, determined to drain his fighting power with their lives. Witnessing this, the Daya dynasty soldiers' faces darkened before they engaged the enemy to protect their general. They wouldn't let anyone near their general unless they passed through them first. With the aid of the Daya dynasty soldiers, Hart, enveloped in boundless killing intent, advanced steadily towards Ellis. This man is indeed a capable general. Several meters away, vomiting blood profusely, his complexion more ghastly white than before, barely conscious. Seizing the advantage, Hart leaped 3 meters forward and slashed down viciously with his longsword. Damn! Sensing the overwhelming killing intent from above and the life-threatening aura, Ellis's face turned grim. Looking up, he saw a sky-piercing sword beam descend like a river of stars and sunset. No! Swish! A flash of light streaked past, followed by a voice filled with defiance. Ellis's body finally separated from his head, his eyes wide open in refusal as he fell into a pool of blood. Witnessing this, the Bema dynasty soldiers turned pale, their eyes losing all hope, powerless against the advancing Daya dynasty soldiers. The sudden downfall of their commander seemed to sever some invisible string in their hearts, leaving their minds hollow. Now they were like a broken guitar string, incapable of playing beautiful melodies. Having eliminated Ellis, Hart showed no signs of stopping, becoming a cold reaper, ruthlessly claiming the lives of the Bema dynasty soldiers. Xinfeng City. What's going on? Why has the Daya dynasty suddenly halted into danger? Heron felt nothing but regret, and tears streamed silently down his cheeks. Several deputies standing beside him also reacted with heavy hearts upon hearing his words, hanging their heads dejectedly. Heron suppressed his inner sorrow and gave orders in silence. Pass my orders down. Be on full alert to prevent any sudden attacks from the Great Anchor Dynasty. Now wasn't the time for grieving or shedding tears. He needed to fortify defenses against another attack by the Great Anchor Dynasty. Today's surprise attack had cost him dearly, and he must be prepared to prevent such an event from happening again. But every time he thought of his old friend being killed because of him, he felt immense sorrow and profound regret. He should never have asked him to speed up the march. His old friend was very cautious, yet cared deeply about his companions. Trapped as he was, he would certainly rush back despite the dangers. Yes. Report. Reporting to the General-in-Chief, General Ebenezer reports that the 400,000-strong reinforcements of the Bema dynasty have been completely wiped out. They are now clearing the battlefield. Just as Riker returned to camp, a soldier rushed in, kneeling on one knee and reporting loudly. Hearing this, Riker was inwardly satisfied. Hart had not disappointed him. With a light wave, he dismissed the soldier. Without pausing outside, Riker entered the main tent and stared coldly at the map. He picked up a blue pin and placed a cross over one of the blue arrows, signifying the defeat of those reinforcements. Before him, there were several red and blue arrows each, representing the Great Anchor Dynasty and the Bema Dynasty, respectively. The crossed-out blue arrow indicated the recently arrived reinforcements from the Bema Dynasty, now in the Netherworld. I wonder how General Stephen's offensive is going? Riker muttered to himself while looking at the map. Though both he and Stephen were attacking the Bema King together, Riker attacked the region controlled by Lord Shuyuan, while Stephen handled the Omping region. Lord Shuyuan hadn't sent stronger forces yet, which made him slightly suspicious. Could they be planning something? And there was no news from Stephen, making him feel uneasy. A massive conspiracy seemed to be brewing, waiting for them to fall into it. Swish. Imperial Guard Tadion Hyder pays respects to General Riker. As Riker scrutinized the map, a guard suddenly appeared behind him, bowing respectfully. Ignoring the newcomer, Riker softly asked, "What's the matter?" The unexpected arrival of the guard signaled important news. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what message this guard carried after being absent for days. General Stephen has sent a letter to be delivered to General Meng. Saying this, the guard handed over a sealed letter to Riker. Hearing from his good friend, Riker turned eagerly and took the letter. Reading through it, his brows furrowed, confused by its contents. Why was his friend suddenly asking for a strategist? Did he encounter trouble? Is General Stephen in trouble? Riker asked sternly. The guard Tadion Hyder nodded slightly. Indeed, he faces some issues. What kind of trouble? Riker asked, eyebrows knitted together. Recently, the battles around Omping have been strange, leading to heavy losses for our great anchor troops. General Todd can only halt further advances, Tadion Hyder explained. Hearing this, Riker's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with a glint of hostility. Stephen's letter was straightforward. He wanted a strategist from Riker to assist him in addressing the crisis. Besides the content of the letter, does General Todd have anything else to convey? Riker asked. No. The guard shook his head and continued. General Todd only asks for a strategist from you. Any other messages are in the letter. With no hesitation, Riker immediately called a soldier to bring strategist Alfredo to him. Both Alfredo and Django were brilliant strategists, whose presence could strike fear into any dynasty. Having both under his command was almost an injustice. Since Stephen needed help, Riker decided to send one. Alfredo hurried to the main tent, saying, I greet the General-in-Chief. May I ask why you summoned me? Seeing the guard nearby, Alfredo felt puzzled. Was something serious happening? Without elaborating, Riker handed him the letter from Stephen. After reading it quickly, Alfredo looked at Riker. The letter informs us of General Stephen's troubles. I plan to send you to assist him. What do you think? Riker asked gently. I will follow your instructions. Alfredo responded calmly. With no objections, Riker sighed in relief. Then please prepare and go with the Imperial Guard to General Stephen. Yes. Nodding, Alfredo left the pack, and Tadion Hyder also departed after bidding farewell to Riker. His mission was to escort the strategist safely to Stephen without fail. Once they left, Riker turned back to the map. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The Baemon dynasty was plotting a large-scale action, targeting the Great Anchor dynasty. You want to play tricks with me? Let's see how effective these tricks really are. Rather than fearing, he felt excitement, blood pumping vigorously. Chapter 171. The plan against Xianfeng City. Late in the night. Ha, what a thrill. General Ming, our army and the strategist have annihilated the Northern Mo dynasty's reinforcements. Just as Riker was deep in thought, Hart burst into the military tent, laughing loudly and announcing it straightforwardly. It had been a long time since he felt so exhilarated. Today's battle truly left him feeling invigorated, his blood pumping with excitement. They had enveloped and captured the entire 40,000-strong enemy force. Though they had also suffered some losses, achieving such a decisive victory at minimal cost was a great honor for him. He felt an immense sense of pride. Barreling in alongside Hart was Django, who wore a look of satisfaction on his face. As the strategist responsible for helping to crush the 40,000-strong enemy force, he found much comfort in their success. Even though it was already late at night when they returned to camp, the adrenaline still coursed through their veins. Turning around slowly to face the two elated men before him, Riker said softly, It seems that General Ebenezer and the strategist have successfully completed the mission to destroy the Northern Mo dynasty's reinforcements. Haha, indeed. Too bad that Northern Mo general was somewhat weak. He couldn't even withstand a few of my strikes before I killed him, Hart lamented. He had initially thought Ellis would be neither too weak nor too strong, maybe even able to hold a few rounds against him. But unexpectedly, the guy turned out to be a novice. Back then, he only used half his strength. Of their true intentions, they needed to be cautious in every move, lest they fall victim to a counterattack. Especially with heavy rain on the horizon. General, has strategist Alfredo already gone to assist General Stephen? Django asked calmly. Yes. Alfredo left at dusk, Riker confirmed. General, the situation seems more serious than we anticipated. We must prepare as soon as possible, Django stated gravely. Deep down, he suspected that the Northern Mo dynasty was brewing a large-scale operation aimed at the two armies of the Great Anchor dynasty. If these forces were attacked, even if not entirely wiped out, they would suffer heavy casualties, leading to a drop in morale. Regardless of whether he was an official or a strategist for the Great Anchor dynasty, he did not wish to see the Imperial army suffer major damage. The strategist speaks wisely. Riker nodded lightly and continued, however, before addressing the Northern Mo dynasty's schemes, we must capture Xianfeng City. Only then can we tackle the Northern Mo dynasty effectively. Capturing this city would be relatively simple. They could lay siege and launch continuous attacks. Yet, doing so would result in significant casualties on both sides. After all, the city garrison numbered 60,000 strong, and any forced assault would make them desperate. To take this city with minimal loss, we should have the Secret Service instigate defections within their ranks and coordinate an inside-outside attack, Django suggested coldly. Hearing Django's words, the two generals sucked in sharp breaths, looking at him with awestruck admiration. Indeed, the current situation in Xianfeng City, shortage of food supplies and blocked water sources, meant the soldiers barely had enough to eat and drink each day. Sending the Secret Service disguised as leaders to instigate defection internally, and then coordinating an internal-external attack seemed brilliant. Both men couldn't help but admit that Django's strategy was genius, albeit chilling. Although the plan was underhanded, this was war. They had no time for further deliberation. Especially with the Northern Mo dynasty preparing a large-scale operation against them, they had to find a way to thwart it. Otherwise, they faced deadly disaster. Riker and Hart exchanged glances, and Riker responded, Let's proceed as advised. Have the Secret Service incite defections within the Northern Mo army. However, before that, we need to ensure they are completely deprived of supplies. While martial artists could survive longer without food, regular troops and warriors needed energy replenished daily, requiring food to maintain their strength. An army starving for 5 days would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He planned to have the Secret Service destroy all remaining supplies in Xianfeng City to ensure the enemy had no recourse but to surrender, making their operation smoother. To do Zay? As Riker spoke, a Secret Service agent appeared like a shadow in the tent. May I ask why you summoned me, General Meng? Looking at the Secret Service commander, Riker replied coolly, you've heard our discussion. Can you undertake this task confidently? I can complete it, but it might take 10 to 15 days. Otherwise, I cannot ensure the task is done properly, To Zay said quietly. Though infiltration and disguise were their strengths, instigating a mass defection required significant time. Moreover, it demanded coordination from Riker to create chaos among the northernmost soldiers in Xianfeng City. Pausing briefly, Riker's face hardened. I can give you 10 days. Is that enough to accomplish your mission? He could offer no more time, as it would slow down their offensive pace. They still had vast territories to conquer and the northernmost plans against the Great Anchor Dynasty to thwart. Staying here too long was not an option. 10 days will suffice. Chapter 172, Stephen's Troubles. 3 days later, on a bright morning with the spring breeze carrying the faint fragrance of flowers and grass, it was invigorating to take a deep breath. At this moment, Stephen gazed leisurely at the clear river before him while sitting by the bank fishing. He wasn't feeling dejected nor simply enjoying his leisure time. He was deeply pondering the next move for the Baima dynasty. How should he counter them? The recent small-scale attacks by Baima's troops made him increasingly uneasy, sensing an impending crisis. As a precaution, 3 days ago, he ordered the army to halt, intending to lure out the hidden enemy. However, regrettably, those people seemed very patient, not showing any signs of emerging. Around him stood elite black-armored soldiers in perfect formation, their eyes vigilant, exuding powerful energy like surging waves. The great general, the strategist, has arrived. At that moment, a rider swiftly approached on horseback, kneeled down, and reported loudly. His arrival instantly caused the fish in the river to scatter, but it did not bother Stephen. Hearing this, Stephen felt a surge of excitement, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Dressed in black fabric armor, he slowly rose from his stool, picked up the bucket of fish, and left the spot. Since the strategist had arrived, there was no need to linger here any longer. He needed to return quickly to welcome him. Soon, Stephen returned to the camp and entered the main tent, where he saw the dignified strategist Alfredo, smiling as he greeted, Strategist, you have finally arrived. Alfredo pays respects to the great general. Alfredo replied with a smile. Facing Stephen, also a distinguished general of the Daxia dynasty, a formidable military talent, Alfredo admired his legacy greatly. Having read about Stephen's exploits from history, he couldn't help but feel profound admiration. Meeting him now, the commander of the once fearsome tiger and wolf army truly lived up to his reputation. Strategist, since there's no one else here, please don't be so formal with me. Even if there were others present, it's unnecessary, Stephen waved off with a gentle voice. Etiquette didn't matter much to him. He disliked excessive reverence as it distanced people. Seeing his straightforwardness, Alfredo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly but maintained propriety. Even though they both served the Daxia dynasty, mutual respect and relationship building were essential. Perhaps it seemed old-fashioned, but he believed it was worthwhile. After recounting recent events, Stephen softly asked, Strategist, what are your thoughts? Tadiastining intently, Alfredo frowned. It was clear that the Baima dynasty had more complex plans than initially thought. First, they sent small units to harass Stephen's advance, followed by larger forces for direct combat, feigning retreat to lure the opponent into pursuit. Unfortunately for Baima, they hadn't realized they faced a resolute and calm adversary, someone who wouldn't let anger cloud his judgment. Yet, Baima showed no sign of giving up, tenaciously clinging to their plans like a dog to a bone. Great General, have those small units harassed your forces recently? Alfredo, his intelligence made him perfectly suited to command. Thank you, strategist. Stephen bowed gratefully. No need for gratitude. As fellow officials of the Daxia dynasty, we must cooperate. Alfredo shook his head and continued, however, I do not recommend you go. I will undertake this mission. Stephen was the brains behind the army and could not leave. If Baima attacked unexpectedly, even with Alfredo commanding, the army might still fall apart. Since Stephen couldn't leave, Alfredo would lead the small unit against Baima's harassment. Stephen hesitated. Isn't that too risky? Without entering the tiger's den, how can you capture the tiger? Alfredo smiled and explained, Baima likely aims to lure you out and then surround our million-strong army. Realization dawned on Stephen. If he strayed far from the camp, Baima would indeed seize the opportunity to annihilate the army. He now understood the brilliance of Baima's plan. Edieki for him, he hadn't let anger cloud his judgment, or his million-strong army might have been lost. Strategist, what should we do? How can we counter this strategy? Stephen asked coldly. Chapter 173, Secret Deployment. Generalissimo, we need not go to great lengths. Just lure the snake out of its hole. I will be the bait, and you, Generalissimo, will be the one to cast the net. Alfredo said with a cold expression. The Baimo dynasty was going to great lengths to draw out Stephen, so they could destroy his army of 1 million. Since this was their plan, why not turn it against them? He would be responsible for leading the troops as bait to destroy the enemy's bait, while Stephen himself stayed in the military camp, always ready to deal with the incoming enemy. However, they had to be extremely cautious and leave no trace or hints. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. What advisor? Wouldn't this be too risky? After all, you're not a military general. If you encounter strong enemies, it would be tantamount to suicide, Stephen said with concern. Alfredo's abilities were indeed good, but he wasn't a general. He was merely a strategist who planned from behind the scenes. Going on the battlefield to fight the enemy would be like sending a sheep to the wolves. He hadn't summoned the other party here to send them to their death, but rather to jointly strategize on how to deal with the Baimo dynasty. If he let the other person fall on the battlefield, he would have significant guilt, even regret. Seeing Stephen's genuine concern, Alfredo felt gratitude in his heart and became more certain of what he needed to do. Generalissimo, if we want to dismantle the conspiracy of the Bayamo dynasty, we must take this risk. Alfredo is willing to put myself at risk. Sigh. Fine, then follow your advice. Seeing the other person's determination, Stephen sighed inwardly and reluctantly agreed. Honestly, he didn't want to see Alfredo take such risks. If he were harmed on the battlefield, Stephen would feel incredibly guilty. Thank you, Generalissimo. Seeing Stephen agree, Alfredo smiled faintly. Generalissimo, before this, I need to borrow your armor to deceive the enemy and make them believe I am you. To truly mislead the enemy, he not only needed to look like the general, but also wear the general's armor. The face transformation could be handled by the embroidered uniform guard, but the armor, he would need to borrow from Stephen. That's no problem. I have plenty of armor here. Advisor, use it as you need, Stephen replied. Thank you, Generalissimo. Alfredo respectfully thanked him. Although being the bait was dangerous, he was willing to do it. Only in this way could they force the enemy to come out, making them execute their plan prematurely. Once the Bayamo people attempted to attack the Great Anchor Dynasty's military camp, it would be like lambs entering a den of tigers, waiting to be devoured. Stephen called out, Tadeo Samping, step forward. I have a task for you. Swish. Just as Stephen finished speaking, a breeze blew past, and a member of the embroidered uniform guard appeared beside them like a shadow. Standing 8 feet tall, with clear eyes and an upright face, Tadeo Samping could pass as a handsome man. But beneath that beautiful exterior lay a fierce beast, ready to pounce at any moment. I wonder why General Todd has summoned me? Tadeo Samping asked with a smile. Don't play dumb with me. You should have heard my conversation with Advisor clearly. Your task is to protect Advisor at all times during this mission, Stephen said coldly. All he asked of Tadeo Samping was to protect Alfredo at all costs. Since he had brought Alfredo here, he had to ensure his safety, especially when he was taking risks as bait. His greatest hope rested on the capable Tadeo Samping, a powerful martial artist with Wu Zun realm strength. Please rest assured, General Todd. As long as Tadeo lives, no one will harm Advisor. Tadeo Samping responded sternly. Having overheard everything earlier, he understood the gravity of the situation. Since this responsibility was given to him, he wouldn't let anyone down. He silently swore to the heavens that even if he died, he would never let harm come to Alfredo. Seeing the strong protection provided by the embroidered uniform guard, Alfredo felt grateful. Thank you, Generalissimo. Stephen nodded lightly. Turning to Tadeo Samping, Alfredo said, Then it's up to you, Commander Tadeo. Minister Sun, don't be so formal. Protecting you is our duty. Besides, as fellow ministers of the Great Anchor Dynasty, I cannot stand idly by while you are in danger. Tadeo Samping smiled. Even without Stephen's instructions, he would make the same decision. Their duties included. The general agreed. He wouldn't object further. Thank you. Alfredo turned back to Stephen. Generalissimo, since Alfredo has just arrived, the Bayamo dynasty likely hasn't discovered it yet. We can use this opportunity to deploy our plan. Sending Tadeo Samping away, Stephen nodded in agreement, acknowledging his point. They then began discussing their next moves. They needed to do everything possible to keep the Bayamo dynasty unaware of Alfredo's arrival, which would aid their operations. Chapter 174. Ambushed by the Blood Demon sect. The next morning, the army set out, slowly advancing into the heart of the Bayamo dynasty. To prevent any leaks and to lure the enemy out, Stephen directly ordered that no one was to spread news about Alfredo's presence. Anyone who dared to disobey this military order would be executed immediately. There was no other way. Only by doing this could he trap the enemy and thoroughly crush the Bayamo dynasty's plans against him. To deal with any sudden attacks by the Bayamo dynasty, Riker assigned his 30,000 elite troops to accompany Alfredo in completing their mission. After a morning of preparation, the campsite was cleaned up spotlessly, and with the help of Commander Tadeo Samping from the embroidered uniform guard, Alfredo had been transformed into Stephen. As for Stephen, he directly transformed into a deputy general and followed along with the army. Hidden spies loyal to the Bayamo dynasty observed Stephen expect to encounter you here. Quite surprising indeed, Harold thought as he saw over 100 Blood Demon sect members. The journey thus far had been relatively quiet without encountering them, making this unexpected meeting both startling and somewhat exhilarating. Clearly, they were getting closer to the core of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect members surrounded them with cold eyes, their gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Harold. This Desi was their top adversary, and capturing him would bring substantial rewards. But they knew that to kill Harold, they must first eliminate the powerful individual surrounding him. Just as Harold finished speaking, Jonas, the hall master of the Blood Demon sect, appeared, staring icily at Harold with a chilling smile. Harold, there is a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, yet you insist on breaking through. It seems fate has decreed your death here. They received intelligence indicating Harold was heading this way, which thrilled him immensely. In Longyang City, they couldn't do much to harm Harold, but within this relic world, his fate lay in their hands. Thinking of killing Harold brought immense joy, and he eagerly anticipated the moment when he could personally dispatch him. However, Alia and Christie's presence caused his brow to furrow. No matter what, Harold would die today. If they tried to interfere, he wouldn't hold back. The Fengshan auction house was indeed formidable, but if these two died here in the relic world, who would ever know it was their doing? Following the sound, Harold looked towards the tree where Jonas stood, surprised to find him here as well. Harold already knew Jonas's identity, and even had his portrait from the embroidered uniform guard. He hadn't expected to meet him here. Kill me? Do you think that's possible? Harold mocked. Was it just the hundreds around him, or just Jonas himself? Such an underestimation was laughable. Seeing Harold's mocking expression, Jonas felt a wave of rage. His eyes turned icy as he responded, hope you can still say that after. He ordered coldly, kill them. With Jonas's command, the Blood Demon sect members tightened their weapons and attacked without hesitation. Harold, not backing down, said icily, generals, I give you full permission to kill without restraint. Yes, sir. Responding to the order, the two unleashed their powerful auras, gripping their ice blades tightly and charging forward. One after another, enemies fell in pools of blood, never understanding why these two warriors were so fearsome. Instantly summoning his battle armor, Harold addressed the two beauties beside him. Ladies, please stay close to me. Otherwise, I cannot ensure your safety. Feeling somewhat guilty for involving them, he hoped they wouldn't stray too far. However, Harold was unaware. Upon hearing his words, the two women felt slightly disgruntled. Were their abilities so weak? Weak? Impossible. What kind of joke was this? Both were Wu Zun cultivators, far surpassing Harold's high-rank Wu Zong. Sensing their strength, Harold's face twitched uncomfortably, feeling slapped. Such an embarrassing way to be proven wrong. Especially seeing Alia's rapid advancement from mid-rank Wu Zong to low-rank Wu Zun, Harold couldn't help but comment on her astonishing cultivation speed, faster than a rocket. Human comparison was truly frustrating. Seeing Harold's discomfort, the two women felt quite satisfied, secretly thinking, serve you right for underestimating us. Coughing lightly, Harold softly reiterated, ladies, regardless, please don't stray too far. I need to protect you. How shameless. Knowing he was weaker, he still boldly claimed he'd protect them. Well, shamelessness comes in all forms, doesn't it? Note, for smoother narrative flow, certain sections have been adjusted slightly while maintaining the original essence. ##### Chapter 175. Each fighting their own battle. Seeing Harold's shameless demeanor, the two women couldn't help but have their faces twitch, feeling utterly speechless. They had seen shameless people be bright. In an instant, the sharp edge of the blade seemed like a bolt of purple lightning, instantly cleaving into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, and the blade devoured everything within 3 zhong. Anyone nearby was reduced to a pile of bones, their flesh torn apart. Seeing such terrifying strength, the Blood Demon sect members were shocked, immediately retreating. How could they possibly stand against such a formidable warrior? Even if they all charged, it wouldn't be enough to even satisfy his appetite. Charge. But if they didn't fight, death would still find them. Rather than retreating and getting killed by their superiors, they might as well charge forward and hope for a chance to kill Jamar and save themselves. Himph! Jamar sneered coldly at the approaching Blood Demon sect members, looking down on them with disdain. These fools were truly asking for death, knowing they couldn't defeat him yet still charging ahead. Wasn't that tantamount to offering their heads? Since they courted death, he wouldn't hesitate. General Su has not engaged in battle for a long time. Since you insist on coming, let your blood bathe my blade anew, Jamar said coolly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The light on his saber turned blood red. He swung his saber once more. Instantly, the blade glinted, the cold steel enveloping the area, piercing cries filling the air. Blood splattered everywhere, and bodies collapsed with faces twisted in agony. They died without understanding why this man was so strong, like a god from another world. Kill. Jamar's gaze swept coldly across the battlefield, his face devoid of emotion, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. His gaze locked onto a powerful Blood Demon sect member wearing a ghost mask to his left, and he charged forward. Although these 6 or 7 martial artists weren't much to him now, he still wanted to finish them off. Gripping his long saber, he leaped toward the 6 Blood Demon sect members nearby. Swish! Suddenly, Jamar's saber shimmered with a blinding radiance, slashing down. Seeing the sudden burst of cold light, the 6 Blood Demon sect members' faces paled in terror, quickly stepping back. At that moment, it felt as if a colossal sword, like a celestial river, appeared before them. The sword light flickering and bewildering, akin to the crescent moon in the night sky. In an instant, numerous tiny blades flew out, encasing the 6 in a web of death. No! Terrified screams rang out as the 6 were sliced into pieces, blood spurting everywhere, their corpses dismembered in the bloodbath. Even the other Blood Demon sect members nearby suffered the same fate, their bodies flying apart, adding to the carnage. The surviving members stared in horror, trembling in fear, taking involuntary steps backward. Too terrifying. Jamar showed no signs of stopping, his icy gaze shifting to the other Blood Demon sect members as he slashed forward. Not far away, Gustav wasn't falling behind either. His dual spears whirled ferociously, one after another cutting down enemies. Die! Suddenly, a high-ranking Blood Demon sect martial artist spotted a gap in Gustav's defense, his long sword lunging like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Gustav's heart. Seeing the sword about to reach him, he felt a surge of joy, imagining the mighty warrior about to fall beneath his blade. Humph! Seeing the high-ranking Blood Demon sect martial artist approach from the left, Gustav snorted coldly, looking at him with disdain. Want to kill him? Was that even possible? Suddenly, Gustav's expression hardened, and his feet slammed into the ground. Boom! Thunder roared, deafeningly loud, creating a massive 3 zhong wide pit where he stood. Leaping up, he swung his dual spears with all his might, intending to slay his opponent. Instantly, his body exuded limitless killing intent, the blood-red sunset reflecting off his spears, sending shivers down everyone's spines. No! The high-ranking Blood Demon sect martial artist screamed in anguish, his eyes filled with terror at the terrifying blow descending from above. Despite using every ounce of his strength and energy, he couldn't withstand Gustav's strike. Boom! Gustav's spears slashed through the high-ranking Blood Demon sect martial artist, turning him into a mist of blood and gore, bidding farewell to this world forever. Quickly refocusing, Gustav turned his attention to the other Blood Demon sect members, his hands constantly moving, slaughtering enemy after enemy. Dead bodies littered the ground, soaked in blood, their eyes wide open in eternal defiance. What the hell? Why are those 2 generals by Harold's side so terrifying? Jonas, perched on a tree branch, cursed inwardly after witnessing the fearsome prowess of Gustav and Jamar. He had been about to join the battle, but rethought it upon seeing their strength. Such formidable power posed a direct threat to his life. Engaging them would mean certain death. Now he could only hope his comrades arrived soon. Otherwise, once his subordinates were all eliminated, it would be his turn. Though he desperately wanted to flee, thinking of finally catching Harold dampened that urge. He only wished to eliminate his foe. Their ancestor had warned them to do everything in their power to slay Harold, or else the Blood Demon sect would become history. Everyone, please hurry up. With just these few men, we cannot defeat Harold, Jonas muttered darkly, his face grim. Chapter 176. Hall Masters of the Blood Demon Sect. Swish, swish, swish. As the two sides engaged in fierce battle and the Blood Demon sect members faced a one-sided massacre, hundreds and thousands of Blood Demon sect members surged to this location like a flood. Upon arriving, they quickly joined the battle. Even though the current group led by Harold was extremely powerful and engaging them meant certain death, they still advanced without hesitation as if under some form of control. Jonas, who had been anxious, suddenly felt relieved when he saw hundreds of Blood Demon sect members suddenly arrive and join the battle. His heart, which had been racing, now calmed down. Harold's two valiant generals were indeed very strong. But so what? They had numbers on their side and could use a sea of people to overwhelm them. Why are we losing so many people? A man with a blood-red saber, tall and handsome with striking beauty akin to a sword, asked coldly. Perched on a thick tree trunk, he looked at Jonas beside him, feeling somewhat displeased and puzzled in his heart. This man was Tadu Yedao, the 5th Hall Master of the Blood Demon sect, possessing the cultivation level of 4th tier martial respecter, and wielded an imposing saber skill that could slay enemies within 10 steps. One Hall Master, that Desi clad in black battle armor, is he the Emperor of would only mean death, especially the three major sects. Encountering them would result in nothing but hasty retreats. Without a word, the three men turned their gazes towards Harold and his group, coldly watching them, particularly Sophia, whose eyes flashed with envy, jealousy, and hatred when she noticed Christie's fluctuating bosom. She thought her chest was impressive, but this woman's was even more captivating, testing every man's willpower. Tadu Yedao asked softly, one Hall Master. How strong are those two generals beside Harold? They are very powerful, roughly at our level, but due to their nature as martial generals, their combat strength seems greater, Jonas said coldly. Martial generals were warriors that the sect powerhouses feared. Compared to sect warriors, martial generals possessed terrifying battle aura, making them even more formidable. Thus, martial generals of the same realm were far stronger than sect warriors. However, it wasn't always the case that martial generals were superior. There were exceptional sect warriors far more powerful than martial generals, albeit very rare. Stevie focused intently on Bowie, his expression grim. How strong is that scholarly-looking guy? He rarely shows his skills, and I haven't seen his true strength, but he gives me a chilling feeling. To deal with him, we need both of us working together, Jonas replied coldly. Although he hadn't witnessed Bowie's full power, the ominous aura emanating from him left no doubt about his prowess. With their own sect powerhouses arriving, he dared not underestimate anyone. It was better to proceed cautiously to avoid unexpected mishaps. Jonas continued, 2nd Hall Master and 5th Hall Master. You two handle the two generals. 4th Hall Master and I will deal with Harold and the mysterious expert beside him. Harold must die today. But to kill him, they had to take down the experts around him first. He didn't know the strength of the mysterious expert, but they needed to be cautious and not attack alone. If one of them got killed instantly, it would be disastrous. I have no objections, Tadu Yedao said lightly. Neither do I. Sophia added. Since everyone agrees, let's strike and take care of Harold and his group. We can't stay too long here to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jonas said flatly. Agreed. Everyone nodded, ready to act. Jonas drew his sword, pointed it at Harold, and the remaining three also armed themselves, rushing toward their targets. Tadu Yedao targeted Jamar while Sophia attacked Gustav. Sensing their approach, Bowie quickly unsheathed his sword, waving it gracefully as a dazzling light spread around him. Clang, clang, clang. Jonas and Stevie, charging with cold expressions, changed their faces upon seeing the deadly souled light. The sword in his hand danced frenziedly, releasing surging sword chi. In just a few breaths, several members of the Blood Demon sect clutched their throats, their eyes filled with despair and unwillingness, collapsing to the ground. Asterisk splat. Asterisk. Blood trickled out from between their fingers instantly. Seeing more enemies arriving, Einar's expression remained unchanged as he continued to slash them down ruthlessly. These few foes were not enough to threaten his life. His right hand wielding the sword moved wildly, his body soaked in blood and sweat, yet his gaze remained sharp. A hint of excitement flickered in his brow. Since ascending to the throne, he had been confined within the palace day and night, and it had been a long time since he had fought this intensely. Today, he would fight until his heart's content. Beside him, Alia and Christie did not yield either, swinging their swords wildly, their sword chi terrifying. As they engaged in fierce combat, a group of plain-clothed youths with extremely cold expressions suddenly appeared around them. They were none other than the undercover agents of the embroidered uniform guard. Seeing the members of the Blood Demon sect surrounding and attacking their emperor, the faces of the embroidered uniform guard became even colder. One by one, they drew out their brocade spring knives. Kill. On someone's command, the embroidered uniform guard, eyes filled with killing intent, instantly charged at the Blood Demon sect members, daring to surround their emperor? Then death would be their penance. Caught off guard by the sudden arrival of the embroidered uniform guard, the Blood Demon sect members were momentarily at a loss. What was happening? Why were these plain-clothed youths attacking them? Unfortunately, before some could react, they fell one after another into pools of blood. The massacre continued. Filled with rage and murderous intent, the embroidered uniform guard, like a pack of wolves, now turned on their enemies. If word had come sooner, their emperor would have avoided harm from these wretches. Since they dared to hurt their emperor, no mercy would be shown. They sharpened their blades and advanced relentlessly towards the Blood Demon sect members. The few hall masters of the Blood Demon sect fighting with Gustav and others saw the sudden appearance of the plain-clothed youths and were baffled. More shockingly, these newcomers possessed terrifying combat strength. Their people were no match for them. Could they be from the Great Anchor Dynasty? How could they possibly be here? Jonas muttered to himself, his face darkening. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. The Great Anchor Dynasty was far away, making it nearly impossible to arrive here in such a short time. Even if they could, their strength wouldn't be so formidable. If the Great Anchor Dynasty had such powerful warriors, how could they have remained unknown? Perhaps they are from one of the 7 dynasties, or the 3 great sects? Jonas mused darkly. Considering the possibility, he felt uneasy. It seemed their movements had been exposed. 4th Hall Master, people from the 7 dynasties have arrived. We can't delay any longer, or we will find it difficult to retreat when their stronger forces arrive, Jonas said icily. Agreed. Seeing the sudden emergence of the plain-clothed youths, Stevie, the 4th Hall Master of the Blood Demon sect, nodded in agreement. Jonas was right. They couldn't afford to delay further. With that, both men exchanged glances, gripping their swords tightly. Sword light flashed, emanating a cold, menacing aura. Seeing the two fully commit to battle, aiming to end his life, Bowie smirked, undeterred. His right hand moved the long sword slightly, emitting a piercing sword intent and surging, terrifying sword chi. These two were decent with their swordplay, but to him, they were nothing but weaklings, easily dispatched with a snap of his fingers. Besides, did one always need to use a sword against an opponent? Watching the endless onslaught of the embroidered uniform guard, Einar nodded in satisfaction, marveling at their speed. Since they had arrived, let them finish off these Blood Demon sect members completely. Daring to besiege him? Looking for death. Splat. Struck by Jamar's powerful blade, Tadu Yedu, the 5th Hall Master of the Blood Demon sect, flew backward, spitting blood, his face pale. After rolling on the ground a few times, he quickly recovered, forcing himself to stand despite the pain. He looked at Jamar with a steady gaze. What a formidable warrior. What puzzled him most was how quickly this man had advanced in cultivation. Shin. Jamar pressed his advantage, stepping forward swiftly. The long blade surged forward, striking like a crescent moon. At this moment, the long blade in Jamar's hand radiated a fearsome aura, its light flashing as it cut through everything in front of him with a single stroke. Seeing this, Tadu Yedu's face changed drastically. Hastily, he retreated, avoiding the attack. He clearly sensed that if he didn't evade or resist, he would surely die. But with his current strength, he couldn't withstand this strike and had to retreat hurriedly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A single slash embedded the blade in the earth, shattering the ground. Instantly, surging aftershocks spread, sending everyone within 10 zhang flying back. Seeing his strike miss, Jamar was somewhat disappointed but continued his relentless pursuit. Trying to escape from under his blade was impossible. Seeing Jamar pursue him madly felt that these people were not ordinary. Each of their strengths was no less than that of a martial master, and most were mid-level or higher, with the strongest reaching the rank of martial venerable. In terms of numbers, there were at least 300 to 400 people, all uniformly martial masters. Among them were several martial venerables. Christie grew increasingly curious. What kind of ruler was Harold? Why did he have so many followers? And each of them possessed formidable strength. Most shockingly, despite their abilities, she could be sure that none of them were older than 30. The Hall Masters of the Blood Demon sect who were battling Gustav, Jamar, Bowie, and others suddenly turned pale upon hearing the words from the surrounding Jinui. They had initially assumed that these several hundred people were not from the Great Anchor Dynasty, but in fact, they were. Not only were they from the Great Anchor Dynasty, but they belonged to its most mysterious organization, the Jinui. Jonas, who was attacking Bowie alongside others, had a gloomy expression and said, 4th Hall Master, circumstances have changed. It looks like we must retreat first. I agree with your assessment. Stevie replied with an icy demeanor. Although losing so many men made them feel uncomfortable, compared to their lives, those losses meant nothing. Additionally, as the saying goes, as long as there are green hills, there will always be firewood. If they continued to tangle with these opponents, death might greet them instead. 2nd Hall Master, 5th Hall Master, don't keep entangled with your current opponents. Find a way to escape immediately and regroup at our Christian Yang sect ruins, Jonas instructed, his face cold. Looking at the formidable martial artists before him, he inwardly lamented and wondered where Harold had recruited such a group of people, especially those within the Jinui, which gave them a headache. At the same time, he realized that there must be hidden Jinuri agents within their Blood Demon sect leadership. However, the method used by the Jinuri to hide themselves was so unique that they couldn't identify them easily. It seems we need to examine each person individually to uncover any infiltrators within the sect, Jonas muttered to himself. Hearing Jonas's words, Tadu Yedao and Sophia nodded in agreement. At this moment, even though they were giving it their all, they didn't wish to continue tangling with these foes. Otherwise, they would meet their demise. Seeing the two attempting to flee, Bowie said, "Wanna run? Do you think it's possible?" Upon hearing these words, their hearts sank, and their brows flickered with boundless chilliness. However, this wasn't the time for rash actions. This opponent's strength was too formidable. Only by working together could they match him equally. If either of them fought him alone, certain death awaited. After delivering this chilling statement, Bowie then smiled and said to the king, "Your Majesty, I hope everyone can retreat beyond 100 meters? Stay in the formation. Otherwise, the ambient spiritual energy wouldn't suffice to maintain it for more than 5 breaths." But this man was practically inhuman. Without using spirit stones, he had constructed the array using the energy contained within human flesh and blood, and the numerous members of their Blood Demon sect who fell provided him the means to set up this powerful array to imprison them. Stevie also quickly realized what had happened and stated icily, "So during our battle, you were using your sword to inscribe symbols to set up the array." From the start of their intense combat, he had sensed something odd about his opponent's sword techniques, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Although his adversary had concealed it very well, without keen perception, one wouldn't detect his intentions. At this moment, he truly understood that this man had been toying with him throughout the battle. His true intention was to construct the array and trap them. Bowie smiled and said to the two, "While I have the ability to kill both of you, as high-ranking members of the Blood Demon sect, I can't guarantee you won't have a means to escape, so I resorted to this stratagem." Every word he spoke was true. Earlier, to prevent these Hall Masters of the Blood Demon sect from escaping, he resorted to this strategy. He had the capability to slay these high-ranking members, but he worried Jamar and Gustav might accidentally let the two escape. Though his methods were detestable, anything to help the king eliminate all enemies was worth doing, even if it meant becoming the most detested person in the world. Observing every move of the venomous strategist Bowie and witnessing the great cage formation he laid out, Harold felt deep admiration. This is what a venomous strategist is. Truly unpredictable and dangerous. His methods were fierce and extremely terrifying, causing one to shiver with fear. Yet, Harold liked this kind of person. Moreover, the members of the Blood Demon sect weren't decent people. There was no need for lenient treatment. As for how future generations would judge them, that was their freedom and their thoughts. What they needed to do was to make their names endure for eternity, ensuring everyone remembered them and all they accomplished. Chapter 179. Cherishing the fair sex? I can't. Hiss. Witnessing this scene and the sudden appearance of the array, Alia and Christy sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. They never imagined that the seemingly elegant, scholarly man could be so ruthless. It was clear they couldn't judge him by his appearance. Otherwise, it would mean certain death. They were now extremely curious about where Harold had found such a person. He not only possessed terrifying cultivation power, but was also an expert in array formations. His bizarre array, unpredictable and intimidating, especially when using people as elemental energy to construct it, made them shudder. In the heat of battle, Jamar and Gustav observed Bowie set up the eerie array, releasing an overwhelming aura. This time, they were ready to fight with all their might. Swish! Jamar's long blade swept out. The glint of the blade shimmered with icy menace, its sharp edge reflecting the light. Seeing Jamar's formidable attack, Du Yadao, already covered in wounds, felt a wave of despair. He regretted ever delaying the fight. If he had fled earlier, he wouldn't be fighting for his life now. "I want to tear off your skin too if you want to kill me." Du Yadao's face hardened as veins bulged on his body, a powerful aura surging within. Clutching the large broadsword tightly, his eyes turned cold as he stepped forward. He knew Jamar's strike was more than he could handle, but if he was going to die, he'd take a piece of the enemy with him. Himph! Seeing Du Yadao struggling, Jamar's eyes showed disdain, tightening his grip on the long blade. It was nothing more than the struggle of a dying insect. Suddenly, Jamar's long blade emitted a joyful cry, the blade glowing fiercely and vibrating intensely as it soared through the air, swiftly targeting Du Yadao. In an instant, waves of dazzling light enveloped him, transforming him into a blazing sun that illuminated the darkness around. No. Du Yadao tried one last desperate move against the descending blade, but he could only helplessly endure the terrifying blow. Ah! In a heartbeat, he screamed in agony as Jamar's fiery red blade came down, spraying blood, piercing his body, impaling it diagonally to the ground, splitting him into two halves. Facing this deadly attack, Du Yadao's eyes filled with despair and unwillingness, like a dying fish struggling. Yet his intense will to live surged out uncontrollably. But it was futile. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, blood and flesh flying everywhere, mist enveloping the surroundings as Du Yadao collapsed, eyes wide open with disbelief. How could this guy be so strong? That was his final thought and question. Only now did he realize the man had never fought at full strength. Phew! Looking at the lifeless corpse on the ground, Jamar spat, his eyes filled with disdain. An ant was still an ant, never realizing how laughable their strength truly was until facing someone far superior. With a kick to Sophia's chest, she spat blood and flew several meters away. Gustav showed no mercy, his icy eyes fixed on her as he lunged again with his twin halberds. He had no intention of cherishing any beauty, he just wanted to eliminate her. Cherishing the fair sex? That was impossible. To do so with such a venomous woman would expose himself to danger. Besides, he was ancient evil, and compassion had no place in him. Sophia's face changed as Gustav attacked again. She quickly got up, using her flexible body to stand, her whip swirling madly. She never expected this brute to be both terrifying and merciless. No matter what, she couldn't die here or at the hands of this barbaric man. Swish, swish. Seeing the frenzied whipping, Gustav frowned, feeling uneasy. Although her strength wasn't remarkable, her whip technique hindered him. Yet he wouldn't let it stop him. His hands moved furiously, his cold eyes searching for her weaknesses, aiming for a fatal strike. Not far away, Jamar saw Gustav stalled and asked, "General Gustav, need my help?" "No. This woman may be strong, but dealing with her is well within my capability," Gustav replied coldly. "Need help? What a joke. A mere weakling like her shouldn't be feared." His inability to quickly subdue her stemmed from her powerful whip techniques that kept him at bay. Seeing Gustav refuse his offer, Jamar shifted his gaze to Bowie nearby. "Sir Atli, do you need help?" Before Jamar finished speaking, Bowie responded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry over." Despite his formidable strength, Bowie was not a warrior or fighter. He wondered why Jamar didn't come sooner. Was it because he considered himself too powerful? Heh. Seeing Bowie needed help, Jamar smiled, then suddenly grew stern, gripping his blade tightly as he charged towards Stevie. He originally thought Bowie's immense cultivation wouldn't require assistance, but circumstances had changed. It made sense. After all, Bowie was a strategist, not a mighty warrior. Despite his power, he couldn't swiftly execute the opponent. Stevie sensed the murderous intent from behind, immediately stopping his assault on Bowie. He drew his sword to block the incoming attack. Boom! Blade met sword, akin to two mountains colliding, the impact reverberating with powerful shockwaves. Both men stepped back, But while Jamar remained unharmed, Stevie's insides churned violently, nearly causing him to vomit. So formidable. Only now did he understand why Tadu Yadao was defeated. Any one of them could easily fall victim to such strength. Damn, 3 men were manageable before. But now, only 3 remained, which was akin to seeking death. Headmaster, bring out all your skills. Don't hold back now, or we'll all die here, Stevie said grimly. To escape this array, they had to eliminate the scholarly man. Otherwise, they would remain trapped, ultimately slain by these opponents. He was sure killing the scholar would break the array surrounding them, but failing to do so meant certain doom. Chapter 180. Bowie's concerns. Seeing the dire situation, Jonas's face turned extremely grim. He no longer intended to hide his cards, and soon revealed the black talisman. Upon seeing the black talisman in Jonas's hand, Bowie instantly frowned, followed by an uneasy feeling in his heart. Recalling Stevie's words earlier and looking at that black talisman, he immediately went cold and charged toward Jonas with his longsword. Sensing Bowie's lethal attack, Jonas's expression drastically changed as he quickly retreated to avoid the deadly strike. But how could Bowie let him off so easily? Without a word, he swung his sword, with rolling sword chi entwining it, ready to deliver a fatal blow upon contact. As the icy blade tip neared him, Jonas's face grew darker. He desperately sought an opportunity to use the power of the talisman. After a moment's thought, he finally came up with a plan. Looking at the advancing Bowie, he said coldly, "Since you don't want me dead, then let's see who dies first." With that, he gathered all his spiritual energy into his left hand and activated the power within the talisman. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted and swallowed him whole. Oh no! Realizing something was wrong with the power emanating from the talisman, Jonas's face showed shock as he hurriedly released it, but it was too late. The terrifying power from the talisman consumed him first, enveloping him in a torrent of black mist. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Bowie halted his attack, eyes narrowing with endless killing intent as he stared at Jonas. Tadioquais, Stevie and Sophia, who were fighting nearby, also sensed the evil aura and their expressions changed abruptly. How can this power be here? They had seen this horrifying and powerful evil force before, but never did they imagine that Jonas would gather it on a single talisman. More absurdly, he used it right in front of everyone, ultimately leading to his own consumption. With a cold gaze, Bowie looked at the swirling black mist and said in an icy tone, "Generals, please resolve your opponents as soon as possible." This evil aura was too powerful and menacing. Jamar and Gustav must finish off their enemies quickly and leave the formation. Otherwise, if he engaged this guy in a fight, it would inevitably affect the two of them. So, the best course of action was for them to leave the formation as soon as possible. Alright. Hearing Bowie's words, Gustav and Jamar instantly unleashed their full power, their formidable auras spreading across the area, causing their combat strength to soar. Seeing these two big men's combat prowess increase again, Stevie and Sophia's faces turned pale, and they tried every means to boost their own strength. To survive, they had to defeat these two enemies. They couldn't hold if sword and blade was like two towering mountains crashing together, producing a deafening roar, with powerful aftereffects spreading around. Bang! Spit! Stevie knelt on one knee, spitting blood, his face deathly pale, then wore a bitter smile. He succeeded. He had deflected the fatal attack. Yet, he knew better than anyone that though he defended against it, he was now unable to fight further. Seeing the opponent withstand his fatal blow, a flicker of surprise appeared in Jamar's eyes. It seemed this guy was indeed resilient. After all, that strike just now contained all his strength, yet the opponent had managed to bear it. Though bearing it cost him his ability to fight further, now he was like fish on a chopping board, awaiting execution. Slash. Jamar attacked again, the sharp blade slashing down once more. Stevie coughed up blood, watching helplessly as the blade descended. He couldn't escape his fate. Spit. Boom. A single slash carved deep scars into the earth. Stevie became a lifeless corpse. Without looking back, Jamar turned away, the blood dripping from his sword slowly falling. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His cold face radiated murderous rage, making him seem like a fearsome god of war. His icy gaze surveyed the surroundings. Just as the battle ended, far away, Gustav swiftly finished his duel. The seductive Sophia was cut into 3 pieces by his dual halberds. Spit. Gazing coldly at the defiant look on the corpse, he spat to the side, inwardly complaining that women were truly troublesome. If his opponent had been a man, he would have finished them off much sooner. Looking at Jonas being swallowed by black mist, and then seeing Gustav and Jamar finish their battles, Bowie said, "Generals, please leave this formation immediately." "This, Sir Atli, is this guy really that terrifying? Do we need to assist?" Jamar asked with narrowed eyes. Gustav didn't say much either, having no objections. If Bowie needed help, they would charge forward without hesitation to eliminate the threat. "This black mist is very unique. You must not come into contact with it. Please retreat outside the formation immediately," Bowie replied without further explanation. Confused, the two men exchanged glances and then walked toward Harold before leaving the cage formation. After sending the two out of the cage formation, Bowie gazed coldly at Jonas and said, "Regardless of where you got this evil aura from, you will surely die today." This terrifying aura was dangerous. If allowed to escape, it would cause great harm. Thus, he had to destroy it today to prevent future disasters. "Haha, kill me? Do you think it's possible?" Jonas laughed maniacally, completely under control. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English, preserving paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 181. The Nemesis of Evil, the Aura of Scholarly Tao. Suddenly, Jonas's aura surged dramatically, rapidly ascending to the near Warrior King realm, barely half a step away from the ultimate goal. Sensing this formidable aura, Bowie showed no fear. He watched him with cold eyes and unyielding malice flickering across his brows. This fellow's cultivation is indeed formidable, but it's all show. Seeking death. Noticing the disdainful gaze, Jonas, with bloodshot eyes, was enraged. He pointed his icy sword directly at the other. Having never been provoked in all his existence, this day marked the first, by a lowly human race. Provoking me means paying with your life. As the sword light pierced through, radiant and menacing, Bowie remained unperturbed, determination gleaming in his eyes. Although the opponent seemed strong yet superficial, caution was still essential to avoid an unexpected setback. Bowie lightly waved his right hand, and the long sword in his grasp spun up and down, suddenly striking out like a lethal viper. Perceiving the high-level swordsmanship, Jonas, now blackened, was unexpectedly startled, eyeing him with incredulity. Brush. Jonas's cold face remained as he swung his sword, unleashing a deluge of sword light, covering a large area around him. Bowie, fearless, reacted instantly, the long sword dancing swiftly before retaliating like a venomous snake. Clang, clang, clang. In just a few breaths, they clashed for dozens of rounds, each holding their own without any noticeable disadvantage. Despite no clear winner, observant ones could discern that Bowie was slightly on the defensive against Jonas, who was only a half step away from the Warrior King realm. Seizing a slight opening, Jonas abruptly struck Bowie with a palm. Sensing the sudden attack, Bowie parried with his left hand, blocking the blow. Boom. A loud crash echoed as both recoiled several steps, gazing at each other with disbelief. Noticing the burning pain in his left hand, Bowie observed a black aura spreading over it, devouring his spiritual power. Bowie merely furrowed his brow, undeterred by fear, maintaining a composed demeanor. Ha ha ha. But then Jonas laughed, disdain flashing in his eyes. Daring to clash palms with me? Truly seeking death. His laughter froze as he noticed yellow gas emanating from Bowie, fiercely devouring the black aura on his left hand. Feeling the terrifying and lethal nature of the yellow gas, Jonas exclaimed in terror. You are a disciple of Confucianism? Such pure yellow gas would even surpass that of a powerful Confucian Taoist. Bowie, hearing this, showed no surprise, continuing to watch Jonas indifferently. Upon entering this world, he knew about the presence of Confucian Taoism here. However, this world's version differed greatly from their Chinese counterpart, one being heavenly, the other earthly. Their Confucianism was the heavenly one, while this world's was earthly. Quickly, under the influence of the yellow gas, the invasive black aura within Bowie's body vanished completely, and his injured left hand gradually returned to normal. Looking at Jonas, now fully blackened, Bowie remarked, It seems the Confucian Tao aura can purify your power. He hadn't expected it to work, but since it did, since this proved effective, he couldn't let Jonas off easily. The Confucian Tao aura, a force of purity held by scholars, could cleanse all evil in the world. Only the founder of the Confucian school, Confucius, could truly purify the world's evil. The Confucian Tao aura within Bowie wasn't entirely pure but sufficed for dealing with Jonas, possibly overwhelming him. Jonas, now blackened, couldn't help but panic internally. How could this man be a Confucian disciple? With such dark intentions, he shouldn't have this kind of aura, yet here it was. Without hesitation, Jonas turned and infused all his energy into the mechanical parts in his right hand. He had to escape soon or risk dying at Bowie's hands. Breaking through this array required him to unleash all his power. Seeing Jonas preparing to flee, Bowie sneered, gripping his sword tightly and charging forward. Outside, Harold and others watched the intense battle with furrowed brows. While Harold remained relatively calm, Carmen and Christy were astonished at the sight of Bowie's Confucian Tao aura, mouths agape in shock. Shock filled them, along with more astonishment. Bowie was supposed to be ruthless, lacking such an aura. Yet, fate played its trick. The concentration of the aura suggested he should be a great Confucian master, which didn't quite fit. How could a Confucian master possess such weak strength? Observing the evil aura surrounding Jonas, Harold frowned in recognition. It resembled something familiar from their encounter with the Blood Demon sect members, whose tokens possessed strange energy. Could there be a connection? Whether linked or not, he must investigate further. Such sinister energy was terrifying, and if widespread, it might consume many bodies. If my Yanhuang aura could absorb this evil energy, it would elevate my cultivation, Harold mused. Yes. His eyes lit up. He changed. He hurriedly retreated. If not for the fact that the other party's aura restrained him, he would never have been forced to retreat madly like a stray dog. Unfortunately, it was too late for the corrupted Jonas. Bowie's left palm had already struck his chest, sending him flying 10 meters away. While flying backward, the corrupted Jonas spat blood, his face extremely pale. He rolled on the ground a few times. Ignoring his internal injuries, Jonas desperately used the black chi around his body to block the yellow gas pressing against his chest, trying to stay within this body. Losing this somewhat decent vessel was no different from forcing him back to the brink of death. No matter how hard Jonas tried to resist, it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as he was gradually forced out of the body. It seems the time has come. Seeing this scene, Harold's lips curled slightly, and he stepped forward, directly entering the formation. Soon, all the black chi was expelled, leaving Jonas's body soulless and cold on the ground. The evil chi condensed into a black cloud glared at Bowie with intense hatred, mentally cursing his ancestors. Regardless, it had to escape. Otherwise, certain death awaited. Glancing around, its gaze finally locked onto Harold, who had entered the formation. Without hesitation, it surged toward him. Not good. Realizing the evil chi's movement, Bowie's expression drastically changed. With a cold look, he stepped forward to block it. Gustav, Jamar, and others outside also showed alarmed expressions, bursting with rage. They couldn't believe that the evil chi dared to attack their king. Just as they were anxiously waiting, the sight before them froze their faces. They widened their eyes and stared intently. Harold's body suddenly emitted golden yellow chi, which opened wide like a hungry tiger, enveloping the evil chi. Suddenly, they saw the golden yellow chi retract after devouring the evil chi, returning into Harold's body. Alia and Christy might not know what the golden yellow chi was, but Bowie, Gustav, Jamar, and others from Huaxia knew it all too well, and their hearts eased. The Yanhuang Qi devours the most evil forces in the world. Whenever there was extreme evil or any hostile energy attacking Harold, it would unhesitatingly appear, helping him resolve the crisis. To this Qi, those energies were the best nutrients in the world, essential for enhancing its power. Noticing something unusual within his body, Harold immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Bowie, standing beside Harold, saw him enter this state. He then disbanded the prison formation, while the surrounding people gathered around. Seeing Harold subtly, anyone observant could see his cultivation rising. Noticing Harold's transformation, Alia and Christy exchanged curious glances, full of disbelief and astonishment. How could Harold's cultivation increase so rapidly after swallowing that evil chi? It seemed even better than taking medicinal soups. Sue's sister, what's happening with this guy? How can his cultivation increase so fast all of a sudden? Is it because of that evil chi? Alia asked in frustration. Yes. It must be related to the evil chi. Christy nodded gently in response. But Sue's sister, that evil chi should be avoided. How could he use it to boost his cultivation? Alia exclaimed in shock. He might be able to use it due to that golden yellow chi that appeared earlier, Christy replied solemnly, her eyes fixed on Harold. At first, she thought the golden yellow chi was scholarly chi, but upon closer inspection, it was entirely different and filled with a terrifying mysterious aura. That terrifying presence made her feel chills, her soul trembling in fear. Whatever that chi was, it clearly treated the evil chi as nutrients. Sue's sister, do you know what that golden yellow chi is? Alia asked with clear eyes. ##### Chapter 183. Harold's cultivation has improved. I'm not quite sure, but it gave me a very frightening feeling, extremely threatening. Christy shook her head slightly and sighed. Although she had only seen it for a brief moment, she could feel the terrifying aura from that golden gas, as if it were a colossal dragon gazing coldly at her. This was the first time in her life she had witnessed such a terrifying and shocking gas, and her heart remained in awe. Is it really that powerful? Alia looked at Harold with a puzzled expression, completely unaware of how frightening the golden gas was. On the contrary, she felt that the gas was peculiar, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly why. But she was certain. It was indeed peculiar. Beside them, Bowie listened to the two women's conversation and smiled inwardly, not paying much attention. How could they possibly understand Yanhuang Qi? Even if they could understand it, they wouldn't know what it specifically was. Bowie watched Harold, who was still meditating, and waited quietly for him to finish his cultivation. Harold, who was deeply focused on cultivating, didn't notice the abnormality around him. He only felt that his cultivation was rapidly improving, and his strength was gradually increasing. The growth in his power was precisely what he needed. To survive in this world where martial arts were paramount, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, death was inevitable. Half an hour passed, and Harold stopped cultivating. His cultivation reached a certain realm, and he slowly opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. Huff! He slowly got up from the ground, feeling the immense power coursing through his body. Harold was very satisfied. That malevolent gas hadn't disappointed him. Second stage of martial veneration. His curiosity about where that malevolent gas came from grew stronger. He wondered if there was more of it. If there was more, that would be even better. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May you continue to improve. Bowie approached with a delighted expression. Yes, many thanks to Mr. Atlee. Without Mr. Atlee's control, I wouldn't have been able to absorb it, Harold smiled. Honestly, he was deeply grateful to Bowie. If it weren't for the powerful array he set up to trap that malevolent gas, Harold wouldn't have been able to absorb it. Now, that malevolent gas had become part of his body, providing nourishment for the enhancement of Yanhuang Qi. It is an honor to serve Your Majesty. Bowie humbly replied. Mr. Atlee, what happened to Blood Demon Sect's Master Jonas? Harold asked personally. Your Majesty, after being consumed by that malevolent gas, he became a soulless shell and has now perished, Bowie explained. Hearing Bowie's words, Harold felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped that guy might still be alive, but it seemed he was already dead. Hopefully, someone from the Blood Demons knows where that malevolent gas comes from, Harold muttered to himself. His cultivation speed was too slow. To increase it, he needed to absorb a large amount of celestial spirit energy and consume precious treasures. If he could absorb more malevolent gas, his cultivation would skyrocket. Of course, he couldn't overdo it. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Suddenly, Arnold knelt before Harold and said, Your Majesty, due to the battle here, many martial artists are heading this way, along with a large number of fierce beasts. Hearing this, Harold frowned. It seemed this place wasn't suitable for staying long-term. Turning to Alia and Christy, he smiled and said, Ladies, since martial artists are heading this way, we should leave? Okay. The two exchanged glances and nodded lightly. This place indeed wasn't suitable for lingering. Moreover, with martial artists and fierce beasts gathering due to the bloodshed, they needed to leave quickly to avoid chaos. But thinking about Harold reaching the martial veneration stage, their hearts were filled with unease. His improvement speed was just too fast. Not long after Harold left, about 50 to 60 martial artists appeared at the scene of the previous battle. All were highly cultivated, exuding strong auras. Upon closer inspection, each person's cultivation was no less than the martial lord level, with 3 or 4 at the martial veneration level. The arriving crowd looked around. Apart from the series of battle marks and scattered bloodstains, there was not a single person or corpse in sight. Strange. Why are there battle marks and bloodstains everywhere, but no corpses? Keith remarked curiously. The Keith was dressed simply but exuded an extremely powerful aura. A keen observer would recognize him as a martial veneration practitioner. Indeed, it's very strange. Normally, after a battle, numerous marks, bloodstains, and corpses would remain. But here, there is nothing. Another elegantly dressed Keith with piercing eyes commented calmly. Though his expression was calm and his aura steady, no one dared offend him. He was a martial veneration practitioner, and offending him meant certain death. There is nothing here. Did the people who fought clean up all the bodies? Or did they move the bodies away? Spoke a handsome youth with sharp features. His expression was calm, eyes cold, and his aura like a wild wolf. An observant person would deduce that he was a high-ranking martial lord. Though we don't know what happened here, the intense battle suggests there might be some heaven-defying treasure. Otherwise, the bodies wouldn't be so thoroughly cleaned up. As they discussed, more martial artists gathered, their eyes gleaming with greed. If they could figure out what happened here and find whoever obtained the treasure, becoming a powerful cultivator would no longer be a dream. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and towering ancient trees toppled one after another. Everyone's faces turned pale with fear, their gazes darting anxiously. Could this be a beast tide? Someone's words made everyone's faces fall, their expressions filled with terror. Damn it. If what this person said was true, wouldn't they all be doomed? Escape. Everyone scatter. Don't gather together. Otherwise, the beast tide will follow the crowd. Someone suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, the martial artists immediately fled without a second thought, disappearing in all directions to save their lives. ##### Chapter 184. Diverting the disaster eastward. Roar. 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 Suddenly, the mountains and forests shook. Ferocious beasts roared, and people fled in panic. The beasts relentlessly pursued the humans, pouncing on anyone they saw. Faced with these various vicious beasts, the humans were instantly overwhelmed, torn apart, and devoured by the sea of beasts before their eyes. There, a group of fierce gray wolves opened their massive mouths, revealing sharp fangs as they savagely tore at the humans. There, huge red-scaled pythons coiled around ancient trees, devouring one human after another who triggered this beast tide. Not far away, a Desi shouted in fury while fleeing for his life. The beast tide couldn't have been triggered for no reason. There was definitely someone behind this, but who knew who the culprit was? F***K. This must be Blood Demon Sect's doing. Other than Blood Demon Sect, no sect in this world would resort to such despicable tactics, but Keith, fleeing desperately, couldn't help but say. Immediately after he spoke, the surviving human warriors began cursing the entire Blood Demon Sect lineage. That's right. Only Blood Demon Sect could pull off such despicable stunts. Only those rats hiding in the shadows could carry it out. Damn it. Back outside, Blood Demon Sect caused a beast tide to kill us. Now they're still at it. Blood Demon Sect, damn you. If I survive, I will never rest until you're destroyed. Bloody hell, Blood Demon Sect. I swear to heaven, once I escape from these beasts, I will kill every single one of you. The warriors' fiery words ignited everyone's anger, immediately turning the blame onto Blood Demon Sect. Although they didn't know if Blood Demon Sect was truly responsible, the memory of their previous ordeal was enough to stir their rage. In their hearts, the fleeing dancers made a silent vow. Once they escaped from this place, they would hunt down and destroy all Blood Demon Sect warriors. If Blood Demon we need only sit back and watch the two sides fight it out, while letting the Imperial Guards make sure their relationship deteriorates completely, Bowie replied with a cold demeanor. Why should they use their own hands to handle others? What they needed to do was to fuel their mutual animosity, preferably making it as intense as possible. The more fiercely the two sides fought, the greater the benefits for the development of the Great Anchor Dynasty. It might even aid in unifying Nanyang region. Though unifying Nanyang region might be premature, it was better to plan ahead rather than wait. Your thinking aligns perfectly with mine. Harold smiled wickedly. When he could be cunning, he would never choose to be noble. Since these forces would obstruct the growth of the Great Anchor Dynasty in the future, why not use this opportunity to weaken them? If the combat strength of the 7 dynasties and the 3 major sects were reduced, they would no longer pose a significant threat to the Great Anchor Dynasty. Carmen and Christie, hearing the conversation between the two, frowned slightly, feeling uneasy about this scheme. This was the way of villains. They were ashamed to associate with such methods. However, considering the Great Anchor Dynasty was still in its developmental stage, they chose to remain silent. To a ruler, there were no villains or loyalists, only tools that could be used to achieve his interests. Their actions were not entirely wrong. It just made them feel uncomfortable. Swoosh. Suddenly, Arnold appeared 10 meters away, kneeling on one knee and respectfully greeting. Corps Commander Greg pays respects to Zack. Speak. Yes, Your Majesty. What exactly happened? Where are the members of Blood Demon Sect, the 7 dynasties, the 3 major sects, and the various forces? Harold asked coldly. Reporting to Your Majesty, under our guidance, members of the 7 dynasties, the 3 major sects, and the various forces gradually joined up. Now the survivors of Blood Demon Sect have all headed towards Christian Yang Sect's legacy tower. The 7 dynasties, the 3 major sects, are no exception, Corps Commander Greg reported coldly. Chapter 185. Gravity Array. Sigh. Hearing about the brutal and cunning nature of the Imperial Guards, Alia and Christie couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared at Greg. These guys were truly sinister, infiltrating deep into the Blood Demon Sect and leaving trails for others to follow. Another group was responsible for leading the 7 great dynasties, 3 major sects, and various forces on a relentless pursuit of the Blood Demon Sect. Their goal was to make both sides suffer tremendous losses. Not only had they succeeded, but they also created chaos within the 7 great dynasties and 3 major sects. Kyle Pohl. To confirm whether his feeling was correct, he stepped down from the stairs, and the heaviness disappeared. He stepped back up again, and the gravity pressed down on him once more. Confirming his senses, Harold whispered. The stairs have been equipped with a gravity array. To go up, one must withstand the gravity emitted by the steps. Bowie's eyes lit up. He stepped forward, placing his foot on the first step. Feeling the gravity descend upon him, though it was only 1 times heavier, he could clearly feel the added weight. What a powerful gravity array! Bowie marveled inwardly. Although the gravity didn't hinder him much, this array fascinated him. He even wondered who had set up the gravity array to keep it in such an eternal state. Seeing that Bowie seemed knowledgeable about the array, Harold asked softly, "Mr. Atlee, do you have anything to say about this gravity array?" "Your Majesty, if I'm not mistaken, this gravity array was set up by a powerful practitioner of the Christian Yang sect. We need to pass through this gravity test to reach the Christian Yang ruins," Bowie replied. "Sir, can the gravity be increased exponentially?" Harold asked. "Absolutely. If I'm right, every 10 steps increases the gravity. Reaching the peak requires enduring an almost unbearable heaviness," Bowie explained. "In that case, let's go up together." Harold looked at Alia and Christy, saying, "Ladies, please follow closely behind me." "Okay." After climbing 5,000 steps, they gradually saw people. More accurately, martial artists struggling to climb upward. Due to the gravity, many had already reached their limits and stopped where they were. Yet, many refused to give up, gritting their teeth and slowly climbing under the heavy pressure. But not seeing any members of the Blood Demon sect puzzled Harold greatly. Even if he couldn't see live members, he expected to find at least a corpse. However, since coming up, they hadn't seen a single body of a Blood Demon sect member. "Mr. Atlee, what do you think about the absence of Blood Demon sect corpses here?" Harold asked expressionlessly. "Your Majesty, I have 2 guesses." "Go on." Bowie said, "Firstly, the bodies of slain Blood Demon sect members were burned by the 7 great dynasties, 3 major sects, and other forces. Secondly, the Blood Demon sect used a special method to bypass the gravity array, allowing them free access to the Christian Yang ruins. I think the first scenario is unlikely, while the second one seems highly probable." Although he didn't know how the Blood Demon sect bypassed the gravity array, Bowie wished to study their method if possible. "To get answers, we need to meet the Blood Demon sect members at the top," Harold murmured to himself as he looked up at the peak. Without another word, Harold urged everyone to move faster, aiming to reach the summit quickly. He wanted to see the Christian Yang ruins and evaluations were positioned to the right. There was a wide expanse between them, suggesting no direct interference from either side. Bowie said, "Your Majesty, it appears that the Blood Demon sect has struck some sort of deal with the other factions, thus temporarily halting the conflict." "Indeed. You speak wisely." Harold nodded in agreement. Earlier, outside this place, the Blood Demon sect had killed many people from the various factions, who undoubtedly wanted to crush them to dust. The fact that both sides were intact now implied they had come to an agreement. Following everyone's gaze, Gu Christiangshuan saw a towering pagoda, seemingly ancient, radiating with golden light in front of them. If his guess was correct, this 18-story pagoda, covered in runes and emitting golden light, contained the heritage of Christian Yang sect. "Mr. Atlee, do you see the golden pagoda? Could there be a powerful array protecting it?" Harold asked softly. After scrutinizing it, Bowie replied, "Your Majesty, as you suspected, the ancient pagoda is indeed protected by a formidable array. This implies that within it lies the heritage of Christian Yang sect." Having thoroughly examined it, he was certain that this pagoda was shielded by an ancient protective array. Sect. "Yes, Your Majesty." Jamar respectfully responded, hands clasped in front of him. Beside him, Alia and Christy, hearing the exchange in an unfamiliar language, looked puzzled, unable to understand a word. Though they felt lost and unsure about the content of the conversation, from Harold's demeanor, they sensed it wasn't anything good. Meanwhile, members of the Blood Demon sect also noticed Harold. Hostile gazes emerged instantly, but none moved first. Informed by their companions, several elderly figures, red-faced and full of imposing presence, turned their icy, murderous eyes toward Harold. Particularly, one old man with black hair and a cold demeanor stared at Harold with intense hostility, longing to eliminate him. One elder glanced indifferently at Harold and then instructed the others, "No one is to attack Harold unless we give the order." He knew that if they attacked, the 7 great dynasties, 3 major sects, and other factions would intervene, leading to their doom. "Yes, sir." Feeling a chilly gaze on him, Harold calmly looked up and met the eye of the Blood Demon sect's patriarch. "It seems this old man is the ancestor of the Tadion family whom I destroyed earlier," Harold mused inwardly. Sensing the formidable power of the elder, he marveled at how formidable this opponent could be. If the elder were present. Upon hearing this voice, one by one they raised their heads and stared intently at the golden, shimmering tower before them. In plain sight, the array that had occasionally emitted rainbow-like light was now gone. Only the tower, occasionally shining with golden brilliance, remained. Sigh. After taking sharp breaths, everyone's gaze was fixed on the tower, wishing they could rush forward into it immediately. However, considering whether any danger still existed, nobody in the crowd dared to dash forward, all watching each other nervously to see who would make the first move. Previously, someone reckless tried to force his way through the array and ended up completely obliterated. Once bitten, twice shy, people now stood in place, observing each other warily, watching for who might foolishly make the first attempt. "Sir Atlee, now that the outer array of this tower has been solved, is there still any fatal danger lurking within?" Harold asked from the outskirts, furrowing his brow slightly. "Your Majesty, based on my observation, there is no visible hazard outside this tower, but I cannot guarantee its internal safety," Bowie replied. The external array had been dismantled by the array master, leaving uncertainty about the dangers inside. This was why no one dared to enter first. Now only steps away from the treasures, if something went wrong right at the entrance, it could lead to instant death, a regretful outcome indeed. "General Andres, since these fellows aren't entering, why don't you go ahead and check if there are any dangers inside?" Andres said with a cold expression. "Don't be hasty, General Andres. Since these folks enjoy spectating, let's watch along with them." After all, we have plenty of time. Harold gently shook his head in response. They must remain calm and not be the ones to stick out. He had more important matters to deal with. Soon, the martial artists previously trampled by fierce beasts would come here, allowing him to sit back and observe the ensuing conflict. Naturally, it would be best if the blood demon sect suffered heavy losses. Yes. Standing nearby, Alia turned to Christy curiously. Sujijia, what is this guy planning? Why isn't he leading us to seize the treasures? With the inheritance tower just within reach, she wondered why Harold didn't hurry them along. Could he be waiting for others to go in first before bringing them in? Wasn't that too disadvantageous? Those who entered the tower first would surely gain the best treasures or cultivation techniques. Yinan, although the tower's array has been disabled, none can guarantee the absence of internal hazards. Therefore, we need someone to test it out to ensure everything is safe. Christy smiled. Why don't we simply find a weakling and push him in? Alias' anger flared up instantly as newly arrived warriors, provoked by the Imperial Guards in disguise, rushed towards the Blood Demon sect. Recalling their previous humiliation and fleeing for survival, their smoldering anger reignited, leading to a sudden, furious assault on the Blood Demon sect fighters. Cries of anguish rose as the newly arrived warriors attacked like crazed hounds. Onlookers from the 7 dynasties, 3 great sects, and various forces watched in disbelief. Blood Demon sect fighters fell one after another, bewildered and unwilling to die. What's going on? Kill them. Soon, Blood Demon sect's elite members reacted, roaring orders and drawing weapons. Though confused, they retaliated fiercely. Seeing the ongoing battle, Harold smirked. But this wasn't enough. While numerous, the weaker martial artists were no match for Blood Demon sect elites. He needed the 7 dynasties, 3 great sects, and other factions involved. General Andres, notify Commander Guan to incite rage among the 7 dynasties, 3 great sects, and various factions, Harold ordered coolly. Yes. Andres responded respectfully and immediately contacted Greg, coordinating efforts to support the warriors against the Blood Demon sect. ####Chapter 188. This emperor has no shame. F***K. The Blood Demon sect dares to harm my Spirit Stream Mountain disciples. Do they really think we have no strong individuals in Spirit Stream Mountain? Disciples of Spirit Stream Mountain, follow this elder into battle. Suddenly, from where the 7 major kingdoms and 3 great sects were observing, a Keith with clear features emerged, wielding a silver spear. As he spoke, young people dressed similarly to him joined in without hesitation, attacking the Blood Demon sect members before them uncontrollably. At the same time, numerous voices erupted from the crowd, filled with righteous indignation, all wanting to annihilate every member of the Blood Demon sect. Since the array of the Inheritance Tower has already been broken, there's no need to spare these Blood Demon sect members. Brothers, let's join me in battle. How could we be left out of the slaughter of the Blood Demon sect? Disciples of the Northern Yuan sect, follow this elder to eliminate the Blood Demon sect. Since everyone is going after the Blood Demon sect, let's get involved too. Make these dogs pay for their past actions. Brothers, kill these Blood Demon sect bastards for me. Many who hadn't reacted yet were quickly incited by hidden Imperial Guards. One after another, they picked up weapons and charged at the Blood Demon sect members like ferocious beasts. The initially calm atmosphere rapidly turned grim as anger ignited within everyone's hearts. If it weren't for the temporary truce led by the 7 kingdoms and 3 great sects, they wouldn't have allowed the Blood Demon sect to stand by undisturbed. With so many people present, they didn't need to hold back. They lunged forward with weapons to wash away previous humiliations with the Blood Demon sect's blood. Even the experts of the 7 kingdoms and 3 great sects joined in without realizing what was happening. Seeing this sudden change, the Blood Demon sect elders' faces darkened immediately. Their eyes flashed with cold fury as they surveyed the surroundings. They never expected that things would turn out this way, igniting the wrath of the 7 kingdoms and 3 great sects so quickly. Spread my order. Do not tangle with these forces, there are too many of them. We must lure them into the treasure tower and then deal with them. The leading Blood Demon sect elder said abruptly, then led his group toward the distant treasure tower entrance. With their current numbers, they stood no chance against such overwhelming forces. Continuing to fight would only lead to their doom. But inside the tower, they might find a slim chance of survival or even an opportunity to strike back. Uncertain of the safety within the tower, they still had to take the risk, or they would face certain death. Quickly, under the guidance of the elders, Blood Demon sect members withdrew from battle, fighting while retreating towards the distant tower. F***K. They want to run? Not a chance. Brothers, follow me and cut them down. They second thought. His words did have a point. Although the Blood Demon sect didn't directly trigger the beast tide, they were indirectly involved. Therefore, the resentment against the Blood Demon sect from various forces stemmed from that event. Seeing the disdain in their expressions, Harold inwardly chuckled but remained silent. Since the Blood Demon sect had offended him and the presence of powerful forces would affect the development of his great Anchor dynasty, using this opportunity to weaken the Blood Demon sect and drain other forces' strength was a two-pronged strategy. However, some hidden Imperial Guards suffered as a result. Looking at the open door of the Inheritance Treasure Tower, Harold softly said, since this Inheritance Tower of Cloudy Sun sect is now open, let's enter and explore. This group's fight was their business, and their objective was to seize the opportunity to gain more inside. Ideally, he'd love to move the entire tower away, but that would require discretion. If the 7 kingdoms and 3 great sects found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sure. Everyone nodded lightly and followed him toward the opened Inheritance Treasure Tower. Meanwhile, in the capital of the great Anchor dynasty, Enkidu City, in the Imperial Palace, Tianxing Pavilion, Hiroshi, Kaden, Americ, and others stared coldly at the Keith who had just emerged from the heaven-level secret realm. Standing 8 feet tall, he wore tiger skin armor, exuding a formidable aura. Yet, those present felt an even more terrifying power from him. He seemed capable of eliminating them all with a snap of his fingers. Amidst the vigilant gazes of the group, The imposing man felt quite helpless. He wasn't here to fight. Why should they react like this? Compared to the present company, he was more curious about the palace itself. Through the passage behind him, he had entered this palace, only to lose all his cultivation powers. Now, he could only rely on his physical strength, unable to use any cultivation abilities. Don't be so tense. I'm not here to fight. I just want to talk to you. The imposing man smiled. Who exactly are you, and why are you in the Great Anchor Dynasty's palace? The officials exchanged glances, and Hiroshi, the chancellor, stepped forward, his face dark with suspicion. Chapter 189. The Fierce Beast from the Tenji Secret Realm. Looking at the people before him, the burly man expressed his utter helplessness, but did not know how to explain his existence. However, considering the importance of his mission here, he could only say with a sigh, "My name is Grover, and I am not human, but rest assured, I am definitely not a bad person." As soon as he mentioned he wasn't human, Grover quickly clarified that he was not a villain. To humans, anything non-human must have ulterior motives. He did not want to get into a battle with these humans before completing his task. Even if his strength far surpassed theirs, he could eliminate everyone here in a snap. He did not come here to cause trouble. Not human? Upon hearing this, everyone present changed expression slightly, their gazes turning cold as they prepared to draw their weapons. However, before fully understanding the situation, they couldn't act first. It might be unwise. Seeing Hiroshi and others react like this, Grover hurriedly said, "Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I'm really not a bad person. Please listen to me. I am not here to start any trouble." Inside, he felt helpless. Why were these humans so vigilant? They were quick to draw weapons. He admitted he was quite burly, but he was no villain or fearsome creature. Observing Grover didn't seem to be lying, Hiroshi frowned and then said expressionlessly, "Since you are not a bad person, may I ask why you suddenly appeared in the royal palace of our Great Anchor Dynasty?" Without saying much, Grover walked aside and pointed to the swirling vortex behind him. "I came out from there. I believe you also know what that place is? Tenji Secret Realm?" Everyone glanced at the entrance leading to the Tenji Secret Realm, frowning with doubt filling their hearts. This Tenji Secret Realm was vast, and their exploration only covered a fraction. Plus, the fierce beasts inside were extremely vicious, making them abandon further exploration. They could only wait until their own strength grew powerful enough to thoroughly explore and mine resources within this Tenji Secret Realm. What they had never expected was that anyone existed inside this Tenji Secret Realm, let alone someone who wasn't human at all. If he wasn't human, then what species was he? Since you are not human, may I ask what kind of creature you are, and what business brings you to our Great Anchor Dynasty's royal palace? Emeric asked coldly. "I'm human." "No, I'm not. I'm a fierce beast transformed into a human. I came here to discuss something with your emperor," Grover explained. Confused by these questions, Grover almost got himself lost. Nevertheless, he pulled himself together to state his true purpose for being here. A fierce beast? And a fierce beast turned human? In an instant, Hiroshi and the others could not sit still. One after another, they drew their weapons, a powerful aura bursting forth. A fierce beast capable of transforming into a human must be incredibly powerful, far beyond their capacity to handle. Still, none would step back. Seeing the humans draw their weapons, Grover froze, his mouth twisting involuntarily, filled with silence. Sigh. Grover naturally knew humans and fierce beasts were mortal enemies. He didn't expect revealing his identity would prompt these people to draw their weapons immediately. Such disrespect. Please don't make things tense. I came here with no ill intent and will not harm anyone. Grover expressed helplessly. If you have no ill intent, then why do you barge in without permission? Caden's tone turned icy. Grover replied, "I am the eldest son of the white-striped tiger clan leader, Grover. This time, my visit is to represent my clan and 4 other clans to pay respects to your emperor." Tedious-steening to this rambling, Hiroshi and the others roughly understood what was going on. Knowing this guy's intentions, they put away their vigilance and retracted their weapons. Though weapons were put away, vigilance remained within. After all, one cannot trust those outside their race. Anyone knows what these beast races were up to. Through Grover's account, everyone learned that Grover was the eldest son of the white-striped tiger clan leader in the Tenji Secret Realm. He represented several fierce beast races, planning to cooperate with the Great Anchor Dynasty. Hiroshi looked intently at Grover and said coolly, "If our Great Anchor Dynasty cooperates with you, what benefits do we gain? We can provide you with all resources inside the secret realm in exchange for allowing our 5 powerful races to enter the outside world." Seeing Grover about to leave, Hiroshi said, "Hold on, I haven't finished speaking. Do you have anything else to say?" Pausing, Grover questioned perplexedly, "Please tell your 5 clan leaders that if you wish to exit the secret realm, your entire clans must become beasts under the command of our Great Anchor Dynasty. Additionally, all resources inside the secret realm belong exclusively to us," Hiroshi stated icily. Chapter 190. Fierce Beast Surpassing the King Level. "Do you people of the Great Anchor Dynasty have such a huge appetite that you aren't afraid of being overstuffed?" Grover said coldly, squinting his eyes. Though he had heard about the greediness of human dynasties, he didn't expect this group to be so insatiable. Doesn't the Great Anchor Dynasty realize that an appetite so large could end up overstuffing themselves unwittingly? Facing the somber-faced Grover, Hiroshi remained as calm as ever, with no ripples in his heart, as if it was merely a small matter. "The largeness of our Great Anchor Dynasty's appetite is decided by us. You only need to comply," he remarked flatly. "Humph." Grover gave a cold snort and continued in an icy tone. "I hope you don't get overstuffed. Moreover, regarding your beast control request, I can't give you the answers you want for now. I need to discuss it with them." Beast control, in simple terms, means that the martial artists of the Great Anchor Dynasty wanted to enter into a symbiotic contract with these fierce beasts on equal terms. Had they handed all resources over at once, he might have been able to answer immediately. However, the issue of controlling the beasts was extremely difficult. After all, Once they entered into a symbiotic contract with humans, their whole clan, present and future generations, would have to swear loyalty to this dynasty. Thus, he needed to go back and discuss it with his people. I will only give you 3 days. 3 days later, we will send someone back to the secret realm. If we don't get the answers we want, then there's no need for further contact, Hiroshi said, his face cold. 3 days? Humans, isn't your demand too excessive? Grover's eyes narrowed as he unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, causing terrifying pressure to spread outwards. But just when he released his powerful force, an unknown force suddenly appeared and shattered this overwhelming power surge. Feeling an inexplicable heaviness on his body, Grover's face turned extremely chilly as he looked around but couldn't see any strong opponent applying pressure on him. Yet, the mysterious heaviness on his body forced him to acknowledge that there were indeed powerful individuals around, whose strength far exceeded his own. Quickly retracting his emitted aura, he felt much lighter, and the sudden heaviness disappeared. Too much? Hiroshi's eyes narrowed, and he replied coolly, we don't think it's too much at all. On the contrary, we feel like we are already being too lenient towards you. These creatures needed to pass through this entrance if they wanted to leave. Otherwise, they would remain trapped inside the secret realm forever. However, having read some special ancient texts, Hiroshi knew very well that once these fierce beasts were allowed to leave Heavenly Peak secret realm, they would gain freedom and would no longer be under control. Even if they wreaked havoc outside, brutally slaughtering living beings, the Heavenly Peak secret realm wouldn't be able to pull them back in again. Because once they were given freedom, the constraints set upon them by the secret realm would be lifted, allowing them to move freely without bounds. Therefore, he must ensure everything went perfectly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thermore, if he wasn't mistaken, this creature managed to come out by forcefully borrowing power from a stronger individual, and there was a time limit involved. If he didn't return soon or used his cultivation here, he himself would suffer severe injuries, and even the stronger individuals who sent him out might also be harmed. Upon hearing this, Grover seethed with rage but found himself helpless, only grinding his teeth and swallowing the bitterness. He couldn't use his cultivation or make a big move. Otherwise, not only would he suffer, negotiations will be off the table, Hiroshi said sternly. Don't worry, your colleagues are still alive and unharmed. We just knocked them out. They will naturally be released after I return, Grover replied without turning back. Soon, Grover walked entirely into the vortex, relieving everyone present. Facing such a formidable opponent, they felt chills down their spines, fearing any trouble he might cause in the Imperial Palace. Caesar, now that this has happened, we must inform Zack as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Americ approached Hiroshi and said slowly, Minister Gill is right. We must report this to Zack and let him decide. Meanwhile, we should close the entry to the secret realm world. Eric nodded slightly. Caesar, it seems that this Heavenly Peak secret realm is not simple. It contains shape-changing fierce beasts, and based on his words earlier, he might not even be the strongest, Winston remarked calmly. Winston's words immediately silenced everyone, each face turning extremely solemn. Shape-changing fierce beasts indicated that their level of strength had reached king level or possibly even surpassed it. Also, from Grover's words, it could be inferred that there were even more powerful beasts within. According to known information, fierce beasts were classified from levels 1 to 10. Levels 10 and above with spirit energy consumption. Even with substantial spirit energy reserves, at the frantic rate of depletion, within half an hour, they would certainly be drained. Once there was no spirit energy to sustain it, the consequences were unimaginable. Clan Chief. Seeing the 5 elderly men collapse on the ground, the 10 middle-aged human-looking powerhouses nearby became alarmed and hurriedly approached to check on them. These 5 elders were the pillars of the 5 clans. Any mishap could lead to internal strife repeating from 10,000 years ago. They had maintained peace among the 5 clans for 10,000 years. Under no circumstances should anything happen to them, or they would become sinners, scorned by their people. Taking the jade bottles filled with spirit-enriched elixirs handed over by clan members, the 5 elders quickly drank from them and sat cross-legged to recover their spirit energy. Grover, who had just emerged, seeing the state of the 5 elders, was internally shocked and felt a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have delayed so long. If something happened to these 5, the tragedy from 1,000 years ago might repeat. An hour passed, the originally pale-faced elders gradually regained their rosy complexion and energy, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. After recovering, the 5 swiftly stood up and swarmed around Grover, asking how things went. Facing the inquiries, Grover bitterly smiled and said, My lords, I fear I must disappoint you. I only saw officials of the Great Anchor Dynasty, but did not see its monarch. Upon reaching the Great Anchor Dynasty through the portal, what met his eyes were merely vigilant officials. He didn't even catch a glimpse of the monarch. What? Didn't see? Dark Wolf Clan Chief Tadion Zhaofeng's face darkened. He wore black robes adorned with fierce wolf heads, exuding an aura of elegance and authority, looking like an ancient sage. Grover, can you ask those officials where their warlord is and when he will return? Asked Tingling Snake Clan Chief Russell. Wearing gray robes, with a green giant serpent embroidered on the back, glowing with scales, he looked very amiable, with a mountain-like symbol on his forehead and flowing black hair. Grover, what exactly happened? How could you not see the Great Anchor Dynasty's monarch? Were you deceived by those officials? Flying Eagle Clan Chief Cleveland squinted his eyes. Cleveland, dressed in black, with a fire-red feathered eagle embroidered on his back, appeared very approachable. Everyone, stop arguing. Each of you asking one question. How does this help Grover answer us? Seeing the constant arguments, Giant Iron Rhino Clan Chief Soul calmly interjected. Soul had a ruddy complexion, handsome features, and a square face, with long black hair and pristine white robes, embroidered with a rhino clad under their control. The Great Anchor Dynasty is courting death, Russell retorted coldly. Humph. How dare they propose such outrageous demands? Do they think they're qualified to make us their beasts? Tadion Zhaofeng's eyes glinted dangerously, a murderous aura emanating. Their statement implies someone has guessed our situation and knows we desire to leave. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare propose such terms, Cleveland remarked coldly. Sol nodded. Abelardo is right. They wouldn't propose this without reason. Someone must have deduced our predicament. It appears the Great Anchor Dynasty isn't simple. Brothers, we need to reassess and strategize, otherwise, we'll gain nothing from them, Dustin stated calmly. Acknowledging his words, the other 4 elders fell silent, agreeing internally. He was right. They needed to strategize on dealing with the Great Anchor Dynasty and gain some advantage. Failure could jeopardize themselves and future generations. Time was running out. Only by forming a deal with humans outside could they leave this secret realm, enhancing their power and lifespan. Inside, their cultivation progressed rapidly, but at the cost of longevity. Outside, they could live longer. Staying here meant awaiting a predetermined end after 1,000 years. Chapter 192. A tower with another world inside. In the world of the ancient ruins, within the Cloud sect's relic site and its inheritance tower. Your Majesty, this tower is no ordinary construction. It has an entirely different internal space, but appears more like a trial tower, Bowie remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. This ingeniously crafted tower seemed like it was made by divine beings. Upon closer inspection, however, everything here was created by humans. If his guess was correct, the person who could craft such a formidable tower must have been a powerful human alchemist. While artisans could create things, there were discernible differences between their work and that of an alchemy master. Hence he confidently concluded this was definitely not the work of an artisan. Additionally, what amazed him most was that this tower's interior felt like a trial realm. People wanting to ascend to the next level had to pass the trials on their current floor and obtain appropriate rewards before they could enter the upper level. Mr. Atlee speaks truly. This tower isn't just a storage place for inheritance, it also functions as a trial tower. Harold nodded gently. Though unsure which alchemy master crafted it, one thing was clear. The builder must be at the peak of the continent's strength. He became increasingly curious about the Cloud sect. What lineage did it belong to, and how powerful was it in its prime? Did it exceed the current 3 major sects? At this moment, 10 black-clothed figures suddenly appeared before them. Each pair of eyes glowed green, and steel knives shimmered coldly in their hands. Seeing these mysterious intent, radiating a deadly aura. Seeing Harold charge, the 2 black-clothed warriors lifted their heads slightly, their icy eyes flashing as endless saber chi gathered on their knives. Instantly, a terrifying and mighty aura surged from their bodies, transforming them into ancient war gods advancing towards Harold. Facing these 2 formidable foes, Harold remained fearless, his sword dancing like dragons, sending waves of sword chi straight at them. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, almost like melodious music, as both sides engaged in intense combat without any clear advantage. Kill! Harold roared and leaped up, unleashing another burst of sword chi, striking down with overwhelming force, intending to cut through them. However, sensing imminent death, the 2 swiftly retreated, evading the attack. After narrowly avoiding the attack, they quickly counterattacked. Impressed by their quick reflexes, Harold stayed vigilant. From the few exchanges, he realized these warriors were not only formidable, but also had incredibly fast reactions. Slash. Farther away, Jamar's long saber glowed red, brilliant and dazzling, cutting through everything it met as it 2 black-clothed figures flew out. Jamar advanced mercilessly, denying them any breathing room. He knew they could recover rapidly despite severe injuries. To eliminate them, he had to destroy their bodies, or they would never die. Instantly, his saber emitted a crimson twilight glow, sparkling brilliantly, its terrifying aura immense, like a towering mountain with towering saber peaks. Without pause, he slashed towards the 2. Slash. Before they could react, the fearsome blade struck true, bisecting them cleanly and bringing them to the ground. Boom. The saber sank into the ground, thick smoke rising once more. The 2 black-clothed warriors collapsed instantly. Humph. Looking at the 2 half-corpses, Jamar's gaze turned cold as ice, surveying the area arrogantly, a sneer on his lips, radiating disdain. But then, the 2 corpses on the ground instantly transformed into a cloud of green gas, merging directly into him. Not good. Seeing this, Jamar's complexion changed drastically. He hurriedly tried to stop it, but the green gas had already fused with him. Chapter 193. Pure Essence Chi of Heaven and Earth. As Jamar was panic-stricken and worried about the green gas harming him, he was astonished to discover that after his body absorbed the green gas, his cultivation actually improved. Feeling the effects of the green gas, Jamar immediately put aside his vigilance and confirmed that the green gas had no harmful effects. Now he could determine that the green gas was the purest essence chi of heaven and earth, which could help people improve their cultivation. Though the cultivation realm didn't rise too much, it did effectively boost one's cultivation. As long as enough was absorbed, it would quickly enhance one's cultivation. I wonder if there are such warriors in the upper levels? Looking up slightly at the sky, Jamar mumbled to himself. He also desperately wished for an improvement in his own cultivation. The stronger their cultivation became, the more they could assist their king Harold. When encountering powerful cultivators, they could effortlessly slay them. At this moment, all he hoped for was that there were such warriors on the upper level, and preferably more of them. At this moment, Gustav quickly dispatched 2 black-robed warriors, and similarly exhibited actions like Jamar. However, upon confirming that this substance posed no harm, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt much calmer. Perceiving the effects of the green gas, he was extraordinarily delighted. If he could encounter more, his cultivation would skyrocket rapidly. While the 2 were successively killing black-robed warriors, Harold and his companions also swiftly defeated their opponents, while enjoying the effects of the green gas. This green gas seems to be the purest essence chi of heaven and earth. If I can get more of it, perhaps my cultivation will rapidly increase, Harold murmured to himself. Although the effect of the green gas was minimal, he clearly felt his cultivation improve. Thus, he was sure that with more absorption, his cultivation would rapidly increase. The stronger his cultivation became, the faster the surrounding Chinese heroes would also improve, gaining even more formidable combat power. Just as everyone was consecutively slaughtering black-robed warriors, an elderly voice suddenly echoed from above. Challenge successful. Now you have two choices before you. 1. Obtain 3 mystic-level martial arts and end the challenge. 2. Give up the 3 mystic-level martial arts and continue challenging for higher rewards. Hearing this voice, everyone's lips curled upward slightly, choosing without hesitation to continue the challenge for greater rewards. Immediately after making their choice, everyone vanished from where they stood. After a flash of light, Harold and company slowly opened their eyes. Before them now was an unfamiliar environment that seemed similar to the first layer but had denser heavenly essence chi. As soon as they arrived at the second layer, another group of black-robed warriors appeared before them, double the number compared to the lower level. Not only that, but these black-robed warriors in the upper level were all uniformly at the second stage of martial veneration realm, a full stage higher than the previous ones. Seeing these black-robed warriors, Harold and company couldn't help but feel excited, as if they saw a crowd of peerless beauties appear before them. These weren't enemies. Quite the opposite, these black-robed warriors were excellent cultivation resources. We each take 4. Casually leaving this remark, Harold eagerly charged forward with his sword, intent on claiming the lives of these black-robed warriors. Jamar, Gustav, and the others showed no signs of being outdone either, gripping their weapons tightly and charging ferociously at the black-robed warriors before them. Facing the surge from Harold and the others, the black-robed warriors also fiercely wielded their weapons, rushing forward to meet them. Their task was simple: block this group from passing or slay them here. 12 layers. With a cold expression, Harold's right hand held a sword gleaming with a cold light, his entire body bursting with spiritual energy, sword energy gathering into a swirling vortex around him. 24 black-robed warriors surrounded him, each at the 4th stage of martial veneration realm. Despite the large numbers and strong capabilities of the black-robed warriors, Harold remained unafraid. His sword light flickered, like silk, like mist. Although there were many and they were powerful, Harold faced them without fear, his excitement fueling his engagement with them, constantly honing his sword skills. Warriors, Harold showed no fear. He shook his sword, its light spreading like waves crashing against the sky. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the sounds of clashing swords resounded, the terrible residual force sweeping across the area, flying sword beams smashing into the ground, sending earth and stones flying into the sky. Harold's expression was serious as he gripped his sword tightly, his whole aura erupting vigorously, fierce sword intent surging from the sword in his hand, forcing the black-robed warriors to retreat. Facing such a terrifying Harold, the black-robed warriors continued fighting him with icy expressions, showing no surprise or fear. For these created beings, there were no emotions. Even if severely wounded, they wouldn't feel any pain. In their minds, there was only one command: stop all those entering the upper level, regardless of whether they were killed. As Harold engaged in intense combat, Jamar and Gustav quickly dispatched all the black-robed warriors before them, relishing in the sensation of the pure power. Their cultivation had improved once again, and it was an advancement to the next stage. At this moment, they grew increasingly eager to enter the upper level, so they could slay more black-robed warriors, and Gustav going up first to face warriors of their own caliber. Harold didn't stay idle either, immediately gathering Alia and Christy and forming a team to head upstairs. 2 days later, the 18th level of the pagoda presented an entirely different scene compared to the lower levels, a world apart. The 18th level was filled with birds singing and flowers blooming, mountains and rivers, forests and shrubs. Everything except for extremely ferocious beasts. Harold and his companions endured great hardships, spending much time slaying black-clothed warriors, finally arriving at the 18th level. However, at the sight before them, the three were instantly stunned, their gazes unbelievably scanning around, even rubbing their eyes repeatedly. Why is the 18th level so different from the previous 17? Harold murmured to himself. Alia and Christy, standing beside him, curiously observed the unique and mysterious world. There were no black-clothed warriors here. The elemental energy was extraordinarily dense, full of mystery, leaving them bewildered. Princessy, what's going on? Why is the 18th level so different from the lower 17? Christy asked. I'm not quite sure, but it's definitely the 18th level of the pagoda. It just seems different from below. Harold shook his head gently in response. Not only Christy was puzzled, Harold himself was also filled with doubts, unable to comprehend the situation. Though unsure, he remained vigilant, always alert to the potential dangers. Just then, the elderly voice echoed again. Young friends, since you've arrived, come over to this old man. Without moving, they cautiously looked around to locate the source of the voice. But despite their efforts, they couldn't see where the speaker was located. Why hide like this? If you dare, come out, Harold said coldly. Haha, what an amusing lad. If you really want to see this old man, follow straight ahead. I'm waiting for you by the lake. After exchanging glances, they decided unanimously to go and see who this old man was and why the 18th level differed from the lower ones. Soon, they arrived leisurely at the lakeside. Before their eyes was crystal clear water, and beside the lake stood a simple straw hut. Under an ancient willow tree, an elderly man dressed simply with a ruddy complexion was fishing leisurely with a rod. Such a picturesque world seemed almost otherworldly, suitable for rest and recuperation. Seeing the gentle elder nearby, they walked directly towards him. Reaching him, they greeted in unison. We greet you, elder. No need for formalities. Please sit. Suddenly, 3 small stools appeared before them. Thank you, elder. The first batch of destined souls to reach this upper level, Josue smiled. Over tens of thousands of years, seeing countless youths fail to progress beyond the 15th or 16th level left him somewhat resigned. Yet, he continued to wait silently, hoping for true destined souls to arrive and claim this fortune. His efforts were rewarded. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, he finally received 3 destined souls at once, filling him with excitement. Hearing this, Harold and his companions understood the significance of their arrival. They were the first to reach this upper level. Reflecting on their experiences through the previous 17 levels, they realized how difficult reaching the 18th level truly was. The 15th level was manageable, but the 16th and 17th levels were filled with martial kings, each one with formidable cultivation levels. Chapter 195. Prince? No, I am a monarch. After a long conversation with Josue, Harold and his companions had a rough understanding of the situation, and also learned why the ancient Christian Yang sect met its demise. Over 100,000 years ago, alien races invaded the Nanyang domain in large numbers. The Christian Yang sect led various sects and major dynasties in a united front to combat the invaders. Although they ultimately triumphed with the help of powerful forces sent by the Kunlun domain, many sects perished in the process. Even the mighty Christian Yang sect, which once stood at the pinnacle of the Nanyang domain, could not escape its downfall, to the point, yes, I am indeed a monarch. My dynasty is named Daxia Dynasty, a newly risen power. Harold did not deny it. Denial? There was no need. Even if the other party knew his dynasty's name, it wouldn't change anything. He had nothing to fear. Moreover, the other party was merely a spirit entity, unable to leave this place. To leave, the entire treasure tower would have to be moved. Josue was thoroughly stunned. Since he first noticed Harold, he had assumed the other party was merely a prince, never imagining he could be a monarch. Given his age, it was unimaginable for someone like him to be a monarch, let alone for those under him to accept such leadership. He had also thought the 2 warriors accompanying Harold earlier might be bodyguards. But now, unexpectedly, this Desi was indeed a monarch. Rivers run deep and the younger generation pushes forward. I never expected someone so young to be a monarch of a kingdom. Truly admirable. Josue sighed with admiration. Elder to-do Jess. Compared to your esteemed sect, my small dynasty is insignificant, Harold replied humbly. Ah, you shouldn't say that. Dynasties grow slowly, even powerful sects progress step by step. The Christian Yang sect rose to dominate the Nanyang domain, all through gradual ascent. Josue gently shook his head and responded. Individual strength is respects to your majesty. The trio bowed respectfully upon arrival. Advisor Atlee, generals, please rise. There is no need for formalities, Harold smiled warmly. Thank you, your majesty. As they stood, Harold introduced the elder Josue to them and vice versa. Through conversation, Harold learned that all 3 had reached the Wu Tod realm. Bowie was slightly ahead, having reached the 2nd level of Wu Tod, while Jamar and Gustav were at the 1st level. Despite this, Harold remained highly satisfied. With these Wu Tod cultivators, he could temporarily withstand the 7 great dynasties. Of course, while outwardly fearless, he remained cautious, unsure if these dynasties harbored stronger martial artists. By the way, your majesty, while I was overcoming the trials, the Imperial Guards reported that an emergency occurred in the capital city. The Chancellor requests your immediate return, Jamar stated. An emergency? What kind of emergency? Harold's expression turned cold. A beast at the transformation level entered the palace through a heaven-level secret passage, Jamar said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Harold's face fell, turning extremely grim. A beast at the transformation level? That means a Tier King beast had entered his palace. Those present furrowed their brows, filled with confusion. Alia and Christy were relatively composed, while Josue wore a puzzled expression, looking between the two without understanding their language. Yet, despite the confusion, Josue sensed from Harold's expression that something troubling had happened. Is the palace in danger? Have my brother, my concubines, or my son Tessa been harmed? Harold asked darkly, suppressing his anger. Chapter 196. Preparing to return to the anchor. Your Majesty, the transformed beast did not come with any hostile intent. Therefore, Her Majesty the Queen, the Prince, and young Lord are all unharmed, Jamar reported. Upon hearing this, Harold heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was puzzled as to how this heaven-level secret realm beast could have suddenly appeared at the Imperial King's palace without permission. Could it be that it broke through forcibly? Harold quickly dismissed this idea. Breaking through forcibly would amount to tempting death. It would be entirely counterproductive. But how did this creature manage to come out? What is going on? Explain it to me immediately and truthfully, Harold said in a cold tone. Your Majesty, Chancellor Hiroshi and others did not elaborate further. They only briefly instructed the Imperial Guards to convey this message and for you to return to the anchor as soon as possible. Jamar gently shook his head in response. Hearing Jamar's words, Harold instantly sensed that something significant had occurred. Chancellor Hiroshi and company were not exaggerating, which meant they couldn't relay what happened in the capital city through messages. Additionally, there was the sudden visit by a beast whose cultivation surpassed the king level. Did Chancellor Hiroshi say why the beast from the heaven-level secret realm came? Harold asked with a cold expression. Yes. Tell me. Hi. Chancellor Hiroshi mentioned that the beast from the heaven-level secret realm came with the intention to trade. Its purpose for coming to the Imperial King's palace was to negotiate a deal with our great anchor dynasty, Jamar explained. A trade? What kind of trade? Harold frowned, asking curiously. The beasts of the heaven-level secret realm want to leave, but without your Majesty's permission, they seem unable to do so. If they force their way out, they will certainly die. Thus, they wish to exchange all resources of the heaven-level secret realm for their freedom, Jamar elaborated. Did the Chancellor agree? Harold's eyes narrowed slightly. These beasts must have ulterior motives. From Jamar's account, Harold inferred that the beast that suddenly appeared in the Imperial King's palace likely managed to escape with the help of other powerful beasts. If it had tried alone, it would surely have perished. However, with assistance from its companions, it was easier to break free. Even with such aid, it could not stay out for too long. left the lakeside and arrived at a stone wall covered in moss and creeping vines reaching high into the sky. Seeing the wall blocking their path, everyone felt confused, not understanding why they were brought to this dead end. Elder to-do, where are we? Why have you brought us here? Harold asked, puzzled. To give you your rewards, naturally. Don't worry. Once I open the door, you'll see. Josue began searching for a mechanism to open the hidden gate on the stone wall, while Harold and the others watched with puzzled expressions, completely baffled by his actions. After a moment, Josue stopped, stroked his beard, and muttered to himself, strange. I clearly remember there being a mechanism to open the gate. Could I have forgotten something? Though Josue's voice was low, the martial artists like Harold heard every word clearly. Upon hearing his statement, everyone's faces darkened in disbelief, staring speechlessly at the old man. At this point, they seriously doubted if the old man had forgotten something crucial. Judging by his actions, they grew increasingly frustrated, feeling a mix of helplessness and annoyance. Old man, since you can't find the mechanism, maybe opening the gate doesn't require one. Perhaps all it needs is a passphrase, Alia interjected hesitantly. Hearing this, Josue's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Alia, saying, good girl, thanks for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have truly forgotten. Alia was right. Opening the hidden gate indeed required a passphrase. If not for her reminder, Josue might have still believed that pressing a mechanism would open the gate. Feeling complimented, Alia beamed proudly, as if saying, see, how clever am I? Seeing this, Christy couldn't help but laugh and wanted to punch her friend playfully. Beside her, Harold was also quite amused. This girl really knew how to make people speechless. Thankfully, her reminder helped prevent potential mishaps. Well, since it's a passphrase, you should quickly recite the opening command and let us see what treasures lie inside, Alia urged eagerly. Despite her immense wealth and access to various treasures, she was curious about what lay behind this stone wall. Would there be anything valuable? Indeed, Josue nodded lightly, turning to face the stone wall. He opened his mouth to recite the passphrase. However, as soon as he started, he froze, standing motionless. The expectant group waited anxiously, but Josue remained silent. Gradually, confusion set in as they wondered what was happening. Hey, old man, why aren't you reciting the passphrase? Are you trying to fool us? Alia said irritably. ####Chapter 197. Forgotten password. Green Sea Heavenly Jade. I'm not trying to trick you. I really want to tell you the password, but the problem is, I've forgotten what it is, Josue said with a wry smile as he turned around. What? Hearing this, Everett and the others nearly fell flat on their faces. They stared at each other in disbelief, clearly doubting his words. They couldn't believe that Josue had actually forgotten the password to open the hidden stone gate before them. Forgetting the password? Wasn't this a joke? Sir, we know you're old, but how could you forget something so important? Old man, are you playing with us? How can you forget such an important password? Alia asked irritably. Old to-do, are you kidding us? Everett forced a smile and asked. Alas, I'm not lying. I've truly forgotten the password to open this hidden stone gate, Josue replied, looking extremely embarrassed. He didn't want things to be this way, but the truth was, he really had forgotten. Just thinking about forgetting the password made him wish he could hide somewhere. Of all things to forget, why did it have to be this? Wasn't this like teasing people? But it wasn't entirely his fault. Over the years, no one had ever ventured into the 18th floor. If it weren't for Everett and the others breaking in here, he might have forgotten this place altogether in time. True of Green Sea Heavenly Jade in this world. Alia exclaimed in shock. Girl, looks like you really know your stuff. I'll tell you, this stone wall in front of you is genuine, top-grade Green Sea Heavenly Jade, Josue said proudly. Alia quickly stepped forward, her eyes scrutinizing every detail, even touching it to confirm it was Green Sea Heavenly Jade. Shocked, she exclaimed, damn, old man, where did your Christian Yang sect get such a huge piece of Green Sea Heavenly Jade? While others might not know about Green Sea Heavenly Jade, the young mistress of Fengshan Auction House certainly did. Green Sea Heavenly Jade existed in the abyssal zones, possessing the effects of purging heart demons, expanding martial arts meridians, and suppressing internal injuries. Due to its astonishing effects, even a small fist-sized piece could cause a stir throughout Kunlun region, or even the entire continent. Yet, she never expected to see such a large piece here. The most frustrating part was that these squanderers used it to make a stone wall. This wasn't just wasteful. It was the extravagance of rich wastrels. Upon hearing this, Christy felt a deep sense of awe, her gaze fixed on the massive stone wall. Everett and the others looked at the stone wall, utterly baffled, completely unaware of its significance. Your Majesty, this stone wall isn't simple at all. Bowie whispered. You're right, Master. The excitement it causes in Alia suggests this wall is extraordinary and must have uses that make it desirable. Everett nodded lightly. Though they didn't fully understand the situation, from Alia's reaction, they could infer that the stone wall was significant. Otherwise, with Alia's arrogant character and her wealth-driven attitude, she wouldn't be interested in this mere stone wall. If Alia heard Everett call the wall broken, she'd likely rush up and start yelling at him. Everett then softly asked, Old to-do, can you try to remember the password to open the hidden stone gate? Alas, friend, it's not that I don't want to think, but I seem to have completely forgotten the password, Josue said with a bitter smile. He dreamt of remembering the password, but the fact remained that he had completely forgotten it. If time could rewind, he would have written the password down in a notebook, but time doesn't rewind, so he could only keep trying to remember while bitterly laughing. After the initial excitement, Alia became exceptionally disappointed, slowly approaching Christy. Seeing Alia's crestfallen expression, Christy smiled coquettishly. Yinan, why are you so disheartened? Looking up slightly, her gaze fixated on the stone wall of Green Sea Heavenly Jade, she said with deep disappointment, Sister Sue, Wouldn't you feel very disappointed to see such a huge piece of green sea heavenly jade and yet not be able to take it away? How could anyone not feel disappointed? But what good does it do? Since we can't possess it, why should we worry? What's yours will always be yours, and what's not? No amount of thinking will change that, Christy said philosophically. Alia didn't speak, but her eyes were filled with longing as she stared at the stone wall. She was deeply disappointed, unable to take the green sea heavenly jade away. Seeing Alia's despondent face, Josue smiled and said, "Girl, you can't take this piece of green sea heavenly jade away, but that doesn't mean you can't take the ones behind it." What? Hearing this, Alia seemed invigorated, becoming incredibly lively. She rushed to Josue, grabbing him by the arm and asked excitedly, "Old man, you mean there are more pieces of green sea heavenly jade?" When saying this, Alia was extraordinarily excited, eager to obtain those other pieces of green sea heavenly jade. Yes, behind this wall, there are piles of green sea heavenly jade, though they're relatively small, only about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Josue nodded gently. Chapter 198, Password. Open Sesame. Upon hearing this, Alia's eyes lit up with excitement as she stared blankly at the stone wall behind her, eagerly anticipating the impending discovery of a vast expanse of Bai Hai Tianyu, jade-like gemstones. Even Christy, who stood beside her, was filled with anticipation for these rare treasures, hoping to acquire even a fist-sized piece of the precious Bai Hai Tianyu. It would be more than enough to satisfy her heart. That old man, what are you waiting for? Hurry and think of the password. Alia urged excitedly. Girl, don't rush me. I'm thinking, alright? If you keep pushing, I might forget it right when I remember, Josue replied, feeling somewhat speechless inside. What had gotten into this girl? Why was she so impatient to obtain the Bai Hai Tianyu? Though this item was incredibly rare and immensely beneficial for cultivators, it wasn't worth such haste, was it? Hendrik Thermore, what was the password to open this hidden stone gate? He had no recollection of it whatsoever. After a long while, seeing that Josue hadn't recalled the password, Harold couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just as he was about to speak, Alia preempted him. Hey, old man, how could you take so long just to think of a password? Are you getting senile? Girl, why are you in such a hurry when everyone else isn't? Are you afraid someone will steal your share? Josue sighed inwardly. Hearing this, Alia's face turned bright red under the scrutiny of everyone around her. She wished she could just sink into the ground. Ever since they arrived, she had been the only one incessantly urging Josue to open the hidden gate. Lowering her head, Alia muttered to herself, "It's not my fault. I didn't want to be this anxious, but who could blame me if the old man forgot the password to open the hidden gate?" Password. Could it be Open Sesame? That can't be possible. Just as Alia finished speaking, everyone felt the gate tremble slightly, though very subtly. It was unmistakable. Instantly, all eyes were on Alia. Was it possible she knew the password to open the hidden stone gate? Feeling everyone's gaze, Alia hesitantly raised her head, confused, and looked at everyone around her. "Su sister, why are you all staring at me? Did something stick to my face?" "Yanan, what were you mumbling just now?" Christy asked seriously after taking a deep breath. "I said I'm not in a hurry," Alia responded quizzically. "Not that part. A little further down." Christy shook her head. "A little further down? I mentioned how this old man forgot the password," Alia replied innocently. "Not that either. Yanan, think carefully. What was the last thing you said?" Christy pressed. Everyone silently looked at her, hoping she would repeat those final words. They had been too engrossed in pondering the password to catch Alia's exact words, but they were certain she had hit upon something crucial, or the stone call what it was. That let's not dwell on this. Let's go in and see what treasures await us. "I'll take all the Bai Hai Tianyu I can carry," Alia exclaimed, eyeing the open gate with excitement. The thought of obtaining a large amount of Bai Hai Tianyu made her heart race, and she was eager to enter. However, being a young lady from a noble family, she still adhered to proper etiquette. Though the elder had promised treasures as rewards, she wouldn't enter without his permission, especially considering the unknown dangers that might lie within. Josue smiled and led the group forward into the open gateway. As Josue entered, Alia immediately pulled Christy along. Harold and the others exchanged glances and followed without hesitation. Entering the gate, they passed through a layer of rainbow-colored bubbles, arriving in a cavernous hall filled with wonders. Inside, they saw an abundance of gold, silver, and treasure. Various spiritual artifacts lined the walls, including cultivation manuals and martial techniques, most of which floated mid-air encased in rainbow bubbles. Harold wasn't captivated by the cultivation manuals, martial techniques, or spiritual artifacts but instead stared dumbfounded at the rainbow bubbles. He wondered what these bubbles were made of, and why they could contain such items. Damn, old man, your Christian Yang sect is wealthier than any tycoon. Even draining all the wealth of Nanyang realm wouldn't come close to this place. Now that these young people have come, he was willing to contribute all the resources. Of course, how much they could take depended on their ability, as the riches here were enough to last tens of thousands of years. Hearing this, Alia's eyes lit up, then beckoned Christy to search for the Bai Hai Tianyu they needed. As the two gradually moved away, Harold turned his gaze towards Josue, asking, "Elder to-do, if I move all the resources here, do you think there will be any problem?" "Of course there is no problem, but you must find a way to move them. Also, you cannot take everything. After all, who knows if, one day in the future, other young people like you might come here," Josue said. While he had no objections to taking it all, the question was whether Harold and company could move everything. After all, the stored resources were incredibly abundant and enviable. Moving everything would be nearly impossible. But he didn't suggest moving all of it, because who knew if there would be young people like them coming here someday? If not, fine. But if yes, and he had nothing to offer them, that would be embarrassing. Harold seemed to understand him, and gave up the idea of moving everything. They indeed couldn't carry all the resources, but the system could. It had plenty of space and could easily transport everything. However, Greed was unwise, even for a king. Swallowing more than one could chew would only said, somewhat disappointed. When these young people arrived, he'd hoped they'd stay for a while and chat about the outside world. But considering Harold's difficulties, he didn't insist, not wanting to delay or harm them. I want to chat too, Elder To-Do. If we meet again, I'll certainly spend days talking with you, Harold smiled. Indeed, he wished to stay and enhance his cultivation using these resources, but the pressing matters in the Great Anchor Dynasty made him abandon that idea. More importantly, he wanted to understand the intentions behind the fierce beast's desperation to escape. Before knowing the answers, he didn't wish to stay longer or let these matters delay what was to come. Very well. If we meet again, you must chat with me, Josue nodded gently. Just as they talked, Alia and Christy returned with disappointed faces. Seeing this, everyone felt confused. Noticing their expressions, Harold asked, puzzled. Didn't you find what you need? No. Alia then complained. Old man, are you playing tricks on us? Why can't we find the Beihai Tianyu after searching so long? They had searched everywhere but found none. This frustrated them. Could the Beihai Tianyu really only exist on that stone wall? Hearing this, Harold frowned and looked at Josue beside him, wondering how he would respond. Could it be there was no Beihai Tianyu? Bullshit. I personally brought it in. How could it not be here? Did you look carefully? Josue asked. Impossible? If it weren't through his hands, maybe. But it did go through his hands, and not just a little bit. Old man, since you say it's here, why can't we find it? Alia pouted. It seems you truly missed it. If so, let me show you, Josue said, heading towards the left. The others exchanged glances and followed him. Since he claimed it was there, it likely was, but perhaps the girls hadn't noticed it. Chapter 200, Departure from the Relic World. Soon, under Josue's lead, everyone arrived at a corner within the space and saw a large pile of Beihai Tianyu, green sea sky jade, carelessly dumped in that corner like trash. Upon seeing this huge pile of green sea sky jade, the two women's eyes sparkled with greed. They stared straight at the scene, barely believing what they were seeing. No matter how much they rubbed their eyes, they still saw this enormous pile of jade-like rocks, green in color, crystalline and lustrous. Looking at this pile of things that looked like stones but even more like jade, Harold couldn't help but feel puzzled inside. If viewed from a modern person's perspective, these things were undoubtedly jade. Their greatest value would be for carving ancient jade or jewelry. However, after being in this strange world for so long, Harold realized deeply that the jade in this other world seemed different. They all contained unique powers within them. Old stinkard, if Lady here takes all these things away, I bet you won't object, right? Alia said excitedly. Well, I don't have any objections, but one should not be too greedy. You need to leave some for me. Josue replied. He naturally knew the uses of the green sea sky jade, yet he did not wish for Alia to take everything. After all, whoever was fortunate enough to come up here in the future would also need these items, and if there weren't any left, it would be quite embarrassing. Alia's eyes sparkled, her blood boiling with excitement as she nodded lightly. You can rest assured. We'll only take 1/10, leaving 9/10 for you. She wasn't a greedy person. She just wanted to take 1/10 of the green sea sky jade with Christy. As for the remaining part, it was up to this old man to decide what to do with it. As soon as she finished speaking, Alia immediately beckoned to the nearby Christy to pick out the best green sea sky jade. For such precious treasures, they must get the finest. Josue turned his gaze towards Harold beside him and said, Young friend, if you also desire these things, you may take them freely, but please leave a bit for me. Then, Harold will follow your advice. After a moment of hesitation, Harold replied with a smile. Twilight had fallen. Floating in the air near the relic's entrance, Brecken, who had been waiting silently, was astonished when he saw Harold, Alia, and the others suddenly appear. But he quickly reacted and swiftly descended from the sky, looking at them all with confusion on his face. Oh, why did you come out so soon? Hee. Grandpa Hendrik, we've obtained sufficient fortune, so naturally, we don't wish to stay inside longer, Alia smiled. They could exit so quickly entirely due to Josue's efforts. Otherwise, it might have taken several days to return to the outside world. Although he didn't know how Josue managed to send them out, the thought of obtaining enviable opportunities from him made him content. You already obtained sufficient fortune? How could that be possible? Why did you obtain it so quickly? Brecken asked in disbelief. Not just him. Anyone else would find it hard to believe. After all, the Alia and the others were the last batch of martial artists to enter the relic world. Even if they gained opportunities inside, they would likely only receive leftovers. To obtain the real rewards, they would have to snatch them from enemies. Yet looking at them now, unharmed and in good spirits, did they really obtain fortunes or just flee in disgrace? Grandpa Hendrik, Yinan is not lying. We truly obtained sufficient fortune in the relic world. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come out so quickly, Christy said. Grandpa Hendrik, surely you're not thinking we fled in disgrace because we feared dangers inside? Alia asked, speechless at his silence. Something like that, Brecken nodded slightly. Hearing this, Harold, Alia, and the others felt a wave of black lines appear on their foreheads, feeling depressed and confused. Just because they returned uninjured and safely, did he think they fled in disgrace? What a joke. If that were true, why would they be wearing such joyful expressions? Seeing everyone remain silent, looking at him oddly, Brecken felt perplexed. Did he really guess wrong? Loud to do. Miss Arnie and the others aren't lying to you. We exited early because we've already obtained enough fortune. Hearing Harold's account, Brecken's eyes narrowed, understanding why they emerged earlier than expected. Looking at Harold, despite his limited explanation, Josue mentioned matters that led him to guess the current Great Anchor Dynasty might be facing danger. As for the specific danger, only those in the Great Anchor Dynasty knew. Young friend, does your Great Anchor Dynasty need my assistance? If so, please command me, and I will do my utmost to help, Brecken offered. Harold helped Alia, saving her from the severe cold, and Brecken was determined to repay this kindness with all his strength. Even at the cost of his life, he would do so without hesitation. Since childhood, he always regarded Alia as his granddaughter, fearing any harm coming her way. Ever since she suffered the severe cold, he felt a plan? How come they didn't know Harold and the others had been setting one up? What kind of plan were they making? Harold remained silent, merely smiling, exuding an ominous grin. The collapse plan was set up by him and Bowie against the 7 dynasties, 3 major sects, and various forces. As for the specifics of the plan, that he couldn't disclose easily. Chapter 201. Soft Tadiops, Gentle Flavor. Inside the Fengshan auction house. After tidying up, Harold and his companions were ready to bid farewell to Alia and her group. However, as soon as they finished packing, Alia and the others were already waiting in the courtyard. Seeing everyone arrive, Harold inwardly sighed bitterly. Miss Arnie, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. If there's anything you need from me in the future, feel free to ask directly, Harold smiled. Aha. Alia had intended to say something, but when she tried to speak, her words got stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Despite this, she continued to smile at him, her eyes betraying a reluctance to part. After bidding farewell to her, he turned his gaze towards Christie and said, Miss Christie, if you ever have time, feel free to visit our great Anchor Dynasty. It will always welcome you. It's rare for Master Yi to invite someone. When I have the time, Christie will certainly visit the great Anchor Dynasty, and then Master Yi must keep your word, Christie replied with a seductive smile. Definitely, definitely. Though Harold wore a full smile on his face, he was secretly plotting in his mind. Once this enchanting beauty arrived in the great Anchor Dynasty, he would find a way to win her over. To let such a heavenly beauty slip by without securing her would be a waste and disgraceful. Of course, he couldn't show his true intentions or risk raising her suspicions. After saying goodbye to them, Harold turned his attention to Brecken and said, Old Master To-Do, take care. If we meet again, I shall treat you with all due respect. Haha, young friend, he is too polite. I believe we will meet again, and when that time comes, do not forget today's promise, Brecken replied with a smile. Please rest assured, Old Master To-Do, Harold will never forget this day, Harold smiled back. After bidding farewell to everyone one by one, Harold faced Alia once more and took out a blood-red jade pendant carved with a phoenix. Just as he held out the pendant, Harold said to Alia, Miss Arnie, should you ever encounter my younger sister Anna, please pass this item to her. That shouldn't be a problem, but I don't know what your sister looks like. How can I ensure I'm giving it to her? Alia asked, though she didn't refuse outright. Not only did she not know what Harold's sister looked like, but even Harold himself likely didn't know. I can only tell you about this jade pendant. Her name is inscribed on it, and also, on her left shoulder, there's a tricolor birthmark. Use that to identify her, Harold explained. He wanted to provide more details, but only knew this much. Especially the tricolor birthmark, which he knew came from the system. Rest assured, I'll do my best. Alia accepted the pendant with both hands, smiling in agreement. Thank you, Miss Arnie. Since we've bid farewell, please guide us to the teleportation array, Harold said. Sure. Under Alia's guidance, the party arrived at the teleportation array in the auction house basement. Without pausing, Harold and his companions stepped into the center of the array, ready to depart. Just as Harold reached the teleportation platform, Alia quickly approached and handed him an ancient book. Here, this is the method for creating the teleportation array you requested. Harold's heart lifted instantly. He eagerly accepted the book, expressing deep gratitude. Thank you, Miss Arnie. The teleportation array was crucial, not just for him but for the entire Great Anchor Dynasty. In the future conquest of the 7 kingdoms, it would play a significant role in logistics, transporting troops, weapons, and supplies, as well as connecting cities efficiently. You're welcome. With a smile, Alia turned to leave. But before she had taken a few steps, she abruptly turned around and kissed Harold. Caught off guard, Harold stood frozen, letting her kiss him while feeling her soft tongue slip into his mouth. A faint fragrance filled his mind, bringing him a sense of bliss as he indulged in the moment. This sudden scene shocked everyone present, their mouths agape as they watched with astonishment. After some time, Alia blushed deeply, turning to activate the teleportation array. With a flash, Harold and his companions vanished from the platform, leaving Alia alone, bitter and conflicted. From afar, Brecken silently sighed, swallowing any words he might have spoken. Meanwhile, as Harold came to his senses, he found Alia gone, yet still savoring the lingering taste of her kiss and fragrance. Mr. Atlee, isn't Zack entranced by that enchantress? Shouldn't I eliminate her? Jamar remarked coldly upon seeing Harold's dazed expression. Stirred by his words, Bowie and Gustav glanced at each other, speechless. What's going on? She hasn't wronged you, and yet, Jamar felt helpless under their stares. Women are merely distractions that slow down Zack's decision-making, especially such a bewitching woman. Since she might influence Zack, he couldn't afford to let her go. That's unnecessary, General Jamar. Let's not worry about this, Bowie said. Gustav nodded in agreement. Why would you do that? What has she done to deserve it? Feeling their odd gazes, Jamar was perplexed. Had he misjudged the situation? At that moment, Harold finally shook off his reverie and said, Let's leave this place. 3 days later, Harold and his group returned to the capital of the Great Anchor Dynasty and entered the palace undetected. Upon entering the palace, Harold instructed Gustav to escort Bowie to Tianqing Pavilion while he headed to Camilla's quarters. Having been away for some time, he had regularly reported his safety to Camilla and her son, but he knew she must have worried deeply about his well-being. Arriving at Yulan Palace, Harold saw Camilla sitting in the pavilion. He dismissed Jamar and walked slowly towards her. As he neared the pavilion, a nearby maid saw Harold but was about to greet him. Quickly, Harold signaled her to remain silent. Obeying his command, the maid stayed quiet. Harold approached Camilla from behind, covering her eyes with his hands and softly whispered, My love, after being apart for so long, have you missed me? Chapter 202. Each offering a strategy. At the Imperial Palace, Sky Star Pavilion. After reuniting with Camilla, Harold did not linger but quickly arrived at the Sky Star Pavilion. When he finally arrived, the outstanding individuals from China had already been waiting for quite some time. Hiroshi, Americ, Bowie. As soon as they saw Harold arrive, they all stood up together and greeted him in unison. Your Majesty, we greet you. Ministers, no need for such formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. Without pausing, Harold led Jamar forward and then sat down on the cushions ahead. Calmly looking at his ministers, Harold softly said, All ministers, please take your seats. Yes, Your Majesty. Waiting for Harold to sit on the cushion, each minister settled down on their own cushion, quietly watching Harold. Harold himself remained calm and steadily observed everyone. Turning his gaze towards Caesar Hiroshi, Harold softly asked, Caesar, please tell me everything about this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. Hiroshi, upon receiving the order, began explaining, Your Majesty, here's what has happened. Listening to Hiroshi's continuous account, Harold quickly grasped the situation and understood why they were so eager to bring him back. Indeed, regardless of who was in charge, even with immense power, handling this matter would have been difficult. As Hiroshi stated, Grover represented the 5 great beast clans within the heaven-ranked secret realm, aiming to negotiate for their departure from it. If it were someone else, they might have agreed to the negotiation, but Hiroshi was no ordinary person. He had greater ambitions, and the demands he put forth aligned perfectly with his goals and desires. The 5 beast clans wanted to leave. Hence they must serve as mounts for the Anchor dynasty, providing combat strength. While fierce beasts were indeed formidable, their value far exceeded their ferocity. If utilized properly, they could be a potent asset, but mishandled, they could be a ticking bomb. Finally, after Hiroshi finished recounting everything, Harold fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Harold looked at his ministers and said, Do any of my ministers have anything to say? Speak freely and do not remain silent. Your Majesty, these fierce beasts are powerful but severely restricted. They can only leave with our permission. If released without caution, it will surely cause havoc, Winston remarked somberly. Minister Eddie speaks wisely. Harold nodded gently, internally agreeing, then turned to the other ministers. Anyone else wish to comment on the benefits or harms of the fierce beasts in the heaven-ranked secret realm? Your Majesty, I have something to add. Bowie replied respectfully. Please proceed. Bowie, having received permission, continued, There are 2 benefits and 1 harm regarding these fierce beasts from the heaven-ranked secret realm for our great Anchor dynasty. If handled well, there will be countless benefits without any harm. May I ask what these 2 benefits and 1 harm are? Harold inquired softly. He wanted to see just how cunning this master strategist truly was, and what the 2 benefits and 1 harm entailed. Though unsure if the following words would align with his own thoughts, he needed to hear the poison advisor's plan. Not just Harold. He sought strategies now, whatever it took to handle the fierce beasts within the heaven-ranked secret realm. Any strategy that benefited the great Anchor dynasty was welcome. Yes, Your Majesty. We cannot approach these fierce beasts either forcefully or too gently. What we must do is force them to agree unconditionally to our demands, Americ declared coldly. Damn, this guy is even more ruthless. He wanted unconditional agreement. Wasn't that like smashing a stone with an egg? However, upon reflection, they realized this made perfect sense. Using brute force or diplomacy wouldn't work. They had to resort to coercion. They believed the beasts would comply and possibly agree unconditionally. The desire for freedom could make them willing to sign contracts with Anchor dynasty warriors. Otherwise, they'd remain trapped forever inside the secret realm. And even if they used the realm's resources as leverage, the Anchor dynasty wouldn't concede, especially with their growing power. Once sufficiently powerful, the Anchor dynasty wouldn't fear the fierce beasts and might even exterminate them mercilessly. Harold smiled gently and nodded in agreement. Does anyone else have suggestions? Speak openly. Anything beneficial for the great Anchor dynasty, even underhanded tactics, is welcome. Deep down, Harold believed that while they deliberated, the fierce beasts in the secret realm were likely doing the same. Their aim was to gain more freedom, while the Anchor dynasty aimed for greater advantage. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes in the capital of the Baima dynasty. It was only a matter of time before the dynasty would be overthrown. Once this final dynasty fell, they could end the nearly year-long war. Looking at the ministers before him, Harold smiled and said, My loyal ministers, the fall of the last dynasty is imminent. I want you to deliberate not only on trading with the savage beasts, but also on providing generous rewards for my soldiers. Understood. As night fell, Baima dynasty's capital, Tadudu, standing outside the city, Riker, Hart, and others gazed at the vast city with cold expressions, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This would be their final battle to end the rule of this dynasty. Breaking through this capital meant the dynasty was essentially finished. General, for this siege, allow me, Hart, to lead the vanguard, Hart said excitedly. This was his first experience in breaking into a dynasty's capital, so he particularly requested to be the vanguard leader. Even without any notable achievement, he wanted to be that vanguard leader. He wanted to plant the banner of the Daxia dynasty on those walls and see its soldiers land on the ramparts. He wanted to dismantle the dynasty's rule in this territory. Kenny and Vlad, who had intended to speak, silently sighed upon hearing Hart's request. They had hoped to be the first to break into the city, but now it seemed almost impossible with Hart taking the lead. Very well. For this assault, you, Tadeo General, and Zhao General will attack together as the vanguard. Riker nodded gently. Now close to the capital, they must not let a single enemy escape. Assigning 3 commanders ensured that no one could flee, and that they could collectively deal with powerful martial kings. After all, a martial king-level expert could cause tremendous destruction. A single person could slay 10,000 troops with one stroke. But that was only if facing ordinary soldiers. If against their elite forces, the outcome might differ. Hart accepted Riker's order with no objections, focusing intently on the front, awaiting Steven's signal. Hearing Riker's words, Kenny and Vlad were secretly delighted. They would get a share after all. Report. General Steven has readied the troops and is prepared to launch a coordinated attack on the capital of the Baima dynasty anytime. A scout swiftly rode up, saluting and loudly reporting. Hearing this, Riker glanced at the starry night sky, a faint smile on his lips. The moment he awaited had finally arrived. Send the signal. Understood. A subordinate general immediately signaled the troops to send out the signal. Soldiers on high platforms launched fireworks skyward, which burst into dazzling displays. Wanting 3 days, bargaining further might result in less than a day. Deal. If you breach the capital's defenses within 3 hours, you can drink for 1 day. If you fail, you'll never mention alcohol to me again, Riker lightly stated. Only Hart knew if he could succeed. Riker aimed to limit his drinking, remembering King Harold's warning. Never let Hart drink on the battlefield to avoid trouble. While uncertain of the specific dangers, repeated admonishments suggested great peril. Hehe, General, just watch for good news. ####Chapter 204. The siege begins. Archers prepare. Fire. At the command of the dynasty of Great Anchor, the archers who were ready immediately loosed their arrows. Instantly, flaming arrows pierced through the air with the sound of thunder, covering the area ahead. Whoosh, 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 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Facing this barrage of arrows, the defenders of Beima's capital city immediately raised their shields to defend themselves, holding their ground on the walls and refusing to retreat. As soon as the sky was filled with arrows, stone-throwing catapults launched explosive rocks that would detonate upon impact with the city walls. In an instant, countless shards of stone flew outward at incredible speeds, piercing through one soldier instantly, who fell to the ground with eyes full of resentment. Even as their comrades fell one after another, the soldiers defending the capital city of Beima did not feel any fear. Instead, they stood firm and resolute in their positions. Their task was to buy time for reinforcements, believing that once the reinforcements arrived, the dynasty of Great Anchor would be unable to hold. Preparations were complete, and Hart, positioned at the front, gazed coldly at the city before him, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. He awaited the moment when the archers and catapults would have weakened the enemy's forces so that they could launch their assault. In his usual manner, he would not have been so meticulous, opting instead to lead the army straight to the walls and climb up using ladders. Kenny and Vlad also stood quietly, waiting for the opportune moment to attack alongside Hart. In this contingent, there were not only elite troops of the dynasty of Great Anchor, but also 10 barbarian warriors, all preparing to join the assault. Report. General, the Great General orders you to commence the attack 30 breaths from now. I understand. Inform the Great General that within 3 hours, I will lead our army to breach the city defenses, Hart said with a cold expression. Yes, sir. The messenger rose and quickly retreated. Turning his gaze towards Kenny and Vlad, Hart said, Generals, the time to attack is near. Please prepare yourselves. Very well. Exchanging defense. Yes. The Beima defenders swiftly complied, moving dead bodies to the rear, positioning archers, and setting up crossbows to unleash a flurry of bolts. Leading his men forward, Hart observed the swift response of the Beima defenders, feeling a mix of surprise and excitement. This kind of intense battle was what he thrived on. With less than 70 meters to go, Hart shouted, Prepare the scaling ladders. Great Anchor's officers swiftly summoned scaling ladders from their spatial rings, revealing over 20 vehicles. Once out, the troops pushed the ladders forward, and one by one, they climbed aboard, shields in left hands and swords in right. Push forward. An unknown voice called out, and every soldier strained to push the ladders closer to the wall. There was no moat to hinder them in this world. Its people seemed unaware of such defensive structures. Moreover, most cities were built on plains, though some unique ones were constructed based on geographical features. Unfortunately, this city lay flat on the plain. On the wall above, Greg, commander of Beima's capital, watched the approaching ladders with a cold eye. According to intelligence, these strange devices were crucial to Great Anchor's rapid conquest of Beima's other cities. Despite their simplicity, they provided strong defense and enabled direct assaults on city walls. But he was prepared. Turning to an officer beside him, he nodded slightly, saying, General Gill, use our prepared measures against these scaling ladders. Do not let them advance. Yes, sir. Greg remained, watching the incoming ladders with a smirk. They had anticipated this move from Great Anchor and were ready. Bang, bang, bang. As the scaling ladders neared the walls, Beima's defenders suddenly unleashed thick crossbow bolts trailing long ropes. The bolts struck the ladders, lodging themselves in place, and some Great Anchor soldiers fell off. Confused by this unexpected maneuver, Hart frowned, unsure of their intentions. These ropes are not simple. Wait. As Hart pondered, the specialized ropes tightened abruptly as if being pulled. The scaling ladders, now close to the wall, suddenly tilted sideways under the strain. Before his eyes, one ladder after another tipped over, sending Great Anchor soldiers tumbling down. Chapter 205 Keep Destroying. As one siege tower after another was pulled down, Hart's expression turned extremely grim. It seemed these people weren't mindless after all. Since crossbows couldn't destroy these towers, they resorted to human power to topple them, thereby preventing enemy forces from boarding the walls. Riker, observing the battle from behind, was also taken aback. It appeared that after so many battles, the Beimo dynasty had finally witted up. Previously, they would never have considered such actions. Do you think my Great Anchor dynasty can't handle this? Riker sneered inwardly. While their opponent's strategies were improving, his own had evolved as well. He anticipated that the enemy would eventually find a way to destroy the siege towers, so he improved and redesigned new ones. He couldn't wait to see the panic of the Beimo dynasty capital's defenders and observe how they deal with these newly devised siege towers. Spit. After spitting, Hart said expressionlessly, Deputy General Tadion, immediately bring out the new siege towers. I'm going to breach the city. Even if the enemy kept wrecking his siege towers, did they really think it would force him to stop the attack? What a joke. Their Grand General Riker had already predicted this, thus designing more formidable siege towers specifically to prevent destruction. Yes, sir. In the distance, a Desi commanding the archers received the order and immediately instructed nearby soldiers to move aside. Holding a shield to deflect arrows, he stood in place on an open ground where sharp arrows continuously rained upon him. Despite being hit, Deputy General Tadion gritted his teeth and remained standing, waiting for the troops to clear a 50-meter radius. Seeing his colleagues retreating, Tadion himself moved 20 meters back before sternly extending his right hand to retrieve the reinforced siege tower from his spatial ring. Bang! A rumbling sound drew attention towards the massive object, a fortified version of the siege tower, towering 20 zhang high, 25 zhang wide, and 30 zhang long. Compared to the previous ones, this tower was much more imposing and terrifying. With the siege tower deployed, Tadion stashed away his shield into the ring and, despite bleeding profusely, pulled the arrow from his right foot and barked orders for available soldiers to assist. With great effort and pain, they pushed the colossal machine forward, inching towards the city wall. North of Imo City's defense commander Greg watched helplessly as the giant siege tower approached. He never imagined the Great Anchor Dynasty had this kind of backup plan. Is fate against the Bayamo dynasty? Greg asked with resignation. Resolving to die rather than retreat, he charged toward the advancing siege tower. Boom! Under intense pressure, the siege tower swiftly neared the city wall, causing vibrations. Kill! The Great Anchor elite, armed with shields and sabers, leaped onto the wall, slashing fiercely despite being outnumbered. They vowed to create a breach for reinforcements. The Bayamo city defenders fought back ferociously. This was their home, their military king's residence. Anyone wanting to break through must trample over their dead bodies. 2 other colossal siege towers also closed in from both sides. Riker provided 3 such towers to counter any destruction attempts. Unfortunately for the Bayamo defenders, they hadn't foreseen Riker's strategic foresight. Despite overwhelming numbers, the Bayamo defenders held firm, willing to sacrifice everything for their city. The sight of the fierce combat didn't leave Hart idle. He too climbed onto the wall and joined the fray. Upon reaching the wall, Hart, shield in left hand and sword in right, cut down enemies on his left, aiming for the gate mechanism. To let more soldiers enter the city, the gate needed to be opened. Swish! Hart's sword flashed brilliantly, slicing down several foes at once, creating a scene of gore. Witnessing this Tiger General dispatch so many enemies in one stroke, the Bayamo soldiers gasped in horror. What sort of creature was this? His ruthless efficiency terrified them. Hart, seeing their hesitation, disdainfully charged ahead again. Wherever his blade went, Bayamo soldiers fell lifelessly, eyes full of defiance. Hart's relentless attack showed no signs of stopping as he carved through waves of defenders, his eyes fixed on the distant gate. Chapter 206. For the dynasty, never retreat. Just one man. We all charge together. No matter how strong he is, we can still overwhelm him with our numbers. Don't be afraid, everyone. Even if this person before us is extremely powerful, so what? There are so many of us. If we can't kill him, we'll wear him down. Brothers, we must never retreat. We cannot let these bandits from the Daxia dynasty trample through our capital city. To hell with it. If we die, we'll just come back as heroes in 18 years. Anyone who's not afraid of death, come with me. Charge for me. Charge. Unknown voices boosted the morale of the Bayamo dynasty's royal guards. They instantly hardened their expressions and rushed forward to face the formidable Hart. To them, the powerful Hart was an unshakable mountain, a force that halted their advance. But did it matter? With the perseverance of Yugong moving mountains, they believed they could shake even the mightiest of peaks. Seeing wave after wave of relentless attackers from the Bayamo dynasty, Hart sneered coldly, his sword pointed forward, and he roared angrily, "Brothers, follow me. Charge! Charge!" Led by the invincible Hart, the Daxia dynasty's troops advanced like a raging red torrent, overpowering the Bayamo dynasty's royal guards. The Bayamo soldiers fought and retreated step by step, but managed to delay the Daxia forces' progress. Under the dark night sky, no one could clearly see the faces of their opponents. They only cared whether their enemies wore the same armor. If anyone nearby wasn't wearing the same armor, they weren't comrades and deserved no mercy. Just eliminate them. It seems the Bayamo dynasty's royal guards have impressive combat strength, Riker commented icily from the rear, watching the battle. Observing the fierce fighting on the walls, his eyes remained calm and indifferent. Yet, when he saw the Bayamo guards defending their capital to the death, he couldn't help feeling some surprise and respect. Initially, he had underestimated the combat power of the guards, but this battle revealed their remarkable strength, which earned him a new perspective. But so what? Even if faced with impregnable defenses, they would still tear them down. In the face of the iron hooves of the Daxia dynasty, any force hindering their development would be annihilated. In a flash, more than half an hour had passed. Despite having already gained ground on the walls, the sudden counterattacks and tenacious resistance from the enemy prevented the Daxia forces from fully capturing the walls. On the wall, Hart hacked furiously at the enemies, pushing them back step by step, yet the distance to the distant gate remained far. Each time the enemy was forced back 100 paces, they retaliated fiercely, forcing Hart's forces to retreat 50 paces, leaving him exasperated. The wall was now littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing everywhere. Both sides were blinded by rage, but could not advance further. Report. General Stephen has already broken through the north gate. Riker, quietly observing the battle, suddenly heard the scout's report. His face twitched in frustration. He and Stephen had attacked the Bayamo capital simultaneously, and he thought his offensive was swift. But Stephen had already breached the north gate. This speed was both frustrating and admirable. Sighing deeply, Riker instructed the scout to leave and continued to watch the city with icy resolve. He wanted to break through the enemy defenses quickly, but the resistance was too intense. Pushing ahead recklessly would cost many lives. Victory was desirable, but he didn't want to achieve it at the expense of countless soldiers' lives. It wasn't worth it. To hell with it. These bastards really know how to struggle to the last breath. Hart muttered in frustration as he slashed through enemies. Blood drenched his body, and his right hand trembled. Yet the enemy refused to yield, even to the death. Many of his comrades had fallen in the constant counterattacks, but Hart continued hacking away. For victory and for glory, even if his legs felt weak, he would press on. He needed to see who was stronger, these foes, himself, or the Daxia dynasty. General, we're here to assist you. Before Hart could react, elite Daxia soldiers holding heavy shields arrived to form a phalanx, followed by others wielding long spears. These weren't his direct subordinates. Why were they here? But seeing this, Hart brightened up. The shield bearers provided defense, while the spear-wielding soldiers used their weapons through holes in the shields to stab forward. Ha ha ha, excellent. Excited by the precision of his men, Hart watched as they gradually pushed the enemy back. Though the advance was slow, it was effective. Relieved, he finally got a breather. If this continued, even without tiring out physically, his spiritual energy would be drained. Meanwhile, archers joined the fray, firing volleys from behind to reduce enemy numbers. Fewer enemies meant a quicker advance toward the distant gate. Time ticked by. Seeing they were within 50 meters of the gate, Hart leaped over the soldiers, striking into the enemy ranks. Boom. As he soared, his sword flashed, its momentum reaching the heavens. A fearsome slash tore through the air. Swish. A massive beam of light, several dozen feet long, slashed down, shaking the wall and slicing through enemies in droves. Blood mist and flesh flew everywhere as numerous Bama soldiers were instantly killed. Charge. Having killed hundreds, Hart didn't stop. Holding his sword tightly, he pressed forward. The battle wasn't over. He needed to open the gate and let more soldiers in. Hashtag chapter 207. Storming the capital city. General, someone is preparing to destroy the gate. Hearing this, Hart abruptly looked up. He saw the defending General Greg on this wall section, already preparing to sabotage the gate. Seeing this action, a surge of anger welled up inside Hart, burning in his eyes. These damn men were ruthless. Unable to fight back, they directly destroyed the gate to prevent more troops from entering the city for battle. Hell no, if you want to destroy the gate, you'd better ask my sword whether it agrees first. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura burst out from Hart. Powerful energy surged into his right hand, and without hesitation, he hurled his long sword. Whoosh! The sharp sword pierced through countless bodies, and then, taking advantage of Greg's lack of defense, it flew toward him, pinning him to a stone pillar. Thud! A mouthful of blood spewed from Greg as he stared, wide-eyed, at the sword embedded in his chest. His face turned deathly pale, his heart overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. From that powerful strike, he could tell this was the power of a Martial King-level cultivator. Could it be? Just as Greg lifted his gaze to look at Hart, the sword's surging energy began devouring his vitality, stripping away his life. He now regretted not focusing more on defending against this general instead of solely concentrating on sabotaging the gate. If he had been more cautious, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Hart's previous strike indeed belonged to a martial king, but he wasn't one yet. He still needed 2 levels to reach that stage. Spit. Stopping Greg, Hart exhaled in relief, spat on the ground, and coldly gazed forward. General, catch. A black saber came flying from behind, which Hart swiftly caught. Pointing the cold blade forward, he shouted fiercely, "All soldiers, follow me." Though he usually preferred using a sword, he had thrown his sword away and had to make do with what he had. Moreover, even with just a saber, he could still slaughter these weaklings like sheep. Kill. Kill. Receiving the order, the Anchor Dynasty soldiers rushed forward, attacking the enemy like ravenous wolves. After a fierce battle, Hart and his men finally reached the gate. Rallying the soldiers to block any incoming enemies, he used all his strength to turn the gear in front of him. Boom. The gear turned, pulling the thick iron chains, and the heavy iron gate was pulled up, leaving only the north gate of Baimuo Dynasty's capital slowly opening. Brothers, General has opened the gate for us. Everyone, follow me and kill every Baimuo soldier. Seeing the iron gate slowly open, a middle-aged general of the Anchor Dynasty cheered. He pointed his cold saber towards the distant gate and roared. Following his lead, wave after wave of Anchor soldiers surged into the capital city like a flood. 10 barbarian warriors also joined the fray, carrying large iron blocks. In groups of 2, they ran forward, placing the iron blocks under the gate to prevent it from closing suddenly. If the gate closed again, those who entered would be like lambs sent into the jaws of wolves, facing imminent danger. Feeling something blocking the gate, Hart confirmed that the fellow soldiers had set up the necessary measures below. He stopped turning the gear and used a clamp to secure it. Approaching the stone pillar, he looked at the immobilized Greg and muttered, "I intended to duel with you, but you didn't seem to understand the situation." Pulling his sword out, Greg fell to the ground as a lifeless corpse, his eyes wide open in defiance. He was puzzled until his last breath. How did the newly risen Anchor Dynasty have a martial king? When did martial kings become as common as cabbage? Retrieving his sword, Hart picked up his shield and led his direct command through the nearby steps into the city. Looks like General Ebenezer is determined to drink tonight. Riker mused from the rear, seeing the gate of the Baimuo capital city open. But since he had promised, he must keep his word. If they could conquer the Baimuo capital and end its rule, he would treat the army to 3 days and nights of drinking. However, Hart would be the exception. He couldn't let that troublemaker drink too much, or there would be chaos. Tiger, I order you to lead 200,000 troops to join General Ebenezer immediately. The battle must be over by sunset, Riker commanded. Going fierce battle, Riker ordered, ensure the drumming never stops until the battle ends. He wanted to boost the morale of the Anchor soldiers and instill in them an indomitable spirit. Yes, sir. Hashtag chapter 208. Blood not drained, death does not retreat. Attack. Attack. Splatter. Splatter. In the heavy downpour of dawn, the battle continued and escalated to a fever pitch, engulfing the entire city. Whether in the bustling streets or residential areas, combat raged everywhere as soldiers from both sides clashed ferociously. To avoid being drawn into the conflict, residents who had not fled locked their doors tightly, cowering in corners, praying fervently that the fighting would not reach them. Otherwise, they would only be left to await death. After all, the warriors on both sides were bloodthirsty. Anyone not wearing identical armor was deemed an enemy and faced no mercy. Despite the overwhelming onslaught by the Daxia dynasty soldiers, the Bemo dynasty's royal guards, though facing a collapsing front, fought with unwavering courage, slaying enemies to the last breath. Seeing the royal guards retreating while still fighting back, the Daxia dynasty soldiers pursued them relentlessly. For the Daxia soldiers, any enemy not surrendering weapons posed a threat and could be mercilessly follow me into battle. If we die, we'll be brothers in the next life. If we survive, we'll drink and celebrate. Attack. Let's finish him off. Attack. Witnessing the Bemo soldiers' relentless charge, a flicker of surprise crossed Hart's eyes. He admired their fearless spirit, but knew he couldn't show mercy. Mercy to the enemy meant cruelty to oneself and allies. Fight. Roaring inwardly, Hart gripped his shield with his left hand and his sword with his right, unleashing a fierce attack. His imposing presence exuded lethal intent. A warrior's best place is always on the battlefield. Inside the Bemo dynasty's palace, in the gloomy basement, Emperor Germain of the Bemo dynasty, a man in his 30s with handsome features, knelt before 5 elderly men. The once regal emperor now appeared panic-stricken, anxiously awaiting their response. These 5 elders were no ordinary men. They were high-ranking warriors, martial kings, and ancestors of the Bemo dynasty. The elder sitting centrally was the strongest, a high martial king. Germain's desperation grew as the elders did not intervene, hoping desperately for their aid against the Daxia forces. The Daxia generals were too powerful, leaving his sentries decimated within a few moves, sometimes even tricked into death before battle began. Germain, how is the battle outside? Has the Daxia army reached where? Asked the eldest on the far right. Germain's heart leaped with joy, responding hastily, replying to Ancestor. The Daxia soldiers used siege ladders to breach the city walls and stormed into the city. The rapid advance left him powerless. He thought his city's defenses would hold longer, but Daxia breached them within 4 hours. If these 5 elders didn't act soon, the Daxia forces would reach the palace. What? The Daxia soldiers breached the city wall? How is that possible? Why so fast? One elder questioned incredulously, the others sharing similar doubts, staring at Germain coldly. Surely, Germain wasn't lying to them? If so, they wouldn't hesitate to forsake kinship. Seeing their disbelief, Germain sighed bitterly. What he said was true. The Daxia army had indeed broken through and was already battling within the city. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Ancestor. Every word is true. The Daxia army has breached our defenses. Realizing Germain spoke sincerely, the 5 elders fell silent. It seemed the situation was dire as described. The central elder spoke, everyone. Our Bemo dynasty stands on the brink of extinction. It appears we old ones must resolve this crisis. The others agreed silently, their auras rising ominously, eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Daring to challenge the Bemo dynasty was suicide. Chapter 209. The pressure is overwhelming. Stephen, standing on the battlefield, continued to watch the 2 terrifyingly powerful elders before him. He felt an immense pressure within. Dealing with one would be manageable, but taking on 2 Wuxia-level warriors at once was a matter of life and death. However, no matter what, today he had to stall for time, hoping to gain assistance from Alfredo. Otherwise, he alone would not stand a chance against these 2 Wuxia-level experts. Even though his current cultivation was at the peak of the 10th level of Wuzuan, there was still a considerable gap between him and a Wuxia. Therefore, he could only buy time. The 2 old ancestors of the Bema dynasty exchanged glances, their hearts filled with astonishment as they glanced disdainfully at Stephen. This Desi indeed possessed remarkable talent. Given a few more years of cultivation, he could surpass them to become a Wuxia or even reach an even higher level. But such a threat could not be allowed to continue. If left unchecked, this individual would surely become a future calamity for the Bema dynasty. Brother 5, you go handle him, while I deal with these minor nuisances. The elder on the left, who stood atop the roof, said coldly. All right. With a nod, the Wuxia of the second heaven began charging towards Stephen with murderous intent, sword raised to strike. However, Stephen showed no fear, his right wrist flicking as his long sword danced, generating a torrent of sword chi. If both attacked simultaneously, Stephen would have been truly intimidated, but facing just one made the situation seem less daunting. Ignoring the other elder's movement, the latter turned around and retrieved a highly sharp longsword. This sword was not ordinary. It was a superior spirit weapon, exceedingly sharp that it could draw blood with just a light swing. Looking down at the Daxia soldiers, he sneered, viewing them like insignificant ants. He would soon become the harbinger of death. Brother 2, this guy's strength isn't just Wuzuan. He's actually a Wuxia. I can barely hold him off. Come help me. Just as this elder was about to commence his hunt on Daxia soldiers, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It sounded unmistakably like his 5th brother Barry. Filled with confusion, he slowly turned around, only to see his 5th brother Barry being utterly dominated by Stephen. In his view, Barry should have been subduing Stephen without much difficulty. Yet, the situation had drastically changed. Although unclear about the specifics, this elder reluctantly abandoned his plan to slaughter the Daxia soldiers and turned back, resolutely heading towards Stephen. Kill. Seeing this, he knew that if he didn't aid Barry immediately, his brother would surely be killed. Witnessing the arrival of the other elder, Stephen took the opportunity, delivering a kick to Barry's chest, sending him flying several meters away before quickly retreating himself. Facing 2 would certainly add immense pressure, but this delay at least prevented both Wuxia from slaughtering his Daxia soldiers. 2 Wuxia levels of destruction were formidable, akin to lions amidst a flock of sheep. Arg! Spitting out a mouthful of dirt, Barry swiftly stood up, gripping his sword tightly, and resumed his attack. In all his years, he had never been subdued by a mere Wuzuan. Today, if he did not slay Stephen, he would commit suicide by the blade. Confronted by the duo, Steven showed no fear, his sword slashing furiously, unleashing sword chi in a storm-like barrage as he fiercely battled the two. Sensing Steven, who with his Wuzuan cultivation, exhibited Wuxia-level power, the two elders were utterly shocked, their disbelief overwhelming. Only one thought filled their minds. Kill him. He must be eliminated. If allowed to grow, he would one day crush the Beima dynasty. Facing their joint attack, Steven took a deep breath, a stern expression emerging as he exuded a powerful aura once more. He couldn't afford to hold back. Otherwise, despite his prowess in over-level combat, he would still be overwhelmed by these two elders. Yet, he needed additional support, otherwise dealing with two Wuxia levels simultaneously would be impossible. Who says we have no clothes? We share the same cloak. For our king we arm ourselves, ready for battle. Raising his weapon, Steven roared loudly, his voice echoing around them. Hearing this, the two elders from the Beima dynasty halted, looking bewildered. What was this person doing? Why was he suddenly reciting these words? Was he summoning others? While they pondered, the same chant echoed around them. Who says we have no clothes? We share the same cloak. For our king we arm ourselves, ready for battle. Who says we have no clothes? We share the same cloak. For our king we arm ourselves, ready for battle. Steven's elite troops, after swiftly eliminating enemies, raised their weapons and shouted in unison. Sensing Steven's rapidly increasing aura, the two elders' faces paled, sensing imminent danger. That's not right. He's calling upon the power of his companions. We must kill him now. Elder Callan, sensing the unusual energy, rushed forward without hesitation. At this moment, Barry also snapped out of his daze and charged forward determinedly. They had heard of unique warriors who could harness the strength of their subordinates to enhance their own power, but they never imagined that Steven, the Daxia, not against their combined assault. Military advisor, let's each take one. I'll handle the stronger one, while you deal with the slightly weaker one, Steven said. Thinking about being surrounded by these two wretches earlier stirred anger within him. How could he possibly let this chance of a fair duel slip away? He wanted them to see that in a single combat, they weren't even worthy of tying his shoes. I don't have any problems. But, General-in-Chief, given your current state, can you really handle the elder with formidable strength? Alfredo asked, worry etched on his face. If it were during Steven's prime, Alfredo wouldn't have had a word to say and would wholeheartedly agree. But now, Steven looked somewhat weakened, with unstable breath. Could he truly handle the powerful Elder Callan? You needn't worry. Although my breath is somewhat weak, dealing with him should be manageable. What concerns me more is whether you'll be alright, Steven replied. Alfredo was never built for battles. Even with formidable cultivation, his combat skills left much to be desired. Strategists excelled in strategy and intellect, rather than physical prowess. Upon hearing this, Alfredo felt deeply grateful, but resolved to do his best to hold one of them off. General-in-Chief, you need not worry. Though the elder here is powerful, whether he can take my life remains to be seen. Alfredo smiled. The imposing aura of Barry made no difference to him. He feared none. Besides, if the other side wanted to kill him, they'd first need to prove their capability. His goal was to buy time until Steven finished off the other elder, and then eliminate Barry. However, General-in-Chief, given the enemy's formidable strength, I can only engage them for 1,000 moves. You must finish off the other within that time frame, or I cannot guarantee my survival. Alfredo looked sternly at Steven. Rest assured, military advisor. Not 1,000 moves, but within 500, I will claim his head, Steven asserted. All right. With tasks assigned, both charged forth into battle with unmitigated fervor. Callan and Barry met their charge without flinching, determined to overwhelm them. If they could eliminate one, they wouldn't fear the other. They hadn't anticipated finding another martial king-level powerhouse in the Great Anchor Dynasty's army. It seemed this newly risen Great Anchor Dynasty wasn't simple at all. It managed to recruit such exceptionally talented ministers from somewhere. If allowed to grow unchecked, not only would their Beima dynasty suffer, but likely the entire Nanyang region would fall under its ambitious rule. What kind of man fights unfairly? Have the guts for a one-on-one. Hart spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes cold as he glared at the three elders before him. Being ganged up on by these three old men, especially by the two who attacked him together, ignited a fury inside him. A one-on-one duel would have been manageable, but facing two was a heavy burden, especially when they were martial kings. The two elders sneered and lunged with swords, unleashing fierce sword chi, each strike leaving tiny cuts on Hart's body. Faced with their combined assault, Hart struggled defensively without being able to counterattack. Boom! Suddenly, a few yards of sword light descended from above, slicing through the earth and causing debris to fly, pulling apart the trio. General Ebenezer, are you alright? Django asked upon arriving, clearly concerned. Seeing Riker and Django in the pouring rain brought joy to Hart's heart, reflected in his expression. General-in-Chief, military advisor, you came just in time. Had you delayed, I might have been left here, Hart remarked. Aren't you fine? Riker responded lightly. General-in-Chief, please stop joking around. One-on-one would have been bearable, but fighting two martial kings? That's just asking for my life. Hart pointed his sword at the elder on the eaves. By the way, the old man on the eaves is quite strong. I couldn't beat him. Though the elder hadn't acted yet, Hart sensed a deadly aura from him. While he had confidence to last over 100 moves, surviving was doubtful. The elder wasn't an ordinary martial king. Judging by his formidable presence, he was already mid-ranked. Riker shifted his gaze to the elder on the eaves. Beima Kingdom's strongest, Hawk. His eyes narrowed coldly. Advisor. All right. Hart nodded enthusiastically, barely able to contain his eagerness. No problem, but you two must finish off the enemies quickly. I'm not cut out for prolonged combat, Django stated. Hee, military advisor, hold out a few hundred moves, and once I'm done with the other, I'll come help you finish him off, Hart promised. Thank you, General Ebenezer, Django concluded. Chapter 211. The Northern Emo Dynasty's final card. Kill. After assigning their respective opponents, Riker, Hart, and Django each lunged at their enemies. In the rain, both sides' swordsmen clashed intensely, making it difficult to discern the victor. Despite the rain soaking them, they fought fiercely, refusing to give an inch. Hart, facing off against Baylor, the old ancestor of the Northern Emo Dynasty, felt incredibly exhilarated. He slashed with all his might, each strike unleashing the pent-up frustration from earlier. What nonsense! You two enjoyed ganging up on me earlier, didn't you? How does one-on-one feel now? If I don't take your head today, my name's spelled backwards. Hart roared. Thinking back to how he had struggled under the combined attacks of the elders while waiting for Riker and the others, he felt extremely bitter. Now, in a fit, overpower him. He wanted to test where exactly he fell short of Wulong and how he could break through. He was nearly at Wulong level but couldn't find the key to transcend. Thus, he decided to use this man as a trial. Kill. Inside the Northern Emo Dynasty's palace, Germain, the king, wielding a cold steel sword, exuded a murderous aura as he walked towards the depths of the palace. His body was stained with blood. Messages relayed by his subordinates confirmed that his 5 ancestors had encountered powerful opponents, evenly matched in combat. Since the Daxia dynasty was so strong, he couldn't hold back any longer. He would release those captives now. Quickly, Germain arrived at the palace's basement, 100 meters below. The area was spacious yet damp and gloomy, filled with eerie winds. It made anyone feel uncomfortable, yet its ominous aura was undeniable. Hundreds of barbarian warriors stood inside, wearing simple armor, holding crude iron weapons, and wearing strange collars around their necks. Despite this, their overwhelming presence sent shivers down one's spine. Seeing these once proud barbarian warriors sitting lifelessly, eating scraps, Germain felt oddly satisfied. Their strength would turn the tide of battle. Get up for your king. The barbarian warriors jolted awake, standing respectfully before the small human. If not for the collars controlling their lives, they would never submit to a human. But with their lives that will spread throughout the battlefield, it would severely disadvantage the Daxia forces. Their duty was to prevent this, even if it cost their lives. But General, the young soldier hesitated, wanting to join the fight. What do you mean? Didn't you hear me? Go as I command, or you're no longer under my command. The middle-aged general said coldly, eyes fixed on the approaching barbarians. Chapter 212. Consecutive execution of 2 martial kings. Having ordered Al-Visai to request reinforcements, the middle-aged general from the Great Anchor Dynasty coldly stared ahead. Huff. Even with a deep breath, he still felt immense pressure weighing down on him. Nevertheless, no matter what, he had to do his best to hold the line. Brothers, whoever is going to die, we must not let these barbarian warriors spread across the entire battlefield. Even if it means death, we must drag them here and stop them. The Keith's eyes were icy as he pointed his sharp blade forward and then stepped up, charging into battle with reckless abandon. Kill. Kill. The surrounding Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers also charged forward with fury, all of them resolved to die fighting. The strength of the barbarian warriors was overwhelming. They had to risk their lives to prevent them from spreading throughout the battlefield. Whoosh. Send you to hell. With a fierce roar, Hart tightened his grip. Handled by me. Agreed. Django nodded slightly and swiftly backed away. Though he had some strength, he wasn't suited for prolonged combat. The reason he managed to tangle with this opponent so long was that the other was distracted. Otherwise, he was certain that within 200 moves, he would have been killed. These wounds on his body, inflicted by the sword, were proof enough. As Django moved back, Hart's eyes locked onto Brinley, his heart pounding with excitement. It was finally this fish's turn. Heh, just now, weren't you fond of group attacks? But now, you won't have that chance. With those words, Hart stepped forward coldly, his sword sweeping through the air, aiming to take the life of his opponent. Thinking of the humiliation earlier, the flames of rage ignited in his heart. His right hand rapidly swung the long sword, releasing waves of sword energy. Kill. Seeing this hated enemy before him, Brinley's eyes filled with bloodshot rage, and he also fiercely attacked, determined to either kill or be killed. Only one of them would walk away alive. Clang. Their swords clashed, sending shockwaves rippling outward as both retreated a step before resuming the intense battle. Hart's wrist danced, the sword flying through the air, emitting rolling waves of energy like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Brinley remained undaunted. Fear. Growling lowly, good. He loved when Hawk fought with all his strength. Only then could he utilize the other's power to enhance his own. Through the previous battle, he had gradually reached the threshold of a martial king. If Hawk helped him further, he could definitely ascend to the martial king realm. Eldest brother, save me, Aya. Hearing his brother's cries for help and agonized screams, Hawk glanced over. He saw Hart stab his brother Brinley in the chest and then decapitate him. Seeing another brother fall to Hart, Hawk spat blood, his heart filled with regret. He should not have allowed Hart to live. If he hadn't, his 2 brothers might still be alive. But now, regretting was futile. Noticing an opening, Riker took the opportunity to strike Hawk, aiming for his heart. Sensing imminent death, Hawk reacted quickly despite the pallor of his face and the blood trickling from his mouth. He pulled back. Even though he dodged the fatal blow, Riker's sword had pierced his right chest. Enduring the pain caused by the sword chi devouring his life force, Hawk shot a cold look and struck Riker's chest with his palm, sending him flying backward. Hit by Hawk's full-strength attack, Riker flew several meters, coughing up blood and landing awkwardly, appearing grievously wounded and extremely weak. Chapter 213. Heavy losses in combat with the barbarian warriors. Report. General, our troops have been attacked by hundreds of barbarian warriors at the front, suffering heavy losses and countless casualties. Just as Hart was about to go to assist, a soldier quickly ran up to him, knelt on one knee, his face pale, and loudly reported. Hearing this, Hart's brows furrowed, and doubts clouded his mind. Although he didn't know what was happening, or where these mini barbarian warriors had come from, he was sure that the soldier in front of him wouldn't deceive him. Hart, expressionless, asked, "What exactly happened? What did you encounter?" Without hesitation, the Dia soldier recounted everything they had seen. As Hart listened, his expression grew grimmer. He glanced at Riker, then looked back at the soldier beside him, unsure of what to do next. Just as Hart was at a loss, Django spoke calmly, "General Ebenezer, since there is a situation at the front, please go help resolve it. There's General Ming and I here, so you don't need to worry." "Very well. Leave this place to you, military advisor," Hart replied coldly after some consideration. He then turned to the soldier in front of him, instructing him to lead him to see what was happening and why barbarian warriors were appearing at the front, and in such large numbers. Soon, Hart arrived less than 500 meters from the northern Mo dynasty's palace and saw one barbarian warrior after another. In plain sight, Dia soldiers, shouted Germain from behind, his face twisted with ferocity. Suddenly, a wave of deadly intent rushed toward him, causing him to pale and retreat swiftly to avoid an imminent fatal attack. With a loud thud, a sharp blade plunged into the ground. Before him stood a figure in embroidered uniform, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Germain's brow furrowed, eyeing the sudden appearance of this mysterious martial artist warily, his entire body tensed. Danger. This mysterious martial artist is extremely dangerous. Who are you? Genie Hider Thousand-Man Captain Oying Mu said nothing, gripping the blade of spring tightly in his right hand and charging at Germain. To end these barbarian warriors, he needed to eliminate this man and seize the control device in his left hand. Seeing the attacker charge without answering, Germain felt a surge of anger, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Though this sudden arrival was formidable and posed a mortal threat, Germain, as the ruler of the northern Mo dynasty, was unafraid. "If you want to kill me, ask my sword if it agrees." Germain's wrist flicked, his long sword slicing wildly, unleashing torrents of sword chi like a venomous snake. Oyang Mu sneered inwardly, his eyes disdainful, striking with lethal precision. Germain's cultivation was only at the 3rd stage martial respected one, while Oyang Mu was already at the 7th stage. Slaying him would be effortless. With a slash, the blade of spring danced, its light blindingly brilliant, like a blooming lotus made of steel. Oyang Mu's body shifted sideways, his face cold, aura erupting, and killing intent boiling. His long sword sliced down with all the force of a river, aiming to decapitate Germain. Instantly, the overwhelming power shone, boundless waves of sword light streaking through the air. Germain's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing this, but quickly regaining composure, Germain focused, gripping his sword firmly, his aura mighty and determined. Facing such a formidable opponent, he dared not slacken, knowing any momentary lapse could mean death. Even as the ruler of the northern Mo dynasty, blessed by the dynasty's fortune, he could not afford any complacency. Clank, clank, clank. In mere moments, under torrential rain, the two warriors clashed in several hundred exchanges. Germain found himself steadily retreating, even getting wounded occasionally, yet he remained resolute, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. He couldn't die here. He refused to be slain by this mysterious martial artist. He wanted to live and destroy the Dia dynasty. However, Oyang Mu would not allow that. Taedove? Impossible. Either become a corpse under his blade or be torn apart by horses. Hendrik or Thermore, this man must die. Otherwise, the barbarian warriors wouldn't cease fighting, and the blood of the fallen Dia soldiers would cry out for justice. Faced with such relentless pressure, Germain felt immense frustration, desperately defending against each strike. Seizing an opportunity, Oyang Mu swung his blade at Germain. The sharp blade cleaved through the air, emitting waves of sword light aimed to take his life. Suddenly, Oyang Mu sensed a deadly attack approaching. Staying vigilant, he swiftly retreated. Boom! An axe split the ground, splashing water everywhere. 3 barbarian warriors blocked his path, preventing him from reaching Germain. Glancing at the 3 blocking barbarian warriors, and then at Germain panting and smirking arrogantly, Oyang Mu felt a surge of rage. It seemed he needed to clear these warriors before reaching that scoundrel. Kill. Chapter 214. Hart beheads King Germain of the Northern Mo dynasty. Phew. Phew. Seeing the mysterious martial artist's attack halted, Germain panted heavily, his gaze fierce and menacing as he stared at the opponent. A killing intent flickered in his eyes. If not for the sudden intervention of the barbarian warriors, even if he could evade the attacks, he would likely have been left with deep, bone-visible wounds. Kill him on my command? Both voices spread around, and the intense fighting stopped abruptly as both sides stepped back. The great Anchor Dynasty's soldiers all looked sternly ahead, while Hart, Kinney, and Atticus glared coldly at the front. Upon hearing the command, the barbarian warriors turned around, their gazes fixed on Commander Neil holding the bracelet. Why could this human speak their barbarian tongue? Amidst the barbarians' confusion, Commander Neil spoke again, Tadiastining to Commander Huafei. The barbarians exchanged glances before dropping their weapons. Regardless of the truth, with their lives now in others' hands, they could only comply. Seeing the barbarians continuously dropping their weapons, King Germain of the Northern Mo dynasty became livid and screamed frantically, "Do not drop your weapons, all of you! Pick them up, go fight, continue to fight." Unfortunately, no matter how crazily Germain shouted, the barbarian warriors paid no heed to him, their eyes filled with boundless animosity. This man had treated them like animals, feeding them leftovers and keeping them in dark, damp underground dungeons, making each day feel endless. Despite their anger, they had suppressed it, forcing themselves not to lash out. F***K. Flash. A surge of sword light flashed past, severing Germain's body, leaving him kneeling with his knees on the ground before collapsing into a cold corpse. Standing beside him, Hart gazed icily at the severed head, disdain flashing in his eyes. Spit. Hart spat on the ground, annoyed by the sight of Germain's lifeless body. He was such an idiot, still spouting nonsense right before his death. Ignoring Germain's corpse, Hart turned to Ismail far away and asked, "Oh Arnie, who is this guy?" Hearing this, everyone present nearly fell on their bottoms. "My God, how awesome are you? Killing someone without knowing their name. Aren't you just teasing us?" Sighing inwardly, Ismail replied, "General Ebenezer, this person you personally beheaded is Germain, king of the Northern Mo dynasty." "What? You mean this guy is Germain, king of the Northern Mo dynasty? Are you sure?" Hart questioned incredulously. "General Ebenezer, I assure you, this is indeed Germain, king of the Northern Mo dynasty, though he has now been decapitated by you," Ismail softly responded. Confirming the identity, Hart stared at the dead body in astonishment, utterly confused and depressed. He had assumed this person wasn't any king but merely a prince, given the crazy and savage roar. Tadiaddle did he know. It was indeed the king of the Northern Mo dynasty, Germain. Seeing the dragon robe, Hart was certain now. This guy was undoubtedly the king of the Northern Mo dynasty. "I didn't expect the king of the Northern Mo dynasty to die by my hand," Hart remarked. Forward, the Northern Mo dynasty's defenders ordered the gates closed, determined to prevent the great anchor forces from entering. If this final line of defense crumbled, the entire dynasty would perish. Just as the palace guards closed the gates, a group of imperial guards appeared, wildly slashing surrounding enemies and halting the gate-closing efforts. "Charge!" Moving like lightning, Hart rushed to the gate and savagely slashed the soldiers trying to close it. The great Anchor dynasty soldiers surged into the palace like a flood, mercilessly cutting down any armed resistance. They did not harm those unarmed unless threatened. Translation note. Names are preserved using pinyin to maintain authenticity. Chapter 215. Hawk's desperate struggle. The sun set in the twilight, the heavy rain ceased, and the sky cleared up. Despite the improving weather, both sides continued their fierce battle. Even though their king was dead, the generals of the Baima dynasty still led their troops in a desperate defense. They were people of the Baima dynasty in life, and ghosts of the Baima dynasty in death. With the dynasty destroyed, what face did they have left to live in this world? Since they couldn't turn the tide, they would deal a heavy blow to the Daxia dynasty, making it impossible for them to attack the remaining territories in a short time. Facing the Baima dynasty's determination to fight to the death, the soldiers of the Daxia dynasty wasted no time, gritting his teeth, gathering his spiritual energy into his right hand's sword to counter this strike. Boom! Two swords collided instantly, two powerful auras clashed, one filled with boundless killing intent and supreme dominance, the other cold and sharp, the sword light-piercing. The strong shockwave sent both men reeling back 5 or 6 steps. Riker quickly stabilized himself, excitement flashing briefly in his eyes. He hadn't expected this guy to still have some reserve strength, underestimating him completely. Suddenly, Riker's fighting spirit erupted like a volcano, intense and unrelenting, eyes cold, his long sword swiftly attacking. Sensing the deadly attack approaching, Hawk's eyebrows rose sharply, his expression changing. Without hesitation, he retreated. But a sword light like the moon encompassing 9 stars, cutting through the sky, was already sweeping toward him swiftly. Clang! Realizing he couldn't dodge, Hawk raised his sword, prepared to meet the attack. The two swords collided again, sending the white-clothed swordsman flying, his body splattered with blood, a trace of red blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, particularly noticeable. Seeing that his opponent was now injured and significantly weakened, Riker frowned, puzzled about what tricks Hawk had up his sleeve. Despite his confusion, Riker advanced relentlessly, his long sword slicing through the air, aiming to end his life. To play with swords in front of him? That was like a cow eating grass while a person played music. It was useless. Without a word, Riker's sword glowed ominously, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, striking with a single slash. Oh no! Although he avoided the fatal blow, a sudden palm strike caught him off guard, causing him to panic and try to dodge madly. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Bang! Struck by a heavy palm on his chest, Hawk spat out blood, his face pale, stumbling back, directly thrown flying away. After rolling several times on the ground, he stood up quickly, still glaring coldly, unafraid, facing Riker. Seeing Hawk's desperate struggle, Riker sneered inwardly, raising his sword again. After another 100 rounds of intense fighting, both were battered and bruised. Hawk's breath grew extremely weak, while Riker's momentum soared. Facing the ever-stronger Riker, Hawk felt deep frustration. How could this warrior be so powerful? Even though he knew Riker was enhancing his cultivation by leveraging Hawk's strength, he never imagined that Riker would become stronger with each exchange. It can't go on like this, old man will surely die here, Hawk muttered darkly to himself. The Baima dynasty was headed for destruction, but he absolutely could not die. He needed to rally forces to strike back against the Daxia dynasty. But to strike back, he must survive. Otherwise, his thoughts were meaningless. However, Riker pinned him down here, preventing any escape. To leave, he had to defeat Riker. But the issue was that Riker was far too powerful. Although Riker couldn't kill him quickly, prolonged stalemate meant certain death. Moreover, there was another powerful figure watching from afar. Though not particularly strong, together with Riker, they would definitely slay him. Seems there's no choice. Seeing Hawk's aura suddenly skyrocket, eyes bloodshot, pale face turning red instantly, Riker paused, narrowing his eyes at him. He's preparing for a final, desperate move? Riker thought, nerves on edge, emitting a powerful aura. Hawk was burning essence and blood to boost his strength. Riker couldn't wait passively or lower his guard, or he might be killed instantly. Eyes cold, Riker wielded his sword and attacked without giving Hawk any chance to continue burning essence and blood. Hawk, forced to stop boosting his strength upon seeing Riker's relentless attack, changed expressions drastically. 6th rank of Marshal King was enough to handle Riker, even if the youth came to join the fray, he wouldn't fear them. Die. His sword flashed like a lethal snake, Hawk sneering at Riker, expecting to see him fall. Seeing the formidable strike, Riker halted his attack and focused on defense. Hawk was now incredibly strong. Attacking while defending would mean sure death for him if he made the slightest mistake. Pooh. Though he defended, Riker still spat blood, flying back, his face deathly pale. But despite this, he held firm, stabilizing his flight, surges of energy rising. Seeing Riker withstand his strike, Hawk's eyes flashed with astonishment, confirming the need to kill this Arn. Within just a few exchanges, Riker was being suppressed, only able to defend, unable to counterattack. Facing such a furious onslaught, Riker felt a surge of excitement. He needed this immense pressure to break through to Marshal King. Kill. Chapter 216. Riker advances to Marshal King. After several more intense exchanges, Riker was once again sent flying, his face as pale as paper, his body swaying unsteadily. Despite this, he still forced himself to maintain a fighting stance, glaring defiantly at his opponent. What if the opponent was overwhelmingly powerful? Riker did not fear him, not even the Wu Todd who had forcibly elevated his cultivation. Seeing Jango preparing to come to his aid, Riker immediately shouted, "Don't come over to help. I can handle him. If things get too dire, you can assist then." Hearing this, Jango sighed deeply and reluctantly stepped back. Since Riker insisted, he would not argue further. However, if the situation turned life-threatening, he would intervene and join forces with Riker to slay Hawk. Hawk had to admit that Riker was exceptionally strong, managing to hold his own for hundreds of rounds despite being only a Marshal Venerable against Hawk's Marshal King. Moreover, Riker initially dominated the fight, forcing Hawk to burn his essence blood just to keep up. Unfortunately, this man seemed somewhat foolish. If Riker and Jango had joined forces earlier, Hawk might have been slain instead. Since this fool was so stubborn, Hawk would send him straight to hell and show him the consequences of stupidity. Impitch, spitting out the blood in his mouth, Riker's expression turned cold, and he fiercely charged at Hawk. Thanks to this confrontation, his cultivation had nearly reached the brink of advancing from Marshal Venerable to Marshal King. With a bit more effort, he could break through. This was why he hadn't wanted Jango to interfere. This battle was his chance to advance. Kill. Seeing Riker charging at him, Hawk's eyes flickered with disdain. Ants were always ants, and he lunged forward with his sword. He couldn't afford to delay any longer, as other enemy generals from the Great Anchor Dynasty were advancing on the capital of the Bema Dynasty, each equally formidable. Especially Steven. If his guess was right, Steven should be about to break through to Marshal King, just like Riker. Clang. Under the setting sun, both men wildly attacked with their swords, parrying each strike. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. However, due to the disparity in strength, it was mostly Riker who sustained injuries. Covered in blood, his armor was soaked red, and blood dripped down his face. His pale complexion indicated extreme weakness. During the fight, Hawk's cultivation also showed signs of weakening. If he didn't resolve the matter soon, he might be the one to die. Watching Riker weaken and suffer severe injuries, Jango felt an urgent anxiety. "Oh, my general, are you more stubborn than General Ebenezer? Don't you know we cannot defeat him if you fail?" As Jango spoke, a powerful aura suddenly erupted into the sky, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. Jango was pushed back several steps. Turning his gaze, he saw joy and excitement filling his face. Riker's cultivation had advanced. He had finally broken through to the Marshal King realm. In that moment, Jango understood why Riker insisted on facing this terrifying ancestor of the evenly matched, but now Riker had advanced to Marshal King. Even though it was only first stage, it was enough to deal with Hawk easily. Moreover, the time limit for burning essence blood was nearing. If he didn't escape soon, his cultivation would drop back to Marshal Ancestor. The temporary nature of this state was clear to him. His only option was to flee, immediately. Seeing Hawk continue to flee, Riker pursued without hesitation, determined not to let him escape. If this Marshal King escaped, it would be a fatal blow to them, so Hawk had to die here. Kill. With a roar, Riker continued his assault with his sword. Sputter. Spitting out blood, Hart sneered. "So this is the Star Pavilion of the Beigong Dynasty's royal palace? It's nothing special." Their forces had already occupied the entire palace, and Hart stood at the Star Pavilion of the Bema Dynasty, where officials gathered. This place was sacred to Bema officials, but for Hart, it was now part of the Great Anchor territory. Anyone living here would be considered subjects of the Great Anchor Dynasty. As long as they did not resist, they would enjoy the dynasty's benefits and become part of Great Anchor. Humph, Kenny chuckled, his gaze wandering around the area, reminiscing about the place where he once served. Back when he was an official of the Bema Dynasty, he often visited this place to meet with the king, only to be met with cold stares and hostility. Now, leading his army to breach this sacred land, he felt an indescribable emotion. "General Tadioho, there's no need to dwell on the past. You're now an official of the Great Anchor Dynasty, after all," Hart said softly. Chapter 217. Prince of Bema Dynasty escapes. "General Ebenezer, perhaps you're right, but in my heart, some things can't be resolved with mere words," Kenny said slowly. He used to be a minister of the Bema Dynasty, holding a fief as a marquis. Later, he became a general of the Shintian Dynasty, left all alone without soldiers or money. But even so, he had no complaints and never voiced any dissatisfaction. The Bema Dynasty treated them well enough, always targeting them and wanting them dead. They shouldn't blame him then. He was devoted to his cause, yet the cause did not value his loyalty. As for whether it was right or wrong, that would be left for future generations to judge. What he needed to do now was ensure his clansmen could survive and live peacefully. Hearing this useless talk, Hart didn't bother to reply, but still spoke up. "Your parents, spouse, children, and clansmen have already been settled within the territory of the Daxia Dynasty. After the war ends, you may see them. This was news given to Riker by the Imperial Guards, who passed it on to Hart, who in turn conveyed it to Kinney. Though he disliked being a messenger, for the sake of fine wine, he chose to deliver the message. Meanwhile, he wondered why Riker knew about Kinney's family being safe but didn't tell him sooner, only mentioning it now. Hart didn't understand the reason, but Kinney knew exactly what it meant. Despite feeling resentment, hearing that his parents, spouse, children, and clansmen were safe in the Daxia dynasty made him feel relieved. In the current Baima dynasty, his clan wasn't fit to stay, let alone continue living there. Though half the kingdom was under the control of the Daxia dynasty, there were still many loyal to the Baima dynasty. Without him protecting his clan, if they stayed in Baima territory, they might suffer from retaliation by Baima loyalists. Therefore, he requested Riker to arrange for his family and clansmen to be moved into the Daxia dynasty, ensuring their safety. Now, as a military officer of the Daxia dynasty, his family would be protected, even if he fell on the battlefield. Report, General, just now, in the chaos, several Baima princes fled the capital. While they were talking, a soldier rushed over, kneeled down, and reported loudly. Hearing this, both men's expressions darkened, revealing infinite hostility. They couldn't allow the Baima princes to escape. Otherwise, they would regroup and oppose the Daxia dynasty. Even if those troops were weak compared to the Daxia dynasty, their actions could delay the annexation of Baima. If these surviving princes sought refuge in other kingdoms, it could mean a significant blow to the Daxia dynasty. To which directions did these escaping Baima princes flee? Hart asked coldly. At this moment, he felt regretful, wishing he had killed all the princes when storming the palace. But it was too late now. The Baima princes had already escaped the palace and possibly the city. The four directions, east, south, west, and north, all have people, the kneeling soldier replied bitterly. 1,000 miles outside the capital of the Baima dynasty, in a narrow forest, 6 Imperial guards surrounded 5 or 6 men. Among them was a youth dressed modestly but intricately. If Baima citizens saw this scene, they would recognize the youth. This youth was Benson, the 9th prince of the Baima dynasty, currently fleeing for his life. Even though he was surrounded, his eyes showed no fear. Gripping his long sword tightly, he coldly watched the surrounding Imperial guards. Noticing the terrifying power of these guards, a Keith leading them said, "9th prince, we will hold them off. You must find a way to escape. Go as far as possible and don't look back." "No, I cannot leave you behind. We go together," Benson replied coldly. Had it not been for these men, he would likely be dead, unable to escape the capital. Now, how could he abandon them to the hands of these Daxia forces? Either they all escape together or die here together. "9th prince, please listen to me. Though our Baima dynasty is nearing its end, as long as you are alive, you can rally forces and fight against the Daxia dynasty," the Keith urged anxiously. They risked their lives to escort Benson out. They couldn't let anything happen to him, or they wouldn't rest easy. Moreover, as long as Benson lived, using his wisdom and abilities, he could rally forces to resist the Daxia dynasty. Even if he couldn't defeat the Daxia dynasty, he could buy more time until stronger allies could be found. Kill. An unknown guard gave the order, and the others charged at the Baima warriors. Their mission was clear. Kill all the escaping Baima princes, none should survive. Thus, they showed no mercy toward these enemies. Seeing the guards charge, the Keith and others tightened their weapons and met them head-on. They needed to buy time for Benson to escape, willing to die if necessary. Watching these seemingly insignificant opponents fight desperately, the Imperial guards sneered and pressed forward. The Keith roared, "Prince, go now." Benson gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes, then turned and fled. He had to live. He had to grow stronger and seek revenge on the Daxia dynasty. Seeing Benson finally make his decision and escape desperately, the Keith felt a sense of relief, then turned his gaze coldly to the battling Imperial Guard. Since Benson had left, it was his duty to stall the enemy with all his might. Pledged till death. With a roar, the Keith gripped his long blade and swung it fiercely, releasing a powerful surge of energy. His opponent showed no fear, gripping his weapon firmly, engaging in a fierce battle. Chapter 218. The Fall of the Baima Dynasty. Looking at the Keith blocking him, Aiden of the brocade uniform guard sneered inwardly, as if he was disdainfully watching his opponent. Feeling the disdainful gaze from the brocade uniform guard, the Keith suddenly felt tense, sensing that something significant was about to happen. Just as he was filled with doubts, another member of the brocade uniform guard appeared beside him and immediately chased after Benson, who had supposedly already fled. Seeing this, the Keith's expression changed drastically. Sensing ominous vibes, a terrifying aura surged from him. "Where are you planning to go?" Noticing the other man attempting to stop his companion from pursuing Benson, Aiden sneered in his heart and slashed with the embroidered spring knife in his hand toward the Keith. Realizing an imminent lethal attack, the Keith instantly drew his sword for defense. Soon after, both men exerted all their strength against each other. Aware that he might not be able to free himself to save Benson, the Keith roared into the sky, "Urban, run, run with all your might and never look back." Elsewhere, hearing the voice transmitted over, Benson suddenly stopped. He didn't turn around, but tears streamed down his eyes. It was said that princes should shed blood, not tears, yet he was human, possessing emotions. Moreover, his subordinates were incredibly loyal. Benson gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with tears, and without turning his head, he sped forward, desperately trying to escape from there. At the same time, every prince who had managed to escape from the Baima dynasty almost fell victim to the pursuit by the brocade uniform guard. Under orders to produce live or dead bodies, anyone who obstructed their mission to kill the princes of the Baima dynasty met an immediate end. Their task was singular: slaughter all fleeing princes of the Baima dynasty, including palace masters. Baima capital city Tadeo Chung. In the street, Riker coldly gazed at the corpses on the ground, devoid of any compassion. After a brief struggle, the strongest patriarch of the Bema dynasty, Hawk, had been successfully killed by him. The battle was drawing to a close, but despite this, some were still fighting fiercely, vowing to protect every inch of land until death. Bang! Exhausted from the strain, Riker finally— As for what became of the Bema king, it was unclear. Investigations were needed. Very well. Nightfall, the moon high up, stars scattered across the sky. Daxia Dynasty capital city, Imperial Palace, Tianqing Pavilion. Despite the late hour, Harold and others continued deliberating matters here. The matter was straightforward. Who would act as the messenger for the heavenly realm? While discussions went on, Jamar entered quickly from outside, coming directly to Harold. Your Majesty, Brocade Uniform Guard member, He Quan requests an audience. Let him in. Yes. Receiving the order, Jamar turned and left. Shortly after, a member of the Brocade Uniform Guard entered, knelt, and respectfully greeted, Brocade Uniform Guard He Quan, paying respects to your Majesty. Speak. Yes. Responding softly, He Quan began, General Meng reports that we have successfully captured the Bema capital. A few escaped the city, but the Brocade Uniform Guard is pursuing them relentlessly. Hearing this, Harold and the officials present were all ecstatic. After more than a year, the 5 great dynasties had finally fallen. Though the entire territory of the Bema dynasty hadn't yet been annexed, they believed that under Stephen and Riker's leadership, capturing the vast territories would be easily achieved. However, those who escaped posed a potential threat. Turning to the officials, Harold smiled. My esteemed ministers, with the Bema dynasty now defeated, what thoughts do you have? Cheers. Cheers. Since the 5 dynasties have fallen, our next step is to deal with the 7 major dynasties and swallow up the weaker ones, Harold stated expressionlessly. Your Majesty, confronting the 7 major dynasties must be postponed. With our current strength, we cannot face them all at once. Annexing smaller dynasties should also wait to avoid alerting the 7 major ones, Bowie suggested. Your Majesty, I agree. Now that the 5 dynasties are defeated, we need a period of recuperation before proceeding, Winston added quietly. Your Majesty, I concur. The 7 dynasties will eventually fall, but not now. We need to integrate the citizens of the 5 dynasties into ours and boost their economy, Emerick stated gently. Confronting the 7 major dynasties was crucial, but not now. They mustn't alert these dynasties, or they'd unite and attempt to dismantle the Daxia dynasty. Even though internal strife had been instigated among these dynasties, in the Nanyang domain, none would allow another top-tier dynasty to emerge, reducing their own shares. No force would permit such an outcome. You speak wisely. Let us take a period of rest and recovery, dealing with the beasts in the heavenly realm, Harold nodded lightly. This translation aims to stay faithful to the original content while ensuring it reads naturally in English, preserving paragraph on. Despite some internal resistance, they chose to accept it, knowing how eagerly they longed to leave this confined world. Even though they had already agreed to the terms, they couldn't depart without this man's permission. Harold nodded slightly and asked, Adair, who are these few? They are the sons of the other 4 clans leaders within the secret realm, Adair replied. Immediately following his response, the 4 youths introduced themselves from left to right. Your Majesty, I am Nathaniel, the eldest son of the Iron Armor Giant Rhinoceros clan's leader, at the early Imperial level, said Nathaniel. Your Majesty, I am Eben, the 3rd son of the Yumi Wolf clan's leader, also at the early Imperial level, added Eben. Your Majesty, I am CFA, the 2nd son of the Tunglean Snake clan's leader, similarly at the early Imperial level, CFA introduced himself. Your Majesty, I am Todd Demu, the youngest son of the Failing Eagle clan's leader, also at the early Imperial level, concluded Todd Demu. Harold and his companions were deeply shaken by this information, their eyes wide with disbelief. Imperial level? What did that mean? These beings far surpassed the Martial King realm. In fact, an Imperial-level ferocious beast equated to a human Imperial warrior, and was significantly stronger due to special circumstances. 5 human Imperial warriors might not even stand a chance against a single Imperial-level ferocious beast, let alone 5. Among them, Adair stood out with his mid-Imperial level strength, making him an especially formidable presence. But what intrigued Harold even more were the 5 late Empire-level clan leaders, virtually reaching Saint-level power, who now pledged allegiance to his great Anchor dynasty. With such powerful forces, there would be no rival in the entire Nanyang domain that could challenge his kingdom. Suppressing his excitement, Harold maintained a calm demeanor and said, Take me to see your leaders. As their ruler, he originally didn't intend to meet the 5 clan leaders. Rather, they should come to him. However, after receiving messages through Emerick, he realized he had no choice but to meet them. The current peace in the heaven-level secret realm depended entirely on these 5 leaders, preventing the ferocious beasts from fighting over resources. If they were to fall, chaos would ensue. This urgency explained why they so desperately sought to leave, to enhance their cultivation and extend their lifespans while maintaining control over potential unrest. Yes. Under Adair and the others' guidance, they journeyed for half a month and finally reached the headquarters of the 5 clans, seeing an ancient and grand hall. Looking at the distant structure, Harold furrowed his brow. When had humans built this palace here? Indeed, this towering, magnificent hall radiated an ancient aura and appeared to be constructed by humans. Yet somehow it didn't seem fully crafted by them but designed in a human style. The carvings on the hall depicted the images of the 5 clans, leading Harold to ponder this anomaly. Inside the hall, upon entering, Harold saw an expansive interior supported by pillars made of unique stones stretching toward the ceiling. On the walls were murals depicting creatures belonging to the 5 clans. By clan leader, may I ask if this palace was built by humans or by you? Harold inquired as they walked. In response, Your Majesty, many years ago, our ancestors obtained blueprints for a palace, which led us to build this grand hall. However, understanding the situation, Harold marveled at the ingenuity of the 5 clans' ancestors. Utilizing human-designed blueprints for ferocious beasts' palaces, this was indeed unprecedented. Soon, They arrived at the central chamber where an elegant stone round table stood, surrounded by stone benches, presumably used for the 5 clan leaders to discuss matters. Translation ends here. Please provide additional content for further translation. Chapter 220, Dark Knight Demon Dragon. After an in-depth conversation, Harold learned many things he did not know. No, it should be said that there were many secrets hidden by them. The territory where the 5 clans resided was divided into 5 regions. The White Striped Tiger Clan, the Netherworld Wolf Clan, the Coiling Scale Snake Clan, the Flying Spirit Eagle Clan, and the Iron Armor Rhinoceros Clan each occupied one region. To ensure fairness, this palace stood in the center of the 5 regions with 5 entrances leading inside, each corresponding to one of the 5 major clans. Every time something occurred, the strong members of the 5 clans would gather here to discuss how to handle matters. Additionally, the 5 clans had a rule stating that without permission from the other party, no clan could step into another clan's territory. For safety and to foster friendship between the 5 clans, the young ones of the 5 clans were allowed to freely cross each other's territories. No strong member of any clan could obstruct or harm them. However, one thing the 5 clans must collectively ensure was that they could not train the young ones into killing machines. Otherwise, they would suffer attacks from the other 4 clans. Though Harold did not understand why the 5 clans behaved this way, if they acted like this, there must have been reasons that couldn't be disclosed. Hendrik Thermore, Harold and his group learned from the 5 clan leaders that long ago, with the departure of the last holy great beast, the 5 clans began warring against each other, fighting for over a century. One shouldn't underestimate those 100 years. 5. The intrusion into the Dark Knight Demon Dragon's territory made it impossible for them to carry out the extermination. They never imagined that those villains sought protection from the Dark Knight Demon Dragon, developing their own forces and gradually becoming extremely powerful. Despite having formidable strength, they still could not confront the Dark Knight Demon Dragon. After all, such a level of power was feared even by their previous holy grade beasts. Left with no choice, they established defenses, always vigilant against the return of these foes and preventing them from infiltrating their territories. Dark Knight Demon Dragon? Are you saying there is a dragon in this heaven-level secret realm? Harold frowned slightly, asking. Yes, the Dark Knight Demon Dragon is a late-stage holy grade beast. However, he isn't purely from the dragon race. He only has traces of dragon blood in his body, making him look more like a horned dragon, Soul softly responded. Even though the Dark Knight Demon Dragon only had traces of dragon blood, his strength was enough to make them tremble, unable to deal with such a level of power. If they had the power to handle the Dark Knight Demon Dragon, they wouldn't have allowed those troublemakers to exist. Everyone sighed heavily, nodding reluctantly. They felt uneasy, even regretful. If they had dared to invade the Dark Knight Demon Dragon's territory with a resolve to die, they could have eliminated those hateful pests. But now it was too late to regret. Just as everyone fell silent, Bowie suddenly spoke up. I have a good plan to help you thoroughly eliminate these hazards. Huh. Hearing Bowie's words, everyone present frowned slightly, all turning their gaze towards him, including Harold. He was curious what strategy Bowie, known as a toxic advisor, had in mind. Although he didn't know the details, Bowie had a plan since he spoke up. Looking at this Desi before him, the 5 clan leaders were very puzzled, having no idea what he was up to. Of course, if he could help deal with those pests, they would rest in peace even if they died. Lord Jia, what is your brilliant plan? We hope you share it with us, Harold lightly inquired. My lord, my strategy is simple. We just need to persuade the Dark Knight Demon Dragon, and we can easily eliminate those troublesome beasts, Bowie replied. Upon hearing Bowie's explanation, everyone felt their foreheads turn black, speechlessly looking at him, including Harold. If dealing with the situation were as simple as Bowie said, it would indeed be straightforward. However, the problem was that the Dark Knight Demon Dragon wasn't easy to deal with. Angering him might bring catastrophic disaster upon them. Seeing everyone didn't understand his words, thinking he was fooling around, Bowie felt when Gerald was hatching, he accidentally leaked a drop of dragon blood. I managed to collect it then, Harold nodded gently, explaining. That drop of dragon blood on him did not come from extracting it from Gerald, but was inadvertently leaked during the hatching process. Initially, he was stunned. Why would Gerald suddenly leak a drop of blood? Through observations made via the system, he understood that Gerald's own power was too overwhelming, causing some essence to seep out. While the loss of this drop of blood didn't harm Gerald much, it temporarily reduced the terrifying force within him. Seeing that Harold was telling the truth, Bowie's eyes lit up slightly, a smirk creeping onto his lips, and his plans grew more ambitious. Turning his gaze toward Dustin and the others, Bowie whispered, Clan leader Bai, where is the Dark Knight Demon Dragon now? Can you take me to see him? What? Go and see the Dark Knight Demon Dragon? Brother, even if you don't care about your life, there's no need to bring them along. The Dark Knight Demon Dragon detests anyone entering his territory. Any intruders will become his meal. Though they were unaware why those rebels weren't afraid of the Dark Knight Demon Dragon and could even thrive in his domain, they knew better than to provoke him. Sir Jia, are you sure you're not joking with us? Soul said with a bitter smile. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Bowie replied sincerely. He had no time for jokes, especially not with these people. He never joked around. If he said he had a plan, then he truly had one. Even if that guy's strength had reached the peak of the heavenly secret realm, Bowie still believed he could handle it. Seeing his sincere expression and noting the absence of deceit in his eyes, the 5 clan leaders fell silent. They had witnessed this man's cunning and formidable nature. Dealing with him was no easy task. Since he spoke so confidently, perhaps he indeed had a way to convince the Dark Knight Demon Dragon, though how he intended to do so was anyone's guess. The 5 men exchanged glances, discussing what they should do next. After a long pause, Dustin finally spoke, his tone grave. Sir Jia, are you sure you can handle the Dark Knight Demon Dragon? If not, we will not take you to his territory. It wasn't that he didn't trust Bowie, but caution was always wise. He acknowledged that this human, Bowie, was exceptionally intelligent, but even such brilliance couldn't match the power of the Dark Knight Demon Dragon. If he were to anger the beast, their tribes, and the surrounding beasts would be in peril. I wouldn't say this if I weren't confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk it, Bowie assured. Convinced by his unwavering gaze, the 5 clan leaders decided to trust him and join him in this dangerous endeavor. Dustin turned to address someone nearby. Ankaroyu, among all of us, you are the most familiar with the Dark Knight Demon Dragon's territory. You'll lead Sir Jia there. Understood. Grover nodded without hesitation. He knew the journey was perilous, and any mistake could mean instant death. Yet, to eliminate the rebels, they must convince the Dark Knight Demon Dragon. Without his cooperation, all efforts would be futile. Eliminating the rebels was a dream they all shared. However, it required invading the Dark Knight Demon Dragon's territory. Minister Jia, do you have a plan to deal with the Dark Knight Demon Dragon? If not, it's best not to take the risk, Harold warned, his face heavy with concern. While he wished to subdue the dragon, he didn't want Bowie to put himself in danger, knowing full well that failure could mean certain death. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I am fully prepared, but you must give me that drop of dragon blood. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee success, Bowie responded respectfully. That can be arranged. When will you set out? Harold nodded in agreement. Tomorrow morning. The next morning was bright and sunny, the fresh air invigorating. The atmosphere felt incredibly refreshing as they breathed in the crisp morning air. At the entrance of the 5 clans hall, Bowie and Grover bade farewell to everyone before setting off for the Dark Knight Demon Dragon's territory. To prepare for the worst, Bowie ordered everyone into maximum defensive readiness. In case of failure, they needed to be ready to retreat immediately. Bowie hadn't wanted to do this either, but contingencies must always be considered. If things went awry, and they lacked proper defense, it would be akin to letting wolves into a flock of sheep. How long do you think they'll be gone, clan leader Bai? Someone asked. At least 6 months, possibly 2 or 3 years, Dustin replied, a wry smile on his face. That long? Harold furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy. Despite this, he remained confident that Bowie would complete the mission and return safely. There were still many matters in the outside world awaiting his attention, and he couldn't stay here indefinitely. Gathering everyone back into the hall, Harold resumed discussions and planning with them. Another half-month passed, and Harold returned to the Imperial Palace. Though negotiations with the 5 clans only lasted 5 days, the travel time took nearly a month. Nonetheless, Harold didn't complain. Additionally, he learned something crucial. The Heavenly Secret Realm was no ordinary realm. However, Dustin and the others kept its unique aspects a secret, promising to reveal details once Harold surpassed the Martial Emperor stage. Just as he stepped out of the Tianqing Pavilion, a court guard rushed forward, kneeling with respect. Your Majesty, the front lines have reported great news. Generals Stephen and Riker have almost secured the entire North Emo dynasty. Harold's face lit up with joy. His 2 generals hadn't let him down. He had expected the conquest of the North Emo dynasty to take another 2 to 3 months, but they had managed to occupy the remaining territories in less than 2 months. Did they face significant resistance? Harold asked calmly. One prince of the North Emo dynasty, Evan, had escaped the court guards due to assistance from a mysterious group. This mysterious group was powerful, having killed many court guards in the past. Despite this, the guards continued their pursuit until the mysterious group suddenly vanished. Evan quickly rallied forces to resist the Great Anchor dynasty while contacting the Maple Leaf dynasty for support. The remnants of the North Emo dynasty fiercely resisted, and Generals Stephen and Riker faced constant ambushes, the court guard replied solemnly. Chapter 222. Order to pursue Evan. Hearing this, Harold's brows furrowed. It seemed that Evan's existence indeed posed a significant threat to Stephen and his men. He shouldn't have let this guy continue to exist. The last prince's presence had bolstered the resolve of the remnants of the Baima dynasty, instilling in them the determination to fight to the death and never retreat. If this person were eliminated, it would surely strike a heavy blow to the morale of these remaining soldiers. But who should he send to deal with him? His gaze shifted to the nearby Imperial Guard, and Harold said coldly, "Where is your commander now?" Since this individual was a hidden danger, he must be eradicated, and the best person for the job was none other than Cornelius, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Only the Imperial Guards knew Cornelius's current whereabouts. Your Majesty, Commander Yuan is on his way to the Baima dynasty, the Imperial Guard replied softly. Tell Cornelius to find a way to get rid of Prince Evan of the Baima dynasty immediately. Anyone who obstructs him is to be killed without mercy, Harold said coldly. Since the remnants of the Baima dynasty chose to resist until the end, he would sever their last hope and plunge them into endless despair. He wanted to see what these foolish remnants still had to offer, and what qualifications they had left to prevent the Daxia dynasty from swallowing up the entire Baima dynasty. Want to stop the Iron Cavalry of the Daxia dynasty? Then show me if you have the strength to do so. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the Imperial Guard turned around and left immediately. As soon as the guard left, Harold turned to Emeric beside him. Lord Gil, since you've returned, inform everyone about the matter, and also prepare them for resource extraction. Now that the resources within the heaven-level secret realm were in their hands, they could use its wealth to strengthen the dynasty. Not only did he want the dynasty to be powerful, but he also wanted his ministers and warriors to be even stronger. Indeed, in our development. Let the Imperial Guards allow them to observe freely, but don't let them enter any important areas. If anyone intrudes privately, kill them on the spot, Harold said expressionlessly. He didn't mind these forces probing the Daxia dynasty. He wanted to see what they intended. Their actions would inevitably attract attention, prompting these forces to send people to investigate. Stopping these people would be like putting a knife to his own throat, raising their suspicions. Instead, they needed to open up and allow these forces to explore their territory freely, though certain places must remain off-limits to prevent interference with their plans. Yes. Receiving the order, Andy left without lingering to find the Imperial Guards and relay Emperor Harold's command. As Andy left, Harold began to work tirelessly, frantically peeing through the pile of memorials. Note, peer should be translated as going through or reviewing, and sudu fengkang jakai is incorporated as frantically for better fluency in English. Revised. As Andy left, Harold began to work tirelessly, frantically reviewing the pile of memorials. The Donghua dynasty was not only newly established but also constantly waging wars, causing a flood of memorials to pour in. Without assistance from officials, Harold might have felt on the brink of collapse. The effort was worth it. Forward. Time ticked by. Dusk fell, and night descended, enveloping everything in tranquility. Finally finishing the memorials, Harold felt utterly exhausted and longed for a hot. Lives became less dull, filled with learning, practicing, and playing. Leaving the palace was almost impossible due to his orders, so they had to stay inside obediently. Slowly squatting down and patting Tessa's head, Harold smiled at the other two and said, "All right, since you want to go out to play, I will take you all, but we can only stay outside for 3 hours. After that, we must return to the palace." "Yes, yes." Overjoyed by Harold's agreement, the 3 boys nodded vigorously, feeling extremely excited, almost ready to jump with joy. Chapter 223. Addie is anxious. Alien tribes attack again. Regarding Harold's plan to venture out, Andy immediately arranged for all the Imperial Guards to disguise themselves within the city. No one was allowed to expose their identities. The sole mission of the Imperial Guards was to prevent anyone from approaching the king, and any threat to the king was to be eliminated without hesitation. Initially, Harold disagreed with such an arrangement. After all, he was only going out, not into battle. There was no need for such heavy protection. However, Andy quickly vetoed this decision. Though he was the king's close attendant, his primary duty was to ensure the king's safety. Anyone who dared approach or threaten the king would feel the full force of his retribution. Seeing Andy's firm stance, Harold sighed in acceptance, hoping they wouldn't cause trouble or disturb the citizens. After changing into plain clothes, the group left the imperial palace and entered the bustling city, where residents lived in peace and harmony. "Callahan, what's wrong? Why aren't you playing with your uncles?" Noticing Tessa clutching his sleeve tightly and looking nervously around, Harold asked, puzzled. He wondered why Tessa had been clinging to him since they left, her eyes filled with fear at the unfamiliar surroundings. But then he understood. The little girl had spent her entire life within the palace walls, so it was natural for her to feel anxious around these new sights and sounds. Gerald, on the other hand, was incredibly lively, curious about everything she saw, eager to explore alongside Harold. "Father, I'm a bit nervous and don't want to play with my uncles," Addie whispered hesitantly. "Don't be anxious. A boy shouldn't be timid. Look at your uncle and Gerald," Harold said, smiling as he picked her up. "But father..." Before she could continue, Harold interrupted. "Outside the palace, you must call me father, not king, understood?" "Okay." Though reluctantly, Addie complied, addressing him as father instead of king. Just then, Gerald ran over, teasingly asking, "Callahan, why did you run to brother's arms again? Are you scared?" "I'm not scared, just a bit nervous," she retorted stubbornly. "If you're not scared, come down and play with us," Harold suggested. She stopped mid-sentence, panic-stricken, unsure how to respond. Harold patted her head reassuringly. "Don't worry, Callahan. Play with your uncles. Once you get used to it, you won't be nervous anymore." "Yes." Harold placed her gently on the ground and led her through the city. Andy followed silently behind, bowing respectfully. Thanks to the change in attire and the cover of night, none recognized Harold. Looking at the vibrant and peaceful scene around him, Harold felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the peace he strived for. Despite turmoil at the borders, the capital remained tranquil, untouched by conflict. After hours of sightseeing, they returned to the imperial palace. Having played enough, Addie promptly fell asleep, while Harold and Gerald remained energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. Gerald, in particular, was full of energy, running here and there tirelessly. Through play, Addie gradually became less fearful of the outside world, joining her uncle and Gerald in lively games. Seeing her asleep on his back, Harold couldn't help but smile ruefully. This child loved both playing and sleeping, just like her mother. Meanwhile, Harold and Gerald continued their playful antics. Then, a guard rushed over, kneeling before Harold, reporting, "Your Majesty, the alien tribes have launched another large-scale invasion. Our forces suffered heavy losses, and General Ellis was seriously injured," their expressions revealing anger and concern. They had hoped the last defeat would deter the aliens, but it seemed these invaders were relentless. "Your Majesty, we should send a stronger general to reinforce General Gao's defense," a Merrick suggested coldly. "Your Majesty, I agree. If these aliens are so reckless, we need a more capable commander," Winston added emotionlessly. Translation continues as needed based on the original Chinese text structure. Chapter 224. Riker heads to combat the alien tribes. "Your Excellencies, who do you think is suitable to lead the campaign against these alien tribes?" Harold asked slowly. Hearing this, everyone present fell silent, pondering who would be the best person for the task. Currently, all military commanders were engaged in various battles, or guarding the borders even after the wars had ended, just in case other dynasties launched an attack. They couldn't think of anyone available who would be suitable for dealing with the alien tribes. Though their great Anchor dynasty boasted many soldiers and generals, only a few had experience in combating tribes, which was indeed perplexing. Just as they were at a loss, Chancellor Hiroshi suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, I believe General Riker could be sent to the Great Yin dynasty to handle the alien tribes. With his experience and formidable strength, he should be more than capable." Yes, why hadn't the Beima dynasty territory? Riker's army was preparing to continue their march. Dressed in black armor, Riker watched calmly as his troops quickly prepared for departure. They had rested for 2 days and were now ready to eliminate the remaining forces of the Beima dynasty. Suddenly, a member of the Brocade Guards appeared respectfully. "Brocade Guard Tadu, Xin pays respects to General Ming." "What is it?" Seeing the sudden appearance of Tadu Xin, Riker furrowed his brow. "I've come to deliver the Emperor's edict." Hearing this, Riker's expression changed, and he promptly gathered Hart and the others, who knelt before him. Looking at them, Tadu Xin announced, "Delivering the Emperor's edict. Riker's army shall halt its advance immediately." Generals Hart, Kinney, and Gustavus are to lead their units to assist General Stephen in annihilating the remaining regions of the Beima dynasty. Riker and military advisor Django will lead the remaining forces to Brandt's location to resist the alien tribes. Upon hearing this, Riker's brow furrowed. Why was he being reassigned to combat the alien tribes? Could Brandt be facing difficulties? Everyone around him stood puzzled, unsure of what was happening. Why was Riker suddenly reassigned? To do Xian? What's going on? Why is the general being reassigned? Hart asked. Recently, for unknown reasons, the alien tribes have launched a fierce attack on Abyss City, causing heavy casualties. General Gao has suffered severe injuries. To do Xian explained. Riker immediately understood. Their ruler wanted him to confront the alien tribes. No matter what, since the alien tribes were attacking fiercely, he would have to abandon the joint effort with Stephen to conquer the entire Beima dynasty. Without hesitation, Riker said emotionlessly, Generals Ebenezer, Tadioho, and Zhao, proceed to report to General Stephen with your respective units immediately.
Yes.
They agreed without protest. With the alien threat looming, they couldn't afford to delay, even though they weren't assigned to fight the tribes directly. Advisor, please allocate the provisions, weapons, and support personnel immediately, Riker instructed emotionlessly.
Yes.
The four immediately got to work, aiming to finish everything before dawn. As everyone left, to do Xian continued, General Meng, Zach also instructed me to tell you that you will lead the campaign against the alien tribes, and all military supplies are already en route to the front lines. Understood, Riker nodded slightly, then added, please convey to Zach that I will do my utmost to defeat the alien tribes. Please rest assured. He didn't know the true strength of the alien tribes in this world, whether they were as difficult to deal with as the Xiong knew, but he would do everything possible to sweep them away for his lord. If they dare to attack, we'll prepare graves for them in Abyss City. Understood. Morning. In the Imperial Palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Ring. Your free monthly time has expired. Host, would you like to use the summoning opportunity? While reviewing documents in the study, Harold heard the system's mechanical voice. His eyes lit up, and he set down his brush. It had been a month since last month, and unfortunately, he hadn't summoned anything substantial. Even using the cycle power had yielded no notable results. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Harold silently commanded, System, immediately use the hero summoning opportunity. Ring. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the famous Warring States period general from the state of Zhao, Titus. Titus? One of the four great generals? These two words stunned Harold into silence, his heart pounding with excitement. Titus was one of the four great generals, known for repelling the Xiongnu and resisting the state of Qin. Unfortunately, King Imon of Zhao fell prey to false accusations and stripped Titus of command, leading to his eventual assassination. Had Titus remained, the state of Zhao might not have fallen so quickly, but the king listened to sycophants and caused his own downfall. Now, with this one of the four great generals joining them, handling the elite dynasties would be far easier. Titus was a troops, 100,000 inch. Martial Emperor? Holy crap. This is heaven-defying. Staring at Titus's formidable cultivation, Harold was instantly speechless from shock. A martial emperor-level powerhouse. If his guess was correct, in all of Nanyang domain, only the three great sects could possibly have such powerhouses. As for the seven dynasties, their strongest would merely be near the martial emperor level. After all, in this resource-scarce Nanyang domain, such high-level powerhouses were extremely rare. Yet, Harold had never imagined that one of the four great generals summoned by him, Titus, would actually be a martial emperor. Soon, under Andy's guidance, Titus, one of the four great generals, who appeared to be in his 40s, with a ruddy complexion and clad in black armor, entered the imperial study. Seeing King Harold before him, Titus knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, Titus pays respects to your majesty. General Tadeo, please rise. No need for such formalities. An excited Harold quickly helped him up. Thank you, your majesty. Titus bowed and stood up, maintaining a respectful demeanor. After standing up, Harold invited him to talk nearby while explaining some matters. Through his conversation with King Harold, Titus understood the gravity of the task entrusted to him and pledged, Rest assured, your majesty, as long as I exist, the demon race will not cross the river Styx. King Harold's task for Titus was simple. Take over the defense of the Styx River from Giovanni, Warren, and Cavan. Lead the army there to prevent the demons from crossing the river and entering human territory. Despite the fearsome nature of the Styx River, unflyable and unnavigable, it was certain the demons would attempt to cross it to invade human territory. Giovanni was excellent at sieging cities but lacked defensive skills, something only Titus could provide. With General Tadeo's assurance, I believe the demons will never cross the Styx River. Although the river was 1,000 meters wide, endless, and terrifying, preventing any flight or passage by boats, Harold knew the demons would find a way to cross it. Hence, utmost caution was necessary to avoid potential disaster. If the demons managed to cross into human territory, it would be catastrophic for the humans in Nanyang domain, pushing them to the brink. Harold aimed to ensure that Titus defended the region. With such a formidable warrior leading the elite troops, a wall of steel and iron could be formed. General Tadeo, do you have any requirements? Whatever you need, I will fulfill it, Harold asked. Your Majesty, my only requirement is that supplies must never be cut off. Even if we are low on supplies, it should not last more than half a month. Also, we need city defense weapons. Otherwise, I cannot hold the Styx River, Titus responded sternly. With 1 million troops stationed by the Styx River, daily provisions would be astronomically high. He demanded that supplies never run out. Even if they did, it must not exceed half a month, or the defenses would crumble instantly. During wars between Zhao and Qin, due to insufficient supplies, Zhao faced numerous defeats, regardless of whether fighting Faulkner or Dane. They were often defeated because of inadequate food resources. Despite knowing the world here consisted of martial artists capable of enduring a month without food, rest assured, even if the entire dynasty goes hungry, I will not let the border guards starve, Harold coldly vowed. He trusted Titus not just because of his strength, but also his skill in organizing large-scale defenses. As long as the supply lines remained intact, Titus could withstand anything indefinitely. A sudden cutoff of supplies would devastate them, no matter how impregnable their defenses seemed. His job was to ensure constant support for Titus, guaranteeing the fortress would never falter. With your majesty's promise, I swear the demons will never set foot on human territory, Titus firmly promised. Your majesty, I am unfamiliar with the Styx River. Please inform me so I can prepare accordingly. All right, I shall explain everything to General Tadeo now. In the afternoon, Titus left the imperial study, accompanied by the imperial guard. Report to Zack, Eben has arrived. Bring him in. Yes, your majesty. Eben, son of the southern clan leader of the Yuming Wolf clan, Tadian Juefeng. Normally, he should still be on his way back, but after only a few days, Harold had sent someone to bring him back. As for the other three, they had returned to the territories of the 5 major clans. The reason Harold kept Eben was significant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone into the heaven-level secret realm just to fetch him. Entering the study and seeing Emperor Harold, Eben immediately knelt down, saying, Eben pays respects to Zack. No need for formalities, please rise. Thank you, your majesty. Eben stood up, and Harold stopped reviewing the petitions. Standing up from his cushion, he soon left his seat and walked towards the entrance of the study. Passing by Eben, he gestured for him to follow, with Chief Eunuch Andy following suit as well. Just as they stepped out of the study, Harold softly asked, how does the outside world feel to you? The air here feels very comfortable. Eben simply answered. The atmosphere here was intoxicating. He liked this place immensely. It felt nothing like the oppressive atmosphere of the secret realm. Now if you asked him to go back, he would refuse even if it meant becoming a gatekeeper. He wanted to stay here forever. This outside world was truly enchanting. He finally understood Grover's words now, realizing why he dreamed of coming here ever since stepping out. Would you be willing to do something for me? Harold asked softly. Can I stay here permanently? Eben didn't ask what the task was, instead asking if he could stay. You can stay here, but you'll have to become the mount of one of my generals. Otherwise, you will have to return to the heaven-level secret realm, Harold replied. How strong is his cultivation talent? Eben wasn't concerned about strength, but rather the potential for cultivation. Once he became a mount, his own improvement would depend on his master's talent. If his master had exceptional talent, his future would be boundless. Conversely, if his master had weak talent, his progress would stagnate. Hence, he only pursued the right kind of talent. He advanced from Lesser Wu Zun to Wu Todd in just over a year, and his cultivation continues to soar rapidly. Tell me, is such talent enough to be your master? Harold said. It's more than enough. Eben's lips curved slightly, excitement evident in his voice. Such powerful talent was perfect for a master. Signing a symbiotic contract would allow his cultivation to advance with his master's. However, if his master were to fall, he would suffer greatly, losing half his power and unable to improve for 1,000 years. Suppressing his joy, Eben asked, Your Majesty, may I ask what is his name? His name is Riker. Bringing you here is to lead my army to meet him. But I don't know the way? Eben said awkwardly. Don't worry about that. Among those you lead, there are people familiar with the route to the Dayan dynasty. You only need to lead them forward and deal with any enemy forces that attack. Harold explained expressionlessly. If someone tries to stop us, can I kill them? Eben asked. As long as they pose a significant threat or launch a surprise attack, you can eliminate them without hesitation, Harold responded coldly. Anyone hindering his army would not be spared. Satisfied with Harold's permission, Eben appreciated such a straightforward ruler. Of course, he wasn't a bloodthirsty beast unless provoked. As Harold led Eben toward the southern district, 3 children ran past, laughing and playing. Seeing them early in the morning, Harold couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Bang! Just as Harold was about to speak, Eben, who was a step behind, suddenly kneeled, looking terrified at something ahead. Confused, Harold turned to see the same fearful expression on the faces of his sons, Harold Dow and Gerald, who had joined them. Brother, who is he? Why did he kneel suddenly? Harold asked puzzled. Father, why did this big brother kneel all of a sudden? Is he worshipping you? Harold Dow asked innocently. Gerald also looked puzzled at Eben, not understanding why this Desi had dropped. Chapter 227. Collapsing to the ground. Troops on the move. Seeing this, Everett didn't say much but gave a slight nod to Andy, signaling him on what to do next. Andy respectfully responded to the command, and gestured for 2 guards to come over. Then he helped Eben to his feet. 2 heavily armed, emotionless-faced guards, showing no signs of martial prowess, quickly approached and assisted Eben upon receiving the order. Embarrassed at being helped up, Eben wished he could find a place to disappear into. As a royal beast, he was mortified by this display in front of humans. Supported by the guards, Eben was half carried away but still managed to ask, Your Majesty, who was that child? Why did I feel so terrified? Recalling the innocent yet terrifying gaze of Gerald, Eben shuddered in fear. Especially when Gerald walked past him. It felt like stepping into hell, standing at the gates of death, ready to enter at any moment. His name is Gerald, a member of the Dragon Clan. Did you feel fear emanating from your soul? Everett said softly. Eben, a royal beast, had been frightened out of his wits by Gerald. Everett suspected he might have seen something he shouldn't, or sensed the terrifying aura of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan? Hearing those 2 simple words, Eben gulped, his eyes wide with shock. No wonder he felt such overwhelming terror. Now he finally understood what species those condescending eyes belonged to. Though strong, he was utterly inadequate against the Dragon Clan. Even a newborn would terrify him, fearing a single strike could end his life. Judging by the situation, Gerald must have just been born. Without further delay, Everett continued leading the group toward the southern district. After a short walk, Eben recovered but was still shaky. Facing such a fearsome Dragon Clan member, he realized he was nothing compared to them. He now understood why his father always warned his brothers and him never to intrude on Amato's territory. Amados were apex beings in the heaven-tier secret realm, yet Gerald seemed even more terrifying. Hendricker Thermore, as a pure-blooded dragon, Gerald's very presence was enough to overwhelm anyone without needing to fight. In the southern district of Imperial King Palace, an army was already assembled on the vast open ground. The soldiers, filled with zeal, eagerly awaited their king's arrival, radiating a formidable energy. Briggs, having gathered the troops, came forward and greeted Everett respectfully. General Briggs pays respects to your majesty. General Chun, there's no need for formalities. Leaving Eben behind, Everett stepped onto a platform and surveyed the 10,000-strong army with a calm, composed gaze. This was the army he was sending to Abyss City. Taking a deep breath, Everett said coldly, I'm sure you're all curious why I've gathered you here. Now, let me tell you. In the distant north, a bloodthirsty alien race that feeds on our people is amassing forces to breach our defenses. Tadiastining to Everett's speech, the 50,000-strong army burned with rage and heightened morale. With the king's command, they were to protect the realm's people from the alien threat. Kill them. Silencing the uproar, Everett sternly asked, You are the finest sons of Great Anchor. To ensure peace for your families and descendants, you must forge ahead despite hardship. Are you willing? We are willing. We are willing. Stopping the shouts with a gesture, Everett nodded to the middle-aged general beside him. Baird, a sturdy man appointed by Briggs, stepped forward and shouted at full volume, All soldiers about face. The entire 50,000-strong army turned sharply, and commanders led their troops out of the palace. Watching the departure, Baird approached Everett, saluting respectfully, Your Majesty, the army has departed. I should leave too. Did you say goodbye to your family? Everett asked. Baird, not a notable Chinese talent, but developed under Briggs's guidance, was now an accomplished commander. His parents, wife, and unborn child waited for him at home. Initially, Briggs didn't want him to lead, but ultimately agreed due to his insistence. I bade farewell. Chapter 228. Briggs requests battle. Blood Demon Sect's Patriarch escapes. General Chun, do you have something to say to me? Harold asked softly. Although Briggs's actions were barely noticeable, he could still tell that Chun had something to say. He was puzzled. What did Briggs want to say? Years ago, he had assigned Briggs to train troops here and expand the Great Anchor Dynasty's army. Now, several years had passed in a flash. Seeing Harold ask, Briggs spoke up, Your Majesty, I wish to go to the battlefield. I also want to help Your Majesty expand our territory. Expanding the territory for his monarch was what he yearned for. As a general, one must obey the monarch's orders, so he chose to stay and train new soldiers here. Even though daily training was intense, it could never satisfy his inner desire. He wanted to lead troops into battle and sweep across kingdoms. Despite reaching the martial king realm, his heart burned with an even stronger longing for warfare. This matter, General Chun, don't worry. Battles will come your way eventually. The 5 great kingdoms have been destroyed, and next, we will deal with the 7 great kingdoms. At that time, General Chun can lead the army to conquer any kingdom. Harold smiled. Harold knew well of Briggs's ambitions, but was uncertain how to respond. With the 5 great kingdoms now fallen, only the 7 great kingdoms, 3 major sects, and some minor powers remained in South Ocean. He could easily wipe out these minor powers, but doing so would alarm the 7 great kingdoms. Is this true, Your Majesty? Briggs's eyes lit up with excitement. A monarch does not jest. Since I've said it, you shall indeed lead our army to annihilate one of the 7 great kingdoms. Harold smiled warmly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Briggs expressed gratitude, deeply moved. Though the battles were still some time away, he was patient, knowing there would be plenty of time to wait. The prospect of leading the army made Briggs incredibly happy. His gloomy demeanor vanished, replaced by radiant joy. Seeing him as delighted as a child, Harold couldn't help but smile. He then led Andy away to attend to other matters. With the 5 great kingdoms conquered, local officials needed immediate appointments, and ministers were required to ensure the smooth integration of the newly acquired populace into the Great Anchor Dynasty. Additionally, the planting season was approaching, necessitating the cultivation of crops to meet future needs. 3 days later, Titus assembled over 1 million troops and personally led them toward the Netherworld River. He intended to reach it before winter arrived, for once winter came, they would be forced to halt due to heavy snowfall. According to intelligence, the Frost Leaf Kingdom became impassable during winter, making time critical. Though Harold felt exasperated by Titus's urgency, he reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Giovanni's troops deserved rest and should return victorious. In the imperial study, quietly reviewing petitions, Harold felt uneasy, sensing impending trouble. Your Majesty, Captain of the Jinui Jacob requests an audience, Andy announced, entering with tea and pastries. Andy poured tea and placed it before Harold, who sipped while asking, Does he state his purpose? He says it's urgent and wishes to speak directly to Your Majesty, Andy replied. Bring him in, Harold ordered calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Andy refilled the cup respectfully and left. After setting down his pen, Harold picked up a pastry, eating despite being a powerful cultivator. Even now, basic needs remained. What vexed him more was Andy's meticulous management of his routine. Soon, Andy returned with a Desi. Captain of the Jinui Jacob, reporting to Your Majesty. What important matter brings you here? Harold asked coldly. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Blood Demon sect has been annihilated, but one person escaped, Jacob admitted guiltily. Escaped? Who? Harold narrowed his eyes, icy cold. The patriarch of the Blood Demon sect, Tadu Feiyuan. Jacob bowed his head. Hearing this name, Harold's face turned frigid. Tadu Feiyuan, the strongest elder of the Blood Demon sect. Never had he expected the Jinui to let the Blood Demon sect's strongest escape. If Tadu Feiyuan reached the martial emperor realm, his resurgence would be catastrophic. How did this happen? Why did Greg allow him to escape? Harold demanded coldly. Initially, Captain Guan had Tadu Feiyuan surrounded. Victory seemed imminent until a beam of light appeared, and Tadu Feiyuan vanished, Jacob explained somberly. A beam of light? Harold frowned. realizing someone had aided to do Fei Yuan's escape. Whoever it was must be exceedingly powerful. Who dared oppose the great Anchor dynasty? After a moment's silence, Harold asked coldly, "Where are Greg and the others now?" Chapter 229. A million mu of fertile land. Report to Zack, Captain Guan and his men are doing their utmost to find to Fei Yuan, Jacob said with a cold expression. There was no way they could complete the king's task perfectly, so they had to exert all efforts to locate to Fei Yuan. If he remained alive, it would pose a significant threat to the great Anchor dynasty. Despite the many powerful figures in the great Anchor dynasty, to Fei Yuan's strength was formidable. Add to that, some remnants of the blood demon sect were still surviving. Once he recovers from his injuries, he would rally the scattered members, posing a serious danger. Tell them that if they haven't found to Fei Yuan by the mind. At this moment, he was also very angry, wondering who this sudden arrival was. Could they be an enemy of the great Anchor dynasty? As winter arrived, snow blanketed the land, spreading icy temperatures far and wide. 2 months ago, Stephen had led the army to annex the entire northern Mo dynasty. The last prince of the northern Mo dynasty, Evan, had been executed by the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Cornelius. Now, while standing beside a jade tree, Harold was reviewing documents and examining reports from the front lines. Just recently, the embroidered uniform guard reported that Riker had reached Abyss City and was beginning to oversee everything there. Ellis and his men were responsible for leading the troops back, but due to heavy snowfall, they could only depart in the spring. Additionally, Titus had just rushed to the Netherworld River and was preparing to secure its defenses. While Harold was busy reviewing documents, a small eunuch hurried over to Andy, whispering something into his ear. After hearing the message, Andy immediately left and approached Harold, saying, "Zack, Minister Americ seeks an audience. Bring him in." "Yes." Andy promptly departed, while Harold continued working, feeling a chill despite the warm fire nearby. Occasionally releasing spiritual energy to shield himself from the cold, he sometimes lost focus and let the energy dissipate. Soon, under Andy's guidance, Americ quickly came before Harold, kneeling down with respect. Minister Americ pays respects to Zack. Peng Zhenxiang, please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once Americ stood up, Harold put down his pen and gestured for him to sit near the fire. Gil Zhenxiang, what urgent matter brings you here? Reporting to Zack, we have observed a fertile plot within the heaven-level mystic realm suitable for irrigation and farming. I believe we should develop this land to grow substantial amounts of grain, Americ said excitedly. Oh, really? How extensive is this land, and how much grain can it produce? Harold asked curiously. Your Majesty, according to my observations, 1 million mu of land is suitable for irrigation. If we can cultivate it, it will provide a vast amount of grain for our great Anchor dynasty, Americ replied. Today, he went to inspect the heaven-level mystic realm and discovered an extensive fertile area with abundant water sources, perfect for growing crops year-round, given the perpetual spring and autumn seasons inside. 1 million mu of fertile land? Phew. Hearing this number, Harold sucked in a breath, feeling deeply astonished and exceptionally excited. This vast fertile land could provide a significant amount of grain for the army, ensuring the soldiers fighting on the front lines were well fed. On closer inspection, one was clearly Bowie, and the other was Jamil Adair, the chief of the Baiwan Tiger clan. Bowie's expression was calm and composed as he moved forward at a slow pace. Adair, on the other hand, was looking around fearfully, worried that enemies might be approaching. Lord Bowie, I think we should not get any closer to avoid being swallowed by the Dark Knight Demon Dragon, Adair muttered, voicing his concerns. Even as an emperor-level ferocious beast, he felt extremely afraid and dreaded seeing the Dark Knight Demon Dragon. Although it was not a pure dragon, its terrifying aura made him feel deep-seated fear even now before encountering it. He could already sense the lethal presence in the air. Seeing Adair so frightened, hiding behind him and cautiously peering around, fearing the sudden appearance of the Dark Knight Demon Dragon that could swallow them whole, Bowie couldn't help but feel speechless. Adair, you are also an emperor-level ferocious beast. Why have you become so timid as soon as we got here? Are you that afraid of death? Bowie said lightly. Well, Lord Bowie, to be honest, I am not afraid of dying, but I do not wish to meet my end without knowing why, Adair replied with a bitter smile. Coming to this place, he had already resolved himself to die, but the thought of perishing without reason made him very uncomfortable. Although following the and the lake, Adair was not wrong. The Dark Knight Demon Dragon was indeed in the lake, and its mere presence was enough to be fatal. If it were to attack, it would merely be a matter of a single strike for them to meet their end. Adair, can you release your aura to awaken the Dark Knight Demon Dragon? Bowie asked lightly. What? Release my aura? Lord Bowie, this joke is too big. Hearing this, Adair paled. Awakening the Dark Knight Demon Dragon abruptly was akin to courting death prematurely. Even if they were close to death, it didn't mean they should be so hasty. Seeing his lack of understanding, Bowie felt helpless. Without stopping, he stepped forward, releasing his own aura. Clearly, Bowie's cultivation was nearing Martial Emperor, and his momentum suggested he was not far from reaching that level. Before Adair could react, he was stunned by Bowie's actions, staring wide-eyed in shock. He never imagined Bowie would be so determined, directly provoking the Dark Knight Demon Dragon within its territory. Brother, even courting death isn't this extreme, right? Well, looks like we are doomed this time. Roar. With a horrifying roar echoing around, the water in front of them surged. Adair immediately hid behind Bowie, terrified. Despite his fear, Adair still peeked out curiously, watching the churning waters, awaiting the emergence of the Dark Knight Demon Dragon. Honestly, he was also curious about what the Dark Knight Demon Dragon looked like. He only knew from his father that the Dark Knight Demon Dragon was strong, but he was always puzzled by how fearsome it truly was. Soon, a massive head emerged, followed by a colossal body rising into the sky. Upon closer look, it was a black dragon. Looking down at the puny human below, the Dark Knight Demon Dragon was puzzled, asking, Human race? Why did you come to this secret realm world? Tadioving here for so long, he had never seen a human enter this place. Though he could transform into a human form, any imperial-grade ferocious beast could also change into a human-like appearance. Yet, this tiny figure was undoubtedly human. His cultivation was weak. A mere pinch from him would turn the human into meat paste. Of course, to seek cooperation with you. Bowie suppressed his internal shock and calmly replied, "Cooperate with me? Do you even qualify to cooperate with me?" The Dark Knight Demon Dragon looked at Bowie with disdain and greater puzzlement. Where did the humans come from to enter this secret realm world? Could they have already taken control of this realm? If so, do I have the qualification to cooperate with you? You'll have to hear me out first. By the way, can you transform into a human form? Your current appearance is somewhat uncomfortable to look at, Bowie stated lightly. Ruhar. The Dark Knight Demon Dragon's face turned cold as it roared, emitting a terrifying aura that enveloped both of them, saying, "Tiny human, do you provoke me like this and not fear I will crush you to death?" Feeling the overwhelming power of the terrifying aura, Adair trembled uncontrollably, unable to look at the Dark Knight Demon Dragon straight, drenched in sweat. However, Bowie wasn't intimidated by the dragon. He clenched his teeth, enduring the immense pressure imposed on him. Fearful. "But do you not wish to become a true dragon? Do you not want to venture outside?" Bowie replied, his face pale and strained. Right now, Bowie was under immense pressure, bearing the full brunt of the Dark Knight Demon Dragon's aura, his legs trembling, almost falling to his knees. But in this world, he only knelt before his parents and the king. As for others, they did not deserve his respect. Upon hearing this, the Dark Knight Demon Dragon's expression changed slightly, eyes narrowing. The terrifying aura instantly vanished. What was this tiny human's intention? Even if becoming a true dragon was uncertain, leaving this secret realm world would give him enough time to train and possibly join the Dragon Clan. Even if he couldn't become a true dragon, he was willing to risk it. Chapter 231, Blood Slave Pill. Do you have a way to make me a true member of the Dragon Clan? The Amato's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering in them. If it were anyone else, he would absolutely not believe it and slap the person dead instantly. But this human not only came alone but also brought along Jamil Bayou, the chieftain of the White-Striped Tiger Clan, which indicated that he had a method. To become a true dragon, even a pseudo-dragon, he was more than willing. As he stood now, with impure blood and only a thread of dragon's blood in his body, he was unworthy of being called a member of the Dragon Clan. He could only be termed as a mongrel dragon. "I do have a way, but I have one condition. I want you to become the mount of the emperor of our great Anchor dynasty," Bowie said coldly. Upon hearing this, Adair collapsed on the ground, looking at Bowie in shock. "Are you kidding me? Don't you know how severe the consequences will be if you say something like that?" His entire body went limp, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He wished he could die right then. Roar. A roar filled the air, fury blazing in the Amato's eyes as a terrifying aura spread around him. "Faint-hearted ant, are you asking for death?" To ask him to become a mount for a human was akin to inviting death. Throughout his existence, no living being had ever made such a demand. "Ask you again, do you truly have a way to make me a true dragon?" "No idle words. If you agree to become my lord's mount, I'll give you the answer you seek," Bowie replied firmly. Seeing the Amato calm down, Adair breathed a heavy sigh of relief, taking deep breaths. That moment had almost been fatal. Fortunately, the Amato's desire was strong enough. Otherwise, they both would have met their end. The Amato remained silent, watching the two before him with a cold gaze. He was deciding whether to trust this human. Although he hadn't met many humans, his ancestral memories warned him that humans were cunning and strategic. Dealing with them must be done carefully, or he might lose everything. Seeing the Amato's silence, Bowie, who was fighting the pain inside him, smiled inwardly. It seemed his guess was correct. This Amato was eager to become a true dragon. It appeared he had won this gamble. If Adair knew that Bowie was gambling all along, he would never have come with him. This guy was literally playing with fire. While the Amato was silent, Bowie took out a peculiar blood-colored pill. Though it looked ordinary, it made the beast's nerves tighten, as if facing a formidable enemy. Handing over the pill, Bowie gazed at the Amato. "If you've decided, swallow it." Looking at the small, blood-red pill in Bowie's hand, the Amato felt uneasy. A voice in his mind urged him not to touch the pill, not to touch it. "What kind of pill is this?" "Blood slave pill. This pill is refined using a drop of my lord's blood. Once you consume it, you will become my lord's mount for life and cannot betray him," Bowie said coolly. This pill was obtained from Caden, specifically designed to handle extremely powerful beasts like the Amato. Bowie had only one pill, which he secretly took from Caden before entering the secret realm, even hiding it from Emperor Harold. He initially thought he wouldn't need it so soon, but unexpectedly, this giant delivered it straight to him, bringing immense joy. Upon hearing this, the Amato's face darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, but he suppressed the impending explosion of energy. Adair, who had just relaxed, once again felt his heart leap into his throat. Damn it, again? After a long silence, the Amato transformed into a figure of light, then turned into a human standing beside Bowie. He had regular features, clear brows and eyes, black short hair, towering over 8 feet tall, dressed in black with dragon motifs. His gaze was icy, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old. Seeing the humanized Amato youth, Bowie swallowed hard, feeling frustrated. Why is he only 15 or 16? Isn't he underage? Flexing his limbs, the youth felt comfortable and glanced at the astonished Adair with disdain. "What are you staring at? Never seen an immature water dragon?" Hearing this, Adair snapped back to reality, inwardly shaken. Not yet an adult? What the heck? This terrifying beast isn't even an adult yet. Bro, it's been almost 10,000 years. Why aren't you grown up yet? Ignoring the nonsense, the youth turned his gaze to Bowie, his expression somewhat cold. "Weak human, if I swallow this pill and you don't keep your promise, I will take you and your entire great anchor dynasty with me. Please rest assured, I, Bowie, never lie. Bowie promised confidently, but if those he had deceived knew these words came from him, they would laugh sarcastically. Are you kidding? We wouldn't have died so miserably if you didn't deceive us, right? Chapter 232. Transformation into a Dragon. The Desi hesitated for a moment, struggling fiercely in his mind over what choice to make. Finally, he came to the decision he wanted. Taking the pill from Bowie's hand, the Desi swallowed it without a second thought. The pill dissolved the moment it entered his mouth. In an instant, rich medicinal power transformed into strands of blood-colored chains that spread throughout his body, binding him as if with shackles. Not only did the blood-colored chains immobilize every part of the Desi's body, but they also formed a terrifying spider web in his spiritual world. Any attempt at resistance would be met with consequences. Despite this, overcome with joy. Now he finally understood why Bowie had claimed that he could make him a true member of the Dragon Clan. With this drop of pure dragon essence, becoming a true dragon was within reach. This is a drop of pure dragon essence. If you ingest it, it can enhance your bloodline, transforming you into a true member of the Dragon Clan, Bowie said calmly. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, the Desi hastily took the crystal ball in his hands, unscrewed it, and released the drop of terrifying essence into the air. The moment the drop of blood left the crystal ball, everything seemed to shudder with fear, deeply bowing to this fearsome essence. Even Grover, who was exceptionally powerful, felt a soul-deep terror at the sight of this drop of blood, trembling violently. Suppressing his inner fear, the Desi swallowed the drop whole. Instantly, unimaginable power transformed into fiery tendrils that seeped into his meridians. Feeling the transformation in his body, the Desi contorted in agony, screaming skyward in pain. He struggled on the ground, enduring torment that pierced his very soul. Witnessing this, Grover was utterly stunned, staring blankly, as if everything were a dream. Sensing the atmosphere changing around them, Bowie didn't remain stationary but grabbed Grover and moved quickly 100 meters away. At this moment, the Desi was undergoing a profound transformation into a true dragon, a process that could either grant him a new form or end his life. They couldn't stay too close, for if the transformation drove him to madness, he might lash out at nearby life forms. Noticing further changes, Bowie moved again with Grover another 100 meters away before setting him down, watching the distant transformation with a cold expression. Sir Jiaxiu, what is happening? He screamed in agony after swallowing that drop of blood. Grover asked, bewildered. He is undergoing a transformation. If successful, he will become a true member of the Dragon Clan. If not, he will perish on the spot, Bowie replied indifferently. Dragon blood was terrifying, especially dragon essence. The Nightfall Dragon faced two possibilities: successful transformation into a dragon or immediate death. But Bowie believed the Nightfall Dragon would succeed. Though this Desi looked fierce and rebellious, there was an unyielding determination deep within him. Grover was thoroughly baffled. His heart heavy with confusion, he wondered just what kind of blood had been so terrifying as to nearly cost the Nightfall Dragon its life. 3 hours passed, the sun set, and twilight approached. The Desi continued to scream in agony, drenched in sweat. Roar. Suddenly, the Desi roared skyward. His form didn't revert. Instead, he has potential, bypassing the 3 trials and 9 tribulations. I'm curious, how did you obtain dragon essence, and why didn't you use it yourself, instead giving it to me? The Nightfall Dragon asked curiously. To know the answer, you'll have to meet our Emperor, your master. Only then will your doubts be resolved, Bowie replied mysteriously. TC. The Nightfall Dragon sneered slightly, then said, My name is Xylan. What's yours? Bowie. Kramer? That's a strange name, Xylan commented skeptically. Your name isn't exactly common either. Bowie countered, delivering a mildly insulting yet highly impactful remark, leaving Xylan speechless. Bowie continued, Now that you're a true dragon, there are some matters you should handle. Chapter 232. Transformation into a Dragon. After a moment of internal hesitation and frenzied struggle in his mind, the Desi finally made his decision. He took the pill from Bowie's hand and swallowed it without a second thought. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, instantly transforming into thick strands of crimson chains that spread across his body like shackles, binding him tightly. The blood-colored chains not only restrained every part of his body, but also formed a terrifying spider web in his spiritual world. Any sign of resistance would be met with dire consequences. Despite the sudden changes, the Desi remained motionless, as if he had anticipated this. After a long wait, he felt an inexplicable connection with someone. A sovereign enthroned in the void while he was but an insignificant ant looking up. The sudden vision left him utterly amazed, his mouth hanging open in awe. My master. What kind of monster is he? He glanced at Bowie, realizing now that the emperor of the Daxia dynasty was far from ordinary. Turning his gaze back to Bowie, the Desi said coldly, I've already swallowed the pill. Now, will you tell me how you plan to help me become a true member of the dragon race? He was gambling with his life. If Bowie deceived him, he would make sure both Bowie and the Daxia dynasty paid dearly. Bowie didn't respond immediately, but instead retrieved a fist-sized crystal ball from his spatial ring. Inside the ball was a drop of blood, radiating an eerie power. The Desi's eyes widened as he stared at the blood within the crystal ball. His breathing halted, disbelief flooding his gaze. Dragon blood? And pure dragon essence at that. Seeing the dragon essence blood, he couldn't help but swallow hard, green light flashing in his eyes. Shocked, speechless, he was filled with overwhelming joy. Now he understood why Bowie had said he could turn him into a true member of the dragon race. With this drop of dragon essence blood, becoming a real dragon was within reach. This is a drop of pure dragon essence blood. If you consume it, it will enhance your bloodline purity and transform you into a true dragon, Bowie explained calmly. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, the Desi quickly grabbed the crystal ball, unscrewed it, and let the terrifying essence slowly float in the air. At that moment, everything around them trembled with fear, bowing to the terror of the essence blood. Even the formidable Grover felt a soul-deep dread, trembling violently. Suppressing his fear, the Desi swallowed the blood in one go. Instantly, unimaginable power transformed into fierce flames, seeping into his veins. Ah! Feeling his body change, the Desi's face contorted in agony as he screamed out loud, writhing on the ground, enduring excruciating pain that penetrated his soul. Grover watched in horror, stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Sensing a change in the surroundings, Bowie quickly grabbed Grover and moved 100 meters away. The transformation process was both long and dangerous. They couldn't risk staying close in case the Desi went berserk and attacked nearby beings. Grover, now thoroughly bewildered, asked hesitantly, "Lord Jiaxiu, what's happening?" After he swallowed that drop of blood, he started screaming in pain. He's undergoing a transformation. If successful, he will become a true member of the dragon race. If not, he will perish here, Bowie replied coolly. Dragon blood was terrifying, especially dragon essence blood. The Yamato faced two outcomes: successful transformation into a dragon or death. But Bowie believed the Yamato would succeed. Though the youth seemed fierce and rebellious, his inner determination was unshakable. Grover was utterly confused. What exactly was that blood? How could it be so terrifying that it could claim the Yamato's life? 3 hours passed, twilight fell, and night approached. The Desi continued to scream in pain, drenched in sweat. Roar! Suddenly, the Desi roared into the sky. No longer a sea serpent, he was now a black dragon rising high into the heavens. Grover was completely dumbfounded, staring at the Yamato who had just transformed into a perfect black dragon. Though his aura hadn't increased, the terrifying presence he exuded left Grover immobilized, bowing in submission. Roar! In the sky, the 100-meter-long Yamato let out a jubilant roar, tears streaming down his face. He had finally become a dragon, a real dragon. Before meeting Bowie, he never imagined he could become a dragon during the trials ahead. But now, grabbing Grover, Bowie brought him closer despite his reluctance. Confronted with Bowie's forcefulness, Grover had no choice but to comply. As the two approached within 100 meters, the excited Yamato transformed back into human form, appearing before them. Crack! Crack! The newly transformed Yamato stretched his limbs, reveling in his new body, feeling nothing but satisfaction. Though his strength hadn't increased, he was now a true dragon. His future achievements were boundless, and he wouldn't have to endure the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. I'm curious, how did you obtain the dragon essence blood, and why didn't you use it yourselves? Why give it to me? The Yamato asked curiously. If you want to know the answer, you'll have to meet our emperor, your master. Your questions will be answered then, Bowie replied enigmatically. Tisi. The Yamato shrugged, saying, My name is Xylan. What's yours? Bowie. Kramer? That's a weird name. Xylan remarked, puzzled. So is your name. Bowie shot back, leaving Xylan speechless. Continuing, Bowie added, Now that you're a dragon, there are matters that need your attention. Hashtag chapter 233. Xylan comes to the human territory. Do you want me to do something? What do you want me to do? Kill people or kill vicious beasts? Xylan asked, puzzled. Despite his formidable strength, he had now submitted to the great Anchor dynasty and could only follow their orders. He was very curious about what this human wanted him to do. Kill people or what else? Killing people? He didn't mind that. Killing vicious beasts? That too, he didn't mind. For a powerful being, weaker beings were like ants, mere nuisances hindering their advancement. Is there a group of vicious beasts lurking in your territory again? Bowie did not answer directly, but asked with a cold expression. Do you mean those insignificant creatures? They do exist, but they haven't invaded my territory. They've just set up camps around it, Xylan said lightly. Long ago, a group of uninvited guests came to his territory, but since they did not disturb him, he did not devour them. Strangely enough, these intruders started secretly building bases after arriving near his territory but dared not disturb him at all. Upon hearing this, Bowie's eyes lit up. It seemed the rebels from the 5 great clans were indeed around the territory of the Yamato. Do you want me to get rid of them? Yes. I want you to wipe them out completely without leaving any survivors, Bowie replied coldly. His purpose here was not only to subdue the Yamato, but also to have help in dealing with the rebels from the 5 great clans. Now that the Yamato was subdued, his next task was to deal with those rebels. With just his and Grover's strength, it would be impossible to handle the rebels. But if this Yamato, Xylan, lent a hand, handling those creatures would be more than manageable. If I eat them, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Xylan said indifferently. Why do you want to eat them? Kramer asked, utterly astonished and confused. Their flesh is quite good. Though it won't enhance my power, I've been feeling a bit hungry lately, so I thought I'd satisfy my hunger with them, Xylan responded earnestly. If the rebels from the 5 great clans knew the Yamato, whom they had never dared offend, was about to devour them, they would surely run for their lives. Since you want to eat, go ahead, but make sure you finish quickly and don't leave any survivors, or else the king might blame us later, Bowie said without objection. Vicious beasts eating other vicious beasts. It was the law of the beast realm. If one didn't want to be eaten, one had to be strong enough to be invincible. Otherwise, they would always end up as someone else's meal. Roar. With Bowie's consent, Xylan rose into the sky, transforming into a black dragon, roaring loudly. Watching Xylan head southeast, Bowie remained on the spot, waiting quietly without following him. He wasn't worried about Xylan letting the beasts escape. His main concern was whether Xylan could keep the commotion to a minimum. Lying sprawled on the ground, Grover looked sharply at the enormous black dragon heading southeast, mouth agape. From their conversation, it was clear the rebels from the 5 great clans would soon become this giant creature's meal. Spring turned to winter, then to spring again. It was March 21st of the 5th year of the Common Era. It was now early spring, with flowers blooming and a faint fragrance permeating everything. In the imperial study, Harold was silently reviewing petitions while listening to Andy read aloud their contents. Harold was multitasking, reviewing petitions and listening to their content simultaneously. If anything caught his attention, he would immediately stop and examine it. Over the past 6 months, Harold hadn't been idle, both reviewing petitions and discussing future plans with his ministers. Although they had already inflicted heavy losses on the 7 great dynasties, including direct confrontations, and even the 3 major sects were not spared, it was far from enough. To eliminate these forces without heavy casualties, they needed to let these factions fight amongst themselves intensely to ensure the success of their next move. At the same time, in Tianqing Pavilion, led by Bowie, Amato Xylan left the Heaven Rank Secret Realm and appeared within the Imperial Palace. Xylan could leave the Heaven Rank Secret Realm only with permission. Otherwise, he would be confined there forever. Though his cultivation was now sealed, he felt no power, but upon smelling the fresh air outside and the comfortable surroundings, his heart swelled with relief. What a wonderful feeling. He grinned innocently. Hey, Louis Jia, where have you been lately? Why haven't I seen you? Harold and Gerald, who had just arrived, suddenly felt awkward, looking away to avoid reprimand. Bang! Just as Bowie was about to speak, Xylan suddenly knelt, shocking everyone present. What's happening? Turning slightly, Bowie asked with puzzlement. Janice, what's going on? Why are you kneeling? Chapter 234. Boss, I want to follow you. He is a DR dragon. Somehow, Xylan didn't know what to say next. At that moment, it was as if the words were stuck in his throat, making it difficult for him to speak. Confronted with this boy with golden eyes, he felt like an enormous dragon coiled before him, while he himself was no more than a tiny insect. Faced with such a terrifying dragon, he could not help but bow down, feeling utterly insignificant before it. Looking at another person kneeling before him, Gerald was puzzled. His gaze shifted to Bowie as he asked, Louis Jia, who is this guy? Why is he on his knees? Bowie gently placed Addy on the ground and smiled. He's also a dragon, like you, but his status isn't as high. Also, he once consumed a drop of your essence blood. Perhaps because of the sensitivity inherent to vicious beasts, this made Xylan involuntarily. If he got close to him, he might one day become a true member of the Dragon Clan. Seeing this man's change in attitude, Bowie's face twitched. Just moments ago, the boy had seemed rebellious, but faced with Gerald, he turned into a yes man. Boss? Why are you calling me boss? Do we know each other well? Gerald asked, puzzled. Boss, even though we don't know each other well now, doesn't mean we won't get familiar later. From now on, I am your follower. Wherever you lead, I will follow without question, Xylan smiled. If his guess was correct, this Desi in front of him was a Golden Dragon Clan member, an elite, and a royal among dragons. By associating with him, it would be like turning from a nobody into a phoenix, ensuring a meteoric rise. But to truly follow him, Xylan knew he needed to make the acquaintance known. Harold and Addy watched the scene in bewilderment, unaware of Xylan's intentions or why he behaved so strangely. They didn't know Gerald was a dragon but didn't care whether he was a dragon or human. They were brothers first and foremost. Janice, stop kneeling and come along with me to see the king. If the king has to wait too long, there will be trouble for you, Bowie said. Okay. Though initially wanting to refuse, Xylan saw Gerald standing nearby and agreed. With Gerald here, it meant he could see him daily, gradually getting closer. Seeing that Xylan hadn't yet stood, Bowie addressed the 3 children, smiling, Tadiodle, take your brothers to play. Louis needs to take this big brother to meet your king brother. Sure. Harold promptly gathered the 2 younger ones, ready for some fun. They had just finished breakfast, planned to rest a bit, then study calligraphy, and practice swordsmanship in the afternoon. Alone, it would feel boring, but together, they were cheerful and competitive, always trying to outdo each other. As the trio left, Bowie looked sternly at Xylan. Stop kneeling and follow me to see the king. With that, Bowie walked forward. Staying behind, Xylan, despite weak legs, forced himself to stand. Facing Gerald, it was as if he saw an imposing golden dragon towering over him. Especially after consuming a drop of Gerald's essence blood, he felt not only fear but reverence. It was as if this figure was his master. Soon, under Bowie's lead, they arrived at the palace door. However, instead of entering, the guards knocked gently on the door. Creak. The large door opened, revealing Andy, who greeted them respectfully. Lord Bowie. Yes. Eunuch Hyder. Is the king inside? Bowie nodded. Yes. Lord Bowie, please wait a moment while I inform him, Andy responded politely. Yes, thank you for your effort, Eunuch Hyder, Bowie acknowledged. They adhered strictly to protocol. Ministers couldn't enter the monarch's presence without permission unless in emergency situations, stared at him as if he had discovered a new world. Seeing this Desi before him, Harold was puzzled. Could this Desi be the Amato, Xylan? But he looked so young, barely 16 years old. Noticing that Xylan still stood while beside him, Bowie said coldly, Janice, this is the king, your master. Why don't you kneel? Though this Desi was now their king's mount, it was improper for him not to kneel before the king. If it were before, Bowie wouldn't have dared to speak like this. The Dragon Clan had a short temper and could easily fly into a rage at any moment. If this Desi got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. But now he was already their king's mount. Coming back to his senses, Xylan quickly knelt down, saying, Amato Xylan greets his master. Xylan, what a fine name. Harold did not blame him but smiled. My name is Harold, the king of the great Anchor dynasty. I believe Bowie has informed you of this. He had expected this Desi to be more lively, but instead, he seemed nervous. His aura was unique, similar to Gerald's yet distinctly different. It might be due to the essence blood he had consumed. I know a little bit, but not much, especially about the great Anchor dynasty, Xylan replied with an awkward smile. Previously, Bowie told him that his master Harold was the king of the great Anchor dynasty, which was only established a few years ago, but had already become a dominant force, even conquering 5 other dynasties. longing to grab the plate and devour them. There's no lie. Since I said you can eat, I won't deceive you. Or do you not want to? Hee, thanks. Smiling gratefully, Xylan grabbed the plate of pastries and started eating them like a child, savoring every bite. As he enjoyed the delicious pastries, his eyes wandered to the other plates, hoping Harold would give those to him too. Seeing how much he enjoyed them, Harold smiled and said, "If you like these pastries, you can have all of them." These pastries were specially made for him, with servings morning to noon, noon to night, and night to midnight, 3 portions in total. If he didn't finish them, they would go to feed the fierce beasts. Hee. Smiling awkwardly, Xylan quickly moved aside and began enjoying the table full of pastries hungrily. Despite the rude way he ate, he continued tasting each piece. Ignoring the food-loving Xylan, Harold resumed chatting with Bowie, learning that Xylan had devoured all 5 rebel clans. After Bowie left, Harold called Xylan over for a chat. Even while chatting, Xylan kept eating pastries. To him, human-made food was incredibly delicious. In his long life, he had never tasted such good food. Now faced with so much, he was conflicted. "How do you find the taste of these foods?" Harold asked with a smile. "Very tasty. I've never eaten anything so delicious. By the way, master, what are these called?" Xylan asked between bites. "Pastries. That's the general name. As for the specific types, I'll let you discover them later," Harold smiled. Not that he didn't want to tell Xylan, but he genuinely didn't know the names of the pastries. Even if Andy had told him earlier, he couldn't recall them now. Harold was too focused on reviewing petitions back then. Looking at Xylan enjoying the pastries, Harold smiled and asked, "Janice, as a member of the Dragon Clan, why were you in the heavenly rank secret realm?" "Master, why do you ask this?" Xylan wondered as he ate. "Why can't I ask if there's nothing wrong?" Harold smiled. "Not that there's something wrong, but Janice doesn't understand why you're asking this," Xylan responded gently, shaking his head. He wasn't refusing to answer, just confused by the question. Was it strange for him to be inside? Or shouldn't he have been there? Hashtag chapter 236, The Star and Moon Dynasty Strikes. I'm quite curious. Even if you're not a true dragon, you who possess dragon bloodlines should not be inside the celestial secret realm, Harold said softly. The power of the dragons was terrifying. They were at the pinnacle, an existence above all. Despite their small numbers, they remained untouchable. Combined with their ability to command other beasts, all major races dared not provoke them. Even the powerful demonic race and human race. Almost no one dared to provoke the dragons. Although Xylan possessed only a trace of dragon blood, he, as a member of the Dragon Clan, should not have been in the celestial secret realm. From his conversation with Bowie, it was clear that Christian had existed within the celestial secret realm since birth, meaning someone must have brought him there. "Master, although I really want to answer your question, I also don't know why I ended up in the celestial secret realm," Xylan said calmly. No one wanted answers more than he did. No one wanted to ask his parents more why he was left in the celestial secret realm. Looking at the cold gaze of Xylan, Harold chuckled bitterly, knowing how much this guy wanted to ask his parents why they abandoned him. "Janice, were you born as a Jiaolong, or did you gradually grow into one?" Harold asked with a smile. Note: I've maintained the term Jiaolong, as it seems to be a specific creature in the context of the story that doesn't have a direct English translation. If you prefer, it can be explained or translated further. After eating a piece of osmanthus cake, Xylan replied, "I was born as a Jiaolong." Despite many years passing, Xylan still remembered very clearly that he emerged from his egg as a Jiaolong. In the years that followed, he diligently cultivated or absorbed other fierce beasts to enhance his cultivation. As his strength grew, coupled with the strong restrictions within the celestial secret realm, his cultivation level could not advance further. "How old are you now?" "Well, master, do I tell you my actual age or convert it into human years?" Xylan seemed somewhat embarrassed. "Is there a difference?" Harold asked curiously. "Yes. Beasts correspond to human years at a ratio of 1,000 to 1, while we dragons correspond at a ratio of 10,000 to 1. Despite being born fearsome, their growth periods span long ages. A year for humans was 1 year old, but for dragons, growing 1 year old meant 10,000 years. A difference of 10,000 times. Whether humans could live for 10,000 years was questionable, whereas for dragons, 10,000 years were just a few good sleeps. So, let's convert your age to human years. That should be fine, right? That would be fine. If converted to human years, I'm only 15 this year, and I'll reach adulthood next year, Xylan said softly. For him, 1 year was actually 10,000 years. Previously, it would pass in a single sleep, but now he felt he couldn't just sleep. The outside world was too wonderful to waste by sleeping. He decided to enjoy life and eat all the delicious food in the world. Not yet an adult? Harold looked at Xylan in astonishment, unable to believe it. He thought this kid was already an adult, but never imagined he wasn't even an adult yet. It would take another 10,000 years for him to reach adulthood. 10,000 years. It was indeed a long time. "When did you turn 15? Harold asked. Xylan fell silent, then continued eating the cake, calculating his age in his mind before saying, "Just half a month ago." Damn, this kid had just turned 15. Harold was thoroughly stunned. Even Andy, standing beside him, stared at Xylan in shock. As dusk fell, Harold instructed Andy to take Xylan down and arrange his residence near his brother Gerald. Though Xylan had lived for 150,000 years, he had just stepped out into the world, so he naturally needed a place to stay. He thought Xylan should stay with his brother. With Gerald around, this kid wouldn't cause trouble. Once his brother grew older, or reached 16, Harold planned to move them back to the old Marquis mansion. Just as Harold was about to review documents, a eunuch hurriedly entered and knelt before him. Reporting to Zack, Commander Zhou Haidermu of the Embroidered Uniform Guard requests an audience, saying there is urgent military news. "Bring him in." "Yes." As Harold wondered what was happening, Zhou Haidermu quickly arrived at the study, kneeling on one knee. Commander Zhou Haidermu of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, reporting to Zack. "What's going on?" Majesty, General Stephen has sent word that the Star and Moon Dynasty suddenly invaded our borders. Now, General Stephen and his troops might not be able to return home as planned. What? Hearing this, Harold's expression changed slightly. Why did this superior dynasty come so quickly? Could they have smelled something wrong? No, they must have been well hidden. The Star and Moon Dynasty shouldn't have discovered anything. So what's going on? Why would the Star and Moon Dynasty suddenly bring their army to the border of our great Anchor Dynasty? What's happening here? Have you investigated why the Star and Moon Dynasty suddenly attacked? Harold asked with a serious expression. With the Star and Moon Dynasty's army at the border, the originally planned return would be delayed significantly, and the million-strong army might not retreat at all. Although he didn't understand why the Star and Moon Dynasty made such a move, he knew their intentions were far from good. We are investigating. The sudden arrival of the Star and Moon Dynasty puzzles us too. Our agents are infiltrating the Star and Moon Dynasty, the commander said shamefully. When General Stephen gathered his troops to retreat, the Star and Moon Dynasty's army stormed in, forcing him to stop and quickly establish defenses. Though many soldiers had enhanced strength and Stephen and Ebenezer Coué reached mid-stage Marshal King, they could soon reach high stage. He estimated that in 6 months, they would become Marshal Emperor level experts. But until then, they couldn't expose their cultivation levels. Otherwise, even if they had many experts, they wouldn't withstand the overwhelming force of other dynasties' combined attacks. Where are General Stephen and his men now? They are defending Tiger Tooth Pass. Pausing, Harold slowly stood up from his cushion, his face cold. Go tell all officials to immediately drop everything and convene an emergency meeting. The Star and Moon Dynasty's aggressive approach made his back feel cold. He had to prepare. Though unsure of their intentions, he needed to ensure there was no war within the next 4 to 5 years. Yes. Chapter 237. Boss, please take me as your Tadiato brother. Your Majesty, with the Xingyue dynasty approaching with such an imposing momentum, do you have any strategies to counter them? Asked Harold, his face cold and distant from atop the dragon throne. If it weren't for the fact that their overall strength wasn't as formidable as the opponents, they would never have stayed here. Even though they had a large number of troops and generals, the overall strength of the craftsmen was significantly weaker. Even with military training camps aiding in the training, all efforts seemed futile. To build a powerful and complete army, they needed 5 to 6 years of preparation. Otherwise, everything was just empty talk. Your Majesty, I believe there must be a hidden reason behind the Xingyue dynasty's aggressive attack. We need to be cautious, said Winston, stepping forward from the line, his expression grave. Your Majesty, I agree with Lord Eddie. The Xingyue dynasty cannot attack our borders without cause. There must be a hidden reason. We need to find out what it is as soon as possible, added Eric, stepping forward with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, both lords are right. However, we urgently need Stephen and the other generals to defend the Tiger Tooth Pass immediately. We must not allow the Xingyue army to enter our territory, stated Emeric, his face heavy. Regardless of the motives of the Xingyue dynasty, they must quickly set up defensive formations at Tiger Tooth Pass and not let down their guard. If the enemy suddenly attacked, without the defense of Tiger Tooth Pass, millions of square miles of Great Anchor territory would be exposed. The Imperial Guard has already begun investigating, but it will take some time before results are available. I called you all here because I want everyone's input to avoid war between the two dynasties, Harold said seriously. It wasn't that he lacked the strength to fight, but he didn't have the energy to exhaust resources on this. Once the war began, the rear would need to provide endless supplies of grain and various weapons and armor to the front lines. Not only that, but they would need to rush more troops to prevent the Xingyue dynasty from breaking through defenses. After nearly 2 years of war, 3/4 of the Great Anchor's resources had already been depleted. Another war would mean draining even the last drops. Despite acquiring many resources after destroying the 5 great dynasties, those resources were barely enough. Now they could no longer afford to fight. Your Majesty, I have a plan to ensure the safety of our Great Anchor dynasty for at least 5 years, Bowie said, stepping forward. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Gerald looked puzzled at Xylan, who had been watching him while Harold practiced swordsmanship with Karina. This youth seemed strange, having watched him since the beginning, as if Gerald were his father. Was he joking? This kid was only 8 years old, so how could he possibly be so old? Despite being a member of the Long clan? Hee boss, haven't I already talked to you about becoming your little brother? Xylan grinned slyly. What thing? Gerald looked confused at him. Just now when I told you I wanted to be your little brother. Seeing that Gerald had forgotten, Xylan became anxious and explained. He must latch onto this powerful ally, or he'd lose out badly later. I say, why do you want to be my little brother so badly? And besides, I'm not older than you. Gerald replied gloomily. No, boss, you're indeed younger than me, but your status is higher. So I want to recognize you as my boss. Xylan shook his head hurriedly. Gerald's aura was faint, suggesting he was a dragon not more than 50,000 years old. Yet despite this, his terrifying aura and bloodline pressure made Xylan feel deeply submissive. Whenever he looked at him, he saw a huge and fearsome dragon towering over him, staring down coldly. That won't work. Since I'm not older than you, how can I be your boss? Find someone else to be your boss, like Harold. Gerald refused outright. Thump. Hearing Gerald's refusal, Xylan grabbed the boy's short legs and sobbed, Boss, don't abandon me. You must take me as your little brother. Harold and Karina, busy practicing swordsmanship, paused at the sound of Xylan's cries, turning their attention toward the scene. Holding wooden swords, the two exchanged glances, puzzled by the stranger's insistence on calling Gerald his boss. Hudson, let's go see why he wants to call Gerald his boss. Harold beckoned to Karina and walked toward the pavilion. Why are you holding me like this? I've told you, I'm not older than you and I don't want to be your boss. Nor do I want to accept you as a little brother. Gerald looked disdainful. Not that he didn't want a little brother, but he felt no need for one, especially as a child himself. Boss, please don't abandon me. As long as you accept me as your little brother, I'll serve you however you want. See, my massage techniques are quite good. Before Gerald could react, Xylan started massaging him, gently pounding his body. No matter how hard Xylan tried, he couldn't harm Gerald. The Long clan's bodies were as strong as steel, requiring another equally powerful Long to damage them. Though Xylan was stronger than Gerald, he still couldn't hurt him due to the Yinhuang aura. Seeing this respectful behavior, Gerald felt quite comfortable, enjoying being served. Gerald, why does this guy like calling you his boss so much? Are you acquainted? Harold asked upon arriving, puzzled. Young Karina stared curiously at Xylan, wondering why he acted this way. They had known Gerald for some time, but this new man brought by Bowie intrigued them. I don't know him either, but he insists on calling me his boss. What should I do? Gerald sighed. Usually, bosses pick their little brothers based on their liking, but nobody ever came asking to be someone's boss. Since he wants to be your little brother, why not take him under your wing? Harold suggested. I have no experience in taking others as little brothers, Gerald sighed again. Chapter 238. What is the meaning and scheme? Gerald, it's true that you lack experience in taking others as your subordinates, but if you take him as your subordinate, then won't you gain that experience later on? Harold said. Next to them, Xylan nodded vigorously upon hearing this, hoping Gerald would accept him as a subordinate. Though he didn't know what Gerald was thinking, he was still worried that Gerald might refuse. His only hope now was these two children before him, hoping they would help him. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to acknowledge this leader. As Gerald hesitated, Karina spoke up, Brother Gerald, since this older brother wants to recognize you as his leader, why don't you just take him as your subordinate? It'll be better for us to play together in the future. Seeing their reactions, Gerald could only say helplessly, I can take you as my subordinate, but without my permission, you cannot act recklessly, or else I will eat you. Hee. Boss, please rest assured, I will never act recklessly. Nico is my master, and you are my boss, Xylan replied with excitement. Thinking of finally being taken under Gerald's wing, his heart was filled with joy, as if the whole world revolved around him. Despite not knowing when he could return to the Dragon Clan, he felt immensely happy at the thought of his status rising sharply. Who you pass. On the towering city wall, Stephen stood with a cold gaze fixed on the advancing cavalry, eyes filled with killing intent. Despite the distance, he could see clearly that the heavily armed beast riders were an elite force. Upon closer inspection, their cultivation levels were all at mid-stage martial ancestor, with some even reaching martial sovereign, an incredibly formidable army. Most astonishingly, there were only about 5,000 to 6,000 of them. Watching the beast riders, Hart couldn't help but curse, damn, these bastard dogs are truly annoying, circling around like flies. Are they ever going to attack? Seeing how arrogantly the Star Moon Dynasty's cavalry behaved, Hart was enraged, itching to charge into battle with his blade. However, he knew that the Emperor had given orders. Without understanding the enemy's intentions, it was best not to engage in any conflict. Besides, after several major battles, their kingdom needed time to recuperate. They absolutely must not initiate a war on their own. Those around him, Kenny, Alfredo, Vlad, and others, were also helpless, looking silently at the cavalry. Since their appearance 2 days ago, the enemy showed no signs of attacking the city. Instead, they continuously patrolled as if waiting for something. General Ebenezer, do you actually want to fight or not? Alfredo asked, somewhat speechless. I naturally want to, yet also don't want to. Given our current heavy consumption, we need time to recover and rebuild strength. Hart responded hastily, realizing his mistake. Fight? That required a powerful army. Otherwise, all efforts would be futile. Even if they were to engage now, they needed sufficient support from the rear. Insufficient resources and supplies would mean failure despite having immense power. Hearing this, everyone smiled without comment. They understood Hart's eagerness, but their kingdom simply could not afford such a conflict. Dealing with a superior kingdom might be manageable, but involving more powerful kingdoms would be akin to putting a knife to their own throats. Self-destruction? They wouldn't do that. Stephen, who had been quietly observing, calmly asked, no news from the Imperial Guard yet? Not yet. The defenses within the Star Moon Dynasty are too tight, making it impossible for them to infiltrate and gather information. Alfredo shook his head. Though 2 commanders from the Imperial Guard personally led several operatives to infiltrate the Star Moon Dynasty, including stealing enemy intelligence, the stringent defense and strict discipline left them with no breakthrough. Inform all members of the Imperial Guard to infiltrate the enemy ranks quickly. I need them to serve as my eyes, Stephen said coolly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. If they couldn't understand the enemy's intentions, they would face significant danger. Although they had prepared for potential crises, he hoped to minimize losses. Originally, his soldiers should have returned home to celebrate victory and reunite with their families. However, the arrival of the Star Moon Dynasty put everyone on high alert, dispelling all thoughts of returning home. Without border stability, how could one call it home? Yes. Looking forward, Stephen said caution is necessary. Better safe than sorry. What if multiple powerful enemies appeared simultaneously against Hart? That would place tremendous pressure on him. Everyone agreed with this logic, including Vlad himself. Facing one powerful enemy was manageable, but multiple ones could spell disaster for Hart. Even if his strength wasn't as high, Vlad could still suppress the enemy, preventing them from breaching the city walls quickly. Your advice makes sense. General Zhao, you will stay and defend the city walls with General Ebenezer. Prevent any sudden enemy attacks on our defenses, Stephen concluded. Yes. Chapter 239. The arrival of Hugo. The next morning, Hart, munching on a chicken leg, strolled leisurely to the city wall. He enjoyed the deliciousness in his hands while feeling quite relaxed. Lately, with no battles to fight, he suddenly felt restless, yearning for a brawl. But he was fully aware that there was no war now, and he could not just go looking for a fight. As for the Star Moon Dynasty soldiers outside the city walls, he knew better than to provoke them, or it would certainly trigger a war between the 2 dynasties. Though he did not know what these rascals from the Star Moon Dynasty were up to, or why they had united their troops here, what they needed to do now was strengthen their defenses. If those scoundrels dared to attack the city, he would wield his sword without hesitation and slaughter them until not a single one remained. Soon after reaching the city wall, Hart tossed the roasted chicken wrapped in oiled paper to Vlad beside him and said, "Here's your roasted chicken. Enjoy." "Someone like me who loves drinking. Not having alcohol every day feels like being served by a big wooden board," Hart said, munching on the chicken leg with a helpless expression. Just thinking about the aroma of wine in the city made him long to have a few sips. But he knew that if he rushed into a tavern, the hidden guards would tell Stephen. And if Stephen found out he had been drinking, he would undoubtedly report it to their king. The consequences of which were all too obvious. "General, someone's coming from outside the city?" Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a soldier from yesterday suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, both men turned slightly pale, glanced at each other, and got up from the ground. Approaching the edge of the wall, they saw a group approaching from outside the city. There were only 3 of them. Even though they were a kilometer away, the faces were clear to see. 2 of them wore armor and appeared to be generals in their 30s, while the person in the middle wore plain clothes, had a calm demeanor, and looked like a scholarly figure around 40 years old. Seeing these unexpected visitors, Hart and Vlad frowned and felt confused. They might not recognize the middle man, but the 2 generals beside him were undoubtedly soldiers from the Star Moon dynasty. Judging by their strength, they seemed close to becoming martial kings. Such formidable power left Hart astonished. These guys definitely weren't ordinary. "General Ebenezer, what do you think these 3 are here for?" Vlad asked, puzzled. "Whatever their purpose is, we must be cautious and not let them catch us off guard." Hart replied grimly, "Yes." Upon receiving orders, Vlad immediately prepared the archers to be ready to shoot if the enemy made any sudden moves. Soon, as they quietly waited, the 3 people had approached within 100 meters. Watching the 3 halt, Hart wondered what these guys were up to. "Ask them why they're approaching our border of the Great Anchor Dynasty." Nodding in agreement, the soldier responded to Hart and shouted toward the outside, "You, as soldiers of the Star Moon Dynasty, why approach our Great Anchor Dynasty border?" Just as the soldier's words settled, one of the armored men stepped forward and replied, "We mean no harm. We simply wish to meet your general. Please inform your general." Hearing this, Hart, standing behind the parapet, frowned, unable to understand their intentions. "Ask them, if they mean no harm, why seek out our general?" "Yes." Following the order, the soldier asked aloud, "My general asks, if you mean no harm, then why do you want to meet our general?" The 3 men, standing still, gazed calmly at the city wall, knowing well that the general of the Great Anchor Dynasty was watching from above, even if not visible. The Keith, standing in the center, replied coldly, "Tell them that we, the Star Moon Dynasty, wish to discuss border troop deployment with your Great Anchor Dynasty." "Yes." The man in front relayed the message to the towering wall. "The Star Moon Dynasty wishes to discuss border troop deployment with your generals. If you agree, please send your general out." Hart's heart sank deeper in confusion, and he furrowed his brow. Could it be that the Star Moon Dynasty also doesn't want a war? Without hesitation, he came to the city entrance, looking outward and saying, "I am the general here, Hart. You may call me Ebenezer General. Is what you just said true?" As Hart spoke, the Keith in the center inwardly drew a breath. So, an initial stage martial king. It seems the newly risen Great Anchor Dynasty isn't simple. They need to be extremely cautious. They should also report this intelligence to the emperor of their dynasty for a decision. After all, a new dynasty having a martial king, especially a martial general, is not a simple matter. Calmly suppressing his shock, the Keith stepped forward and said, "I am Hugo, military advisor of the Star Moon Dynasty's shimming army. Honored to meet you, General Ebenezer." "Advisor? Is he like Alfredo? And what exactly is this shimming army? Is it an army, or something else? Since you're out, can you tell us what you want?" Hart asked. Anger dissipated somewhat, and he then instructed the troops to fetch Stephen. "I need to see what these bastards are up to," he thought. "What's their real purpose here? If they can't give me an explanation, I'll cut them down." The soldiers around him watched as Hart, now calm but breathing heavily and sweating profusely, found the situation absurd and wondered why he got angry so easily. Although they knew Hart could be fierce, they also knew failing to stop him just now would have led to catastrophic consequences. "Tell them to wait below. Our great general will arrive shortly," Hart said coldly. "Yes." The soldier carrying the order stepped forward and shouted to the 3 men below, "Wait below. My great general will be there soon." Relieved, the 3 breathed a sigh of relief. They feared the fierce-looking man might refuse to pass on the message due to anger, but were pleasantly surprised by his rationality. Impressive indeed. Judging from the actions and words of Hart, they concluded that despite his ferocity and quick temper, he was also discerning and rational in crucial moments. Soon, Stephen, Alfredo, and Kenny arrived from the Flynn's residence with a contingent of elite soldiers. Seeing everyone, Hart greeted, "Great General, you finally arrived. If you hadn't, I really wanted to kill those 3 scoundrels." General Ebenezer, they didn't attack you, so why go and kill them?" Stephen replied, his face twitching. "Great General, you wouldn't understand. Those guys outside the city looked down on me, saying I'm not qualified to negotiate with them. How could I not be angry?" Hart fumed. "Even if they spoke disrespectfully, you shouldn't have attacked them. Do you want to spark a war between our 2 dynasties?" Stephen asked sternly. "I don't want a war either, but those jerks outside are just asking for it. I just want to deal with them," Hart muttered, almost tearing their mouths apart, dragging them down, to ease his rage. But he knew doing so would lead to inevitable war between the 2 dynasties. He vowed internally that after his dynasty recuperated, they would fiercely battle the enemy, and he'd personally deal with these rascals. "Who are those people outside the city?" Stephen asked. "They are the Star and Moon Dynasty's Blackwater Army strategist Hugo. As for the others, they should be officers of the Blackwater Army," Hart answered. "Why are they here?" "They want to negotiate about troop movements." "What exactly? I'm not sure," Hart said. Stephen fell silent for a moment before walking to the edge of the wall and gazing outward. He saw Hugo waiting silently below. 1 king-level warrior and 2 peak 10th stage martial respects, a true reflection of the strength of a superior dynasty. Even the northern border dynasty, close to becoming a superior dynasty, was no match for a true superior dynasty. I halt our withdrawal plans. If you wish to cease hostilities, let your great general discuss this with me directly, Stephen responded calmly. Hearing this, Hugo's expression shifted. So, the Great Anchor Dynasty's true presence was purely because of their sudden arrival. He realized that originally, the Great Anchor Dynasty planned to withdraw after capturing Huya Pass to avoid suspicion and potential large-scale conflict. Correcting his expression, Hugo said evenly, understood. In 3 days at dawn, we shall meet a kilometer outside the city to discuss this matter. Chapter 241. The Star Moon Dynasty and the Red Dragon Dynasty go to war. There is one more thing. You should inform your monarch. If we find out that you signed a ceasefire agreement with us without permission, don't blame us for being unfriendly. Stephen said coldly. He was certain that the sudden announcement of a ceasefire by the Star Moon Dynasty's border army indicated that there were internal issues within their dynasty, and they needed to withdraw. Before retreating into their territory, they had to ensure the safety of the border areas and eliminate any potential threats, or it would be difficult for them to retreat. He hoped from the bottom of his heart that the other side did not sign the agreement unilaterally without informing their monarch. If the monarch didn't know about it, the agreement would be nullified, leaving the possibility open for an attack on their Great Anchor Dynasty. Hearing this, Hugo's eyes narrowed while everyone watched as Hugo and his 2 companions gradually moved further away, falling into silence. The sudden ceasefire left them puzzled. How could a top-tier dynasty come to negotiate a ceasefire with their medium-tier dynasty? Duke General, given the Star Moon Dynasty's actions, it seems there's something significant behind this. We need to investigate quickly and report back to the king, Alfredo said with a heavy expression. Everyone around agreed. This matter must be reported to the monarch immediately for appropriate action. Stephen knew this issue needed to be relayed to the monarch. After all, a ceasefire between 2 dynasties was a very important matter. Suddenly, a Jean E. Hyder, Imperial Guard, appeared. Addressing Stephen respectfully, Jean E. Hyder Jerson pays respects to General Todd. Speak. We have investigated why the Star Moon Dynasty suddenly amassed troops at the border, Jerson explained. Elaborate. Half a month ago, friction erupted between the Red Dragon Dynasty and the Star Moon Dynasty at the Duanjiang River boundary. Now, a large-scale battle has broken out, with fierce fighting on both sides, various elite forces committed to the battlefield. After 10 days of intense combat, the war turned in favor of the Red Dragon Dynasty. To stabilize the situation, the Star Moon Dynasty's king Brantley ordered the Black Frost army stationed in the northern borders to move to the Duanjiang River. However, to prevent our Great Anchor Dynasty from attacking, General Breyer led part of the Black Frost army to encamp outside, realizing what an opportune situation this presented. With a cold expression, Stephen said, Hatcher, step forward. I have a task for you. Instantly, a Jean E. Hyder member appeared, asking, General, what do you need me to do? You heard everything just now, right? Stephen asked, crystal clear. Do you want me to relay this information to Zach? Hatcher replied calmly, yes. Inform Zach immediately and have him make a decision as soon as possible. Stephen nodded lightly. No problem. After the 2 Jean E. Hyder members left, Stephen looked at everyone and said, fellow officers, we need to discuss our next steps. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after leaving Huya Pass, Hugo led the 2 men back to the Black Frost army camp. Letting the 2 generals depart separately, Hugo headed straight for the main tent. He needed to inform General Breyer promptly since time was of the essence. Failure to act quickly would hinder their timely departure to join the battle at the Duanjiang River alongside friendly forces against the Red Dragon Dynasty. Entering the main tent, a massive sand table depicting the defenses of Huya Pass and his troop positions lay before him. Beside it stood a general in blue-red armor, examining the table intently. General, I have returned. As he watched the sand table, Breyer perked up upon hearing Hugo's voice and quickly approached him. How did it go? Did they agree to the ceasefire? Without a ceasefire, he would resort to using military might to deter the Great Anchor Dynasty from attacking, allowing him to assist the battle at the Duanjiang River. Chapter 242. Signing the ceasefire agreement? Although General Stephen of the Daxia Dynasty agrees to sign the ceasefire agreement, he demands that we immediately report to our king and obtain his approval. Otherwise, they will not agree to it, and they also intend to report to their king, Hugo said with a bitter smile. Regarding the proposal for a ceasefire, they had not informed their king either but made the decision on their own. A general outside the capital may disregard orders. Now, in opposition to the Daxia Dynasty, they need to make a quick decision. Otherwise, it would shake the foundation of the entire dynasty. Moreover, General, among the guards at Huya Pass are 2 Marshal King powerhouses. One of them is Stephen, who already poses a significant threat to me, while the other one is equally formidable, Hugo continued. Marshal King powerhouses? Is this why this emerging dynasty was able to bring down the Northern Mo dynasty? The strength of this dynasty is not to be taken lightly. Even though this dynasty has not yet reached the level of the upper-tier dynasties, its existence already seriously threatens the positions of other dynasties. But now, with the 7 major de-force, but given the intense situation at the Broken River, they need to get there as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Qilong dynasty breaks through the borderlines, the entire dynasty would be hard-pressed to resist the offensive. Yes. In the imperial study of the Yuang Palace in the Daxia dynasty, Harold, who was reviewing memorials, listened to the report from the brocade-clad guard and understood everything. If not for the current weakness of the dynasty, he truly wanted to dispatch troops against this upper-tier dynasty engaged in wars with others. Since they need to sign a ceasefire agreement, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? He looked seriously at Andy in front of him and ordered, Eunuch Hyder, please immediately summon everyone to the palace. Understood. Recalling the message sent back by Stephen, Harold smiled slightly. It seemed heaven wanted the Daxia dynasty to take a break and recuperate. With sufficient recuperation time, their Daxia dynasty could quickly restore the economy, develop national power, and greatly enhance the combat capability of the army. By then, dealing with the 7 major dynasties and those smaller ones would be more than enough. At dusk, Huya Pass. In the city lord's mansion. Currently, Stephen, Alfredo, Hart, Kenny, and Vlad were gathered here to discuss. Stephen, seated at the head. Though they have martial emperors, the gap remains apparent, especially in terms of soldier combat ability. Given 5 to 6 years to rest and strengthen, they wouldn't fear the Star Moon Dynasty at all. Fear nothing. If the Star Moon Dynasty dares to fight, we'll face them. They should know the Daxia Dynasty is not to be trifled with, Hart said arrogantly. General, I agree with General Ebenezer. If the Star Moon Dynasty dares to attack, we won't hold back. Kenny nodded in agreement. Fight? They are not at all afraid. Even if they don't leave the city, they can utilize the city's defenses to exhaust the enemy. Moreover, he doubts the Star Moon Dynasty will engage them fully due to the critical situation at the Broken River, which would only worsen without the support of the Shenin Lord. Therefore, he firmly believes the Star Moon Dynasty will not engage them for too long unless they seek mutual destruction. Generals, our resources in the Daxia Dynasty have been largely depleted. Hinderkuther fighting would harm our nation's interests, so we must avoid war and ease the pressure on our kingdom, Stephen stated. He did not oppose fighting, but the kingdom cannot afford it, thus they must seek peace to avoid further conflicts. General, you don't need to worry. The Star Moon Dynasty will likely agree to the ceasefire. Alfredo smiled faintly. Chapter 243. The main commanders meet. Why do you say that, military advisor? Stephen looked at the other side with confusion. Although he knew little about this dynasty, he was well aware that a small to must prevent the enemy from suddenly breaching the city. Otherwise, I will take your head. General-in-Chief, rest assured. I will swear to defend Tiger Tooth Pass to the death. Whoever dares step foot into Tiger Tooth Pass will have to contend with my weapons first, Hart vowed resolutely. Nodding slightly, Stephen turned to Kenny and Vlad and said, Generals Tadeo and Zhao. If all goes well, the Chief General and I will definitely reach an agreement with the Star Moon Dynasty. If something unforeseen happens, I hope you and General Ebenezer can protect Tiger Tooth Pass. General-in-Chief, please rest easy. As long as the city stands, we stand. Even if we fall, the city remains, Kenny swore staunchly. As a general of the Great Anchor Dynasty, he was responsible for the safety of the city and keeping the enemy out. Whoever wanted to breach the city would have to trample over his body. Otherwise, there was no way in. General-in-Chief, I don't know how to say it, but as long as I'm here, no one can break through the city's defenses, Vlad said, pounding his chest with resolve. I believe you 3 generals will surely protect Tiger Tooth Pass. Since everything is prepared, I and the military advisor shall leave now. Stephen bowed farewell to everyone and turned away. Alfredo paused and looked at the 3 generals. After we leave the city, please ensure the gates, especially the Iron Gate, are closed immediately. Without explaining further, Alfredo left, leaving the 3 generals puzzled. But since the military advisor insisted, there must be a reason. This preparation was for the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, they wouldn't act like this. Soon, Stephen and Alfredo led 100 soldiers out of Tiger Tooth Pass while Hart and the others went to man the city walls. They needed to observe the situation and be ready to help if Stephen faced danger. Seeing everyone depart, Hart ordered, on my command, close the city gates immediately. Yes. The heavy wooden gates were slowly shut, and the iron gate was lowered. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away from Tiger Tooth Pass, the main commander of the Star Moon Dynasty's Shimming Army, Briar, along with his military advisor Hugo, waited with 100 elite soldiers. Seeing Stephen's caution, Briar couldn't help but marvel at the formidable general of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Everything was planned for the worst. Despite this, Briar remained calm, sitting on his cushion while Hugo did the same beside him. In front of them was a delicate long table with 2 cushions placed, seemingly prepared for Stephen and company. Briar wondered how such a desi as Stephen could become a general of the Great Anchor Dynasty and lead an army to breach the defenses of the Baima Dynasty. Stephen and Alfredo arrived before Briar. Seeing them, Briar smiled and said, Since you have arrived, please sit. That would be courteous, replied Stephen coolly. Nodding to Alfredo, the 2 walked up and sat facing the enemy. Once seated, Stephen said, Let's skip pleasantries and get straight to the point. What do you think? The general sees no problem with that. It's mainly about whether you're prepared. Otherwise, today's ceasefire agreement might be hard to achieve, Briar smiled. He was impressed. Stephen was shrewd and got straight to the point, which was refreshing. Briar appreciated directness as much as Stephen did. We are certainly prepared, but we're uncertain about your readiness and whether your emperor agrees to a ceasefire with us, Stephen responded. Our emperor agreed yesterday, but we don't know if your emperor has decided yet, Briar replied coldly. Our emperor of the Great Anchor Dynasty has agreed. Since both our emperors have consented, let's present our drafts of the agreement and review them, Stephen said. No problem. Briar nodded and signaled for Hugo to produce their draft. On the Great Anchor side, Alfredo also presented 2 copies. In Alfredo's hands were 2 scrolls made of sturdy animal hide, marked with seals. Placing the scrolls on the table, Alfredo and Hugo laid out their drafts. Please. Both handed their respective scrolls to each other, then reviewed one for themselves and passed another to their generals. Silently, Stephen and Briar accepted the scrolls from their advisors and began examining the contents, noting the requirements set forth in the ceasefire agreement. As they read, Alfredo and Hugo also scrutinized their drafts to see if they met expectations. Chapter 244. A ceasefire agreement reached. Stephen carefully examined the contents of the scroll, his eyes narrowing as shock rippled through him. He had never expected that the Star Moon Dynasty would know their situation so thoroughly and be confident enough to believe they wouldn't attack. The terms on the agreement were straightforward. Both sides would unconditionally withdraw without proposing any conditions or accumulating a large number of troops at the border, neither their own nor anyone else's. Not even 1 soldier could remain, and no more than 100,000 soldiers could guard the border. Meanwhile, Briar, reading the Anchor Dynasty's agreement, felt a similar wave of shock. It seemed the Anchor Dynasty was also fully aware of every move they made. Despite slight differences in wording, both agreements clearly stated a mutual ceasefire for 7 years with no military buildup allowed. After finishing the scroll, Stephen passed it to Alfredo beside him for confirmation, making sure not to miss any detail. In the same vein, Breyer did likewise with his advisor Hugo. Nations have no friends, only interests. To reach a truce, they must first understand its terms. Stephen and Alfredo exchanged nods before Stephen spoke softly. We can accept the terms of your Star Moon Dynasty. Do you accept the terms proposed by our Anchor Dynasty? Breyer placed his scroll on the table and replied frankly, of course. Your terms align with our expectations. Do you have any issues with our terms? No. Good. Since we are in agreement, let's begin signing the treaty, Breyer said. His urgency stemmed from the pressing war ahead. Immediate help was needed, lest they face defeat. Initially, he feared the other side might reject the agreement, but now it seemed they too sought rest like his own kingdom, though for different reasons. Facing imminent enemies versus needing time to recuperate from an empty treasury. Agreed. Let's proceed with the signing. With that, Stephen grabbed a dagger and sliced his right hand, allowing blood to flow freely, then pressed it on the scroll like a seal. Alfredo followed suit, cutting his hand and stamping the scroll with blood. Afterward, they exchanged scrolls again to leave both parties' blood on each document. Breyer and Hugo did the same. Once everyone completed this process, they pushed the scrolls across to imprint all 4 sets with combined blood. Instead of passing the scrolls directly, they raised their bleeding right hands to the sky. Raising their right hands, Stephen and Alfredo declared in unison, by the will of heaven, from this day forward, the great Anchor Dynasty hereby you. Breyer laughed heartily. Stephen exuded a unique presence, instilling a sense of threat not through power but through strategy. A feeling that exhilarated Breyer yet chilled him to the bone. He longed to see which of them would emerge victorious on the field of battle. Commander, that strategist beside Stephen isn't simple either. If I'm not mistaken, he is Stephen's advisor. Though seemingly weak, I feel a strong sense of danger from him, Hugo observed with excitement. Hearing this, Breyer squinted, focusing on Alfredo. You mean he's also a formidable strategist? Yes. Despite his genteel appearance, I sense his formidable intellect, Hugo nodded. Alfredo, walking away, felt 2 pairs of eyes on him but merely smiled, paying it little mind. Hugo was a worthy opponent whom he enjoyed engaging against, though he wondered about his strategic prowess rather than brute strength. Strategist battles were not physical but intellectual. Could they anticipate and counter each other's moves? Watching Stephen and his companions vanish into the distance, Breyer finally ordered, let's gather the troops and withdraw from here. Hashtag Chapter 245, General Chandler. The great generals have returned, hurry and open the city gates. Meanwhile on the city wall, Hart and his men, after waiting for several hours, saw Stephen, causing him to tremble with excitement. Finally, he could summon a heroic figure from Chinese history. Thinking about the previous times when he didn't summon anyone, he felt quite frustrated. Was there a bug in the system? Regardless, regaining this free summon made him incredibly happy. Taking a deep breath, he wondered what kind of general he might summon this time. System, use the free summon. Congratulations. You have summoned the renowned general of the Shu Kingdom during the end of the Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period, Chandler. Huh? Chandler? Wait, the Shu Kingdom during the end of the Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period? Isn't this the Chandler who is one of the 5 Tiger Generals alongside Josh? Thinking about summoning one of the 5 Tiger Generals, Harold was filled with joy. It was truly a powerful and influential historical figure. After several months, he finally summoned another formidable hero of Chinese history. No matter what he felt inside, all he could say was that it was exhilarating. System, summon Chandler immediately. Suppressing his joy, Harold silently commanded. Summon successful. Chandler is now at the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Smiling, Harold turned his gaze to Andy beside him. Eunuch Hyder, please bring Chandler here from the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Andy didn't know who Chandler was, he respectfully left to carry out the order. Since the Emperor personally requested this person, he must be a colleague from Chinese history. His arrival meant that the great Anchor Dynasty's strength would once again be enhanced, even if only the military aspect would improve significantly. During this time of ceasefire, the great Anchor Dynasty needed commanders to train its troops and develop a formidable army. After Andy left, Harold thought to himself, System, do you have information on Chandler? Name, Chandler. Dynasty, Shu Kingdom, end of the Han Dynasty. Rank, Legendary General. Martial Technique, Guardian Saint Technique. Cultivation Level, Martial Emperor Tier 2. Troop Type, Elite Army of Shu, 100,000 strong. Martial Emperor? Seeing that he now had a Martial Emperor under his command, Harold was delighted. With an increasing number of Martial Emperors in his ranks, unifying Nanyang territory within 5 years seemed more than achievable. However, even with formidable generals, his army still needed to be strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to win battles. Powerful generals alone weren't enough. Sending weak soldiers to fight would be like throwing lambs to wolves. Therefore, he needed to strengthen not only the generals, but also the army and the citizens within his empire. Stronger that our supply of spirit stones may not be sufficient, Hiroshi said gravely. Do not worry. The Heavenly Secret Realm has many veins of high-quality spirit stones, enough to last our great Anchor Dynasty for 100 years, Harold smiled. Before, he might have been worried about the shortage of spirit stones, but since discovering the abundance of high-quality spirit stones within the Heavenly Secret Realm, he no longer had such concerns. According to the system's calculations, the spirit stones within the Heavenly Secret Realm would suffice for a century. Despite only lasting a century, this was ample time for their needs. Hearing this, Hiroshi breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about the lack of spirit stones, but it seemed he had overthought it. Initially, they planned to design a teleportation array using higher-grade spirit stones, but found a defect. It would produce spatial storms if used more than 100 times continuously. If someone were teleported during such a storm, they could end up anywhere unknown, with parts of their body possibly ending up in different places. Chapter 246. Stephen sets out against the alien tribes. General Chandler pays respects to your majesty. A formidable general from Taedyoang, with broad shoulders and a bearish build, standing 8 feet tall and exuding immense strength, followed by Andy, entered the imperial study and knelt on one knee. Upon closer inspection, this man was indeed Chandler, one of the 5 Tiger generals. Fergus quickly stood up from his cushion and hurried over to lift him up. General Ma, you don't need to be so formal, please rise. This was a rare and excellent general, precisely the kind he needed. Truly an outstanding hero of Huaxia, with such formidable strength and surging bloodline vigor that it left people in awe. At this moment, Hiroshi also stood up from his cushion, looking at this robust and imposing colleague with slightly normal eyes. Through Fergus's narration, this distinguished figure came from the future and was renowned through the ages. Thank you, your majesty. Chandler clasped his fists and bowed again, showing respect before slowly rising from the ground. Without letting him stand there, Fergus immediately invited him to sit down nearby and chat, introducing him to Hiroshi, his fellow Huaxia compatriot. Though they were separated by different eras, Chandler had heard of Hiroshi's name and knew how powerful he was. After Fergus's brief explanation, Chandler quickly understood this world and the situation they faced. Upon learning that the war had already ended, Chandler felt some disappointment internally. He had wished to establish military achievements and serve his king but found that the battles were already over. Currently, the Great Anchor Dynasty was in a phase of rest and recuperation, unable to provoke enemies arbitrarily while needing to guard against enemy ambushes. 2 hours later, Fergus asked Hiroshi to take Chandler to meet other colleagues, and then left the imperial study himself. Although the border was now safe, some places always felt uneasy, especially with the alien tribes. The aliens attacked fiercely, attempting to break through the defenses set up by Riker but failed repeatedly. Yet, they never gave up, attacking even more intensely as if determined to breach human lines and invade human territory. I hope no aliens appear within human territory. Otherwise, Riker will be put on the defensive, Fergus muttered to himself as he walked along the corridor. Sir Hyder, has General Stephen already withdrawn from Huya Pass? Jamal asked with a cold expression. Your Majesty, at this time, General Stephen should be gathering his troops and returning from Huya Pass, Andy replied. Pausing for a moment, Fergus spoke. Tell the Jinui to inform Stephen that he does not need to return. Instead, he should lead his 10,000 elite troops directly to Abyss City to assist Riker against the alien attacks. As for Hart, have him lead the remaining troops back. He didn't want to do this, but given the recent series of alien offensives, he had to dispatch troops to Abyss City and join forces with Riker to counter the threat. Recently, the Jinui reported that the alien forces attacking Abyss City drew their troops. Stephen said to his gathered officers, since the Star Moon Empire's army has retreated from the border, our troops must follow suit. Tomorrow at dawn, we will leave 10,000 elite troops behind and head back. Yes. Everyone, proceed as planned. Inform all departments to prepare at dawn. We leave the border first thing in the morning, Stephen continued. Yes. There was little dissent among the present officers, who agreed with this course of action. Since the Star Moon Empire had retreated first, the Great Anchor Dynasty shouldn't lag behind. Just as everyone left, a Jinui member appeared in the living room. The seated Stephen asked, what is it? The Emperor's edict. Hearing this, Stephen's expression changed slightly, and he swiftly rose to kneel on one knee. The Emperor's decree. General Stephen shall lead 10,000 elite troops to Abyss City tomorrow to assist General Riker against the aliens. General Hart shall lead the remaining army back. Upon hearing this, Stephen instantly understood. The alien attacks were fierce, and the Emperor needed him to defend alongside Riker. Despite not knowing why the Emperor issued such orders, as a general, he had a duty to resist the aliens and safeguard the dynasty. Stephen receives the decree. Rising from the ground, Stephen, with a cold expression asked, Xiong Rue, what's going on? Why has Zack ordered me to go to Abyss City? Is Abyss City under heavy attack? According to reports from Abyss City, the aliens have sent strong armies and many powerful warriors into battle. Our casualties are mounting every hour, Xiong Rue explained. Hearing this, Stephen understood why the Emperor wanted him at Abyss City. Despite not knowing the current situation there, he was sure the battle was intense, with countless soldiers dying. Initially, he had planned to return to the capital for rest, but it seemed someone did not want him back. If they did not want him back, he wouldn't be courteous either. Dismissing Xiong Rue, Stephen fell silent, pondering how to explain his change of direction to everyone. At that moment, a Keith entered the living room. Standing 9 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and clad in black armor, he appeared about 40 years old, exuding immense vigor and sharp eyes. Approaching Stephen, he bowed deeply. Yuri pays respects to General Todd. Translation complete. Please let me know if you have any further requests or need adjustments. Chapter 247. Instructions before departure. Alright, let's talk as we walk. Stephen spoke calmly, then left the living room. He had called Yuri here to entrust some important matters before he left. Yuri, who received the order, did not delay and quickly followed behind him, leaving the living room. In the spacious corridor, Stephen said, this time, I have appointed you as the commander of the border garrison. How do you feel about it? Or is there anything you want to say? Yuri was a general discovered by Briggs, and had been one of the generals who followed him in conquering the northern Mo dynasty. Although his power seemed formidable, at this level of cultivation, he was merely an ant to true powerhouses. This time, Yuri would not be returning with them to the capital, but would command 100,000 elite soldiers to guard Tiger Tooth Pass until he receives further orders. Despite this, Yuri had no complaints and even volunteered to stay behind, along with a few other generals under his command. As the chief general, Yuri was responsible for leading them and the 100,000 elite troops guarding Tiger Tooth Pass. General, I have nothing more to say. I hereby promise that as long as I live, so will the city. Even if I fall, the city will remain, Yuri pledged earnestly. The task of defending Tiger Tooth Pass was something he had voluntarily offered. Initially, Stephen disagreed, but after much insistence, he finally agreed to let him stay. The reason Stephen did not want him to stay was simple. Yuri had been away from home for nearly 2 years, and his family was eagerly waiting for his return. However, as a general of the Great Anchor Dynasty, he knew well that while there might be peace now, war could break out at any moment. As a general, he felt it was his duty to protect the still in his mother's womb. Now she had been born, and was just as mischievous as he once was. Though he had never seen his younger daughter, every letter from his wife filled his heart with joy and longing to see his daughters. But now the border needed him more, and he had to stay here to prevent any potential invasion of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Taking the items from Yuri, Stephen couldn't help but remark, "You can actually go back to see your family. There's no need for you to stay here." "No, General, among all of us, only I am suitable for this role. Please don't try to persuade me any further." "I will absolutely not leave." Yuri shook his head lightly in response. He said he was the most suitable, but deep down, he knew someone else was better suited for the role. For instance, Thomas was stronger and smarter. But if Thomas stayed here, he wouldn't be able to marry his fiancée, who would continue waiting at home. Yuri already had a family of his own and did not want to see Thomas sacrifice his future. Besides, despite knowing that staying here was potentially deadly, he chose to remain without hesitation. "Very well. Since you have chosen this path, I will respect your decision. Zack has ordered me to go to Abyss City to assist General Riker against the alien races. These items, I will ensure General Ebenezer delivers them to your wife and children," Stephen stated. Riker against the alien races. Not seeing their general accompany them back home made them feel uneasy, but the king's orders had to be obeyed. Moreover, there were places that required such a strong figure more than ever. Chapter 248. Reinforcements arrive at Abyss City. Stephen watched as everyone led the army away, then turned around to face the city walls behind him. He smiled gently and nodded slightly to the soldiers on the wall. These were all seasoned veterans who could have returned home, but now Huya Pass needed them more than ever. Faced with the choice between returning home or defending the border, they decisively chose the latter, staying to guard the border and every inch of the dynasty's territory. Even knowing that staying might mean death, they remained resolute, having also prepared letters to be sent home. After exchanging glances with Yuri, Stephen nodded slightly and then turned to leave. With matters here concluded, he still had other places where his presence was required. Abyss City. On the city wall, Yuri watched as wave after wave of fellow troops left the border post. A sudden surge of heartache welled up within him. He couldn't find the words to express his feelings at this moment. Home. For them, those two characters seemed an unattainable luxury, perhaps never to be experienced again in their lifetimes. "Send our brothers home," Yuri shouted loudly. The soldiers beside him obeyed immediately, beating the drums fiercely, while the horn players blew their horns. This wasn't a dirge for fallen comrades, but a send-off to welcome them home. As the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers slowly turned away, they heard the drumbeats and the deafening horn calls from behind, stirring their hearts and bringing tears to their eyes. Meanwhile, at Abyss City, for hundreds of miles around, there was not a single forest. Everything was desolate and barren, devoid of any life. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the ground was stained red, resembling hell on earth. Despite this, an immense fortress stood here, its ancient walls stretching endlessly, yet splattered with blood. Along the walls, crossbows with sharp arrows poised to fire were lined up, manned by elite black-armored soldiers who waited vigilantly for the enemy. Their faces were cold and determined, their eyes gleaming with ruthless resolve, hardened by months of battle. Before them lay an endless expanse of desert, while just 500 meters behind them, military camps stood erect. Beyond the ancient walls, one side was the boundless desert, and the other was a land brimming with life. It was as if these two sides existed in completely different worlds. On the city wall, Riker, Ellis, and others gazed forward with emotionless expressions, their eyes flashing with deadly intent. Although the barbarians hadn't attacked for 3 days, they knew well that the ruthless savages were undoubtedly outside Abyss City. Baird and his 50,000-strong army bowed as Riker approached. By his side, Eben curiously observed Riker, feeling a formidable aura radiating from him. His eyes lit up as he sensed Eben's terrifying talent despite his lesser strength. "General Ouyang, you needn't bow." Riker quickly helped Baird to his feet, addressing the vast army before him. "You all need not bow, please rise." "Thank you, General." Everyone stood, their eyes filled with fervor and pride. To serve under Riker and defend against the barbarians for their king, they felt honored. Looking at the elite soldiers approvingly, Riker felt immensely satisfied. Briggs's training was indeed exceptional. Turning to Bradford, Riker said emotionlessly, "General, to do. Organize the troops to enter the city." "Yes, sir." Bradford promptly ordered the troops into Abyss City, while Riker took Baird and Eben aside. Noticing Eben's unique aura, Riker asked curiously, "General Ouyang, who is this?" Reporting to the general, "This is Eben. The king mentioned that you would recognize him upon hearing his name," Baird replied. Riker's eyes widened as he looked at Eben. The king, Harold, had spoken of arranging a mount for leaving. His cultivation rose rapidly. In just a few months, his cultivation ascended from early imperial to imperial peak. He was confident that in less than half a month, his cultivation would break through the imperial peak and enter the emperor level. Once his cultivation reaches the emperor level, it would be difficult for him to form a covenant with Riker. To sign a covenant with Riker, he would also need to enhance his cultivation to the martial emperor level. Hearing this, Riker frowned. How did this guy's cultivation rise so fast? It's practically faster than their own talented individuals. Riker didn't know that Eben's cultivation rose so quickly mainly because his bloodline was primitive. Simply put, his bloodline was closer to that of the forefather, extremely pure. Leaving the Heavenly Tier's secret realm was akin to releasing his bindings, allowing his cultivation to rapidly ascend. If we sign the covenant, will your cultivation improvement be restricted? Riker asked coldly. Of course it will. Given your weak cultivation, if I sign the covenant with you, my cultivation will naturally be restricted at the Imperial Peak. To break through to the next stage, you need to ensure that your cultivation reaches the Martial Emperor or higher stages, Eben replied. He wasn't worried about being restricted at the Imperial Peak. Since King Harold mentioned that Riker's talent was extraordinary, he believed Riker could still break through to the Emperor level within 1 to 2 years. Moreover, with his current powerful cultivation, he could sweep across regions and deter strong warriors from approaching him. Even without breaking through to the Emperor level, he could completely subdue those Emperor-level fierce beasts. Of course, dealing with early or mid-stage Emperor-level fierce beasts was easier, but handling late-stage or peak Emperor-level beasts would mean he'd be on the receiving end of punishment. Since signing the covenant restricts your cultivation, let's wait before signing. The stronger you are now, the better it will be for us, Riker gently suggested. No, don't wait. Signing or not won't affect my power. Plus, even without signing the covenant, I can at most reach the mid-Emperor stage, Eben hastily replied. Not signing a covenant? That's absurd. If they didn't sign a covenant, wouldn't his visit here be in vain? Besides, signing a covenant wouldn't affect his power. Hendrik or Thermore, if they could sign a covenant, he could command more fierce beasts to help eliminate non-human races for the human race. No, why are you so inflexible? If you sign the covenant with me, I can command more fierce beasts to assist in battle. Or do you want me to fight a group alone? Eben said, somewhat speechless. Though he was powerful, he still couldn't handle a sea of non-humans. But with the assistance of fierce beasts, things would be entirely different. If Riker signed a covenant with him, not only could he command a large number of fierce beasts in battle, but also stronger ones. Upon hearing this, Riker squinted his eyes, looking at Eben with doubt. You say you can command fierce beasts to assist in battle? Can you specify the numbers? My bloodline is close to that of the forefather, so commanding fierce beasts to assist in battle is no problem. If you sign the covenant with me, I can command even stronger fierce beasts, including Imperial-level ones, Eben nodded. Whether he could command Imperial-level fierce beasts depended on whether Riker signed the covenant with him. Otherwise, it was out of the question. Of course, if the Imperial-level fierce beast's strength exceeded the late stage or matched his own realm, he wouldn't be able to command it, unless he reached the Emperor level. Seeing that Eben didn't lie, Riker fell silent, torn between two decisions. Not signing the covenant allowed Eben to grow stronger, but signing it meant he could command more formidable beasts in battle. After careful consideration, Riker solemnly stated, let's sign the covenant. One person, no matter how strong, couldn't stand against countless enemies, but with a large group of helpers, they could face the impending non-humans. So he decisively chose to allow Eben the ability to command stronger fierce beasts, providing more support for him. Despite the ferocity of fierce beasts, using them against non-humans rendered their brutality meaningless. Seeing Riker agree, Eben smiled with satisfaction. Truly a master worth his praise. He admired such a straightforward character. Without hesitation, both used spirit energy to cut their right palms, letting blood flow, then touched hands together. By the heavenly Tao, I, Eben, swear eternal loyalty to my master Riker. May I turn to dust if I violate this oath? Eben raised his left hand, stating gravely. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light flashed from their palms, accompanied by intense pain piercing their minds. Yet neither let go. Soon, the severe pain dissipated, replaced by a sense of comfort, and they released each other's hands. Flipping over their right palms, they saw a blue symbol imprinted, a natural mark, like a tattoo from birth. This symbol represented the covenant, a sign of the pact between humans and fierce beasts. Fierce beasts pledged lifelong loyalty to their masters, while masters protected their fierce beasts for life. The fall of one side would significantly impact the other. Additionally, once the covenant was signed, the warrior could harness the power of the fierce beast to strengthen themselves and transfer their power to the beast temporarily. Eben pays respect to master. Eben knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing. Rise. Thank you, master. From now on, there's no need to call me master. I'm not used to it. Call me leader or general, Riker calmly said. Chapter 250, Baird's account. I'm not a soldier, so I'll just call you boss. How does that sound, master? After a brief pause, Eben spoke. Regardless of the title, from now on, Riker would be his master. After signing the contract, he noticed his cultivation seemed to have hit an obstruction and couldn't advance further. Seeing that he couldn't continue enhancing his cultivation, Eben was secretly pleased. This outcome was precisely what he needed. Rapidly boosting his cultivation had no use for him. Even though his bloodline was nearly in its ancestral state, constantly increasing his cultivation only harmed his body. You can call me however you want. As for general, you can call him Ankarophii, Riker nodded gently. Hee. Eben laughed, indicating his agreement. Initially, he hoped Riker would call him Ankarofing, but it sounded strange, so Ankarophii was more fitting. Despite being much older than Riker, he didn't mind at all. Riker wasn't idle either, and immediately ushered both into the city. As they stepped out, the condition of the city became clear to them. Inside the Abyss City was a plain, dotted with almost uniformly small houses. Although these houses were newly built, Baird could easily tell that they were specially structured military barracks, each 5 meters high, 25 meters long, and 25 meters wide. Each barracks could house 100 people, spacious and comfortable, with communal beds inside. The houses were also excellent at regulating temperature, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer. He had seen these barracks before during his training at the Imperial Palace Infantry Regiment, but he hadn't expected them to be brought here. Upon entering Abyss City, Riker whispered, General Ouyang, why did you arrive a month late? Did something happen along the way? By logic, Baird's group should have arrived in early April, yet they only arrived in early May. Their delay indicated they encountered trouble en route, though unknown, it significantly impacted their journey. General, originally the trip went smoothly, but while crossing the Maha Mountains, we encountered torrential rain which caused landslides, burying all roads. We had to retreat and bypass the mountains under the guidance of the Imperial Guards, Baird replied bitterly. They were supposed to arrive a month earlier according to the schedule, but nobody anticipated the rainy season. As they entered the Maha Mountains, heavy rain poured continuously, intensifying daily. Despite this, they pressed forward. But after 5 days, the vanguard discovered mountain fractures ahead, covered by debris flows blocking their path. Initially, they thought clearing the road would allow progress, but it stretched nearly a kilometer. A kilometer? Clearing a kilometer of debris was virtually impossible, especially with continuous rain and potential further landslides. With no choice, they retreated and, guided by the Imperial Guards, chose another route to Abyss City. Though it took a month, they spared no effort to reach Abyss City as quickly as possible. Did my soldiers suffer many losses? Riker asked after a pause, his expression cold. 728. Baird replied sadly. Though this number was negligible among 50,000 troops, these were elite soldiers responsible for defending against barbarians. Dying en route before reaching Abyss City left a bitter taste for everyone. Hearing about such elite casualties troubled Riker deeply, as if pierced by a sharp knife. 728 lives. These were the elites of the Great Anchor Dynasty, who perished before even setting foot on the battlefield. A disgrace indeed. Have their remains been sent back home? Riker asked. We cremated them and entrusted their ashes to the Imperial Guards to return them to their families for proper burial, Baird responded. Riker nodded lightly without saying much. Though he hadn't led those elite troops, their deaths before battle made him uneasy. Every moment here brought casualties, leaving him both angry and helpless. Due to various reasons, they couldn't investigate deeply into why the barbarians suddenly launched such fierce attacks. Beside him, Eben looked curiously around, observing the patrolling soldiers. These black armored soldiers were battle-hardened elites, exuding powerful and terrifying killing aura, making him feel suffocated. He was 100% certain that if attacked by them, even as a royal-level practitioner, he would be exhausted to death. The battles here are far more intense than in the Imperial Wars. Be cautious. If you encounter powerful barbarians, do not engage, Riker warned grimly. If not for experience in combat with the barbarians, he wouldn't have said this. Soldiers were always on edge, ready for impending battles. Sometimes during meals, barbarians would suddenly attack, forcing them to drop their food, don armor, and prepare for battle. Previously, he saw many soldiers eat one bite before rushing to defend the walls, and when the battle ended, they would return to find their companions gone or few remaining. Yes, sir. Under the setting sun, the barbarians ceased attacking, and Riker arrived at the camp of the tribal warriors, gathering everyone outside. Looking at the gathered tribal warriors, Riker felt conflicted. He had promised to send them home after the Northern Mo Dynasty conflict, but he broke that promise. He brought them here to fight fierce barbarians and watch their comrades fall under barbarian blades. Astonishment. Upon learning they were allowed to return home, all the tribal warriors immediately broke into wide smiles, some even shedding tears, imagining they would finally be able to go home. Seeing their joyful expressions, Riker felt a twinge of sorrow deep inside, unsure how to express his feelings fully. Seeing his fellow tribal warriors happy brought him some solace. After the excitement died down, Imran looked at Riker and said, General, if we leave, and those aliens attack again, wouldn't you be in grave danger? Although they only understood bits of what was being said, all the tribal warriors fell silent, their gazes collectively fixed on Riker. After spending so much time with the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty, they had already come to view them as comrades. They were determined to protect them with all their strength. If they left now, wouldn't the next alien raid put them in mortal peril, possibly leading to death on the battlefield? Compared to going home, they were more unwilling to see these former comrades fall or become cold corpses. Don't worry about that. The Emperor has already sent reinforcements, and there is nothing more for you to do here. There's no need for you to stay and risk casualties. You should return home, Riker gently shook his head and replied. To be honest, he did not want to see them leave either. He hoped they would stay and fight alongside him. However, he had promised them that once the Northern Mo Dynasty conflict was resolved, he would release them and let them return home. Now that everything was settled, it was time for them to leave this war zone. But General, clang, 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 alien raid, alien raid. All soldiers, defend the city walls. All soldiers, defend the city walls. Quickly, quickly. Just as Imran began to speak, a soldier's shout echoed from the distant wall, followed by the loud sound of gongs spreading everywhere. Without lingering, Riker quickly stood up and reminded the tribal warriors, you don't need to participate in today's battle. Once the fighting ends, General will have someone escort you home. Since they were no longer soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty, there was no need for them to make sacrifices for the kingdom. Moreover, as non-humans, they had no obligation to remain here for a battle that held no meaning for them. Leaving these words behind coolly, Riker turned and walked away without looking back. The tribal warriors who were about to stand up froze at Riker's words, their gazes fixed on his retreating figure. Should they really just wait here? Once Riker disappeared from sight, Imran slowly rose from the ground and prepared to leave. Wait, Wentai, where are you going? Gavin suddenly asked in the tribal language. Even if we are leaving, I will fight alongside the general until the very end. It was the general who gave us freedom, who treated us better than slaves, who ensured we were fed and clothed. If I leave now, I will never be able to live with myself. Even if I die in battle, I will have no regrets. If you are willing to join me on the walls, follow me, and we'll fight together. Reaching a nearby tower, Imran grabbed his massive axe and headed toward the distant city walls. If not for encountering Riker, they would have remained slaves for life, subjected to mistreatment, living without any dignity. Their daily food would have been leftovers from others, and they would often endure beatings, living worse than pigs or dogs. Even though they were about to leave, he refused to depart now, nor could he stand by idly and watch his comrades fall in blood. Murphy, Gavin, Dlongispan, and other tribal warriors who had remained standing listened to this speech and stood up, grabbing their weapons to prepare for battle. Even if they were leaving, they wanted to fight one last battle with the general. Even if they died on the walls, they would have no regrets. Riker had given them new lives, and the Great Anchor Dynasty had not discriminated against them for being tribal people. Instead, they lived peacefully and shared joyous conversations. Archers ready, fire. Crossbowmen ready, shoot. Catapults ready, launch. Orders were issued, and archers, crossbowmen, and catapult operators swiftly unleashed arrows, powerful crossbow bolts, and rolling stones. On the desert plain before them, ugly scorpion men, snake men, spider men, hawk men, and other aliens charged forward at lightning speed. Dust billowed wherever they passed, and their blood-red eyes chilled everyone to the bone. Yet, despite this, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty continued to fiercely resist, doing everything to reduce their numbers. These creatures were not called aliens because of their hideous appearances, but because they killed mercilessly, devouring human flesh and blood. Standing atop the wall, Riker watched the scene with cold eyes, gripping his sword tightly, ready to draw it at any moment. This incoming group of aliens was not an easy opponent. While the Great Anchor Dynasty's archers attacked the aliens' own archers returned fire. Despite having shields for protection, many soldiers still fell to the archers' arrows, which came from the snake men. Watch out! The hawk men are preparing to attack from the air. Archers, take them down. Do not let them reach the walls, shouted a Great Anchor general. Following orders, part of the archers immediately targeted the winged beings with eagle heads and human bodies, launching fierce attacks. These hawk men were formidable and could fly over the walls into the city, but fortunately, the protective array had been activated. For them to enter the city, they would have to fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even so, they could jump onto the walls when they got close, avoiding attacks from the array. Chapter 252. The terrifying strength of alien warriors. The aliens are coming up, everyone prepare to engage the enemy. Seeing the struggling aliens climbing up from below, Ellis did not hesitate to order all soldiers to prepare for combat. Despite the towering city walls, the group of aliens below could still climb up directly as if their bodies were covered in sticky mucus aiding them. Holding a round shield in the left hand and a spear or knife in the right, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty took deep breaths, ready to face death at any moment. They knew the formidable strength of the aliens and understood that they must be prepared to die. Otherwise, they would only be tortured. In recent days, as comrades around them fell one by one, it became evident that the aliens were not only powerful but also ruthless. To survive, they had to kill the enemy mercilessly, or they and their comrades would fall. Ellis stood cold-faced, tightly gripping his large knife, awaiting the arrival of the aliens. Archers continued to launch arrows, while ballistic operators fired relentlessly. Oily rocks were hurled down to minimize the aliens' fighting forces. Meanwhile, Riker drew his long sword, ready to engage the enemy. Despite the city's imposing walls, he knew many aliens would still manage to climb up. Kill. Seeing a tall scorpion man appear, Riker wielded his sword and charged without hesitation. Sword light flashed, emitting an ominous aura. With Riker gripping his sword firmly, he swung it down with terrifying force. A flash of blood streaked through the air, blue blood spraying out as the scorpion man was instantly slain. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. As Riker killed the scorpion man, snake men, spider men, and others climbed up the walls, sweeping madly across. Faced with the charging aliens, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty fought fiercely, determined to prevent them from crossing over the walls. Not far away, Ellis saw the approaching snake men. His face turned cold as he clenched his large knife and lunged forward, a terrifying killing intent rising into the sky. Swish! The large knife raised high and then swung down forcefully. Just as the snake man was about to wreak havoc, he was met with blinding light and turned in terror, attempting to flee. However, Ellis's blade was faster. In an instant, the snake man was cleaved in two, his blue blood splattering the surroundings. The soldiers, stained with alien blood, paid no heed and continued attacking other enemies. The power of their generals, to them, was nothing new. These weaker aliens were hardly a challenge. Swiftly finishing off the alien in front of him, he moved on to fight others. At the base of the wall, a massive army waited with calm gazes, silently observing their fallen comrades being hit. They waited not for entertainment, but for the sudden appearance of aliens, ready to attack upon sight. The walls of Abyss City seemed to transform into a great wall blocking the aliens' advance. Soldiers stood on the walls, crazily attacking enemies to ensure peace behind the lines. Edmund, why have you come up here? Didn't I tell you this battle does not require your participation? Riker asked sternly, having just killed a snake man, noticing the barbarian warriors joining the fray on the walls. He had previously told these warriors they were no longer part of the Great Anchor Dynasty's army but a group of barbarians waiting to return home after the battle. Yet they defied orders and joined the fight. General, you gave us freedom, and the Great Anchor Dynasty fed and clothed us. We consider the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty our comrades, and will not leave during this critical moment, Monty responded. General, even if we must leave, we will accompany you until the last moment, even in death, without complaint, Auden said in the barbarian language. General, let us fight alongside you. Even if we must leave, please allow us to fight until the end, Pierre said in the barbarian language. Riker smiled bitterly inside, feeling comforted and proud of their loyalty. Very well. Since you wish to fight to the last moment with me, let us unleash our primal roar, Riker shouted aloud. Barbarian warriors spread across the walls, obeying Riker's command and unleashing their savage strength, ruthlessly cutting down the invading aliens. Though the aliens were strong, they seemed fragile against the ferocious power of the barbarians. Across the seemingly endless walls of Abyss City, intense battles erupted everywhere, with each incoming alien quickly cut down. However, soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty also fell one after another despite wearing highly defensive armor, unable to withstand relentless alien attacks. As the sun set, crimson blood stained the walls, blue blood sprayed around. Yet both sides showed no sign of stopping, intensifying their combat. On the desert plains, alien commanders directed their troops to launch frenzied attacks on the city walls, aiming to breach the defenses and advance into human territory. This towering wall had blocked their ancestral advances for generations, evoking profound frustration. A Snake Man leader waved his cold blade towards the wall, muttering incomprehensible words but clearly issuing commands for a fierce assault. Frustration welled within him as he gazed at the towering walls, expecting a gathering of elite forces to break through the defense, only to find an even stronger army guarding the walls. Despite not knowing these aliens well, the arriving human warriors were incredibly powerful, working seamlessly with unmatched combat effectiveness. Upon seeing the Snake Man commander on a high stone giving orders, Riker frowned before smirking darkly. Taking a black bow from an archer and fitting an arrow to its string, he aimed and fired without hesitation. This translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks of the provided Chinese text. It is natural, fluent, and grammatically correct, ensuring the storyline and logic are coherent. Chapter 253, The Alien Race Retreats. Whoosh! A sharp, slicing sound broke the air as a thunderbolt and sword-like arrow shot forward, aimed directly at the powerful Snake Person leader. The Snake Person leader, who was commanding the assault on the Abyss City, suddenly sensed a wave of danger enveloping him. He glanced up to see a razor-sharp feathered arrow heading his way. From the black tip of that arrow, he could clearly feel the impending threat of death. A chill ran from his feet up to his head, making it impossible for him to look straight. Frozen in place by the looming threat of death, he couldn't move, but he still tried to regain his composure and dodge the attack. Finally, after suppressing the overwhelming sense of impending death, he dodged the black, thunderous arrow without hesitation. Just as he was celebrating, he flew sideways abruptly. The Snake Person leader never understood until his last breath why there was another arrow. There should have only been one. The human warriors didn't play by the rules. Before their eyes, this Snake Person leader was struck through the head by an arrow. The sharp projectile pierced through his skull, leaving behind only the feathered tail of the arrow. At the moment this Snake Person leader fell, a Scorpion Person leader quickly took his place, swinging his curved blade to attack Abyss City. Upon closer inspection, this creature's strength far exceeded that of the previous Snake Person. He had already reached the mid-stage of Martial King. General Riker, standing atop the city wall, saw this scene and frowned. If they're sending mid-stage Martial King level experts, it looks like the alien races want to breach our defenses. It seems the alien leaders are testing whether stronger human martial artists exist? Riker muttered to himself. He now understood the aliens' intentions and their ultimate goal. The one he had just killed was a beginner-stage Martial King. Now, a mid-stage Martial King had appeared, which could only mean the aliens were plotting something. Since arriving here, the alien leaders he encountered were at the beginner-stage Martial Sovereign, mid-stage Martial Sovereign, advanced-stage Martial Sovereign, beginner-stage Martial King, and now mid-stage Martial King levels. Their numbers kept increasing. Watch as the wall thwarted their progress. Even when they dug tunnels, preparing to surprise the humans inside, they found that digging thousands of meters deep still couldn't bypass the wall. It seemed to extend deep into the earth, like a bottomless void, evoking awe. Suddenly, a strange horn sounded, and the frenzied aliens attacking Abyss City retreated like a flood, taking their fallen comrades with them. Cease fire! Cease fire! Orders spread out, and the archers stopped shooting, the crossbowmen did the same, and the stone throwers ceased hurling boulders. After stopping the attack, the troops swiftly reformed their lines, gazing coldly ahead. Meanwhile, under the command of great Anchor Dynasty officers, other soldiers began cleaning the battlefield and removing their fallen comrades' bodies. Injured comrades were treated immediately with the best elixirs available. Even if they had lost limbs or were near death, they would recover thanks to these elixirs. However, adapting to new limbs would take 5 to 6 days. Tadeo Jiangha, stationed below the city wall and responsible for leading the army against the alien race, felt a huge relief upon seeing the retreat of the aliens. He exhaled deeply. He had personally experienced the might of the aliens and knew how ruthless they were. Despite continuous battles in recent days, he couldn't help but feel some fear. Even with fear gnawing at him, as a great Anchor Dynasty general, he refused to retreat. On the city wall, Riker looked at the cold, lifeless bodies before him, feeling a mix of emotions. Tears welled up in his eyes. These were the finest sons of the great Anchor Dynasty, yet they had left this world. 3 hours later, tens of thousands of bodies lay before Riker and Django. Now, they needed to cremate these soldiers and send their remains back home. Advisor, how many soldiers perished in the recent battle? Riker asked expressionlessly. General, 37,682 men, Django replied solemnly. 37,682. Hearing this number, Riker felt a heavy blow to his heart, as if suffocating while looking at the fallen soldiers. Without adequate elixirs and strong defensive armor, he was certain that the casualties would have been several times higher. Send them home, Riker said with a composed face. Though his expression remained neutral, his heart was torn apart, bleeding internally, overwhelmed with emotions. However, as a general, he couldn't show any emotion, lest it affect the morale of the troops. You might think him heartless and unworthy of being a general, but sometimes every action taken determined the life or death of countless soldiers. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Django promptly directed the troops to begin cremating their fallen comrades. The soldiers holding torches, suppressing their sorrow, stepped forward to cremate the bodies of their fallen comrades. Chapter 254, The Barbarian Warriors Depart. After the cremation was completed, Riker instructed that the ashes of all the soldiers be collected. He then had each urn labeled with the names and hometowns of the soldiers. Their ashes were stored in batches within Wu Mei's spatial ring, awaiting delivery back to their homes at dawn so they could be turned over to their parents, spouses, and children for proper burial. As for the honors they deserved, he had already petitioned the king, who approved and arranged for the military department to present these honors. Upon the return of their ashes to their hometowns, the military would send designated officials to hand over both the honors and compensation to their families. Having ensured all this, Riker immediately gathered the barbarian warriors, Renee, Dempsey, Imran, Connor. His expression was grim as he looked at them. Feeling his gaze, the seated barbarian warriors lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. As soldiers, they had disobeyed orders. As barbarians, they had broken their promises. Looking at them, Riker sighed deeply, unsure how to address the situation. Despite their imposing appearances and excellent warriors, but they weren't human. They had been forcibly brought into human territory by those with ulterior motives. He had promised to send them home once the war ended. But, General, seeing their hesitation, Riker's expression turned cold. Regardless of your agreement, I will send you back to your homeland at dawn. Prepare tonight and follow my men home tomorrow morning. With that, Riker stood up and left. Watching him walk away, the barbarians felt helpless, unsure how to persuade him to let them stay. Wentai, why don't you try talking to the general again? We want to stay and continue fighting with them, Dempsey suggested. The next morning, as dawn broke and mist began to rise, after much deliberation and insistence, the barbarian warriors, Renee, Dempsey, Imran, Connor, finally set off for home. Though they longed to stay, Riker refused, leaving no room for negotiation. At the gates of Abyss City, over 500 tall, muscular barbarian warriors stood in black armor, weapons in hand, their eyes filled with reverence for Riker. This armor and these weapons were gifts from Riker, a final token of remembrance. Beside them stood 10 Anchor Dynasty soldiers, appointed by Riker to guide them home. Smiling at the towering figures before him, Riker said, "Don't be sad. If fate allows, we shall meet again." And when that day come, without these fierce and valiant warriors from the barbarian tribes, he wasn't sure if there would be massive casualties to come. But trust was paramount in human nature. Since he had promised to send them home, he couldn't go back on his word or live with a guilty conscience. Hopefully, when we meet again, you will be many times stronger than you are now, Timothy murmured to himself before turning around and entering the city. As soon as he stepped into Abyss City, the city gates slowly closed, and the heavy iron doors were gradually lowered. Having just entered the city, Timothy headed towards the main military tent where a special person awaited him. He needed to meet this individual. Soon, Timothy arrived alone at the main tent, and Cornelius, who had been waiting for some time, greeted him with a smile as he stood up, saying, "General Timothy." Looking at the Jinui commander Cornelius, Timothy nodded lightly in response, and immediately sent someone to summon Django, Bradford, and Baird. Before long, the four gathered in the main tent, their eyes fixed on the upright standing Timothy. The three newcomers were puzzled by Cornelius's presence, unsure why he would be here. However, it was certain that if he was present, it meant something significant was about to be revealed. Otherwise, as the commander of the Jinui, Cornelius wouldn't appear in person. Even delivering messages would be delegated to his subordinates. Seeing everyone arrive, to prepare defenses quickly, Django stated gravely. Despite not knowing the aliens' true aims, immediate defensive preparations were necessary to prevent any surprise assaults. Baird and Bradford nodded in agreement, sharing the same concerns voiced by Django, urging enhanced vigilance. Indeed, that is why I requested General Timothy gather you all. Shortly, I will lead the Jinui deep into alien territory to uncover their true intentions. Meanwhile, please remain prepared and wait for my reports, Cornelius explained calmly. To understand the aliens' motives, he planned to infiltrate their territory, discover what they were up to, and identify their real objectives. Meanwhile, he expected everyone to be ready to act promptly upon receiving his information. Even though the mission was extremely dangerous, Cornelius was willing to risk everything to understand the situation and prevent any catastrophic threat to the Great Anchor Dynasty. Only by knowing the enemy's true goal could they mitigate the danger. Otherwise, it would all be futile. Ignoring this threat might bring calamity to the dynasty. Do you have any confidence in succeeding, Lord Yuan? Bradford asked. Yes, Lord Yuan. Can you ensure your return alive? If not, success rate would drop below 10%. Achieving even this level of probability required careful deliberation and readiness for death. They chose this mission with the resolve to complete it, regardless of the cost. Silence enveloped the room. Finally, Timothy, expressionless, asked, "When do you plan to depart?" Chapter 256, Delving Deep into the Alien Domain. Midday today, Cornelius said calmly. This time slot was calculated to be the optimal period, coinciding with the aliens' weakest phase, making it suitable for their infiltration. The choice of this specific time was informed by intelligence gathered from a previous Snake Clan captive who had been tortured to death, yet even in death, no mercy had been shown. Upon hearing this, Riker frowned deeply, perplexed. Why choose to strike now? Logically, wouldn't it be more appropriate to infiltrate at night when visibility is lower? Why would they choose broad daylight, which risks greater exposure? As if reading his thoughts, Cornelius explained, from our captured Snake Clan member, we learned that the alien forces are weakened by half at midday. They tend to stay within their lair during this period, making it ideal for our infiltration. Choosing to enter the enemy's weakest moment was not only their best bet to avoid detection and ensure survival, but also represented their most effective plan for stealthy infiltration. The group understood this instantly, with clarity replacing their confusion. Previously, everyone had wondered why the aliens chose dusk or nightfall for their attacks, while mornings until midday saw virtually no offensive actions. If not for Cornelius's revelation, they might never have known about the aliens' midday weakness. Knowing this didn't mean they could do much more than what they were already planning. Despite wanting to exploit this vulnerability to eliminate some of the alien population, they realized it was impossible without passing through the fortress walls. How many will you take with you? Riker asked after a brief silence, his face expressionless. For safety, I can only bring 12 people, including myself. Bringing too many risks exposing our presence, Cornelius replied coolly. Though he wished to bring more secret police, Jinui, practicality dictated he limit the team to 11 members plus himself. This smaller number minimized risk while ensuring enough manpower. Riker's brows furrowed upon hearing the small number, but remained silent. He knew all too well that fewer operatives meant a safer mission. Conversely, larger numbers invited disaster. Taji watched Cornelius intently as Riker quietly asked, "Can you inform the king before departure?" "Not yet. My Jinui will inform him when we leave," Cornelius responded calmly. With the decision made, Riker nodded and said nothing further. The rest stayed silent, unsure whether to concur or respect the decision. "Ulta, you're right. That's why I've brought you here to discuss how to train these new recruits so they won't fear the aliens," Riker nodded approvingly. These new recruits had undergone rigorous training, yet nothing prepared them for the intense reality of battle. Their psychological fortitude needed significant improvement to withstand the horrors of the front lines. We need to strengthen their mental resilience. Otherwise, sending them into combat is like pushing them to certain death, Riker emphasized. As a commander, he couldn't stand idly by as his men faced unnecessary peril. "But, General, even our best plans lack concrete methods to toughen their minds," Baird admitted ruefully. Strengthening the soldiers' resolve was a complex issue. Capturing aliens for training purposes was unrealistic given the challenges involved. Suddenly, an idea struck Riker. "Let's find a way to raise their mental resilience using a powerful beast. Follow me, and I'll show you how." Thus, with renewed determination, Riker believed he could find a solution to prepare the new recruits for the battles ahead. Chapter 257. Tempering the Heart and Mind. Really fragrant. The food made by humans is just so delicious. I thought what I ate before was already very good, but compared to this, it's like dirt. At the Abyssal City's kitchen post, Eben, holding a large basin of meat, sat at the dining table smelling the fragrant meat, drooling involuntarily. He especially loved the food prepared by these kitchen soldiers. Their dishes were not only delectable, but also gave him immense comfort while eating. He had eaten many delicious meals in recent times with Baird and the others, but never did he expect that after coming here, he would find even more mouth-watering delicacies. Wiping the saliva from his lips, Eben picked up a large chunk of meat without hesitation and started devouring it crazily. Every bite was soft as mud, incredibly smooth, and sent an otherworldly sensation through his body. Unable to resist, he indulged in savoring the delicious stew. Just as Eben was enjoying his meal, Riker and Baird approached him. Seeing this guy eating greedily, relishing the savory broth, Riker felt an intense urge to slap some sense into him. However, Baird, who had gotten used to Eben's antics, showed no surprise. Suppressing his frustration, Riker, with a stern expression, said, "General here has been looking for you everywhere. Who would have thought you'd be stuffing your face here? Are you asking for a beating?" Hearing the familiar voice, Eben looked up and saw Riker standing in front of him with a darkened face. Feeling incredibly awkward, Eben smiled nervously while still savoring his meal. "Hee boss, what do you need me for?" Shaking his head slightly in exasperation, Riker gently said, "Put down that food first. Follow me to do something. After we're done, you can eat as much as you want." Feeling chills creep up their spines, their nerves tensed by memories of previous harrowing calls. Death wasn't frightening. It was the uncertainty and how to confront terrible foes that terrified them. Looking at their pale faces filled with apprehension, Riker sighed deeply. These rookies were just as he expected, but he didn't feel disappointed. After all, every soldier who came here had once been like them. Only after enduring near-death experiences did they gain the resolve to face any threat without fear. Now, before facing the alien races, General here will temper your hearts and minds, making you unafraid of death. Turning to Eben, who was still eating beside them, Riker instructed, "Faye, stop eating for now. You'll get your fill later after the task." "Okay." Nodding reluctantly, Eben handed over the pot to Baird and walked towards the boulder. Watching the young soldiers, his mind still lingered on the delicious food he had set aside. All he hoped was that Riker would quickly finish whatever task was needed, so he could return to his feast. You might recognize him, but there's something you don't know. He isn't human. He is a ferocious beast, one close to its primal form. And my test to temper your hearts begins with him. Hearing this, everyone stared in shock at Eben, disbelief evident on their faces. How could this companion who traveled with them actually be a beast? How did he obtain a human-like appearance? Their bodies trembling in fear at the sight of this giant creature. They had never thought that Eben, who often accompanied them and was particularly fond of eating, could turn into such an immense and ferocious beast. Its sheer size and the oppressive aura radiating from it were enough to make them feel as though they were suffocating, terrified beyond belief. Even Baird, standing nearby, was struck dumb, gaping at the monster in front of him. Although Eben had told him he was a fierce beast, he had never imagined that it would be an extraordinary one like this. "Boss, I've completed the transformation. What should I do next?" Eben asked, slightly turning his head. "Faye, can you spread your aura over these 500,000 troops?" Riker asked. "Absolutely. However, boss, the further my aura spreads outwards, the less threatening it becomes." Upon hearing Eben's words, Riker fell silent for a moment before asking, "What about 50,000 or 100,000 troops?" "The number is too large for 100,000, but for 50,000, my aura can definitely equally cover them." Hearing this, Riker's lips curved upward slightly, then he fixed his gaze firmly on the tens of thousands of soldiers before him. He had a daring plan in mind. He intended to have Eben spread its terrifying aura over them, putting them through a life-or-death test. But the number seemed too large. Turning to Baird, Riker said coldly, "General Ouyang, immediately divide the 500,000 troops into 10 units." "Yes, sir." Obedient to orders, Baird quickly called all the officers and instructed them to split up the army. In total, there were 10 groups, each consisting of 50,000 soldiers, except for the last one which was less than 50,000. After some time, Baird successfully dispersed the army, leaving 50,000 elite soldiers in front. Standing on a large rock, Riker addressed the 50,000 elites before him without any expression. "Now, General wants to conduct a life-and-death test on all of you. The test is quite simple. I want you to adapt to the lethal threat emanating from Fei. If anyone collapses or cannot endure it, inform me immediately. I will not blame or punish you since not everyone can withstand such pressure. His greatest wish was for them to adapt to the overwhelming, deadly threat so that they would no longer fear the enemy. Only by doing this could they effectively fight on the city walls. Otherwise, half of them might die there. As elite soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty and as their general, he did not want to see them die needlessly. His sole hope was for more of them to survive, thereby becoming better soldiers. At all times, we are prepared for the test. Everyone replied in unison, their faces pale yet determined. Very well. Riker nodded appreciatively. He looked at Eben beside him and said, Fei, release your aura over them. Remember, follow my instructions exactly. Stop when I tell you, understand? Don't worry, boss. I'll act according to your orders, Eben nodded lightly. All right, then begin releasing your aura. No problem. But boss, which stage of aura should I release? Eben asked, looking somewhat awkward. He couldn't be blamed. He was unsure how to control his aura properly to threaten these people. A lesser aura might be harmless, but an overly strong one could kill them. He had been with them for a long time and felt guilty at the thought of harming them. Considering this, Riker fell silent, thinking for a while before responding, release an initial stage 10th rank aura now. An initial stage 10th rank fierce beast was equivalent to an early stage martial sovereign among humans. He wanted these soldiers to experience a sufficiently intense, life-threatening challenge. 10th rank initial? Isn't that too strong? They might not withstand it, Eben hesitated internally. Do as I say. No more nonsense, Riker retorted coldly. All right, Eben complied, fixing a cold gaze on the soldiers before him. Roaring, a terrifying aura spread around, instantly reaching the level of a 10th rank fierce beast. Facing this sudden terror, many soldiers turned pale, cold sweat drenching their backs, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet, they clenched their teeth and endured the fatal and powerful threat. Riker stood silently on the rock, watching without saying much. Their endurance wouldn't last long. Within moments, some would collapse. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, as Riker expected, many soldiers collapsed from fear within seconds. Seeing these soldiers falling, Riker didn't react harshly but instead waved his hand lightly, signaling his elite guards to drag the collapsed ones away. These elites under Riker were all direct subordinates, extremely combat capable and fearless. Obeying orders, the elites stepped forward and dragged away the fallen soldiers. Fortunately, the 50,000 elites were spaced apart, allowing Riker's men to drag them out easily. Those dragged away were laid down in a designated area, letting them rest to recover from their panic. 1, 2, 3. The number kept increasing, with hundreds of soldiers falling successively. Riker's elites continued dragging them out. Watching these collapsing soldiers, Riker remained silent, harboring no blame towards them. He understood better than anyone that most of the fallen were lower-ranking martial ancestors. Fei, increase the aura to middle stage 10th rank. After a pause and seeing no more collapses, Riker ordered expressionlessly. Yes. Roaring, Eben increased his released aura to middle stage 10th rank. With this rapid intensification, more elite soldiers began to collapse and faint. Increase the aura to late stage 10th rank. Roar. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Hashtag chapter 259, Takeoff and Death. Enhance your aura to the mid-king level. Riker looked at the nearly 10,000 people standing before him and ordered emotionlessly. What? Eben, still in shock, exclaimed with astonishment. Boss, isn't enhancing the aura to the mid-king level equivalent to sentencing them to death? The mid-king level was no laughing matter. Once a fierce beast entered the transformation stage, which was the king level, each increase in strength would be incredibly terrifying. He was currently at the peak of the 10th rank, but once he advanced to the king level, there was no guarantee how many could endure it. Raising his aura to the mid-king level would essentially throw them into an abyss. Riker glanced at the pale-faced soldiers who were struggling to bear the enhanced aura. He remained expressionless and said, Do as I command. Stop all this nonsense. Honestly, he didn't felt the extremely terrifying aura before, causing cold sweat to pour down their backs, beads of sweat on their foreheads, and even cold feet. It was their first time experiencing such a deadly aura. Riker turned to the crowd and said expressionlessly, You can all retreat to the side. Yes. Following orders, the soldiers struggled to rise with trembling legs and walked to the side. Those who couldn't walk were helped by others nearby. After seeing the 5,000 elite soldiers retreat, Riker immediately had O'Finn arrange the next group to come forward and endure Eben's aura. As the sun set, the last group finally approached Eben, swallowing nervously and looking at the huge creature with a mix of fear and apprehension. Seeing so many colleagues collapse earlier had left them in awe and fear. Yet, they had to endure his aura. Watching everyone align in rows, Riker ordered emotionlessly, Fei, release the initial aura of the 10th rank. Roar. With Eben's aura released, many soldiers began to collapse one after another. As soon as they hit the ground, Riker's elites promptly dragged them aside. Time passed slowly as Eben's aura gradually increased, and more soldiers started fainting. Seeing so many collapse, Riker realized something important that Briggs needed to know. However, he first needed to complete the test. Fei, enhance your aura to the initial king level. Riker said, You should know that the aura of fierce beasts is different from humans. Enhancing it to the late king level might cost you your lives. Before he finished, the Desi firmly responded, General, we are not afraid. Please give the order. Yes, General, let us continue to endure the terrifying aura. General, please give the order. Fine. Since you have made this choice, I will let you endure the late king level aura. Seeing the fearless expressions, Riker nodded appreciatively and ordered, Fei, enhance your aura to the late king level. Yes. Roar. With a skyward roar, the aura instantly escalated. Everyone felt their bones cracking, turning deathly pale. Yet, despite the struggle, none fell, grimly enduring the terrifying aura. But after 6 or 7 breaths, some began spitting blood and collapsing. The soldiers nearby quickly administered medicinal pills and dragged them aside. Chapter 260. The terrifying aura of an Imperial-level fierce beast. Half an incense stick later, the original 50 to 60 people were now reduced to just a dozen or so. Seeing the remaining dozen, Riker felt inwardly gratified. Especially when he saw the Desi from afar who had earlier suggested that Eben increase his aura intensity. Amazingly, he was still standing there, bearing the terrifying aura with that blood and fell to the ground, appearing close to death. As soon as they collapsed, elite troops waiting nearby rushed forward to carry them away and administer medicinal pills. Time ticked by, reducing the original 18 people to just 7. The Desi was still standing, albeit with great difficulty, despite having several bones shattered within him. The others remained standing as well, gritting their teeth, faces pale as paper. Watching these 7, Riker felt deeply gratified. If they didn't perish, they would undoubtedly become powerful generals in the future. Another half an incense stick passed before Riker said expressionlessly, "That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow." But before Riker finished speaking, the Desi from afar interrupted. "General, I can still endure. Please allow me to continue." "General, I can endure too. General, I am no exception." Riker did not outright reject them but narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you sure? Do you know how formidable an Imperial-level fierce beast is? If you can't withstand it, you'll burst into pieces instantly." "Sure." They all replied in unison. Since they made their choice, Riker wanted to see what potential they truly possessed. The scene to freeze momentarily as everyone stared intently, especially the soldiers nearby, silently praying that nothing happened to their comrades. One breath, puff, puff. Within one breath, 2 or 3 people fell to the ground. By the second breath, another soldier collapsed. By the 10th breath, everyone lay sprawled on the ground. Riker ordered, "Tadiatel Fey, quickly withdraw your aura." "Yes." Eben promptly retracted his aura, and Riker's elite troops rushed forward to administer healing pills. After taking the pills, the injured began to recover slightly, their pale faces gradually regaining color. Still, they remained unconscious. The aura had been too strong, though it hadn't killed them. It left them in a deep slumber. Standing on the boulder, Riker scanned the area, looking expressionlessly at the gathered new recruits before speaking. "Today's trial ends here. Gather here early tomorrow. This general wants to see how long you can endure." "Yes." Having addressed everyone, Riker wasn't idle. He transformed Eben back into human form and left with him. Upon transforming, Eben hastily picked up his bowl of meat. Since it had been sitting for a while, the meat had begun to solidify, and the oil floated on top, making it look unappetizing. Seeing Eben stand there helplessly, Riker couldn't help but chuckle, finding him quite amusing. "Don't be disheartened. Take it to the cooks and have them heat it up. Your meat will be as delicious as before," Riker smiled. "Boss, is it really that simple? Are you not tricking me?" Eben asked dubiously. Translation note: ***. The text maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original Chinese content. Names like Eben and Riker are kept in pinyin as requested. Chapter 261. Tadiatel Manzi, the busy Firehead Army. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go ask the soldiers in the Firehead Army yourself and see what they say," Riker said, feeling a bit exasperated. He never expected that this guy wouldn't even know how to reheat food and only knew how to eat. Was it possible that besides food, there was no other knowledge stored in his brain? But the truth was not as Riker had guessed. Eben didn't know because their ferocious beasts never reheated food. To them, meals were always prepared and eaten on the same day. There were never any leftovers. After some thought, Eben turned around without hesitation and ran towards the direction of the Firehead Army. Watching this glutton disappear, Riker's face darkened, and he almost wanted to kick him. Riker helplessly shook his head and then turned to Baird beside him, saying, "You are responsible for moving the troops to the camp. Report immediately if anything serious happens." "Yes." Tadiatel Manzi, Tadiatel Manzi. Having just arrived at the military kitchen, Eben kept shouting out for Tadiatel Manzi. A Desi who was frying in the kitchen immediately scowled upon hearing this familiar voice and continued stirring the dishes before him vigorously. This familiar voice belonged to the person he least wanted to see. Just seeing him made him want to punch him. However, knowing that he wasn't nearly as strong, he could only vent his frustration by frantically cooking. Around him were countless stoves, stretching out as far as the eye could see, numbering at least 1,000. Soldiers stood before each stove, continuously stir-frying or steaming rice, all dressed in red soft armor, working hard to prepare dinner for the army. Though the Firehead Army worked tirelessly, they knew those fighting on the battlefield every day were even more exhausted. Their mission was to ensure the soldiers had enough strength to fight, even if it meant dying full. Whenever danger approached, these less combat-capable soldiers were always protected by the stronger ones, ensuring no harm came to them. Eben, having just arrived, looked around and soon spotted the Desi who was intensely stir-frying. He quickly carried his bowl and ran over. Soon, Eben reached his side and smiled. "Tadiatel Manzi, did you hear me calling?" The Desi's name was Gilman. He earned this nickname due to his rough personality. Seeing him although annoyed by being called Tadiatel Manzi, Gilman couldn't refuse Eben, who had saved his life. Wanting to help but unable to do so while cooking, he hoped others might assist. Previously, during their journey, they encountered a landslide. Gilman narrowly escaped being crushed by a boulder. Immediately, Eben punched the rock into pieces, saving him and several other soldiers. "All right." Seeing Gilman was indeed busy, Eben nodded reluctantly. Looking around and finding no one familiar, he laughed bitterly. "Tadiatel Manzi, There are so many people here, but none I know. Whom should I ask for help? I'll help you. Suddenly, a Keith spoke up beside Eben. Turning his head, Eben saw a Keith wearing the same clothes as Gilman but with a higher rank. Who are you? Eben asked, puzzled. Before the man could answer, Gilman, continuing to cook, said, This is our Firehead Army commander, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's arrival didn't affect Gilman's focus, a skill honed through relentless practice. Looking at the man, Eben asked, You said you could help me reheat the meat? Yes, certainly. Let's go. I'll help you reheat it, Jeffrey replied. Though Jeffrey didn't recognize Eben, he had seen him and knew he often referred to their general as boss. Impressed by the youth's powerful aura, he felt compelled to help. Hearing the offer, Eben was delighted and thanked him warmly. Thank you very much. My pleasure. Follow me, and I'll reheat your meat right away, Jeffrey said. Just returned, Jeffrey had seen Eben troubling Gilman. Initially thinking it was something serious, he overheard their conversation upon approaching. Having been busy, Eben's meat had cooled and needed reheating. Chapter 262. Grover emerges into the outside world. As night fell, in the capital city of the Great Anchor Dynasty, the Imperial Palace, Fergus, who had just returned from the Tinching Pavilion, paused and gazed up at the stars, murmuring to himself, Cornelius, Cornelius, you're gambling with your life here. If I had known about this plan earlier, I definitely would not have agreed to it. He had also received a message from the Jinui, delivered by Riker. The content was straightforward. Cornelius had led a small squad to infiltrate the alien race's territory to investigate their internal situation. Previously, Cornelius mentioned a plan called Deep Nest, but he did not disclose its details, and Fergus did not press for them. But he never imagined that the Deep Nest plan involved Cornelius leading a small team to infiltrate the alien territory himself. Had Fergus known about this, he would have firmly opposed it. Understanding Fergus's character, Cornelius chose not to reveal the plan until it was already underway. Your Majesty, Commander Yuan leading the squad into the alien territory is fraught with danger. Their chances of survival are slim, Andy said gravely. The aliens were not like humans. They attacked any human who entered their territory, considering them as pigs ready for slaughter. Easy prey suitable for their meals. Leading a small team into alien territory, Cornelius was essentially seeking his own demise. Fergus's expression was bitter as he slowly replied, I know, but it's too late now. They've probably already ventured deep into alien territory. Knowing Fergus's nature, Cornelius knew he would never agree to such a dangerous mission. Therefore, he acted without disclosing his plans. Unfortunately, it was too late now. All I ask of him now is that they return unharmed, avoiding any powerful alien warriors. Otherwise, it will be certain death, Fergus said calmly. Cornelius's current cultivation was high-stage Martial King, just a step away from Martial Emperor. Without breaking through to Martial Emperor, he led a squad of Martial Kings into the alien territory, an act tantamount to delivering themselves for a feast. Fergus's only hope now was for them to return alive, untouched. Your Majesty, do not blame Lord Yuan. He did this entirely to uncover the aliens' true intentions, Andy interjected. Yes, I understand his intentions, but he was rash, acting before he reached Martial Emperor rank, disregarding his own safety, Fergus said grimly. He did it for the dynasty, Your Majesty. Knowing the aliens' true intent is the 10 men knelt before Fergus, saying, We pay homage to Your Majesty. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sitting on the chair, Fergus was pleased with the 10 young men before him. I believe you understand why I gathered you here? These 10 knew how to set up the teleportation array. He intended to send them to Abyss City to establish a massive array to quickly transport troops there. Traveling by foot would take nearly a year, possibly 2. With a teleportation array, the army could be instantly transported to Abyss City to resist the alien invasion. We know. We are ready to serve at Your Majesty's command, they chorused. Good. Since you understand, I won't say more. Complete your mission well, and do not disappoint me. You may rest assured, Your Majesty. If we fail, we will come to meet you with our heads. Just as Fergus was briefing them further, the entrance to the heaven-level secret realm turned, and a robust youth emerged. It was Grover, the leader of the Baiwan Tiger clan. Having enjoyed the outside air, Grover swiftly approached Fergus and knelt. Grover pays homage to Your Majesty. Rise and speak. Yes. Once Grover stood, Fergus asked, Bowie has explained why you must venture into the outside world, hasn't he? Yes, Your Majesty. As long as I can stay outside, I'm willing to do whatever you ask, Grover nodded. He understood why he needed to go out, but harbored no resentment. Just being able to enjoy the outside world, even if it meant serving as a door guard, was fine. Unfortunately, he wasn't a door guard. He was to serve as a fierce mount. Before you depart, I have some things to tell you. Remember them well, Fergus said gently. Eben has gone to Abyss City to become Marshal Riker's mount. Now, I'm sending you to Abyss City to serve as Marshal Stevens' mount. Do you have anything to say? Grover bowed deeply. I am honored to serve, Your Majesty. Hashtag chapter 263. Harold is angry. Your Majesty, I have nothing else to say. I just want to ask when we will set out. Grover spoke softly, his heart slightly agitated. He naturally knew that Eben had left, but he hadn't expected the boy to actually go and enjoy himself without bringing him along. If he ever ran into him again, Grover would definitely give him a good lesson on what happens when you go off to enjoy yourself alone. Seeing this fellow was so eager to leave for the outside world and didn't even want to return to the heaven-grade secret realm, Harold couldn't help but darken his expression. Why did all the fierce beasts love coming out to the external world? Was the outside world really that wonderful? People were yearning to enter a paradise far away. Yet these creatures were inwardly hoping to come out to the external world to enjoy themselves. Since that's the case, familiarize yourselves with each other, and then head to Abyss City together. Remember, don't cause trouble or linger too long on the way, understand? Harold said sternly. Honestly, he didn't want to be so strict with them, but since their teacher was being strict, they wouldn't be able to reach Abyss City on time. Originally, he planned to send a 1,000,000-strong army, but reconsidered. Marching an army was slow and required a lot of food. It wasn't cost-effective at all. Once the teleportation array was complete, they could use snacks to activate it and teleport the army to Abyss City. This would not only reduce the consumption of food, but also allow the army to arrive earlier and aid in transporting supplies. Yes. At noon, Grover and the 10 Imperial Guards left the capital of the Great Anchor Dynasty, while Harold did not stay at Tianqing Pavilion. His only hope now was that Grover and company would reach Abyss City within half a year and establish the teleportation array there. He wanted to see just how powerful and terrifying these alien races were, and how they endangered his soldiers. Soon, Harold and Andy arrived at the study hall. They saw Tessa, his younger brother, and Gerald listening intently as Eric taught them. As for Xylan, he was also inside, thoroughly enjoying Eric's teaching and practicing calligraphy. A little later, class ended, and Karina, Harold, and Gerald immediately stood up from their cushions and ran out of the classroom. But when they stepped out, they saw Harold standing before them, causing them to stop and lower their heads instantly. They hadn't expected him to be here, and Eric also quickly came forward upon seeing him. Your subject, Eric, pays respects to your majesty. Harold merely nodded slightly, then looked at the three children with cold eyes. It seemed he was somewhat angry. He had taught them to be polite and bid farewell to the teacher when class ended, but they had disregarded his instructions. If not for him and Andy arriving, he wouldn't have known that these three brats were so disobedient. Why didn't you bid farewell to the teacher after class? Harold asked coldly. Hearing this, the three were immediately on edge, and even Xylan, who arrived shortly afterward, didn't dare speak. Their only thought was to hope Harold wouldn't blame them, or they'd truly be in trouble. Before the three could respond, Eric smiled and explained, Your Majesty, please don't blame the young princes. They left hastily because they skipped breakfast this morning, and their stomachs were rumbling during class. I allowed them to head straight to the Imperial kitchen once class ended. What he said was true. There was no lie. They had indeed overslept and missed breakfast. During class, their stomachs were growling constantly, so he permitted them to skip farewells and go directly to the kitchen for lunch. Otherwise, they would have insisted on bidding farewell before leaving. Eric's words made sense. Satisfied that Eric wasn't lying, Harold turned his gaze to the three children, finally focusing on his son Azar. Hudson, tell father why you didn't have breakfast this morning? We overslept. Azar replied sincerely. Hearing this, Harold's face twitched. He had specifically told them not to mention this incident. Yet, this boy had broken his promise so easily. The corners of Harold's mouth twitched in frustration. How did they oversleep? Could it be they stayed up too late last night? Were you playing very late last night? Harold asked, expressionless. Yes, Azar nodded lightly. Feeling the cold aura from his father, Azar hurriedly added, Father, please don't be angry. We promised not to play so late anymore. Deep down, Azar knew if father got mad, they would get punished, either by getting hit or being forced to stand as punishment. Despite their excellent physical conditions, they still felt pain like any human. I'm sorry, father, Harold, the younger, said pitifully. Brother Harold, please don't be angry. We won't do it again, and we'll make sure to sleep on time, Gerald pleaded. You think there will be a next time? Now, you three go straight to the Imperial kitchen to eat. This afternoon, I will supervise your training. If anyone dares to slack off, they will forfeit sleep tonight, Harold declared sternly. Hearing that Harold was still punishing them, the four children drooped their heads in disappointment and left silently. Watching them leave, Harold felt a tinge of disappointment. He had set a schedule for them. Morning classes, midday meal, afternoon practice. The evenings were their playtime. Yet, they dared to pull an all-nighter. If he didn't punish them, they would never learn to sleep on time. Your Majesty, don't be too hard on them. They are young and love to play. It's natural they can't control themselves, Eric said with a smile. Children always love to play and often lost track of time. Moreover, they spent all day learning and practicing, so they needed to unwind at night. They need more guidance, Eric continued. Tato fledglings that shouldn't be confined to the nest forever. Let them explore the outside world and recognize what needs doing, so they can plan better for themselves. Chan, I appreciate your concern, but if they continue this way, they will grow up undisciplined, Harold responded seriously. Your Majesty, if you care about the princes, perhaps take them on a trip outside the city. Let them see the world. A bird shouldn't be kept in its nest forever. Only by recognizing the outside world can they settle down and plan for their future, Eric advised. Chapter 264. The king travels abroad. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 2 years had quietly slipped away. Now it was the third month. Spring was in full bloom, and everything was thriving. A fresh floral fragrance permeated the air. In the courtyard of the Yulan Palace, Harold sat quietly under a pavilion, watching Camilla dance gracefully in the distance with a smile. Time flew by, and another 2 years had passed since the founding of the Great Anchor Dynasty. During these 2 years, the economy in various regions began to recover rapidly, and the people from the original 5 kingdoms gradually integrated into the Great Anchor Dynasty. Without the threat of war, the economy of the Great Anchor Dynasty surged straight upward. The celestial chi grew more abundant, and talents emerged crazily from all over. Seeing the Great Anchor Dynasty, which he had established, becoming increasingly powerful, Harold felt extremely satisfied inside. He was also happy for the emerging talents. In these 2 years, the talents he obtained were almost all like Pablo, Muhammad, etc., but those extremely powerful Chinese heroes had not been drawn at all. However, he did not feel disappointed because he knew better than anyone that to obtain strong generals, one must use war as a driving force. Otherwise, according to the system's behavior, he would never get a powerful general. Launch wars abroad? Impossible. Without at least 5 to 6 years, he would never launch any wars against other dynasties. However, this didn't mean he wouldn't manipulate these dynasties to make them fight each other fiercely, weakening their strength in the end. During these 2 years, his own strength had also advanced to the peak of the Martial King realm, only a step away from the Martial Emperor realm. After reaching the Martial Emperor realm, his cultivation seemed to have hit a bottleneck and hadn't improved. Just then, Chief Eunuch Andy hurriedly came before Harold and whispered, "Your Majesty, everyone is ready. We are only waiting for your command. Notify everyone to reinspect everything once again. We depart at noon today. Also, send someone to tell Hudson and the others to pack up quickly. If anyone dares to be late, I will not take him along," Harold said coldly. "Yes." Andy turned around and left immediately upon receiving the order. As Andy left, Camilla also approached Harold. He pulled her into his embrace, his right hand wandering over her body, touching every inch of her skin. Facing Harold's actions, Camilla blushed but remained composed outwardly. Her heart, however, was racing with excitement. Harold was always like this, teasing her, making her yearn for more but never satisfying her completely. "I plan to take you all away from the palace for some time. Do you want to come?" Harold asked with a smile, looking at Camilla in his arms. "Leave the palace? Your Majesty, why do we need to leave the palace?" Camilla asked, puzzled. "To visit the common folk, admire our great anchor territory, and understand the lives of our people." Harold summarized the purpose of their trip briefly. He had thought about this for 2 whole years, but had never managed to arrange it due to various matters. Now that most things were handled, he decided to go out this spring to understand how the citizens were faring. "Will Dower and the others come too?" Camilla asked without rejecting, although she was somewhat worried about leaving her son behind in the palace, which might make him miss them. "Certainly. If I don't take him, how will he know about our great anchor dynasty?" Harold responded with a smile. "So when are we leaving?" "At noon today." "That's understood, Your Majesty. Allow me to pack my belongings first and then join you on departure," Camilla said after thinking for a moment. "Yes, go ahead." At noon, Harold and his entourage gathered in front of the imperial palace gate. 2 beast-drawn carriages were ready. Each carriage was driven by 2 netherworld wolves, totaling 4 wolves. The exquisite carriages were white and decorated with gold, both beautifully designed and perfectly crafted. These were no ordinary carriages. Harold accidentally drew these exquisite beasts while extracting Chinese heroes. According to the system's description, these carriages had internal spaces, with nearly identical structures. They could be driven as long as a few fierce beasts were found. Thus, yesterday, he personally sent people to bring 4 netherworld wolves from the 5 clans. These 4 wolves were formidable, each being at the later stages of the king realm. "Wow, these carriages are amazing," Everett Feng exclaimed, marveling at the sight of the 2 exquisite carriages. The other little ones were similarly stunned and eager to experience riding in them. "Brother, did you provide these carriages?" Everett Feng curiously asked his brother Harold. "Of course. This carriage belongs to you. You can ride inside, where there is plenty of food, but do not leave without my permission, understood?" Harold smiled. His warning to the children and Xylan aimed to ensure they didn't cause trouble outside. These kids were exceptionally powerful, especially Gerald and Xylan, who could shatter an emperor with just a stomp. He hoped they stayed inside to prevent them from harming others inadvertently. Hee. Without hesitation, the 4 eager ones climbed into the carriages to explore the interior. Ignoring the children, Harold led his beloved Camilla into the carriage. Upon entering, they were stunned by the spacious interior. It was incredibly impressive, stretching 10 meters in all directions and 4 meters high, complete with a double bed-like bed and sofas near the curtains. Camilla marveled, "Your Majesty, where did you find such remarkable carriages?" This was the first time she had seen something so extraordinary, and her heart was filled with admiration. "A gift from someone," Harold replied with a smile. He couldn't tell Camilla that the system had provided the carriages when he drew the Chinese heroes. Suppressing his amazement, Harold called out to Andy, "Eunuch Hyder, inform Generals Jamar and Gustav that we can set off now." "Yes." Andy nodded respectfully and walked toward Jamar and Gustav, saying, "Generals, Zack orders us to set off." "Yes." Receiving the order, Jamar and Gustav immediately lined up their respective armies. Jamar's elite division took the lead, while Gustav's division followed at the rear. One person controlled each carriage. Jamar operated the carriage Harold and company rode in, and Gustav operated the other. Both had clear responsibilities. Chapter 265, The World in Shock. Just as Harold and his entourage left the imperial palace, news of their movements spread like a flood in all directions. However, Harold was not concerned about this, nor did he interfere much. After all, it was the people's freedom. Moreover, he was only going out to empathize with the common folk and not to wage war, so there was no need to fuss too much over these hidden rats. As for why he did not let the official and even military expansion. With such a vast empire, would you expect a few troops to protect it without expanding? Sigh. Let's not talk about these useless things. Why don't we speculate about the emperor's real purpose in leaving the imperial palace? At the northern gate of the imperial palace, the army halted, and Harold, through the window before him, looked coldly at the vast city behind him, his heart filled with complex emotions. A few years ago, he had left this massive city, and now he was leaving again, this time for different reasons. This time, he was empathizing with the common folk, with no fixed itinerary. In layman's terms, wherever he wanted to go, that was where they would head. His aim was to prevent local officials from going through elaborate preparations and wasting resources to welcome him. Without a fixed schedule, they wouldn't know which direction he would take or which city he would reach next. Slowly pulling back, Harold turned to Camilla beside him and smiled. "My love, where should we go first?" "Wherever your Majesty goes, I will follow," Camilla said, her head resting against Harold's chest, her eyes brimming with affection and a gentle smile. Her expectations were simple. Wherever Harold went, she would go with him. Meanwhile, as Harold, Gerald, and the others ventured into the outside world, they gazed curiously at its beautiful landscape. To them, the external world beyond the palace was captivating and inviting. Despite frequently visiting, it would be a great loss. Boss, is this your first time seeing the outside world too?" Xylan asked curiously. "Yes. I've been with Brother Harold since birth, so this is also my first time seeing the outside world," Gerald replied. Having known Xylan for so many days, Gerald was aware of where he had been before and how he came out. However, he He did not concern himself with Xylan's background, or why he had been in the Tianji secret realm. In his heart, Xylan shared similar experiences. He did not know his parents, or why they abandoned him. Their only goal was to support each other to survive together. With the long lifespans of the dragon race, they needed each other to pass the time. Though sleeping could pass millennia, now they did not want to sleep. They wanted to experience the beauty of the world. Hearing Gerald's answer, Xylan felt a small surge of excitement. Places his leader had not been to must hold mysterious allure. Let's go. With Andy's call, the army marched forward, heading in an unspecified direction. No one questioned this. They followed the Emperor's inner guidance. For them, the Emperor's command was supreme. Wherever the Emperor's sword pointed, their iron hooves would crush it. Whatever land the Emperor desired, their ice blades would claim it. The Emperor's word was law. Yes, sir. Chapter 266, Blue and White Carp. A week passed in the blink of an eye. By the clear riverbank, Harold, Addie, Gerald, and others were playing happily. Meanwhile, Harold and Camilla sat by the fireplace. Harold sat on an elegant chair, his heart filled with shock as he watched Camilla, his face incredulous. At this moment, Camilla was displaying her culinary skills. Her expertise was astounding, leaving one in awe upon first glance, even doubting what they saw. He never would have thought that Camilla could actually cook. Just from looking at her, it seemed she must have spent over a decade mastering her craft to achieve such skill. Empress, how did I not know you had such culinary prowess? Harold asked curiously, unable to contain his astonishment. In his memory, Camilla was only skilled in embroidery or making fine gloves for Addie and himself. Yet, he never imagined that this seemingly frail and vulnerable Camilla possessed such abilities. Even Andy, standing behind her, was struck speechless by the scene. Our Empress Camilla turns out to be an exceptional royal chef, Andy thought, astounded. If not for witnessing it firsthand and smelling the fragrant dishes, he wouldn't have believed what he saw. Your Majesty, the pastries you enjoy are all handmade by me, said Camilla with a slight smile, rolling up her sleeves. Ah. Upon hearing this, Harold's face turned bewildered as he stared at her in disbelief. The pastries he had tasted before were unique, but he couldn't quite put his finger on how exactly. What he knew for sure was that they were delicious. He never imagined those mouth-watering pastries came from her hands. Empress, did you also prepare the tonics I had before? Harold asked curiously. Those tonics were not prepared by me. Making delicious pastries and decent meals is within my capabilities, but preparing beneficial tonics for your Majesty is done by the imperial chefs. Camilla gently shook her head in response. While her cooking looked impressive and the food she made rivaled some imperial chefs, she couldn't manage the tonics. Even if she wanted to, the imperial chefs wouldn't allow it. After all, tonics weren't ordinary foods. Each dose needed precise control. One mistake could cause the Emperor discomfort or worse. Therefore, she never interfered with the tonics and only made delectable pastries or appetizing porridge. Hearing this, Harold breathed a sigh of relief. Though he trusted Camilla, the preparation of tonics was no joke. Even with his robust constitution, he couldn't withstand repeated tonic intake. One-time consumption might be fine, but regular intake could indeed cost him his life. Watching Camilla cook, Harold couldn't help but wonder what she must have gone through in her youth. For a woman to have such culinary skills, she must have faced considerable hardship. They had been playing here for so long without noticing anything unusual. How did Xylan discover the carp? Grinning, Xylan held the thrashing carp tightly and said, Hee hee, boss, at first, I didn't notice it either. But when I went to wash my face by the river, I saw movement in the water and encountered this big guy. The blue and white carp's hiding skills were remarkable. Had he not noticed while washing his face, he wouldn't have spotted it. Initially, he doubted his eyes, thinking it was an illusion. Only when he sat on the rock did he confirm his sighting. The river, though clear and deep, indeed housed blue and white carps, more than just one. When he dove in, he saw a swarm of carps scattering wildly, and he chose the largest one to catch. Brother Janus, come down quickly. Let's take the blue and white carp to Father and Rena so they can grill it for us, Addie said eagerly. The others agreed wholeheartedly, eyes gleaming and mouths watering at the thought of grilled blue and white carp. Its taste was heavenly, especially when grilled. They had eaten blue and white carp before in the imperial kitchen, but those were only palm-sized compared to this giant. Sure. Nodding, Xylan hurried over with the fish. Approaching Harold, Addie said excitedly, Father, look, Brother Janus caught a huge blue and white carp. Can we have grilled carp? Looking at the carp in Xylan's hands, Harold's jaw dropped in surprise. Where did this Desi find such a huge blue and white carp? And wasn't it too large? In his experience, the largest blue and white would soon rejected that form of address because he disliked being called that way. So, he changed the way Xylan addressed him, similar to how Gerald addressed him, calling him Brother Harold. Although they both appeared much older than Harold, converting their ages to human terms, they were still like children. Can you clearly see how many blue-flowered carp there are in the river? Harold asked curiously. I checked carefully just now. There are about 1,000 blue-flowered carp in this river. Plus, there are a few even bigger ones, Xylan responded sincerely. He had tried to catch the largest one earlier but failed due to its incredible speed. So, he gave up and went for this smaller blue-flowered carp instead. It wasn't that he couldn't catch the larger one. It was that he didn't know if the meat of the large carp tasted the same as the others. If it tasted different, it would be wasteful. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Xylan usually didn't care about the taste of food. However, since he spent a lot of time in the Imperial Palace, his taste preferences started to change. He refused to eat anything uncooked unless he was going into a long sleep. Alright, now go into the river and catch them all, Harold said softly. Okay. Splash. Upon receiving the order, Xylan approached the edge of the clear river and dove in. In no time, a meter-long blue-flowered carp was tossed out of the water by Xylan. Seeing this, Harold immediately instructed Jamar to slaughter it and ordered someone to call the cooks over. To grill fish? He himself didn't know how to grill fish properly. Even if he did, it would likely end up half-cooked. Therefore, it was best to let the cooks handle it. The dishes Rena makes smell so good. Izar murmured. Harold frowned, looking at Jamil beside him. Did this child also know his mother was a skilled cook? Hudson, tell father. Do you also know that your mother is a great cook? Yes, father. Many of the meals you've eaten before were prepared by Rena herself. Izar nodded gently. Hearing this, Harold was thoroughly puzzled. How could he have frequently eaten dishes made by Vicky? Why didn't he remember this? After 3 hours, after having breakfast, Harold and the others quietly waited for the golden, oily, and deliciously grilled fish before them. The unique seasonings and the charcoal fire created an aroma that tantalized everyone's appetites. Harold and Vicky were relatively composed, but the 4 children were practically drooling, eager to take a bite. However, they knew better than to touch the fish without Harold's command, or until it was fully cooked. The soldiers responsible for grilling the fish could barely hold back their hunger as they watched and smelled the roasting fish. Before the golden, oily, and delectable grilled fish. Without further ado, Harold swiftly used the dagger to carve out several pieces and place them on delicate plates, distributing them to everyone. Eat these first. Once you're done, I'll prepare more. It wasn't that he didn't want them to eat more, but he didn't want them to waste. Gerald and Xylan were fine. They were dragons and could eat plenty. However, his brother and Jamil were humans and might feel full with less. They had no objections to Harold's arrangement, focusing intently on the roasted fish on their plates, holding chopsticks tightly in their right hands. They were waiting for Harold to make the first move. Sharing the fish with his beloved concubine, Harold noticed the children waiting for his signal. With a smile, he said, "Don't just look at me. If you want to eat, go ahead. If it gets cold, the taste will change." Chapter 268. An unexpected encounter with Christie. Time flies, and half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this 6-month period, Harold and his companions traveled across various regions of the Great Anchor Dynasty, encountering countless citizens and witnessing their prosperous lives. Seeing his dynasty's people living on this blessed land filled him with immense satisfaction and pride for his own dynasty. Equally praiseworthy were the soldiers guarding the borders. Without their defense and bloody battles, there would be no Great Anchor today. Perhaps they didn't have the best conditions on the border, but they protected the realm with their flesh and blood, ensuring peace within the dynasty. Harold's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he gathered spiritual energy in his feet and dashed across the water to reach her. At this moment, Camilla arrived by the riverside and sternly scolded Izar, giving him a slap on the bottom, her face cold as ice. "Did I not tell you never to go near the river alone? Have you forgotten?" "No." Izar pouted, lowered his head, and whispered. He remembered his mother's warning well, but the heat made him forget. "You remember. Yet why did you come here alone? Aren't you scared?" Camilla, biting her lips, lectured with a cold demeanor. "Rena, I'm sorry. It won't happen again," Izar said. Meanwhile, Harold had already lifted the woman out of the water and placed her on the ground. Placing his hand over her nose, he detected a faint breath, confirming she was alive, but extremely weak. Without any delay, Harold began CPR. Beside him, Camilla stomped her feet in frustration, wanting to kick him but refrained. She understood a man's heart, especially when it came to women. Besides, she did not mind if Harold took another wife. Except this woman had quite large assets. Cough, cough, cough. After some time, the woman spat out the water and her pale face gradually regained color. As she expelled the water, she slowly opened her eyes and saw a familiar face. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Harold. She's so fiery. But reflecting, Christie's touch had been quite comfortable, and he wasn't fully satisfied yet. "How can you change her clothes before she's even married into our family? Are you trying to force yourself on her?" Camilla snapped angrily. "Sovereign." Interrupting himself, Harold didn't know what to say next. Camilla had a point. Changing her clothes would mean exposing her entirely. Though he didn't mind, it didn't mean she wouldn't. "Why don't you help with that, and I'll wait outside." Leaving these words coolly, Harold turned and walked out. Outside the carriage, he quickly used spiritual energy to evaporate the moisture on his body, returning his clothes to their original state. Feeling the moisture dry, Harold stroked his chin, recalling Camilla's words. Did she hope I would take Christie as a concubine? If that's the case, what will happen in the future? Deep in thought, Harold was interrupted by Izar running up to him, asking curiously, "Father, who is that older sister? Why does she seem to know you?" Squatting down slowly, Harold smiled and gently patted the child's head. "Adult matters, you won't understand. But remember, you mustn't go to the river alone, understood?" "I understand." Izar nodded slightly. Seeing the boy look somewhat unhappy, believing his parents were blaming him, Harold couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Reaching out his hand to pat his head, Harold smiled. "Don't be so sad. Your father will speak to your mother and make sure she doesn't hit you." Chapter 269. Instructions. Awakening. "Really? Father, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you?" Addie asked with wide, clear eyes as he looked up at Harold. His mother was a tigress. Sometimes she'd get so angry that she would bite his father, Harold. Though his mother knew better than anyone else that her strength could never match his father's. Since she couldn't beat him in strength, she resorted to biting. So, each time she got angry, she'd turn into a tiger and bite his father. That's certainly true. Have you ever seen your father lie to you? But we have agreed that you can't do this again. Otherwise, both your mother and I will punish you, Harold said seriously. He didn't want to be so strict with the little guy, but if he didn't teach him right from wrong, he would run off to play by the river. If he were 16 or 17, Harold wouldn't have said anything more. He might not even have tried to stop him from going to the riverside. But now, this little guy was still young, and he didn't know how to use his own strength yet. If he accidentally slipped into the river, it would be all over for him. This little guy was Camilla's heartthrob. If something happened to him, Camilla would be devastated. Not really. Recalling his childhood, Addie shook his head lightly in response. Harold patted the little one's head and said, "Go play with your Lewis air." "Yes, yes." With a gentle nod, Addie immediately ran toward Harold and the others nearby. Seeing the little guy trot away happily, Harold smiled silently. But soon his expression changed, the smile on his face gradually turning cold and stern as he said, "Hider Gongsun, arrange for soldiers to stand guard along the riverbank and instruct them to drive anyone who gets too close away." He didn't want to do this, but it was a precaution. Anything could happen, and if it did, there would be no time for regrets. Now, he needed to prevent anything bad from happening. Otherwise, crying out for help would be useless then. "Yes," Andy replied respectfully and continued, "Your Majesty, what about Xylan? Should we allow him to approach the riverbank?" "He can't either. If he tries to get close forcefully, tell the soldiers to warn him that defying my order will result in his immediate return to the heavenly secret realm," Harold said coldly. He had considered letting Xylan near the river, but thought better of it. Although this boy was special, he still forbade him from approaching the riverbank, because once he got close, the other 3 boys would surely try to get closer too. So, he decided to stifle any thoughts of getting near the river before they started. Even though Gerald was a special presence, he could not let him near the riverbank either. "Yes." Receiving orders, Andy left. Camilla looked puzzled. Preparing to speak, Christy suddenly remembered something. She had seen someone familiar, someone she would never forget. "Is this the Great Anchor Dynasty? Is Harold here? What relation are you to him?" Christy asked a series of questions. Seeing her agitation, Camilla felt somewhat amused and sad as she replied, "Yes, this is indeed the Great Anchor Dynasty, and he is here. As for me, I am Queen Camilla of the Great Anchor Dynasty." "Are you Camilla?" Hearing her name, Christy asked in shock. "You've heard of me?" Camilla looked curiously at her. "A little bit." Christy nodded gently in response. She had indeed heard of Camilla, though not much. But one thing was certain. Camilla was the queen of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Handing over the bowl of kanji from the tray, Camilla passed it to Christy, saying, "Here, drink this kanji. Your body is weak." "Thank you." Smiling in gratitude, Christy took the bowl, not caring if it was poisoned, and began drinking. Seeing her drink the kanji hungrily, Camilla smiled with relief. Regardless of how long she had been submerged in the river, it was obvious she was famished. "Miss Sue, may I ask why you were floating in the water?" Christy didn't reply but fell silent. Recalling the events from a year ago, overwhelming sorrow surged within her, and she couldn't help but shed silent tears. Seeing her tears streaming down uncontrollably, Camilla, as a woman, felt her heart ache, unsure of what to say. Though she didn't know what Christy had gone through, it was evident from her tears and injuries that she was being pursued. But what puzzled her was why Christy would be hunted. Knowing her identity, who in Nanyang region dared touch her? "Grandpa to do?" Christy silently cried, murmuring to herself. She hadn't expected the woman to be so ruthless, finding her location and sending assassins to kill her. Although they didn't strike during the Fengshan auction, they ambushed her when she went out, trying to end her life. If not for Grandpa to do saving her and helping her escape, running wildly toward the Great Anchor Dynasty and meeting Harold Tao, she would have perished long ago. Chapter 270. Christy is an imperial princess. "Miss Sue, have you been well lately?" Harold asked with a smile as he walked in. However, seeing the tears glistening in her eyes, his brows couldn't help but crease. Confusion filled his heart. Christy suddenly burst into tears. Did young Master Tang bully her? Harold quickly dismissed this thought. After so many years together, he knew the girl's temperament. Though her strength was nothing remarkable, upon noticing her internal injuries earlier, he was shocked. If another 10 days had passed, Christy might not have survived. Fortunately, she encountered him instead of some scoundrels, or she would have lost her life and dignity. Looking at Harold's curious gaze, Christy, inexplicably compelled, began her story. "About 3 years ago, the people sent by my stepmother found me, but they didn't come to take me back, they came to kill me." Upon hearing her tale, Harold's face darkened, his eyes gleaming with boundless killing intent. From her narration, he learned about her identity, an imperial princess, an exceedingly noble status. Christy left home entirely because her father's concubine arranged for her to marry someone she didn't love while her father was away leading troops. Unwilling to marry someone she disliked, she chose to elope and arrived in Nanyang region, settling down there. Until 3 years ago, her father's concubine tracked her down and sent powerful warriors to eliminate her, ensuring her father never learned she was still alive. Upon realizing the cruelty of Christy's aunt, Harold felt an intense urge to confront and kill her. But he was well aware that his current cultivation level wasn't enough, let alone facing an entire imperial dynasty. Turning to Christy, Harold solemnly declared, "Miss Sue, from now on, you will stay by my side, within the borders of the Great Anchor Dynasty." Harold followed Edsel to where Addie lay, fast asleep on the ground. Looking at the peacefully sleeping boy, Harold felt speechless. Turning to the others, he sighed. "Who let you play for so long? Don't you know you need to adjust your schedule?" Hee. The group chuckled awkwardly. In truth, they hadn't intended to stay up so late but found it hard to sleep. They wanted to relax after rigorous studies and cultivation at the palace. During play, the overly tired Addie had fallen asleep unexpectedly, catching them off guard. Relieved that the boy was simply exhausted, they quickly called Harold over. Shaking his head, Harold lifted the boy and said, "You 3 should stop playing and go to sleep. We have to leave early tomorrow." Carrying Addie, Harold headed toward the carriage, ordering the others to follow. Knowing the boys wouldn't sleep without supervision, especially Addie, who acted energized, he had no choice but to ensure they rested. Chapter 271. Scholar, Harrison. System. The monthly free summon time has ended. Host, would you like to use a summoning opportunity? Just as Harold stepped out of the beast carriage, he heard the mechanical voice of the system, and his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Finally, the free summoning chance had arrived. The previous few attempts failed to summon a distinguished Chinese figure, which left him quite depressed. Was there a bug in the system? Now, with the arrival of the pioneer of the Silk Road, this issue could finally be resolved. System, can I have Harrison's profile? Ding. Name, Harrison. Dynasty, Han Dynasty. Rank, Supreme Scholar. Cultivation Technique, Long Ho Divine Art. Cultivation Level, 8th Heaven Martial Emperor. Unit Type, None. Seeing Harrison's formidable cultivation level, Harold couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. It was ultimately because of his own lack of advancement that these distinguished figures hadn't reached their full potential. If his cultivation could reach the Martial Emperor level, these Chinese heroes would become immensely powerful. Recently, he seemed to have hit a bottleneck, unable to break through his cultivation level, as if something were holding him back. Although he had previously asked the system about it, the system remained tight-lipped, leaving him both frustrated and speechless. His only wish now was to hope that his cultivation could advance to the Martial Emperor level, so that the strength of his subordinates could improve accordingly. Although those under his command had gradually advanced to the Martial Emperor level or even higher, he was still far from satisfied. To defeat stronger foes, he needed to ensure his own strength was formidable enough to overpower them. Hendrik or Thermore, others would not allow him to grow strong without attempting to eliminate him as a threat. What the Great Anchor Dynasty needed to do was to strengthen its power and make itself more formidable so that it could deal with strong enemies. Sighing, Harold came to the shore and took a deep breath. He then said expressionlessly, "Freddy, come out. I have orders for you." "I wonder what Zack needs Freddy to do," said Freddy, who appeared suddenly and knelt on one knee, his face cold and composed. "You are to immediately inform Chancellor Hiroshi to head to the Celestial Star Pavilion to welcome Harrison. Tell the Chancellor that the person designated to visit the barbarian territory has arrived, and that it is time for him to brief Harrison on everything," Harold said flatly. He originally intended to tell Harrison directly but reconsidered, deciding it was better for Hiroshi to handle the briefing. Moreover, as the Chancellor of the Great Anchor Dynasty, Hiroshi was best suited to explain matters clearly and guide Harrison on what needed to be done. Without releasing the barbarian warriors, he would never consider such a negotiation, let alone engaging in trade with the barbarians. Given that humans were not trusted by the barbarians, trading with them was akin to trading with pigs or dogs. However, having already released some barbarian warriors, he had no major concerns and was confident it wouldn't cause any alarm among the barbarians. With the Great Anchor Dynasty's friendly gesture and Harrison's diplomatic skills, he firmly believed that they could establish commercial ties with the barbarians. Trading grain for iron ore, he was certain they wouldn't refuse. "Is about to break through to the Divine Realm," Xylan said anxiously. "So what if you're breaking through to the Divine Realm? Is it really necessary to be so tense?" Harold responded somewhat exasperatedly. "Brother Harold, when fierce beasts break through to the Divine Realm, they must endure 9 heavenly lightning strikes. A single mistake could lead to total annihilation," Xylan replied with a bitter smile. Originally, according to his calculations, it would take several thousand years for his cultivation to reach the Divine Realm. But recently, he felt changes in his body, suggesting that his cultivation might soon break through to the Divine Realm. Breaking through to the Divine Realm and triggering heavenly lightning strikes. Hearing this, Harold fell silent, and even Andy was visibly shocked. "Janice, didn't you previously say it would take at least 1,000 years for your cultivation to reach the Divine Realm? How did it suddenly advance so fast?" Harold asked curiously. "Brother Harold, what I told you before was true. It should take at least 1,000, or even several thousand years for me to reach the Divine Realm. But now, I don't know why my cultivation is close to the Divine Realm and is about to break through," Xylan said with a bitter laugh. While both men were silent, lost in thought, Andy suddenly interjected, "Your Majesty, could Janice's rapid cultivation breakthrough be due to the essence blood of Edsel?" Did he realize that all this was due to that drop of dragon essence? Breaking through to the Divine Realm is a perilous endeavor with only a slim chance of survival. But if he didn't break through, he would certainly perish. After a moment of silence, Harold took out 6 blue pills from his body and handed them to Xylan. "You should break through to the Divine Realm now. Take these 6 pills as well. If you cannot withstand the heavenly thunder, consume them. They will temporarily treat your injuries and help you complete the breakthrough." "Okay, thank you, Brother Harold." Xylan smiled and thanked him. "Brother Harold, quickly leave this mountain range. When I break through to the Divine Realm, 100 miles around will be enveloped by heavenly tribulation. If you stand below, it will definitely attract punishment from the heavens." "All right, take care of yourself. I'll have Jamar stand on the outskirts, and once you finish the tribulation, he will immediately bring you away." With a smile, Harold left with Andy and called for Jamar. Watching Harold leave, Xylan turned his gaze toward the depths of the mountains and leaped in. He needed to go deeper to avoid affecting more people, and to prevent anyone from discovering his presence. As a soon-to-be Divine Realm beast, especially a dragon, he knew human powerhouses would come to hunt him down if they found out. The existence of a Divine Realm beast was nothing short of destructive, especially in the heartland of humanity. "General Jamar, immediately organize the army to leave this mountain range," Harold said coldly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Although puzzled by the order, as a general, Jamar followed the king's command. As a general, he must obey the king's orders to be loyal. Under commands, the 20,000-strong army swiftly assembled and left the mountain range. Roar. Just as Harold stepped into the carriage, he heard a deafening roar outside, the sound echoing across the area, startling myriad creatures. Gerald, who was about to sleep, suddenly stood up upon hearing the sound, as did Harold. The little Addie slept soundly, completely unaware of the noise. Standing up, Gerald looked at Harold curiously. "Brother Harold, was that roar just now from Janice?" Being a dragon himself, Gerald naturally understood what the roar meant, but he couldn't understand why Xylan would make such a sound. "Yes." Harold nodded gently. "Janice is breaking through to the Divine Realm. We need to leave this mountain range as soon as possible, or we will be affected." "Divine Realm? Brother, what is the Divine Realm? Is it very powerful?" Harold asked curiously. "Of course, it's powerful. Those in the divine realm are among the most formidable existences on the continent. Isn't that strong enough? Harold smiled. Wow. Does that mean Brother Janus is much stronger than Gerald? Harold's eyes gleamed. Faced with this, Harold laughed without answering. The divine realm was indeed powerful for others, but for Gerald with pure dragon blood, it was like a mere worm. Despite Gerald not yet reaching the divine realm, his noble dragon bloodline made even divine realm beasts tremble. Once outside the mountain range, Harold instructed Jamar to enter the mountains and ordered him to bring Xylan out immediately if he saw him heavily injured. Additionally, he assigned secret agents to patrol the surroundings, killing anyone who saw Xylan. Meanwhile, the surrounding creatures seemed to understand the danger and began fleeing to avoid harm. Rumble, rumble. As the beasts fled, dark clouds gathered in the sky, golden lightning flashing wildly, roaring like waves, incredibly intense. Beneath the clouds, Xylan looked up, expressionless, his eyes cold, transforming into his dragon form. Roar. Seeing the world-ending golden lightning, the black dragon Xylan roared into the sky, daring the thunder to strike. Angry at the provocation, the golden lightning surged with terrifying sounds, causing fear and trembling among those who heard it. This sudden storm also drew the attention of countless people, who rushed over in groups. Facing the gathering humans, Harold didn't say much, nor did he stop them. Letting them satisfy their curiosity was fine. Chapter 273, World Annihilating Celestial Thunder. This is indeed a celestial tribulation, and not just any ordinary one. Christy nodded lightly with a grave expression, her gaze cold as she watched. She didn't know who was undergoing the tribulation, but only hoped that it wouldn't harm Harold. Noticing the other's slightly uneasy face, seemingly worried about something, Camilla also felt some unease in her heart. Just as both were feeling anxious, Andy approached the window and said, "Your Majesty, Miss Sue, Zack has asked me to tell you not to worry. Everything will be handled by Zack." "Lord Hyder, what's happening? Why did we encounter a celestial tribulation while in the mountain range?" Camilla asked, puzzled. Even beside her, Christy looked curious. She seemed to have faintly guessed that Harold knew something. "In response to your Majesty, this celestial tribulation is caused by Janus. Janus is currently breaking through to the divine level, thus he must undergo the celestial tribulation." Andy replied honestly. He spoke without reservation, even allowing Christy to overhear. This was entirely following their sovereign's instructions. Though he didn't understand why, he still obeyed the sovereign's commands. If Camilla asked, he was supposed to tell her the truth directly so she could understand the situation. Janus is breaking through to the divine level? Lord Hyder, Camilla explained. Black Dragon? Christy was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. What was going on? How could the Donghua dynasty possess dragons, especially ones breaking through to the divine level? Roaring, Xylan, amidst the dark clouds, welcomed the descending celestial thunder. Boom! A massive explosion resounded as Xylan was struck to the ground, countless towering ancient trees collapsing, and blood trickled from his mouth. What the heck? This celestial tribulation is no joke. In his inherited memories, celestial tribulations were terrifying, but he never expected them to be this formidable. A single bolt of lightning had already caused him to spit blood. The next few might indeed cost him his life. Roaring again, unafraid, Xylan flew back into the sky, preparing to face the second wave of devastating celestial thunder. This time, he remained fully alert, using all his strength. Each subsequent bolt was more terrifying than the last. Failing the final one would turn him to ashes instantly. Rumble. A huge golden thunderbolt descended, aiming to take Xylan's life. Roaring in agony under the second bolt, Xylan plummeted to the earth with a thud. Pooh. The outcome was much worse this time. Blood spewing from his mouth, coloring the ground red before being absorbed. Quickly recovering, Xylan suppressed his injuries and prepared to face the third bolt. Standing beside Harold, another Herald expressed concern. "Brother, why does Brother Janus sound so painful? Is he suffering right now?" Without knowing why, though he hadn't heard Xylan's cries, he felt inexplicable sadness, as if sharing his pain. Gerald said nothing, his face calm, eyes emotionlessly watching the distant celestial thunder. Despite his stoic appearance, his heart churned with various emotions, agonizingly listening to those painful cries. He was fully aware that this was the trial for all creatures growing into the divine level. Smiling, Harold patted the little boy's head. "Christo, Janus's cries are because he's undergoing the celestial tribulation baptism. Only by experiencing this can he become a divine-level beast. But, brother, can you help Brother Janus escape this pain?" Christo begged with hopeful eyes. Ruffling his little brother's hair, Harold replied, "Christo, I cannot interfere. If I do, it will endanger Janus's life. Do you want him to leave us?" "No." Christo shook his head, unwilling. After years with Xylan, he had considered him as his own brother, part of his family. All he could do now was pray for Xylan to survive the celestial tribulation. He didn't thunderstrike. That terrifying lightning hit off one of Xylan's scales? But what kind of scale was it? Love scale? Love scale? Harold frowned, looking at Gerald with confusion. "Enkirxia, what is a love scale? Why have I never heard of dragons having such scales?" "Brother Harold, surely you know about the rebellious scale on dragons' bodies, which is extremely crucial for dragonkin?" "I've heard of it, but how does this relate to the love scale?" Harold nodded slightly, still puzzled. He knew the rebellious scale was significant for dragons, but how did this connect with the love scale? The love scale grows next to the rebellious scale and has a strong attraction effect on unpaired members of the opposite sex. It symbolizes the selection of a dragon's first mate. When an unmated member gets that love scale, Gerald explained. The knowledge came from the ancestral memories passed down within the dragon race. That flying scale was indeed a love scale. Gerald felt disheartened. According to dragon lore, love scales only detached when dragons reached adulthood to help find a mate. Since Xylan wasn't fully grown yet, why did his love scale detach and fly away now? After hearing Gerald's explanation, Harold instantly understood quickly healing his severe wounds. Roar. He slowly rose, facing the skies with a resolute challenge. Rising into the air, the waiting thunder roared, releasing an earth-shattering bolt. Facing the annihilating force, Xylan roared with all his might, braving the strike. Roar. Pain echoed across the land as Xylan spat blood, his dragon essence absorbed by the earth around him, setting off dramatic changes. Struck by the final bolt, Xylan plummeted to the ground with a thunderous impact. Simultaneously, noticing Xylan's descent, Jamar rushed forward. With the tribulation over, he needed to bring Xylan to safety quickly. Dark clouds dissipated as moonlight bathed the land. Reaching the destination swiftly, Jamar found Xylan in human form, lying exhausted and battered. However, his clothes remained undamaged, clothes made from dragon scales offering strong defense. Without delay, Jamar carried Xylan away to protect his identity from those who might covet his existence. Dragons were both formidable and coveted. Securing a dragon's aid could easily command respect among the beast race. At this moment, Imperial guards began eliminating witnesses and spreading misinformation about Xylan's disappearance and stolen medicinal herbs. Believing there were divine herbs in the mountain, many sought to exploit the resources, igniting dissatisfaction among beasts, leading to a beast onslaught against humans. Chapter 275. Slaughter after the Heavenly Tribulation. Your Majesty, Janus is extremely weak and appears to be in mortal danger. Jamar, who had carried him back, said with a grave expression. Although this Desi had already endured the heavenly thunder and passed through the heavenly tribulation, his life was now severely threatened. These adverse effects on his body were entirely due to his rapid cultivation advancement, which caused his original physical abilities to fail to keep up. Looking at Xylan lying on his back, Harold's face immediately turned grim, feeling very uncomfortable inside. Without any hesitation, Harold immediately took out a golden pill, pried open Xylan's mouth, and let him consume it. The golden pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, its pure medicinal power spreading throughout his body, then frantically healing his severe internal injuries. Beside them, Harold and Gerald, who had been anxious, saw Xylan's complexion gradually turn rosy, and his weak breath started to stabilize. They heaved a long sigh of relief. Take him into the carriage quickly and place him on the bed, Harold ordered without any expression. Yes. Receiving the order, Jamar immediately carried the frail Xylan into the carriage, and Harold and Gerald followed closely behind. Despite Xylan seeming fine, they still felt some worry, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Harold stood where he was, his gaze coldly watching the mountains before him, deep in thought. Eunuch Hyder, go and inform all the soldiers not to approach me here unless I give an order. If anyone disobeys, kill them directly. Through reports from the Jinui, Imperial Guard, the greedy human warriors were now flooding into the mountains in groups. In the coming time, there would be a sleepless night of slaughter. He didn't care about these people's killing spree or how they conducted it, but he would not tolerate anyone disturbing him. Anyone who dared to disturb him would be sent straight to hell by him. Additionally, within his kingdom, warriors could not attack those who couldn't cultivate. Violators would be executed without mercy. Also, warriors were forbidden from fighting in the city, causing large-scale destruction and unnecessary casualties. Anyone who betrayed their country during an attack would face merciless punishment from the Jinui. Yes. Andy received the order and immediately went to pass it on to Gustav for execution. Standing silently, Harold watched the distant mountain, now shrouded in smoke, his expression calm as if all of this was trivial to him. This was a world of martial arts where only strength mattered. Strength could solve everything and suppress all. Ordinary people could only survive by any means necessary, while the strong stood atop without emotion. As an observer last night, he witnessed numerous people fight over the treasures without hesitation, even between close allies. Now, people in the mountains had become bloodthirsty, ignoring affiliations as they slaughtered mercilessly. Moreover, the increasing number of arrivals had resulted in corpses strewn everywhere, blood staining the area. Pausing for a moment, Harold asked coldly, "What about the fierce beasts?" "The fierce beasts have also joined the competition. Many humans were caught off guard and became their prey," Avon explained. Faced with the allure of the treasures, the beasts acted with unparalleled madness, attacking the humans ruthlessly. People had to watch their backs not just against fellow humans, but also the vicious beasts, Harold noted. Based on the current reaction of the beasts, could this lead to a beast wave? Harold asked with a heavy heart. A beast wave was something neither he nor anyone else wanted to see. The destructive power it unleashed was cataclysmic. Once a large number of beasts approached human cities, it would deal a fatal blow to humanity. As the emperor of the Great Anchor Dynasty, he did not want to see his people suffer under beast attacks. Possibly, the bloody smell in the mountains could drive the beasts into a frenzy, leading them to attack human cities, Avon replied. Hearing this, Harold Chapter 276, Cornelius's Concerns. Agreed. Upon receiving the order, Gustav immediately turned and left. He not only had to gather 5,000 elite soldiers and lead them to South County City, but also had to personally command 2,000 elites to force the ferocious beasts back into their lairs. Although he was hesitant at first, after repeated urging from Harold, Gustav finally agreed to proceed. Harold knew very well why Gustav was reluctant, but some matters required powerful generals to handle. Ferocious beasts were a catastrophic disaster for the human race, especially when they moved in large packs. Calling Jamar over, Harold said expressionlessly, "General Jamar, I now order you to immediately assemble the army and leave this place." Agreed. Public Eunuch Hyder, go inform the Queen that we will be leaving soon and ask her to keep a low profile, especially Christie. Have her avoid going outside so that certain people won't see her, Harold ordered next. In reality, he didn't want things to be like this, as those who wished to harm Christie hadn't given up yet. Therefore, he couldn't let anyone see her. Even though he now had the power to protect her, he hoped not to provoke trouble or bring about greater calamity. These strong individuals from Kunlun wouldn't be enough to threaten them directly, But if they found out Christie was with him and realized they couldn't act against him, they would certainly incite the 7 dynasties to attack his Great Anchor Dynasty. The current Great Anchor Dynasty wasn't economically prepared to face off against 7 dynasties. Once hostilities broke out, military supplies would be severely strained. Agreed. Without paying attention to the departing Andy, Harold walked straight toward the distant beast carriage and dived inside. Andy, having received the order, immediately came to the window of Camilla's beast carriage and said, "Your Majesty, Zack has ordered us to leave this place. You and Miss Sue should stay out of sight, especially Miss Sue." "Yes, I understand. You may leave." Camilla nodded lightly and then bid him to go. Agreed. As Andy just turned to leave, Camilla pulled the curtains shut again. She understood fully what Harold meant and knew what he was worried about. Those who were chasing Christie wouldn't give up until they saw her dead. Their current goal was to make sure those people believed Christie had died at their hands. Only then could they protect both the Great Anchor Dynasty and Christie. At the same time, within the territories of the alien races, Cornelius and his companions were frantically fleeing from the alien pursuits, eventually hiding in a dark cave in the desert. Under the faint glow, the cave appeared everywhere, with 6 faces showing pale exhaustion as they lay weakly on the ground. Cornelius, whose face was pale, looked at the remaining 5 people, feeling a mix of emotions, unsure of what to say. Ever since they entered the alien territories, they had been investigating to uncover the purpose of the aliens. "Commander, do these aliens need water or food? If they do, where do they get their water and grain?" A nearby secret agent asked Cornelius, visibly puzzled. Everyone turned their eyes toward Cornelius, awaiting his response. The aliens couldn't possibly survive without eating or drinking. While it might be understandable for them not to eat, not drinking was incomprehensible, even for martial artists who couldn't survive long without water. This desert was barren, with no vegetation. So where did the aliens find water? Just as Cornelius was about to respond, he suddenly frowned, realizing how important this matter was and why he almost forgot it. He smiled at the young agent, saying, "Tadioto Wu, you've raised an excellent question. Your query has resolved a major concern for me." "Huh?" Tadionelio looked bewildered at Cornelius, while the others cast questioning glances. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Cornelius smiled. "We haven't found the alien headquarters because we were thinking in the wrong direction. Aliens can't survive without water, even if they don't eat. There must be a majestic mountain range somewhere that provides them with water." Everyone immediately understood. They too wondered how they could have forgotten such an important detail. The aliens might not eat, but they definitely needed water. Wherever there was water, the alien headquarters would be close by. By delving deeper into the alien headquarters, we can learn their true intentions, Cornelius continued. Standing up abruptly, he looked at everyone coldly and asked, "5 of our companions have already fallen." Delving deeper into the alien As soon as he spoke, he quickly moved forward to the left. The others, who had been silent, followed closely behind him. They chose to advance at night mainly because their movements had been fully exposed, and the owner had dispatched strong individuals to search for them everywhere. Daylight was a death trap for them now. Even though the night belonged to the aliens, it still provided opportunities for them to hide and advance rapidly. Despite the heightened dangers in the dark, it was relatively safer for them than during the day. Father, Brother Janus has woken up. Brother Janus has woken up." Einar, who was reviewing intelligence, heard Jarvis's voice and looked up. He saw Xylan shaking his head and slowly standing up. Putting away the intelligence report, Einar stood up slowly and followed the little one toward Xylan. "Janus, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" Einar asked with a smile as he approached. Feeling no significant discomfort aside from a slight heaviness in his head, everything else felt fine. Moreover, he sensed immense power within him, as if a single punch could shatter mountains and rivers and defeat all enemies. Seeing that Xylan seemed unharmed, Einar nodded in relief. It appeared that the aftermath of the lightning strike had completely vanished, replaced by extraordinary comfort and strength that could shock all the mighty warriors. A divine-grade ferocious beast. With a divine-grade ferocious beast within the kingdom, they had nothing to fear. However, some matters were best handled discreetly. After offering words of comfort, Einar turned and left the carriage. Just as Einar left, Gerald said, "I have bad news for you. Be prepared." "Bad news? Boss, what bad news are you going to tell me? Could it be something wrong with my body?" Xylan asked, somewhat worried. "Your body is fine. I just want to tell you that last night, the scale fell off your body." Gerald shook his head lightly. "So it's just this. I thought it was something serious. It's just a scale. What's the big deal?" Seeing how unconcerned Xylan was, Gerald shook his head again, speechless. He hadn't even mentioned what kind of scale it was, yet this guy was already acting carefree. Wasn't this a bit premature? "I haven't told you what kind of scale it was, and you don't seem worried at all." Boss, you know that our dragon scales often shed and new ones grow back. What's there to worry about?" "If I tell you that the scale that fell off was your emotion scale, unique to each member of the dragon clan, would you not worry then?" Gerald said. "Not at all. Wait, what? Emotion scale? Boss, you're not joking, right?" Xylan swallowed hard, staring blankly at Gerald. An emotion scale? If it were any other scale, it might be. He had come of age 100 years ago. However, due to being hit by an impact, he couldn't break free from the eggshell. Without Einar's help, he might still be inside the egg. Although he had come of age, his demeanor remained unchanged, still full of curiosity towards the world. And he even retained the heart of a child. Xylan stared at the young Gerald, stunned and astonished. In his eyes and heart, Gerald should still be an immature dragon hatchling. But why had he suddenly come of age? Was this joke too big? Einar and Addie exchanged curious glances, not understanding Gerald's statement. Hadn't Gerald always looked the same as them? Why did he suddenly claim to be of age? "I am not lying. I have indeed come of age. Brother Einar knows this," Gerald said helplessly. Why did no one believe him? At least one person believed him, Brother Einar. But the disbelief from these few people filled him with frustration. Was he so unworthy of trust? "Boss, since you've come of age, where is your emotion scale now?" Why hasn't it helped you choose a mate? Xylan asked, puzzled. Look at me. Do I seem ready to choose a mate? Even if it selected one for me, I'd still need to agree, Gerald replied, feeling speechless. Each dragon's emotion scale indeed helps choose a mate, the first spouse. Only after the first spouse passes away can dragons engage freely, spreading their lineage. Besides, he was still small, and his emotion scale wouldn't help choose a mate without his consent. After all, he was very selective. Chapter 278. The emotion scale flew away directly. Boss, I can't believe you if you let us see the emotion scale that fell off, Xylan said after a moment of silence. Beside him, Harold and Azar started to encourage the others, nodding in agreement, urging Gerald to quickly hand over his emotion scale, or they would never believe him. Seeing this unreasonable demand from everyone, Gerald felt a sudden surge of anger inside. How could these three guys be so untrusting? It seemed he had no choice but to show them the real thing. Only then would they believe he was an adult. Without hesitation, Gerald took out the emotion scale, stored in his mental world, and said, "Look, do you believe me now?" Looking at the shimmering, all-golden dragon scale, which was as big as a baby's palm and laced with faint blood vessels, Harold and Azar immediately showed looks of curiosity. At the sight of this glowing scale, Xylan was instantly stunned, looking at it in disbelief. This is really an emotion scale. After examining the emotion scale, Xylan looked back at Gerald. His heart surged with myriad emotions. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that the boss he knew had already reached adulthood. But why does his age not match? Whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of golden light flashed. The unmoving, always stationary golden dragon scale, the emotion scale, quickly rose up and flew away directly. Through the open window nearby, Gerald's emotion scale flew far away, its destination unknown. Faced with this unexpected scene, everyone froze, staring in shock at the emotion scale, flying away suddenly. They still couldn't understand how the emotion scale, which was initially fine and didn't even budge, suddenly decided to fly away. Was it going to find a mate for Gerald? Seeing his treasured emotion scale choose to run away, Gerald let out a thunderous cry. Harold and the others quickly covered their ears, looking at him with wry smiles. After emitting the thunderous cry, Gerald quickly left the vehicle, only to see the emotion scale rapidly flying into the distance. Come back here. Watching the emotion scale gradually disappear into the distance, Gerald was on the verge of tears, feeling extremely regretful. He shouldn't have taken it out just now. Now it's gone, choosing his partner for him. Meanwhile, Harold, standing outside, also saw Gerald suddenly get out of the carriage. Feeling slowly, Harold patted the other boy's head and smiled gently, saying, "Gerald, don't be disheartened. Since your emotion scale chose to fly away now, it means it has already located your partner. One day, you will definitely find her." Turning his head slightly to glance at Harold, Gerald put on a woeful face and said, "Harold brother, it's not that I don't want a partner, but I'm still young and don't feel the urgency. Moreover, I don't want it to choose my partner for me. I just want someone I love." The emotion scale connects them invisibly to their destined partner and gradually makes them fall in love with each other unknowingly. However, he truly did not want this thing to help choose his partner. He wanted to pick someone he loved, not rely on the emotion scale. Why think so much? If it's meant to be, why try to separate it? You must believe that the emotion scale can help you choose an excellent partner. Maybe it will choose another member of the dragon race for you. Harold smiled gently. To be honest, he also wondered if there were other dragons on this continent, and where they might be. But only a few knew the whereabouts of the dragon race. He needed to either ask those who knew or wait for Gerald to receive the inheritance memory in his mind. Only then could they know the way home. After some convincing, Gerald finally agreed and became hopeful about the future partner chosen by his emotion scale. Leading Gerald to the three boys, Harold gave them a meaningful look, signaling them to apologize immediately or face consequences. Startled, the three spoke one by one. "Gerald, I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to cheer and make you show the emotion scale," Harold apologized. "Boss, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you show the emotion scale. Had I not spoken, it wouldn't have flown away. As your little brother, I should have trusted you more," Xylan admitted with a bowed head, full of regret. "Gerald brother, I'm sorry too. Hudson knows it was wrong to join Louis Yi and Janice brother in teasing you." Izar lowered his head shamefully. Hearing their apologies, Gerald's resentment vanished, and he reached out to touch Izar's little head gently. "No problem, I don't blame you. Even if the emotion scale hadn't flown away just now, it would have done so someday. I just feel a bit sad." Hearing this, the three breathed a sigh of relief. Their worries eased. Honestly, they were worried that Gerald would blame them and keep his distance. But it seems they overthought it. Thinking of their misdeeds earlier, they felt deep remorse, unable to describe their current feelings. "Well then, now that everything is settled, we should all get along better. Don't quarrel anymore. To ease everyone's mood, I'll cook some meat for you. What do you think?" Harold smiled. Chapter 279. General, Denny. Yes. Hearing that they could have barbecue, and it was prepared by Harold himself, the four people were instantly excited with their eyes gleaming. What did barbecue made by others taste like? They didn't know nor had they tasted any before. But the barbecue made by Harold right now was undoubtedly a delicacy. A single bite of it would linger in one's memory for 10 years. "Let's go." Looking at the little guys who were all agitated, Harold invited them to go beside the clear stream and then got some firewood. Meanwhile, in Southtown City, on the towering city wall, Gaynor, the lord of Southtown City, a Keith in his 40s, was looking ahead with cold eyes. Looking out at the vast plains and the continuous influx of crowds entering the city, he felt rather uneasy. The ferocious beasts were about to attack the city, and this place he was in was on the verge of peril. However, as the city's lord, he could not abandon its residents and flee. Alas, I hope that this time, the beast tide is not a large-scale one. Relying solely on this city's defenses, it wouldn't be able to withstand the beast clan's assault. Gainer silently sighed in his heart. He did not ask for much now, only for the scale of the beast tide to be smaller. Otherwise, he was truly worried that this city might not withstand the attacks. Despite the king sending 5,000 elite troops to assist in the defense of the city, he was still somewhat concerned, fearing these people might not be able to hold back the onslaught of the beast tide. Recalling the beast tides he had once experienced, it was still vivid in his mind, causing unrest within him. A strong person's attack was merely from an individual, but the beast tide involved a group of them. Wherever the ferocious beasts went, it would certainly leave behind fields littered with corpses and rivers flowing with blood, a catastrophic disaster. At this moment, an elderly man quickly came beside him and said, "Sir, following your order, the noble families in the city, along with the martial artists, are willing to defend the city walls against the imminent attack of the ferocious beasts." 1 year later, Imperial Palace. After 1 year, Harold and company finally returned to the capital of the Great Anchor Dynasty, Anchor City, and proceeded straight to the Imperial Palace. With Harold's return, countless people were buzzing about it, discussing where he had been during this period. From the information they obtained, Harold's whereabouts were always uncertain. Some said he might be here, but he turned up elsewhere. Just stepping into the inner palace, everyone got off the carriage, and the subordinates of Gustav and Jamar dispersed. Upon getting down from the carriage, Christie looked especially awestruck at the vast palace before her. Her heart deeply moved as she gazed with disbelief. What a magnificent palace! This enormous palace gave her a sense of being both immensely grand and slightly ancient, as if it had come from prehistoric times. Taking a deep breath, Harold spoke to Camilla beside him. "My dear, I need to discuss some matters with the Prime Minister. You take Lady Sue to your chamber." "Okay." Responding with a smile, Vicky left with Christie beside her. Although Christie felt a bit conflicted inside, she still held hands with Vicky and left. After waiting for the two to walk away, Harold called the 4 young ones over and said, "Since we've returned to the palace, you all must behave. Additionally, get up early tomorrow for class. If I find out that you overslept again, I will make sure you have no rest for 10 days. "Yes." The 4 responded in unison, smiling. Seeing the 4 young ones so confident, Harold couldn't help but feel speechless inwardly. He firmly believed that tomorrow morning, these 4 would definitely oversleep. Without paying attention to these 4, Harold called Andy and the others to the Tianqing Pavilion. Yesterday when returning, he received news from the embroidered uniform guard that Hiroshi and the others had passed a message saying they would wait for him there today. As for what they were waiting for, actually it was quite simple. 5 years of rest and recuperation were sufficient. It was time for their dynasty to launch wars outward, completely unifying the southern region. However, before launching the war, they needed to prepare. "Your Majesty." In the Tianqing Pavilion, everyone who saw Emperor Harold arriving knelt down respectfully and greeted him. "Everyone rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After waiting for everyone to stand up, Harold remained silent and directly headed forward. Everyone also slowly followed him, their gazes filled with respect. Coming to sit on the cushion, Andy stood nearby. Just as he sat on the cushion, Harold spoke, "All ministers, please take your seats." "Yes." Looking at everyone sitting down, Harold had a cold expression, his gaze emotionless as he observed them, feeling somewhat helpless. He had just returned, yet they gathered him here to discuss what should be done next. At nightfall in the Tianqing Pavilion, after all the ministers had departed, Harold sat in place looking utterly helpless. Through their discussion just now, all ministers agreed to launch the war in 6 months, directly revealing their clause to the 7 dynasties and various forces. Despite having many soldiers and generals now, their army strength was very powerful and more than enough to deal with the 7 dynasties, yet he still felt somewhat concerned. System notification. Free summon opportunity has arrived. "Host, do you wish to summon?" Just as Harold was reflecting, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this long-awaited voice, he instantly became elated, joy radiating from his eyes. The long-waited-for opportunity had finally arrived. This time, he wanted to see if it would be as unlucky as before, failing to obtain a single warrior or scholar. Taking a deep breath, Harold mentally commanded, "System, perform free summon." System notification. "Congratulations, host, for summoning the famous general of the late Sui to early Tang dynasty, Denny." Denny? One of the 24 distinguished contributors of the Taitianjian Pavilion? Seeing the Chinese general he summoned, Harold felt inexplicable excitement. It seemed that the system still favored him. Instead of allowing him to continue being unlucky as before without obtaining even a single Chinese talent, this outstanding individual had appeared. He had once led 3,000 elite cavalry to launch a night raid on Dingxiang, causing the Khan of Jelly to panic and retreat. Then, he attacked the Yin Mountains, annihilating the eastern Turks, expanding the Tang territory north of the Yin Mountains until the Gobi Desert. For this achievement, he became a chancellor and was ennobled as Duke Dai. System, can you provide more details on Denny? System notification. Name, Denny. Dynasty, late Sui to early Tang. Rank, peerless warrior. Martial technique, reverse god technique. Cultivation level, second heaven tier martial emperor. Troop type, elite Tang army, 10,000 strong. Second heaven tier martial emperor. His strength was decent. He liked such powerhouses. Based on intelligence collected over recent years, the 7 dynasties not only possessed martial emperors, but even higher-ranking powers. Even the 3 Dao sects harbored formidable individuals. System, summon Denny for me immediately. System notification. Summon successful. With the mechanical sound fading, a silver vortex suddenly appeared before Harold, rotating clockwise with radiant light. Moments later, an imposing middle-aged general emerged from the vortex. Standing over 8 feet tall with exquisite features, clad in black battle armor, emanating a robust aura and broad shoulders, this stern-faced individual was none other than Denny. Chapter 280. The renowned scholar, Ewing. Your humble servant, Denny, pays his respects to your majesty. Denny slowly emerged and knelt on one knee, his expression reverent. General Tadeo, there's no need for such formality. Please rise. Harold hurried forward and lifted him up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Denny clasped his fists in a salute before standing up from the ground. Harold looked upon the general with satisfaction, deeply pleased. With such a capable general at his side, he felt more than ready to confront the 7 great dynasties. He had already planned out how to deal with them but was not yet in a hurry. He still needed a few more generals. After some idle chatter, Harold called for Gustav and instructed him to take Denny to meet his fellow officers. Standing in place, Harold muttered silently, System, expend 1 million cycles of power for 10 consecutive draws. He now had a substantial amount of cycle power, which he used not only to summon troops, but also to call forth renowned scholars and generals. However, the odds of summoning these elite figures were quite slim. It was possible to use all the cycle power without successfully summoning any Chinese heroes. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of 9 transmutation golden pill. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mystic iron sword. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an ordinary troop seal. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 mystic spirit pills. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the renowned scholar of the Western Han Dynasty, Ewing. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an ordinary troop seal. The first meritorious minister of the founding of the Western Han Dynasty. One of the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty, Ewing. Seeing who he inadvertently summoned, Harold was instantly left speechless with shock. Initially, he didn't hold much hope for using the cycle power to summon, but ironically, the less hope he had, the more fortune came his way. Suppressing his excitement, Harold thought to himself, System, do you have Ewing's information? Chime. Name, Ewing. Dynasty, Western Han. Rank, Peerless Scholar. Martial Technique, the 9 chapters Divine Martial Technique. Cultivation level, 4th Heaven of Wu Di, Martial Emperor. Troop type, none. 4th Heaven of Wu Di? Such formidable strength is respectable enough. After all, he can't always lag behind everyone else. If only his cultivation level was stronger, then the Chinese heroes around him would be even more powerful. Nevertheless, this strength is sufficient. Moving forward, he will prepare to confront the 7 great dynasties and unify the entire Nanyang domain. System, bring Ewing forth. Chime. Summon successful. As the system's mechanical voice sounded, an eerie silver vortex reappeared. Out walked a man in a white robe, elegant and scholarly, appearing to be in his 30s, exuding a noble and dignified aura. This man was none other than Ewing. Just as he emerged from the vortex, Ewing cast curious glances around before locking eyes on Harold. Taking a couple of steps forward, he knelt on one knee, respectful. This subject, Ewing, pays respect to Your Majesty. Minister Ankaro, please rise. No need for such formality. Harold quickly moved forward to help him up, a smile on his face. Truly fitting of a hero of our Chinese civilization, carrying such profound and righteous energy. To be precise, it should be described as Confucian righteousness. Thank you, Your Majesty. Having helped Ewing to his feet, Harold began chatting idly with him and explained the world they were in. Both Ewing and the recently arrived Denny were unfamiliar with this new world. As pioneers, they needed to tell their arriving comrades about the world, helping them understand and adapt gradually. As time ticked away, night fell, and under Harold's explanations, Ewing started understanding this new world. After a moment of silence, Ewing asked, Your Majesty, I wonder what are the chances of victory for our great Anchor dynasty in the war against the 7 great dynasties and the 3 major sects? From the king's earlier explanation, Ewing understood that preparations were underway for the battle against these powers. Although he knew little about the actual strength of the 7 great dynasties and the 3 major sects, he was willing to offer all his abilities to help clear the obstacles for the dynasty. If necessary, he would even give his life. Based on our estimates, our great Anchor dynasty has a 90% chance of defeating the 7 great dynasties, while the remaining 10% accounts for unforeseen circumstances, Harold replied expressionlessly. As for why he didn't claim 100% confidence, he considered various matters, possible sudden changes. For instance, within the Nanyang domain, there might exist other hidden forces that were not only powerful but also potentially terrifying. Your Majesty, I think the odds of our success may drop by another 20%, Ewing said gravely. Minister Ankaro, why do you say so? Harold looked puzzled, completely baffled by his statement. 70% chance? Was their great Anchor dynasty so weak? In his heart, their dynasty should not just have a 90% chance, but even 100% certainty. Yet here he was suggesting only 70%. Did he foresee something happening? Reporting to Your Majesty, based on your earlier description, our great Anchor dynasty indeed has a 90% chance against the 7 great dynasties and 3 major sects, but we must also guard against the alien races. Therefore, we should reduce the odds by 20% to account for dealing with these aliens, Ewing explained somberly. Regarding the existence of the alien races, King Harold did mention them. Now, once they initiated a war against the 7 great dynasties, the restless alien races would surely launch fierce attacks on Abyss City. Should they come under attack, they would have to mobilize armies and reinforcements to combat the alien races, significantly reducing the available force. Upon hearing this, Harold fell silent. Indeed, Bowie had mentioned this issue before, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Now, he decided to let Andy lead Ewing to meet Hiroshi and introduce them to each other. Meanwhile, Harold left the Tianqing Pavilion alone, walking down the wide corridor with his hands behind his back, gazing at the stars, lost in thought. It seems the busy times are about to begin, Harold murmured inwardly. Half a year later, by next spring, his great Anchor dynasty would launch a blitzkrieg to completely control the entire southern region. He didn't know how long the battles would last, but deep down, he knew once the war began, the entire kingdom would be fully operational, and he, as the monarch, would constantly be exhausted. Just thinking about the days of endless hard work made Harold bitter. Halfway through his walk, he paused. A sly smile crept onto his face, and he whispered to himself, since tonight is free, I must visit my consorts for some deep bonding. Chapter 281. Sister Christie, I did not mean to. Upon arriving at the Yulan Palace, Harold plunged straight into Camilla's boudoir, glancing left and right. Seeing no sign of Camilla, he felt puzzled. After a thorough search still yielded no results, his mind filled with doubt. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly heard the sound of someone bathing from the adjacent pavilion. This made Harold's eyes light up. Camilla was bathing. Feeling a wave of heat, Harold quickly left the boudoir and headed toward the nearby pavilion. Creak. Gently pushing open the door, Harold stealthily walked in. As soon as he entered, the fragrance in the room hit him like a wave, almost making him drool. Untying his sleeves, Harold moved step by step towards the water source on the left. If they didn't end up in a lovey-dovey scene today, may his name be written backward. Leaving only his shirt on, Harold reached the jade screen and saw a woman bathing. Though it was just her back, the white skin exposed put Min's willpower to the test. Suppressing his breathing, Harold quickly came before her, covering her eyes with both hands and said, "My love, tell me, how should this king discipline you?" Saying so, Harold slowly slid his hands downwards. The texture is not right? Ah. At the sudden cry, Harold hurriedly let go and stumbled backward in panic. This was not Kinsey's voice at all. You are Lady Christie." Realizing something was amiss, Harold stuttered. Despite the alluring voice, reason told him that this wasn't his beloved Camilla. Harold plopped onto the ground, feeling like dying. What in the world? Why was Christie bathing here? Blushing furiously, Christie dipped her head under the bathwater, her heart pounding rapidly, biting her lip. Seeing her silence, Harold's face turned dark as ink, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. Bang, bang. In his hasty retreat, Harold bumped into things, losing all sense of direction. He finally managed to escape. Just as Harold was leaving, Camilla arrived with a pile of clothes. Seeing Harold slip away, she couldn't help but change expression and rushed inside. Entering, she found clothes scattered everywhere. Harold's clothes? Suddenly remembering something, Camilla ran to see Christie. There, Christie had buried her head underwater. Quickly placing the clothes aside, Camilla rushed over to check if she was all right. Seeing Christie barely half emerge from the water, Camilla's face darkened. Could that rascal have assaulted Christie? Christie, did that scoundrel bully you? Did he do anything to you? Unfortunately, Christie remained silent, keeping her head submerged, looking straight ahead, her face flushed red. In Christie's mind, images from just now and Harold's wandering hands were all she could think of. Having run a considerable distance, Harold stood outside Yulan Palace, panting heavily to calm his racing heart. No matter how hard he tried, his heart still raced as if it might burst out of his chest. Looking at his hands, Harold involuntarily slapped them together, criticizing himself for being so careless. After a moment, having regained some composure, Harold turned and left. However, walking a few steps, he noticed he was wearing a white shirt and pants, making him grimace. Better go change first, then leave. Recalling, Harold steeled himself and returned to Yulan Palace, ensuring Camilla wasn't around before sneaking into her boudoir. Swiftly changing into a clean black outfit, Harold left Yulan Palace without another word. He could not stay here any longer. Even if he could bear it, Camilla wouldn't allow him to remain. Shinshua Palace. Regaining his breath, Harold stepped inside. His daughter Tessa and brother Harold were staying here tonight. Just entering, Harold heard children playing. Frowning, he thought, these little rascals are still so lively. Creak. Reaching the pavilion where the children were playing, Harold pushed the door open. The four children, engrossed in play, hadn't noticed his arrival. Pa. Addie, who was running, suddenly collided with Harold and looked up abruptly. Seeing his father's familiar face, Addie immediately lowered his head in fear. Father. The other three children, upon hearing Addie's voice, also stopped mid-play, instantly turning pale and lowering their heads. Despite not knowing why Harold was there, his dark expression filled them with dread. Without speaking, Harold sat down on a chair and commanded, "Come here, all of you." The four children quickly lined up in front of Harold, heads bowed. Looking at these children, Harold felt helpless, unsure how to discipline them. Am I really that scary? Why do they lower their heads without saying a word when they see me? Harold wondered internally. Harold sighed. He truly felt exasperated. How could they be so frightened? Although he was the emperor of Daxia dynasty, they needn't be so terrified. Frightening. All four answered in unison, sincerely and straightforwardly. Harold's face darkened, wishing he could knock some sense into them. Shaking his head silently, he spoke, "You don't need to be afraid. This king won't punish you. How can I punish you without cause?" Chapter 282. The Tiger Lady Strikes. The four people, puzzled, stared at Harold, utterly confused by his words. If he wasn't here to punish them, what was the purpose of his visit? And why did he appear so mysteriously? Father, since you aren't blaming us, why are you here? Gregor broke the silence first, looking at his father with confusion. Hearing these words, the other three immediately swallowed hard, glancing worriedly at Harold. They awaited his response anxiously. Stretching out his right hand and gently touching Gregor's head, Harold smiled and said, "Tonight, Father will stay here with you all, and wake you up in the morning." "Father, you're lying. You're clearly here because Rena chased you out, leaving you nowhere to sleep," Gregor said frankly, without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the three others who had just relaxed suddenly felt their hearts leap into their throats, fearing the worst. How could Gregor be so blunt? Does he not know how to lie even when it's necessary? Of course, they had guessed that Harold had been kicked out. They just hadn't voiced it. But who would have thought that Gregor would say it directly to his face? Wasn't he embarrassing him openly? Despite being father and son, if Harold were to get angry, they would all suffer. Hearing Gregor's words, Harold's smile froze on his face, his expression turning stiff. Seeing this change, the others immediately sensed the danger, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Hugging Gregor close, Harold forced a smile. "Ruoda, How did you know father was chased out by your mother? Actually, he wasn't driven out, but chose to leave voluntarily. There was no one in the world who could force him out of his room, let alone Camila unless she felt mischievous. Meanwhile, in the Yulon Palace, Christy, blushing deeply and her heart racing, lay under the blanket, fully covered. Recalling the events earlier, she shuddered as if Harold's violation was still vivid before her eyes. Camila ordered the maids to blow out the candles and buried her head into bed next to Christy. Sue's sister, don't worry. I'll make that bastard take you as his concubine tomorrow. She recounted every detail of Christy's experience. Thinking about the bastard violating her made Camila furious, wishing she could cut off his hands. Remembering her own ordeal before becoming the empress consort of the Daxia dynasty, Camila seethed with anger. Christy remained silent, lost in her thoughts, reliving the moment. Looking at the silent Christy, Camila felt an intense urge to confront Harold but realized she couldn't match him physically. She decided silently to deal with Harold harshly the next day and demand that he take Christy as his concubine. Next morning, just as dawn broke, Harold opened his eyes. He saw Gregor's legs sprawled across him, his head resting against the wall. This child sleeps just like his mother. Halfway through the night, they would place their feet on him, almost suffocating him. Fortunately, it was Gregor. If it were his mother, she'd probably be lying on top of him now. Shaking his head, Harold adjusted his position, allowing himself to sleep comfortably. He didn't wake Gregor or his brothers, but left them to continue their deep slumber. These little rascals stayed awake all night, making him want to give them a good scolding. If not for his strict reprimand late last night, they might have pulled an all-nighter. My Christy. Christy, blushing furiously, lowered her head, too ashamed to look up. She thought Camila was reserved but didn't expect such coarse language. Inside, Harold watched the kids peeking curiously and sighed heavily, motioning for them to leave. Noticing his uncle's stern gaze, Gregor obediently left, knowing it was better to leave adult matters to adults. Harold, I'm giving you one more chance. Open the door, or I'll expose all your dirty secrets. Camila yelled from outside. Chapter 283. A night of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Creak. Deeply aware of his mistake, Harold slowly opened the door, looking at the two people with a wry smile. Seeing Harold open the door, Vicky, filled with anger, didn't think twice and kicked out, not caring whether he was royalty or not. However, very unfortunately, Harold quickly dodged her kick. Just as she thought this matter would be settled, Vicky immediately lunged forward, biting Harold's shoulder, leaving him no chance to react. My empress, you really don't need to go that far, do you? Why do you always bite me? Is my shoulder that easy to bite? Harold felt speechless inside. He couldn't understand why this girl loved biting so much. Even though her strength wasn't as great as his, she didn't have to bite him on sight. After drawing blood, Vicky finally let go and coldly said, Humph, you deserve it. You brought this upon yourself. As a man, you did not take responsibility for your actions. You are unworthy to be the father of my daughter Tessa. Not like that, my empress, what are you talking about? Why wouldn't I be the father of our daughter Tessa? Harold felt a wave of helplessness internally. Tessa came from him after all. How could she say he was unfit to be Tessa's father? If not for Tessa being present here, he would definitely pull her back into the room, showing her who's in charge. When dealing with women, one must conquer them. Words can only hold sway for a short while. True dominance lies in conquering them in bed. Humph. If you qualify to be the father of my daughter Tessa, why didn't you take responsibility for what you did? Vicky asked. We're not in the right place to talk. Let's head to your palace first. Jade Orchid Palace. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Harold looked at the two before him with resignation. Especially at the sight of the fiercely determined Vicky, he wondered why this young woman was so stubborn. As for Christy beside her, she had a red face, eyes darting around, avoiding his gaze. I ask you, when do you plan to take responsibility for what happened last night? Vicky asked icily. Can handle it right away, but I'm not sure what Sumis thinks, Harold replied. Feeling Harold's gaze, Christy began to stammer, unsure of what to say. Agree? She didn't know how to express it. Disagree? She actually agreed deeply within her heart. Noticing Christy faltering, Vicky felt suddenly helpless. They had agreed last night. Why couldn't she speak up when she saw Harold? Sue's sister, you don't have to answer this bastard. Just nod. Okay. Christy nodded softly in agreement. Since meeting Harold, she had been deeply captivated by him. Through their interactions over the past year, she had gradually fallen in love with him. But due to certain reasons, she couldn't express her feelings. Hadn't it been for his wandering hands last night, she wouldn't be in this situation now. Seeing Christy nod, Harold smiled, realizing they were on the same page. With a raised corner of his mouth, he pulled both women into his arms. Vicky didn't say anything more but pinched his flesh, causing him some pain. However, Christy was different. Upon being embraced by Harold, her face flushed, lowering her head, heart pounding rapidly. What do you want? Get lost, Vicky demanded coolly. I naturally wish to fly together with my two empresses. Harold grinned and carried them both to the bed, leading to an indescribable scene. By nightfall, the three, exhausted from their day-long activities, lay collapsed on the bed. Harold seemed unaffected, still energetic. Vicky, drenched in sweat, weak but content, fell asleep happily on Harold's smile. These two devils were indeed insatiable, but he liked these two. Without lingering, Harold left the pavilion to find a place to freshen up. He needed to wash off the sweat and meet the 5 clan leaders. Creak. Hearing the pavilion door close, Vicky, pretending to sleep, opened her eyes with a smile. Thankfully, she had been feigning sleep. Otherwise, she would have been tormented to near death. Now, with Christy sharing the burden, she wouldn't have to suffer through endless nights. Thinking about the scene she had just witnessed, just outside Jade Orchid Palace, Harold met Andy waiting for him. Director Hyder, have the 5 clan leaders arrived? They have reached the entrance, Your Majesty, Andy replied respectfully. Chapter 284. Gathering King-level ferocious beasts. After freshening up and changing into a clean set of dragon robes, Harold entered the Heaven-class secret realm, accompanied by Andy. The 5 tribal chiefs had been waiting at the entrance of the Heaven-class secret realm for quite some time. They gathered around Harold respectfully. "Your Majesty." "All of you may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After inviting everyone to rise, Harold headed towards the exquisitely crafted wooden house in the distance, with Andy by his side and the 5 tribal chiefs following closely behind. This house was built temporarily here. Without permission, the beast racing level experts, began Dustin, the chief of the White Striped Tiger clan. "Your Majesty, our Flying Spirit Eagle clan has also selected 1,000 king level experts," stated Cleveland, the chief of the Flying Spirit Eagle clan. "Your Majesty, our Netherworld Wolf clan has likewise chosen 1,000 king level experts," Tadion Zhaofeng, the chief of the Netherworld Wolf clan, chimed in. "Your Majesty, our Coiling Scale Serpent clan has similarly picked out 1,000 king level experts," Russell, the chief of the Coiling Scale Serpent clan, followed. "Your Majesty, our Iron Armored Megalizard clan has only managed to select 800 king level experts," Bogdan, the chief of the Iron Armored Megalizard clan, replied with a bitter smile. Just as Harold felt satisfied, Bogdan's words immediately left him baffled, looking at him with incomprehension. What was going on? Everyone else managed to select 1,000, but you, just 800. Are you trying to be special? Seeing Harold's puzzled look, Dustin explained on his behalf, "Your Majesty, the birth rate in the Iron Armored Megalizard clan is low. To gather 800 king-level experts, they have had to scrape them together bit by bit. Why didn't you say that earlier? If you had mentioned it, I would have prioritized handling your case and minimized the number of people sent." Harold frowned, gazing at Bogdan in confusion. Since they had special circumstances, why hadn't this old man spoken up earlier? If he had, Harold would have re-evaluated the situation and perhaps even spared them from such strain. If so, bring it up, and I will try to reduce the burden. The remaining 4 exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. Dustin stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the birth and survival rates of our 4 clans are extremely high, so there's no need to worry. These selected experts were only a tenth of their clan's total, having no significant impact. Moreover, the birth and survival rates were exceptionally high, making selecting 1,000 king-level experts effortless." Hearing this, Harold felt much more reassured. It seemed his worries were unfounded. After chatting for a while, Harold dismissed the others and only retained Chief Bogdan of the Iron Armored Megalizard clan. Turning his gaze to him, Harold softly asked, "How many offspring does your Iron Armored Megalizard clan produce annually?" 7 to 800. 7 to 800? Isn't that a considerable number? Harold asked with confusion. A figure like 7 to 800 sounded substantial. How could there be so few strong ones emerging? Was there another reason behind this? "Your Majesty, indeed it's a large number, but compared to the other 4 clans, our number is barely a tenth of theirs. Also, out of these 7 to 800 offspring, only 80 to 90 survive to adulthood," Bogdan replied with a bitter smile. Upon hearing that only 80 to 90 survived, Harold's expression changed abruptly, falling into silence. Such a large number initially, yet only an eighth surviving. It felt like being cut off from descendants entirely. "Have you investigated the cause of this issue in your clan?" The other 4 clans are egg-laying, with eggs containing heavenly essence that aids in the growth and robust constitution of the young. Our clan, however, births like humans, Bogdan explained. Due to birthing methods similar to humans and lacking knowledge on nurturing their young effectively, the survival rate remained low. Although over the years they had learned better ways to nurture their young, significantly improving the survival rate, it was not perfect. Their methods still had flaws. Chapter 285, a piece of good news. Recently, the royal physician Caden has produced a batch of infant care elixirs. You can go out and find him to examine the newborns of your clan or ask him to devise a way to increase their survival rate, Harold said casually. Upon hearing this, Sol's brows furrowed as he asked dubiously, "Caden? Your Majesty, who is Caden?" "A very talented human alchemist. You should go back and forth in the coming days to seek his help," Harold explained while standing up from the ground. "Sol thanks Your Majesty." Watching Harold walk away, Sol's face was filled with gratitude as he knelt down, tears welling up in his eyes. Allowing more descendants to survive was not only his wish, but also that of all his clansmen. Each time he saw a newborn tragically pass away soon after birth, his heart ached deeply. No matter how hard they tried to save the children, many still succumbed to their frailty and were separated from their parents prematurely. His 3 children had also died like that. Recalling his 3 children, his eyes involuntarily welled with tears. They hadn't even lived 2 months. The youngest was just 2 days old when it happened. Though he didn't know what methods Emperor Harold would use to assist him, he firmly believed that whatever solution the Emperor provided would surely help the young ones of his clan survive. If more of the young could be saved, even at the cost of his own life, he would hesitate not for a moment to make the sacrifice. 3 days later, under the scorching midday sun, Christy was bestowed the title of noble consort by Harold. Her name was known only to a few people. Everything else about her remained a mystery. Faced with this sudden arrival of a new noble consort, representatives from various factions began to inquire and gather information, wondering who she really was. Unfortunately, not only could no one trace her identity, but they couldn't even uncover her origins. Meanwhile, the news of Emperor Harold taking a consort spread throughout the entire kingdom. The citizens of the Great Anchor Dynasty expressed unanimous intelligence in his hand, feeling rather displeased. He had not expected Stephen and Riker to conceal this matter. Despite feeling angered initially, he quickly understood their intentions. They didn't want minor issues to escalate into terrifying crises. At this moment, Andy hurriedly approached Harold and handed him a scroll. "Your Majesty, this is the letter sent back by Chancellor Harrison." Harold nodded lightly and took the scroll from Andy. Upon opening it, he read its contents with growing satisfaction. According to Harrison's message, they had successfully reached the territory of the barbarians and met their king. More importantly, Imran, whom Riker had rescued, turned out to be the current barbarian king's sister's son. Through this connection, Harrison and his companions managed to meet the king without hindrance. Though discussions for future plans were yet to begin, simply meeting the king was already a significant achievement. Along the journey, Harrison faced numerous difficulties but managed to overcome them with ingenuity. Only when they encountered Imran did they gain smooth access into the barbarian's territory, eventually meeting his uncle, King Philanduos. Master Hyder, summon Ewing. I need to discuss matters with him. Harold rolled up the scroll and spoke gently. Since contact had been established with the barbarian king, it was now time to proceed with the next steps. With Imran's connections, he had little doubt that the mission would succeed. Moreover, based on the Janui reports, they had gathered the captured barbarians within the empire's borders. Allowing these warriors to return home would showcase the benevolence of the great Anchor dynasty and pave the way for peaceful coexistence. Understood. Andy bowed respectfully and left promptly. Seated on the cushion, Harold pondered over the scroll in front of him, his thoughts unclear. Everything was ready. Now they only awaited the right moment. Creak. As Harold fell silent, Harold Jr. entered the study alone and hurriedly approached his older brother. Seeing his younger sibling, Harold's previously stern expression softened into a smile. Christo, why have you come? Do you have something to discuss with me? He smiled lovingly at his upright standing brother. After some internal struggle, Harold gritted his teeth and spoke. Brother, do we have a sister? The smile on Harold's face froze instantly, his brows knitting together. How did this child know? Could Hiroshi have told him? Rejecting the thought, Harold lapsed into silence. Seeing his brother's silence, Harold quickly came forward. Brother, please answer me. Do we have a sister? Harold asked anxiously, his gaze fixed intently on his brother, hoping for an answer. Chapter 286. Who was the Tadiato girl in the dream? After a brief silence, Harold called his younger brother, Harold, to sit on the cushion beside him, and he faced him directly. Looking at the intersection, he just hadn't expected that Harold would start dreaming about their sister as soon as he became conscious. Brother, please tell me, do we really have a sister? Where is she now, and why have I never seen her? Harold asked steadily, looking into his brother's eyes with longing. Every time he saw the girl in his dreams, he felt a deep familiarity, as if she were undoubtedly family. But in his memory, the only family he knew was his brother Harold. If his only family in the world was his brother, who was the girl in his dreams? Instead of answering his question, Harold asked, do you still have the jade pendant I made you wear? Yes, Harold said, pulling out the jade pendant hanging from a black cord around his neck. This jade pendant, which he always wore, had been given to him by his brother. Harold had instructed him not to take it off unless absolutely necessary, or rather, never in his lifetime. Even if ordered to do so, he mustn't remove it. Despite his confusion, Harold followed his brother's orders and wore the jade pendant all the time. But now he wondered why his brother wanted him to take it out. Looking at the familiar jade pendant hanging from his brother's neck, Harold paused for a moment before saying, you are right. We do have a sister. Her name is Anna, and she is your twin. You are the elder, and she is the younger. Hearing his brother's words, Harold was certain that the girl he often dreamed about was indeed his sister. Just as joy filled his heart, Harold suddenly looked alarmed to serve as his eyes, but they would also help find his sister. I wonder if Christy knows how to get to Kunlun territory? Harold murmured to himself, feeling a bit doubtful. Using the teleportation array at the Shunfeng auction house wasn't an option, as they wouldn't likely lend it to him. Now his only hope was Christy. Since she came from Kunlun territory, he believed she might know how to get there. But he was unsure whether she actually had a way. If not, he would have no choice but to approach the Shunfeng auction house and beg them to send a group of people there for him. Chapter 287. The wolf has come, inquiring how to reach Kunlun domain. Your servant, Ewing, pays homage to the king. Under Andy's guidance, Ewing entered the imperial study and knelt on both knees with a respectful demeanor. Minister Ankaro, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise, Harold said gently, looking at Ewing who had just arrived. Thank you, your majesty. Ewing gave a slight bow before slowly standing up from the ground. Come sit here. I have matters to discuss with you. Harold invited Ewing to sit down after he rose. Yes, your majesty. Upon receiving the order, Ewing quickly moved to the side, while Andy fetched a cushion and placed it in front of him. Ewing looked respectfully at the cushion before sitting down. Just as he sat down, he noticed tears in Harold's eyes, as if he had just been crying. Looking at the tear streaks on the Desi's face, Ewing guessed that he must have cried his heart out. Though he didn't know much about this young boy, he knew he was a child with a difficult life. Having never seen his parents, he had almost no relatives except his brother. Even if he had other relatives, they were nowhere to be found now. Waiting until Ewing sat down, Andy approached Harold and said, Your Majesty, allow this humble servant to take the little lord away. No need. Let him stay with me. After our discussion, I will personally send him back. Harold shook his head gently. It wasn't the right time to move the boy yet. Even though he was sleeping soundly, as his older brother, Harold could sense that he was still emotionally distressed. If someone suddenly carried him away, it would only worsen his pain. Yes, Your Majesty. Andy sighed helplessly and stepped aside. After Andy stepped aside, Harold turned to Ewing and asked, Minister Ankaro, do you know why I summoned you to the palace? Your Majesty, surely you wish to discuss matters concerning the barbarian tribes? Ewing smiled slightly. As night fell, the stars shone brightly, and the full moon hung high in the sky. After discussing for some time with Ewing, Harold sent him off to carry out his assigned task. Then, he carried his sleeping younger brother away. Looking at his brother resting peacefully on his back, Harold couldn't help but smile. Time had flown by so quickly, and the boy was growing into a mature Desi. In a few more years, he would be old enough to venture out into the world. Star Snow Palace. Addy and the others, who were playing inside the room, instantly stopped and fell silent upon seeing Harold arrive. Shaking his head lightly, Harold ignored them and carried his brother to the bed, where he sat down and, with Andy's help, laid him gently on the bed. Seeing this, Addy hurried over and asked, Father, what's wrong with Lewis? Why did he suddenly fall asleep? Louis is just tired and needs to rest, Harold replied, patting Tessa's head. He then looked at the other two and added, you three should go to sleep early tonight and don't disturb Tadiottle's rest. Yes, your majesty. After bidding farewell to the children, Harold led Andy to the Jade Orchid Palace. Before sending anyone to Kunlun Domain, he needed to find out how to reach it from Nanyang Domain. Although the Great Anchor Dynasty now had complete information about Nanyang Domain, his knowledge of other regions was still limited. He asked Andy to wait outside the courtyard while he walked into the pavilion where Camilla and Christy were chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Harold enter, they immediately stopped talking and swallowed nervously, eyeing him warily. Lately, he had been tormenting them relentlessly. Now that he was here, it felt like he was threatening their lives. Seeing their frightened expressions, Harold's face twitched. Was he really that terrifying? Although he might have been a bit too forceful previously, they shouldn't be this scared. My dear consorts, there's no need to worry. I won't trouble you tonight. I only came here to ask a question, Harold said with a smile, although his eyes seemed to betray his words. Despite this, he still had things to do, so he decided to let them off the hook for the night. As for tomorrow, he planned to spend the night with them in every possible way. If you say so. They both shook their heads, unconvinced. Harold had made similar promises before, only to break them each time. Harold sighed inwardly at their distrust and slowly sat down next to them. Seeing that Harold hadn't touched them or even undressed himself, they gradually relaxed. Could it be that he really had come to ask a question? Your Majesty, may we know what brings you here? Camilla asked first. Harold didn't respond immediately but turned to Christy and asked, Anchoring Phi, do you know how one can reach Kunlun Domain? Christy frowned, puzzled by the question. What was he planning? Did he intend to launch an expedition to Kunlun Domain? Your Majesty, why do you ask? She finally responded. I plan to send a group to Kunlun Domain to find my sister, but I don't know how to get there. That's why I've come to ask you. Your destination for its usage, you will have to wait until next year, Christy replied. This ancient teleportation array wasn't unusable frequently because of technical issues. It just operated on a large scale, with only one use per year, each time capable of transporting thousands of people to Kunlun region. Despite this limitation, Edieli City remained bustling with people. These were mostly young cultivators who gathered here with the simple goal of reaching Kunlun region, a holy land for cultivation. When can it be used each year? Harold asked after a brief silence. Each spring. If your Majesty wishes to use it, we must wait until next spring, Christy explained. It was now nearly 6 months before spring. If the people Harold sent could arrive at Edieli City within 6 months, they could pass through the teleportation array to Kunlun region. Otherwise, they would have to wait another year. Harold's face brightened at this news. He could send his people now, so they could reach Kunlun region next spring via the teleportation array. Excited, Harold stood up from his cushion, walked over to Christy, kissed her, then did the same to Camilla, and left without further ado. The two women, left standing there, felt a mix of surprise and amusement, sharing a look of exasperated smiles. Leaving the Magnolia Palace, Harold summoned Andy and went to the Tianqing Pavilion. His purpose was straightforward, to summon enough Jinui using reincarnation power. Entering a completely white independent space within the pavilion, Harold looked around and muttered in his mind, system. Immediately consume reincarnation power to summon 1,000 Jinui soldiers, plus 1,000 heads, and 1,000 head. Ding. Summoning complete. As the system's mechanical voice sounded, thousands of silver vortices instantly appeared before Harold. Then, youthful and spirited Jinui guards, roughly 24 or 5 years old, dressed in flying fish uniforms and equipped with embroidered spring knives, emerged one by one, landing in this world. Everyone looked towards their king, Harold, and waited as the vortices disappeared. They then collectively approached. Your Majesty. Everyone kneeled, showing respectful greetings. You don't need to be so formal, please rise. Harold nodded approvingly and motioned them to stand. The Jinui he had summoned had varying strengths, from the strongest being first stage martial emperor to the weakest at second stage martial king. Such a large number of powerful warriors was truly daunting, making any enemy tremble with fear. Revealing these strong individuals could bring severe repercussions for his great Anchor dynasty, for no other empire could afford to have such an elite force. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once everyone was standing, Harold spoke. Now I have a very important mission for you all. Are you confident in accomplishing it? We are always ready to brave boiling water and blazing fire for our king, they responded unanimously. Good. Harold nodded appreciatively and asked, who is the 1,000 head? I am 1,000 head to Du Qing, Your Majesty, replied a youth stepping forward from the left side of Harold. Seeing this Desi, Harold was inwardly satisfied. His strength was impressive and his talent outstanding, fitting well into the position of 1,000 head, which was not easily attained. Come here. I have something to entrust to you. Yes, Your Majesty. After Du Qing moved closer, Harold instructed Andy, Heidergong-san, take everyone out to meet the rest of the Jinui comrades. Understood. Andy bowed respectfully and gestured for the group to follow him. The Jinui guards moved silently out of the independent space. Watching them leave, Harold asked Du Qing, you must be curious why I kept you behind, correct? Indeed, Your Majesty, I am quite curious, Du Qing answered candidly. This time, I not only want you to act as my eyes in Kunlun region, but also to find my sister at all costs. Harold's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with determination. His sister, Anna, was definitely in danger, though the specifics eluded him. But he knew the danger was severe and life-threatening. He wanted the Jinuri to uncover who had harmed her and uncover their intentions. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will locate Princess Anna. Du Qing cupped his fists and bowed respectfully, adding, how should I identify the princess? Without identification, it would be difficult to find her. Just give us a hint, and we will find her even if we have to dig the earth 3 feet deep. Harold didn't speak right away. Instead, he pulled out a piece of paper depicting a jade pendant identical to the one he wore, except with a different name inscribed. This is the jade pendant my sister wears. Memorize it and make sure everyone knows what it looks like. Also, she has a tricolor birthmark on her left shoulder, which can help identify her, Harold explained coldly. Even with scarce clues, Harold firmly believed the Jinhui would find his sister. Not because he trusted them unconditionally, but because they had the capability to achieve their objectives. Without a word, Tu Ching took the paper, studied the jade pendant intently, and memorized it. Before Tu Ching left, Harold added sternly, "While searching for my sister, secretly investigate who is harming her. Do not eliminate anyone yet, just remember them. Wait until our army arrives to his own kingdom." His intention was simple. He planned to lead an attack on Kunlun territory soon, and for the army to reach that region, they needed a war corridor. Preparing now would facilitate future operations. Yes. The next morning, in the Imperial study, led by Andy, Bowie arrived at the study with a calm expression. Seeing King Harold, he knelt swiftly and greeted, "Your subject, Bowie, pays respects to your majesty." "Minister Jia, please rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Inviting him to sit on a cushion beside him, Harold began talking. His purpose was simple. He wanted Bowie to go to Kunlun Jade territory. What was his ultimate goal? It was also straightforward. He hoped Bowie would become a high official in an imperial court and influence its politics. Ideally, he wanted them sidelined. "Minister Jia, these are the tasks I require of you. What do you think?" Harold asked calmly. Bowie remained silent, contemplating his next move. After a moment, he said, "Your Majesty, may I request 2 generals to accompany me?" "Why do you need generals?" Harold asked in confusion. "To sideline an empire, I need capable assistants. I cannot trust others, but I trust our Chinese talents," Bowie explained. "Fine. You may choose 2 able assistants from any outstanding Chinese individuals within. I have one more request. Go ahead. I also need to bring the 20,000 elite troops under Generals Butler and Mohammed," Bowie stated. "What do you need them for?" Harold asked in confusion. "Distrust those you don't employ. If you employ someone, trust them fully. I understand this principle, but being cautious is wise when outside. Moreover, these 20,000 elites can help us develop faster in Kunlun territory," Bowie explained. He needed both generals and troops, especially elite soldiers, for better development. If the 2 generals were his starting capital, then the 20,000 elites were his backup. "All right. Once you reach Kunlun territory and Tu Ching finds a concealed location to set up the teleportation array, I will send the 20,000 elites to assist you," Harold replied coldly. Since Bowie needed them, he would ensure they were well-equipped to establish a stable base. Not sending them immediately avoided exposing the troop movements. Once the connection was established, these troops could be discreetly transported to Kunlun territory. "Thank you, your majesty." Bowie felt immensely grateful seeing Harold's agreement. "Do you need anything else?" "Your majesty, I need nothing more. I just want to prepare and lead the 2 generals to Kunlun territory in a few days," Bowie replied. He now had all the resources needed. Next, he would prepare and head to Kunlun territory. He didn't know what challenges lay at Anchor Dynasty. Seeing their king take such bold actions, they did not just approve but fully supported him with all their heart, no matter how arduous the road ahead might be. What if they failed? What was there to fear? Very well. Since all my ministers are prepared, let it be known that our great Anchor Dynasty is officially declaring war on the 6 great dynasties and the 3 major sects. Long live the wise king. Long live the wise king. Harold silenced the voices and continued. "Briggs, Ellis, Warren, Tiger, Pablo, Eric. We are here, your majesty." Briggs, Ellis, Warren, Tiger, Pablo, and Eric stepped forward from the ranks, facing the king respectfully. "I hereby appoint Briggs as the main general, Ellis, Warren, Tiger, and Pablo as deputy generals, and Eric as the military advisor. You will lead 3 million elite troops to jointly subdue the Maple Leaf Dynasty. Your command will be obeyed." Respectfully responding, the 6 men returned to their ranks. Giovanni, Beth, Di, Will, Norris, Cavan. "We are here, your majesty." Giovanni, Beth, Di, Will, Norris, and Cavan stepped forward, looking respectfully at their king. "I hereby appoint Giovanni as the main general, Beth, Di, Will, and Norris as deputy generals, and Cavan as the military advisor. You will lead 3 million elite troops to jointly subdue the Malu Dynasty. Your command will be obeyed." As the military advisor, "You will lead 300 elite troops to jointly subdue the Inkwell Dynasty. Your command will be obeyed." Denny, Arlen, Flint, Tadeo Dien, Hyder Yen, and Alfredo slowly retreated to their ranks. Fouise, Olaf, Hendrickler, Driscoll, Lanny, Colt. They all stepped forward, awaiting orders. "I hereby appoint Fouise as the main general, Olaf, Hendrickler, Driscoll, and Lanny as deputy generals, and Colt as the military advisor. You will lead 3 million elite troops to jointly subdue the 7 Knights Dynasty. Your command will be obeyed." Bowing, they quickly returned to their ranks. Sitting high on his throne, Harold observed the serious and attentive ministers below him, feeling quite satisfied and even eagerly anticipating what was to come. Turning his gaze to Caesar Hiroshi and Ewing, he asked, "Ministers, how is the preparation of the military supplies?" "Your Majesty, the provisions for the army have been divided into 6 parts and are ready to be dispatched to the 6 divisions," Hiroshi reported from the ranks. "Your Majesty, the weapons and armor for the troops are also prepared and can be immediately transferred to the supply officers of the 6 divisions," Ewing added. "Very well. After the court session, ensure the supplies are delivered to the 6 divisions immediately, and they should pass them down to the lower-level supply officers." Harold nodded slightly, maintaining a calm expression. These 2 prime ministers certainly worked efficiently. He appreciated such rapid action. With war imminent, he needed a constant supply of resources to support the front lines to ensure the success of the upcoming battles. "Understood," they respectfully replied and returned to their ranks. "Minister Gill, how are the selections for the city officials going?" "Your Majesty, everything is ready. Once the war begins, they can be instantly transported to the front lines to receive control of the captured cities," Emeric responded, stepping forward. "Good," Harold nodded slightly. then turned his gaze to Amos, the first prime minister of the Tang dynasty. Minister Ebenezer, how is the preparation for the defense troops of each city? When he drew this Chinese genius, his heart filled with immense joy. He even accidentally slapped himself on the face in surprise. They are all prepared and can be immediately deployed to defend the cities once captured, Amos reported from the ranks, respectfully. Very good. Allowing him to return to the ranks, Harold's gaze turned to Griffin, the extraordinary genius who initiated reforms that unified China under the Qin dynasty. Minister Shang, can you guarantee that our great anchor dynasty's reforms will spread throughout these 6 dynasties? Harold asked. His doubts seemed unwarranted. Since Griffin was confident in his words, the reforms would surely spread to the neighboring dynasties. As long as the reforms benefited the people, they would naturally support the dynasty and wholeheartedly integrate into it. As for those who opposed the reforms, the brocade uniform guard would deal with them. Harold firmly believed that the guard would force these nobles and rebels into submission. That's good. Minister Shang, you are to promote the reforms and ensure that everyone outside of the anchor understands how beneficial they are. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, once the reforms are implemented, there will inevitably be people who try to disrupt them. Therefore, I request that you grant me absolute authority over the brocade uniform guard, Griffin said coldly. Only with such power could he guarantee the full implementation of the reforms and ensure that all lawbreakers were punished. With the support of the brocade uniform guard, their reform efforts could spread across the entire Nan Arni domain. Once the reforms took deep root, people would respect and abide by the law, avoiding any transgressions. Very well. I will give you absolute control over the brocade uniform guard, but I have one condition. The reforms must be effectively promoted and yield tangible results. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of leniency, Harold said expressionlessly. By granting Griffin sufficient authority over the brocade uniform guard, Harold allowed him the means to enforce the reforms effectively. However, he required that the reforms show clear benefits. The Taihua Hall quickly began assembling their troops, using teleportation arrays to reach the front lines. Unaware of the impending conflict, the 7 major dynasties and 3 great sects continued to vie for power. Noon arrived. Taediangwen City, Christianhong Mountain Range. In this ancient mountain range stood a city of moderate size. The walls were lined with black armored soldiers standing straight, and the center of the city contained only military barracks on both sides. At the heart of the city was a massive teleportation platform, spanning 500 meters in diameter. Suddenly, the ancient-looking teleportation array lit up, and a group of black armored soldiers with fierce eyes and intense battle readiness emerged onto the platform. Numbering about 10,000, led by Ellis and his elite black armor corps from the Anchor dynasty. Surveying the surroundings, Ellis, clad in black armor with a powerful build and a fierce gaze, turned to face his troops and ordered, everyone, immediately vacate the teleportation platform. Yes. The soldiers swiftly left the platform, forming neat ranks nearby. Seeing everyone off the platform, Ellis moved away as well. As soon as the platform was clear, another wave of light flashed, and thousands more soldiers were teleported in. Seeing the reinforcements, Ellis waved his banner, directing them to join the ranks. As the vanguard general, Ellis had been the first to arrive, ensuring the troops were ready to receive the arriving forces. Once 3 million elite troops gathered, they would launch a blitzkrieg to quickly annex Maple Leaf Dynasty's territory. Excited by the coming battle, Ellis eagerly awaited the confrontation. After several waves of teleportations, Warren also appeared. Upon exiting the platform, Warren scanned the area before joining Ellis. General Gao, is this the war corridor you established earlier? Warren asked curiously. Chapter 292, Camilla's Anger. All right, Baron, since you're here, let's follow our previous orders. I will stay behind, and you are responsible for leading 1,000 elite soldiers to Taediangwen City, Ellis said emotionlessly while directing. Good. Take care then. Warren nodded in agreement without lingering at the spot, immediately turned around to gather 1,000 elite soldiers and left the place. His goal was to head to Taediangwen City. It was straightforward. To prevent the enemy from becoming vigilant and to deal with some spies there. These spies were from the Maple Leaf Dynasty. They couldn't be allowed to stay any longer. Otherwise, it would affect their lightning warfare plans. Ellis ignored the departing Warren and immediately waved his flag to gather the teleported soldiers. This situation appeared continuously along the border between the Great Anchor Dynasty and the 6 dynasties. In the corridors, sitting expressionlessly on the dragon chair. Nothing but the upcoming events filled his mind. Even if thousands of beauties danced provocatively before him, he wouldn't have felt any desire. Exiting Taihua Hall, Andy approached Camilla with a bitter smile, saying, Your Majesty, the king has no appetite and asks you to take back the food. He also says not to disturb him unless necessary. Upon hearing this, Camilla's face twitched, dark lines appearing on her forehead, anger burning in her eyes. She couldn't believe Harold refused to see her, and even ordered her away. Andy, witnessing this, was helpless. But there was nothing much he could do. A war was imminent. The emperor couldn't just sit idly enjoying himself. Suppressing her anger, Camilla asked, Eunuch Hyder, does Zack say when he will leave Taihua Hall? He did not say, Your Majesty. Andy shook his head lightly. Though he knew something internally, he didn't reveal it to Camilla. Some things mustn't be told, even if she was the empress. He guessed the emperor would stay in Taihua Hall for 1 or 2 days. After a brief silence, Camilla looked at the closed doors of Taihua Hall, then signaled the maidservants to leave. Watching Camilla leave furiously, Andy sighed and turned away without further comment. Yulon Palace. Just arrived, Christie, dressed lavishly, white-skinned, and charming. Saw Camilla sitting silent. Hearing Camilla's account, Christie instantly understood everything, including why Camilla looked so furious and sullen. But after listening, Christie fell silent, pondering over the matter. Why would their emperor confine himself in Taihua Hall? Sheru, do you know why the emperor confined himself in Taihua Hall? Christie asked. I don't quite understand. After morning court ended today, he never left Taihua Hall, Camilla replied, shaking her head. Though uncertain about the reason, she decided to make some pastries and deliver them to Harold herself. However, She never expected Harold not only rejected her offer, but also dismissed her harshly, telling her not to disturb him. Thinking about being dismissed like that, her heart boiled with resentment, longing for revenge in bed. Chapter 293. The heavy nightfall, the war begins. At midnight, inside the Grand Splendor Palace, Harold, seated on the dragon throne, abruptly opened his eyes and gazed ahead. The moment he opened his eyes, sky-piercing fireworks erupted across the entire city, illuminating the royal capital. Seeing these unexpected fireworks, countless people raised their heads to look up into the sky, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Why would the great Anchor dynasty suddenly set off fireworks for no apparent reason? Could it signify something? How strange. Why are they setting off fireworks in the middle of the night? Could something be happening? These fireworks are highly unusual. Shaking her head. Sheru, have you heard anything about troop movements within the dynasty? Christie suddenly asked. There hasn't been any significant troop movement, but many of the dynasty's generals seem to be absent from the capital, Camilla replied. Hearing this, Christie's expression changed slightly as the pieces began to fall into place in her mind. With fireworks bursting in the sky and the absence of the generals, it could only mean one thing. War was imminent, and on a grand scale. Sue's sister, have you figured something out? Camilla asked, noticing Christie's silence. Despite being the first concubine of Harold, she still felt a generation gap and often referred to Christie as sister to bridge that distance. I have an idea, Christie nodded lightly. So, can you tell me what you figured out, Sue's sister? Camilla asked curiously. The great Anchor dynasty is about to go to war with another dynasty, Christie said somberly, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. She didn't know which dynasty they would be warring against, but she hoped that the great Anchor dynasty would emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, Camilla turned her gaze to the distant horizon as well, remaining silent for a while. At the same time, outside of Pingfeng City, on the border of the Maple Leaf dynasty, the great Anchor dynasty's army had gathered under cover of darkness. 3 million elite troops stood before the city, their eyes cold, and if something was amiss, he rushed to the edge of the city wall, his gaze sweeping the area outside. In the moonlight, he saw wave after wave of black armored soldiers rushing toward the city like a flood. Not good. We're under attack. Quickly, inform the general. We're under attack. Old Nyo shouted. Hearing this, everyone on the wall turned pale, racing to the edge and staring out into the darkness. The sight of the approaching black armored horde made their blood run cold. Just as they reacted, arrows rained down from the sky, covering the walls, and those caught unawares were instantly killed. Agonized screams filled the air, waking not only the soldiers, but also the civilians within the city. The sudden sounds in the dead of night would scare even the bravest souls. Hurry, get the shields up. Hurry, get the shields up. A few alert soldiers screamed orders to their comrades, trying desperately to defend against the incoming barrage of arrows. Despite their efforts, many were struck down by the relentless onslaught. As Ellis and his men approached within 100 meters, the rear troops ceased firing, allowing them to accelerate. At 50 meters, the scaling ladders were deployed, and Ellis led his men to climb the walls. Charge! Charge! Ellis gripped his long sword tightly, leading the charge up the steps, while his men scaled the walls from 3 different great Anchor dynasty were undaunted by the defenders, meeting them head-on without a hint of fear. Superior dynasty? How laughable. If it were 5 years ago, they might have still feared the opposition, but times had changed. Now, they planned to annex this dynasty. Kill. Kill. In an instant, the city wall turned into a battlefield engulfed in flames. After a fierce exchange, the defenders truly realized that the incoming elite forces were formidable. Not only were they powerful, but they also fought in perfect coordination, akin to a pack of recently unleashed ferocious tigers. What the defenders didn't know was that they were facing the elite forces of the great Anchor dynasty, directly under Ellis's command. Kill. Standing on the city wall, Ellis's expression was calm, his aura strong. He watched the advancing enemy soldiers coldly, then gripped his long knife tightly and charged forward. These enemies exuding such imposing momentum would serve as excellent sparring partners for his blade. As soon as he drew his long knife, the air filled with surging blade energy, the light of the blade flashing erratically. Ellis executed a reverse slash with his right foot barely moving, bringing his blade down powerfully. Boom. The knife embedded itself into the city wall, and waves of blinding light surged outward, followed by screams that echoed across the area. Dane. Attacking recklessly without assessing the situation was suicide. Moreover, he wasn't a martial king. His strength was already close to that of a martial emperor, perhaps even greater. It was just that his cultivation hadn't caught up yet, but he firmly believed that soon, his cultivation would surpass even that. Kill. His face stern, Ellis gathered his strength into his hands, then channeled it into his long knife. With a savage roar, the earth trembled beneath his step, dust rising to envelop the area. In an instant, his red long knife emitted a fierce aura, his body pulsing with draconic chi, veins bulging as anger surged within him. Whoosh! A towering wave of rage erupted, the blade gathering overwhelming killing intent. Blood-colored light flashed ominously, encircled by fiery wrath. The force of his strike tore through the sky, reaching the heavens. With no hesitation, Ellis slashed down, unleashing all his pent-up fury in a single blow. This strike was nearly unbridled, a sheer manifestation of his power. Of course, he hadn't used his full strength. If he had, the entire section of the wall would have collapsed under the force. Boom. An earth-shattering roar resounded, the city gate shaking violently, dust raining down. The blade's impact, heart sinking. What's going on? Why would the great Anchor dynasty suddenly attack? Besides, aren't they just a medium-sized dynasty? How dare they provoke our prestigious superior dynasty? Are they courting death? Rushing forward, Mason grabbed the panicked general and demanded coldly, "Tell me what happened. Is what you say true?" This was no time for jokes. If it was false, not only would he lose his life, but possibly endanger his entire family. Chapter 295, Desperate Measures and Chaos. Reporting to Lord Mayor, every word I say is true. Just now, the Great Anchor Dynasty suddenly launched an attack on us. Our defenses were caught off guard, and we have already been forced to retreat, the Arn replied with a bitter smile. Recalling the scene just moments ago, he was still filled with fear and wished to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Although he did not know why the Great Anchor Dynasty had suddenly attacked, their forces were strong and came with ill intentions, making it nearly impossible for them to hold their ground. Tell me, how many troops from the Great Anchor Dynasty are here? What is the strength of their army? Mason, the mayor of Screen City, asked, suppressing his growing unease. I only saw about 100,000 men. Each one of them was highly skilled and elite, especially that heavily armed elite force. They were the strongest, the young officer replied, his smile faltering. 100,000? Mason's brows furrowed, puzzled and skeptical. Did they really think 100,000 troops could take over Screen City? Did they think he was a pushover? Besides, his city had hundreds of thousands of soldiers who could overwhelm them easily. Could these 100,000 troops be just the vanguard? Mason muttered to himself, falling silent as he pondered his next move. He needed to remain calm. Panic would only cloud his judgment. He did not understand why the Great Anchor Dynasty had suddenly attacked the Maple Leaf Dynasty. However, since they had initiated the attack, it was clear they intended to invade their territory. You go and inform General Jackson to lead the troops to resist the enemy's assault as soon as possible. They must not be allowed to breach the city walls, Mason instructed without hesitation, looking at the arriving soldier. Their immediate priority was to defend the outer walls and prevent the enemy from entering the city. Otherwise, they would face unprecedented disaster. If the city fell, the Great Anchor Army would surge forward, and he would not only be branded a traitor, but also put his family in grave danger. Report. The city walls have been lost, and the Great Anchor Army has breached the city. A bloodied soldier rushed in, crawling and running, his face pale with horror, no longer viable. Dressed and ready, Mason left the pavilion in haste. Hearing the commotion outside, the seductive woman on the bed shivered in fear and quickly found clothes to wear. Leaving the pavilion, Mason headed to his study to send a message before going to his main wife's courtyard. Bang! Kicking open the door to his wife's pavilion, Mason entered. The beautiful woman sitting on the stool frowned upon seeing him. Seeing his main wife looking puzzled by the noises outside, Mason felt slightly relieved. Where is Tessa? Mason asked urgently, glancing around without spotting his child. She's sleeping. What's happening outside? Why are there so many battle cries? Is it another noble family feud? She asked. The Great Anchor Dynasty has declared war on our Maple Leaf Dynasty. Those battle cries are from the fighting. You must leave immediately. Hurrying to the bed, Mason found little Tessa, who was only 2 or 3 years old. Without thinking, he hurriedly dressed her, accidentally hurting the child and causing her to cry. The woman's face changed when she heard Tessa's crying, and she rushed over, pushing Mason aside. What are you doing? So eager to meet your maker? Seeing Tessa cry, Mason felt terrible but had no time to worry about it. Dress her quickly. I'll pack your belongings. We don't have much time. Once everything is ready, I'll take you both to safety. Hastily, Mason began collecting clothes from the wardrobe. These spatial rings contain all our possessions. Take good care of them and find a remote place where you can raise our son. My lord, we don't want to leave you. Tessa and I want to stay and be with you. Holding this spatial ring, Dolores's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Mason with deep affection despite his many indiscretions. Though he had roamed, he had always been genuine in his love for her. Whenever she wanted something, he would go out of his way to get it. The thought of fleeing with Tessa without him was unbearable. I know you don't want to leave, but how can I bear to let you go? If I leave here, none of us will survive. The royal family of the Maple Leaf Dynasty never spared those who deserted their posts. They wiped out entire clans, leaving no one behind. So he couldn't leave. He must use his life to buy his family a chance to survive. Without much ado, Mason hurriedly led his wife and child out of the room. As they were about to leave, Mason's concubine rushed in. My lord, the enemy is here. We must run, or we'll all die. The woman, who had hastily packed her belongings, cast a jealous glance at Dolores and her son upon seeing them. Without hesitation, Mason took out a dagger from his spatial ring and, in one swift motion, slit her throat, severing her head. Seeing this, Dolores jumped in fright and quickly covered Tessa's eyes to shield him at the city gate, ready to face his doom. He had a strong premonition that this battle might be his last. Still, he wouldn't retreat a single step. Kill. Soldiers of the Donghua dynasty flooded into the city, slaughtering everyone in sight, especially those armed. They targeted anyone wearing blue armor, clearly soldiers of the Maple Leaf dynasty, and showed no mercy. If someone wasn't from the Maple Leaf army but posed a significant threat, the Donghua soldiers retaliated immediately. However, they didn't disturb the civilians or destroy their homes. The citizens, hearing the cries of battle, huddled in their homes, trembling with fear. Even the martial artists among them were terrified, wary of sudden attacks. Individually, these martial artists were powerful, but that didn't make them invincible. While soldiers might be individually weaker, their sheer numbers and murderous aura overwhelmed the martial artists. Standing atop the city wall, Ellis watched as wave after wave of enemy troops surged forward. With a cold sneer, he tightened his grip on his saber and charged forth. Kill! A roar erupted from within him. His saber vibrated violently, blood-red light flaring up. Instantly, the aura of a martial emperor unleashed. His face grim, his eyes glowing with lethal intent, Ellis charged forward, his 9-foot frame cutting through the air with each swing of his great saber. Whoosh! A massive blade beam, several zhang long, formed instantly, flashing with crimson flame. Taedoke, a celestial blade. It cut through the air, mercilessly slaying the rapidly advancing soldiers of Pingfeng City. Screams and shouts filled the air. In mere moments, the enemies were reduced to scattered bodies and pools of blood. Witnessing this formidable display, the remaining defenders of Pingfeng City hesitated, swallowing hard and glancing at each other nervously. They knew rushing against such a powerful warrior was suicide, yet not fighting would mean certain death. After making their decision, they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Kill! Kill! Ellis marveled at their determination. The soldiers of a superior dynasty were indeed stronger than those of a middle-tier one, but their resistance was futile. Without a word, he gripped his saber tighter, swinging it with godlike precision, sending waves of killing energy crashing down. Clang! Suddenly, Ellis dashed forward, his cold saber cleaving through the air. A torrent of blood rained down like a river from the heavens. Boom! Chapter 297. This person is too weak, I won't fight. At the same time, at the border city of the Qilong dynasty, the city was sealed off. Currently, this strategically important sealed-off city was under intense attack by Hart's troops, forcing the enemy soldiers to retreat and defend the city. Faced with the enemy's retreat, this tiger General Hart would not allow it. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward. Haha, it's so satisfying, really satisfying. It's been a long time since I felt this good. Wielding his long sword wildly, every slash cutting through throats, Hart reaped lives like the Grim Reaper. Using a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other, each strike lethal, they were perfectly synchronized. No survivors were left behind. Watching the enemies fall beneath his sword, Hart felt a wave of excitement, unleashing the pent-up combat spirit that had accumulated over the years. Despite spending the past 5 years in Abyss City, battling those frequently invading tribes, these dogs would always run away halfway through, which couldn't help but frustrate him immensely. He never had a proper battle. Now, in this battle, he must thoroughly release himself. Too bad there wasn't any wine to drink. Seeing the oncoming enemy soldiers clad in gray armor, the corners of Hart's mouth curled up, his wrist flicked, and the long sword trembled. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword light from his blade gleamed brightly, as if the moon had fallen from the heavens into the mortal world, transforming into a waning crescent and slashing down fiercely. The chilling sword light passed by, leaving behind the bloodied bodies of one soldier after another of the sealed-off city's defense force, their eyes wide open in defiance. How could this guy be so strong? Soldiers were indeed very strong. Their might already sent chills down one's spine, leaving no strength to resist their attacks. Even though their numbers were several times larger than the opponents, they could not do anything against them, let alone inflict significant injuries. It cost dozens of lives to take down just one of them. If this continued, even if they wiped out the enemy, they themselves would suffer huge losses, ultimately being harvested by others. Suddenly, sealed-off city's mayor Xavian noticed that the elite troops of the Daxia dynasty suddenly stopped attacking. His brows furrowed, full of confusion. Just then, to his left front, the elite troops of the Daxia dynasty quickly cleared a path. Standing right before him was Hart. Seeing his towering figure, the overwhelming aura surrounding him, pressing down so frighteningly that it made it hard for everyone to breathe, countless people involuntarily gulped and stared blankly. Facing this sudden appearance of Hart, everyone trembled with fear, their feet shaking uncontrollably as they slowly retreated backward. Despite possessing mid-warrior king cultivation, Xavian still felt that the formidable tiger general standing before him was terrifying, making it impossible for him to wield his weapon. Such a terrifying existence could easily rival the high-ranking generals of their dynasty. He, a small novice, would be utterly useless against him. Looking at the enemies who resisted to the death, Hart frowned and asked the nearby soldiers, "Who are these damn people?" While he was enjoying the thrill of battle earlier, he suddenly noticed a group encircled here, which caused him some confusion, prompting him to come over on foot. Upon arriving, he saw a group of people watching him in fear, trembling uncontrollably and backing away. "General, that man is Sealed-Off City's mayor Xavian, and these people are the elites of Sealed-Off City." A soldier beside him pointed at Xavian and said. Looking at Xavian, Hart frowned, wondering how this person seemed so weak. He wasn't even worth his effort to slice. Why even bother fighting? Initially, he thought the enemies here were strong, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a mere late-stage warrior king. This weakling wasn't even worthy enough to hold his shoes for him. They weren't even as tough as the foreigners in Abyss City. "Hey, damn Birdman, you have already been defeated. Why don't you surrender? Do you want to die without a burial place?" Hart shouted directly. "Haha, surrender? Soldiers of the Qilong dynasty never surrender. Either we die on the battlefield or our remains will disappear. If you want us to surrender, step over our dead bodies," Xavian sneered coldly. Though he didn't know why the Daxia dynasty harbored such ambitious goals and used the power of a medium-sized kingdom to deal with a superior one, he clearly knew, as an official of the Qilong dynasty, that he would not surrender and would not take a single step back, even if it meant dying sword forward, formally engaging the enemies before him. What difference would dying in battle make? As long as they could take a few with them, their deaths would be meaningful. Seeing their mayor charge forward, the soldiers of Sealed-Off City did not yield either, charging alongside him. Chapter 298. The frontier cities of the 6 dynasties have all fallen. Another 2 hours passed, and it was now close to dawn. The sunlight began to slowly bathe the land. Hart, soaked in blood, looked at the corpses scattered around him, inhaling the pungent scent of blood. His face remained calm and unperturbed. Despite the intense stench and terrifying scene, his expression did not waver as he silently observed. This is war. War requires no pity, no sympathy. It demands the annihilation of the enemy. Being merciful on the battlefield is being cruel to oneself. Perhaps his thoughts were flawed, but he had a responsibility to his troops. At this point, the battle had ended. All resisting enemy soldiers had been slain. Those who laid down their weapons were taken into custody. Meanwhile, Stephen's army had also entered the city, but they did not stop. They marched forward. The gates of the Scarlet Dragon dynasty had been opened. It was time to launch a lightning strike. Riding on his dragon horse, Stephen gazed coldly around at the carnage, showing no emotion. Passing by Hart, Stephen said, "General Ebenezer, they couldn't launch a successful blitzkrieg. He believed the Scarlet Dragon Dynasty had already reacted, but was still verifying the situation. Their task was to capture some cities of the Scarlet Dragon Dynasty as quickly as possible before they got accurate intelligence. The Great General orders, accelerate forward. The Great General orders, accelerate forward. Orders echoed through the ranks, and the initially sluggish soldiers sped up. Turning to Hart, Stephen said, get your men to clean up the battlefield and handle the prisoners. I trust you know what to do with them. Just as he was about to ride off, Stephen paused and added softly, hurry up here. If you can catch up, you'll still lead the vanguard. Really? Hart's eyes lit up with excitement. Leading the vanguard, charging into battle. It was what he always dreamed of. When have I ever lied to you? Stephen said calmly, riding away. Watching Stephen leave, Hart quickly instructed his subordinates to clean up the battlefield while he went to the captive's location. Before the new governor and defending forces arrived, he had to handle the prisoners. Kill them? Not necessarily. Killing them would only incite resentment. Moreover, the policy of the Great Anchor Dynasty was to treat prisoners well. He couldn't just slaughter them all. However, if they resisted fiercely or tried later, another black armored soldier entered, kneeling and shouting, report. Your Majesty, General Denny has broken through the Inkwell Dynasty's border and highlands, now advancing into their territory. Report. Your Majesty, General Foyes has breached the border of the Seven Knight Dynasty at Long River City and is now marching into their territory, another soldier reported. Report. Your Majesty, General Briggs has broken through the border of the Maple Leaf Dynasty at Pingfeng City and is advancing into their territory, yet another soldier announced. Report. Your Majesty. Seated on his throne, Harold's solemn face broke into a smile as he listened to the incoming reports. After a day and night of waiting, the news finally arrived. The war had begun. It was time to reap the rewards. The six dynasties, with your current strength, can you resist my assault? Harold's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. I wonder what expression the King of the Star Moon Dynasty will show upon hearing this news. Though unable to attack 7 dynasties simultaneously, it left him somewhat regretful. But with the treaty in place, they couldn't act recklessly. Besides, he wasn't in a rush. The Star Moon Dynasty would eventually fall. It was just a matter of time. Hashtag chapter 299. The two women's shock. After bidding farewell to the 6 people in front of him, Harold slowly rose from his dragon throne and left the Taihua Hall. He had obtained all the intelligence he needed and gestured for the maidservants to move away to a distance. This action made the 2 women even more curious. What did those fireworks signify? Once the maidservants had left, Harold softly said, our Great Anchor Dynasty has declared war on the 6 major upper kingdoms. Last night's fireworks marked the beginning of the war. What? Both women were shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could hardly believe what he was saying. Declare war on upper kingdoms? And against 6 at once? Was the Great Anchor Dynasty courting death? But they soon dismissed the notion that the Great Anchor Dynasty was courting its own demise. In recent years, the rapid development of the Great Anchor Dynasty was evident to everyone, and they could barely believe it was true, yet they had no choice but to accept it. The Great Anchor Dynasty was indeed developing rapidly. Currently, the Great Anchor Dynasty was in a peaceful state, with its people loyal and considering themselves part of this dynasty. Yet, this sudden change was hard to believe. Your Majesty, are you playing a joke on us? Christie asked hesitantly, still not fully believing it. When have I ever lied to you? The war began last night. Early this morning, our troops breached the borders of the 6 kingdoms and launched a full-scale invasion, Harold replied with a smile. If only someone would give him reason to lie. But why would he lie? His troops had already invaded the territories of the 6 kingdoms. Yes, my purpose was to weaken their strength and then declare war on them together on this day, Harold explained. After a moment of shock, Christie voiced her concern, but your Majesty, by declaring war on only 6 upper kingdoms, doesn't that leave one kingdom an opportunity to exploit your situation? The Nanyang domain had 7 major kingdoms. If they weren't destroyed simultaneously, the remaining one could take advantage of the chaos and deal a fatal blow. And during their mutual weakening, they will likely join forces and become the victors, gaining the spoils of war. Moreover, the 3 major sects above the 7 kingdoms might intervene and disrupt the war between the Great Anchor Dynasty and the 6 kingdoms. There is no need to worry, my Empress. The Star Moon Kingdom has an alliance with the Great Anchor Dynasty, and neither can breach it. Therefore, they will not attack. As for the 3 major sects, I have already dispatched the brocade guards to handle them, Harold responded. Your Majesty, I believe it's best not to antagonize the 3 major sections. They are powerful and have ties with some strong forces in Kunlun domain. If they bring reinforcements from Kunlun, it could be detrimental to you, Christie said seriously. Harold's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed intently at Christie. The 3 major sects having ties with powers in Kunlun domain? He didn't know about this. My Empress, do you know more about this? Which powerful forces in Kunlun domain are connected to the 3 major sects? Harold asked. I'm not sure either. I only heard Grandfather Tadu mention that the 3 major sects remain standing due to support from powerful forces behind them. Christie gently shook her head, responding. The only thing she remembered clearly was that her grandfather had told her the 3 major sects were not simple and had powerful backers in Kunlun domain, but he never specified which ones. Seeing her puzzled expression, Harold fell silent. It seemed he would need more time to deal with the 3 major sections. Since he couldn't eliminate them prematurely, he would create friction between them and make them fight each other. Then, he could reap the benefits like a fisherman in the aftermath. Just like the current situation with the 7 kingdoms. At this moment, a palace guard hurriedly entered the courtyard but did not approach Harold. Instead, he went to Andy and whispered something in his ear. After hearing, Andy frowned, bid the guard leave, and then stepped forward. Chapter 300. News from Cornelius. We report to your Majesty, Commander Cornelius has sent news that they have uncovered the true intentions of the alien race. Andy said. Upon hearing this, Harold's eyebrows twitched and his eyes narrowed immediately. Why would Cornelius send news at this particular moment? Could it be that there are some unspeakable secrets here? Or is the alien race trying to do something during this period? Suppressing his speculations, Harold maintained a poker face and said, "Speak." Of course. Through our investigation, Commander Yuan has found out that the alien race's true target is the northern city, which is guarded by the three major sections. Andy replied gravely. Northern city? Harold frowned, feeling confused. Where was this city located? Why had he never heard of it? Seeing Harold's bewilderment, Andy hastily added, "Your Majesty, the northern city is where the three major sects reside, and it is also the place where they block the alien race's attacks." Although Harold still felt somewhat puzzled, he reluctantly turned to Christie beside him and asked, "Empress, do you know about this northern city?" "I know a little, Your Majesty. Would you like me to explain?" Christie replied. "Go ahead." "Yes." After a slight nod, Christie explained, "The northern city is situated in the northern part of Nanyang Domain, at the foot of the Newland Mountains. To others, it's just a city, but for the three major sects, it's a defensive barrier against the alien race." At that moment, Harold instantly understood that there wasn't only one line of defense against the aliens. Another one was set up in the Newland Mountains. From Christie's narration, every now and then, the three major sects would dispatch their younger generations to undergo trials there, engaging with powerful alien bases to hone their strength. Moreover, within the northern city, there was an army jointly cultivated by the three major sections. This massive army answered directly to the top leadership of the sects, taking orders from no one else and assisting none of them. Even if the sects fought amongst themselves to the death, this army wouldn't intervene or stop them. Through Christie's account, Harold also understood why the alien race had been attacking Abyss City fiercely in recent years. It was because they had encountered significant obstacles at the northern city and couldn't break through its defenses, thus shifting their focus to Abyss City. Unfortunately for them, after changing their strategies, they suffered crushing defeats in Abyss City, even facing overwhelming slaughter. Facing reduced efficiency, they now had to redirect their efforts towards the northern city. After a long silence, Harold turned his gaze to Andy and asked, "Besides this news, what else did Cornelius report?" Commander Yuan also mentioned that the alien race has begun plotting against the northern city and plans a large-scale attack within 2 to 3 years, with someone on the inside working with them. Andy added, "Working from the inside." Upon hearing this, Harold's expression turned extremely grim. If there were insiders working with the aliens, even if the northern city were made of impenetrable walls, it could still be overthrown. If the northern city fell, millions of aliens would flood into human territories like a flood. Did Cornelius investigate who exactly? This move by the aliens caught him off guard. But regardless, he had to prevent the worst from happening. Nanyang Domain was soon to fall into his hands, and he didn't want to see aliens massacre humans or invade their territories. It seems I need to find these scattered aliens quickly. Otherwise, if they destroy the northern city and cause heavy losses there, the aliens will surely take advantage of the situation, Harold muttered to himself before leaving. In the Imperial study, hardly had Harold sat down when Commandant Edik of the Jinui hurriedly knelt before him. "Commandant Edik of the Jinui, paying homage to your majesty." Harold nodded slightly and gently said, "You must be curious why Eunuch Hyder summoned you here." "Indeed, I am curious, but whatever your majesty requires of me, I will do it," Edik replied coldly. "I want you to lead 100 Jinui members to hunt down the aliens." "Can you do this?" Harold asked softly. "This can be done, but your majesty, what are these aliens? Where are they?" Edik asked hesitantly. "These aliens have taken human form, and as for their whereabouts, I'm not entirely sure. You can lead your team in the direction of the northern city," Harold said lightly. He wished he could provide more information, but he had very limited details himself. Assigning such a daunting task to the Jinui weighed heavily on possessed humans from true humans. But fortunately, Cornelius provided some valuable information. "Your majesty, is this the only sign?" Edik asked. "Yes. It is the only sign you need to use to differentiate between aliens and humans," Harold nodded lightly in response. If the person had short hair, it would be easy to guess they were possessed. However, in this world, everyone kept long hair that covered the area behind their ears, making it difficult to notice. "I understand what to do now," Edik replied. "Before heading to the northern city, I want you to lead more genie hider who can set up teleportation arrays, and ensure they bring enough materials for the array." "Your majesty, why do you want the genie hider to carry teleportation array materials?" Edik asked, puzzled. "The aliens are plotting against northern city. They could potentially work with the aliens within our territory to attack us from both inside and outside. The teleportation array will help prevent any potential threats. If you discover a large-scale alien invasion, immediately set up the teleportation array. At that time, our Great Anchor Dynasty army will travel through the array to northern city," Harold stated expressionlessly. In reality, he didn't want to do this, but those damned aliens left him no choice. They weren't good beings. Once they collaborated with the aliens within our territory, the human defenses would crumble. By then, the troops stationed there wouldn't be able to withstand the alien onslaught. His goal was to ensure the Great Anchor Dynasty army could respond immediately if the situation became uncontrollable, preventing the aliens from breaking through. "I understand. Since you understand, go and execute it. I hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to punish you severely," Harold replied coldly. "Yes, your majesty." Having received the order, Edik respectfully responded, then turned to leave. As he left, Andy entered the study with Ewing. Seeing the eminent figure of Ewing, Edik immediately bowed before leaving without lingering. Ewing returned the bow slightly, then approached Harold. "Minister Ewing pays respects to your majesty." Kneeling on both knees, Ewing greeted Harold respectfully. Harold turned around and looked at the kneeling Ewing. "Minister Ankaro, please rise." "Thank you, your majesty." After Ewing stood up, Harold invited him to sit beside him and recounted the information sent by Cornelius. Upon hearing Harold's account, Ewing's face darkened. Those damn aliens had truly ambitious plots. They must have a powerful leader orchestrating all this. "Your majesty, how do you plan to proceed?" Ewing asked expressionlessly. "I want to establish teleportation arrays around northern city. In case of emergencies, our Great Anchor Dynasty army can arrive promptly to assist the local troops in repelling the alien attack, Harold explained softly. He didn't expect the local troops to welcome them warmly, but he couldn't allow the aliens to break through the human defenses. If anyone dared to obstruct his army, he wouldn't hold back. Your Majesty, I agree with your proposal, but it still has flaws. We need backup plans in case unexpected events occur, Ewing pointed out. Harold's suggestion was sound, but lacked thoroughness. As a minister of the Great Anchor Dynasty, he needed to address these shortcomings. Hearing this, Harold felt delighted rather than angry. He appreciated those who pointed out his flaws. No one was perfect, and mutual supplementation was essential for perfection. What are the flaws in my proposal? Harold asked. Time flew by, and half a month passed. 5 days ago, the entire Nanyang domain finally believed that the ambitious Great Anchor Dynasty had declared war on the other realms. This sudden war spread like wildfire. The 6 major dynasties, upon confirming that the Great Anchor Dynasty had declared war on all 6 simultaneously, erupted in anger, dispatching armies to confront the Great Anchor. 5 years ago, these dynasties might have united against the Great Anchor, but years of mutual conflict had deepened their hatred. Coordinating against the Great Anchor now seemed impossible unless most of their territories fell into the hands of the Great Anchor. Within the span of half a month, the 6 major dynasties each lost nearly 100 cities, while the Great Anchor's offensive continued relentlessly. Faced with the sudden attack, the 6 dynasties struggled to defend themselves, scrambling to muster forces. The rulers of the 6 dynasties cursed Harold as bandits, thieves, and scoundrels, accusing him of attacking during their weakest moment. But Harold paid no heed to their complaints. His sole aim was to annex all dynasties and unify the Nanyang domain. Anyone who obstructed his army would not be spared. Upon hearing this news, the leaders of the 3 great sects were shocked and found it hard to believe. Fighting 6 top-tier dynasties with just one dynasty's power seemed suicidal. However, as they mocked the Great Anchor Dynasty's actions, reports from the front lines revealed that the Great Anchor Dynasty's soldiers were exceptionally strong and valiant. Their commanders, leading elite troops, were terrifyingly formidable. Suddenly, the Great Anchor Dynasty's offensive became a hot topic of discussion, with many mocking it as self-destructive. Confronting 6 top-tier dynasties with a medium-sized dynasty's strength seemed suicidal indeed. Chapter 302, Brantley Strategy. In the capital city of Shuehua in the Star and Moon Dynasty. Inside the Imperial Palace, in the Imperial Garden, under a pavilion, Emperor Brantley of the Star and Moon Dynasty, wearing his imperial gold-threaded dragon robe, silently read the intelligence in his hand. His eyes showed no visible disturbance, but inside he was shaken to the core. The recent actions of the Great Anchor Dynasty were simply astonishing, leaving him in disbelief. Although he had received reports several days ago, not having confirmed their authenticity, he had specially dispatched people to investigate further. But it turned out that the earlier reports were correct. Now, the Great Anchor Dynasty was acting like a rabid dog, rushing towards the surrounding kingdoms, intending to tear them apart. Does this Great Anchor Dynasty have too big an appetite? They want to swallow 6 upper-tier dynasties at once, and they're not even afraid of choking. While the actions of the Great Anchor Dynasty puzzled him, they also sounded a warning bell for him. In the near future, the Great Anchor Dynasty would undoubtedly attack his Star and Moon Dynasty. They just hadn't acted yet due to the existing alliance. Recalling the alliance signed 5 years ago and comparing it with today's changes, his expression darkened with unease. Through continuous intelligence gathered recently, he gradually came to understand this mysterious power. Having only emerged and developed for over a decade, it already exhibited an insatiable ambition as if nothing could satisfy its hunger. 5 years ago, after extinguishing those mid-level dynastic forces, it now suddenly turned its gaze on them, aiming to annex the entire Nanyang domain. If there is an opportunity, I truly wish to compete with the Emperor of the Great Anchor Dynasty, to see who has greater strength, Brantley mused aloud, gazing at the sky. Facing off against Harold on the battlefield would be a remarkable experience indeed. At that moment, a middle-aged eunuch with a pale face hurriedly approached him. Arriving before him, the eunuch respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, General Keegan has arrived." Brantley nodded. "Bring him in." "Yes, Your Majesty," the eunuch named Ottman replied, turning around to leave immediately. When Ottman returned, he was leading a warrior clad in battle armor, broad-shouldered and burly, with a rugged face and an aura of ferocity surrounding him. Under Ottman's guidance, this middle-aged general quickly reached Brantley. "I, General Keegan, pay my respects to Your Majesty." The general kneeled down upon reaching him. "General Murong, please rise." "No need for formalities," Brantley said. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Keegan cupped his hands in salute and stood up again. "Your Majesty, why have you summoned me?" Keegan asked, puzzled. "I want you to lead your Qihang army to Tianping City and fortify it against possible attacks from the Great Anchor Dynasty," Brantley stated coldly. "Your Majesty, might our actions provoke the Great Lion might defeat the wolf, but in its weakened state, it wasn't a match for the robust enemy." "I understand. But if we don't defend, we'll be unprepared when they strike in 2 years." Brantley rose from the stone bench and continued somberly. He didn't want this situation either. However, the rapid actions of the Great Anchor Dynasty forced him to act cautiously. Within half a month, 6 major cities of each of the 6 kingdoms were lost. It took them this long to realize and begin defensive preparations. To stand a chance against the Great Anchor Dynasty, they must establish solid defenses and gather their forces. "I understand," Keegan paused, then responded. He didn't know how things would unfold, but their current actions would certainly make the Great Anchor Dynasty cautious. They might even station substantial forces at Tiger Tooth Pass. If given an excuse, it could spell disaster for the Star and Moon Dynasty. Remember, never provoke them first, nor engage with the Great Anchor Dynasty. Even if provoked, endure unless they openly declare war against us, Brantley warned seriously. After the past 5 years of war, his dynasty was severely weakened and needed rest and recovery. Yet, faced with the aggressive Great Anchor Dynasty, he couldn't help but remain vigilant. He must be cautious yet restrained, unable to directly confront them without severe consequences. Even if they managed a victory, it would cripple the foundation of his dynasty, inviting disintegration. Now, only 2 armies within his kingdom remained intact. Sending out the Qihang army was already a heavy burden. I assure you, your majesty, we will never strike first, Keegan vowed sincerely. Honestly, he wanted to gauge the strength of the great Anchor dynasty, but they lacked the resources for such a conflict. Any battle would drain their supplies relentlessly. His kingdom wanted to fight but lacked the strength, and couldn't afford to do so. Go, Brantley said coldly. Your servant takes his leave. Keegan saluted respectfully and left. Watching Keegan depart, Brantley lifted his head and looked into the sky, sighing deeply. It seems the entire Nanyang domain will change forever. Chapter 303. Leniency towards prisoners. The Maple Leaf Dynasty, Taedongqing. At this moment, Taedongqing was shrouded in thick smoke and the stench of war. Blood stained the ground, and bodies lay everywhere. After 2 hours of intense battle, the defending forces of Taedongqing had been completely annihilated. Ellis, holding an ice-cold saber, surveyed the scene with a cold, unemotional gaze. His heart held no trace of mercy. Beside him stood over 700 soldiers of the elite Anchor camp unit, standing as straight as if they were war gods surveying all directions. Looking at the warriors clearing the battlefield, Ellis summoned stronghold was due to their efforts. However, it couldn't be said that it was entirely their merit. Some elite troops of the Great Anchor dynasty also participated in the battle, though they played a smaller role. Nonetheless, their contribution should not be forgotten. Understood. With the order received, the scout immediately rode away on his dragon horse. Seeing the soldiers clearing the battlefield, Ellis did not linger. He swiftly led the Anchor army to the location where the prisoners were being held. Before leaving, they must ensure that these prisoners were properly dealt with. Otherwise, they could turn into a sharp sword plunged into their hearts. Note, Anchor Chunying should be consistently translated as Anchor Army, or similar term throughout the text for consistency. Soon, Ellis arrived at the parade ground with the Anchor Chunying soldiers, where he saw nearly 10,000 troops squatting on the ground. Their faces were stoic, their eyes devoid of light, as if waiting for their fate like lambs to the slaughter. Ellis had witnessed such behavior countless times, and felt no emotion. Note, I have made slight adjustments to ensure the translation reads naturally and fluently in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. For consistency, Anchor Chunying should be translated consistently. It appears to be a specific military unit name that should ideally be translated or explained based on context. Here, I know you won't renege on your word. Give us a reason to trust you. Anticipating their distrust, Ellis replied coldly, you have no choice. Either go home or join our army. But remember, if you choose to go home, you can never rejoin any military again. Otherwise, don't blame us for exterminating your entire family. He allowed them to return home but forbade them from rejoining the military, especially resistance forces. If discovered, they would be hunted down and their families destroyed. After hearing this, everyone fell silent, exchanging glances and making their decisions. From the look of it, Ellis didn't seem to be lying, so his words might be true. I want to go home. Finally, one person hesitantly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention, including Ellis's. If you choose to go home, step forward. Don't hesitate like a coward, Ellis commanded. Forcing himself to calm down, the soldier slowly rose, sweat trickling down his back, and moved away from the group. Soon, he tremblingly stood before Ellis, head bowed in fear. Seeing this, the other soldiers of Taedongqing watched nervously, deeply concerned. You have nothing to worry about. I won't kill you, nor is there any need to do so, Ellis reassured him, pointing to Greg beside him. If you wish to go home, register with him. He'll tell you what information is needed and give you money for travel expenses. Greg immediately arranged a long table and bench for registration. Sitting down, he waited while a subordinate stood nearby. The soldier looked at Ellis, then shifted his gaze to Greg. After some internal struggle, he approached Greg. What's your name? Where do you live? How many people are in your family? Asked Greg, wearing black armor with a black veil covering his face. What? You're asking all this just to go home? The youth was startled, fearing that it might endanger his family. We ask these questions to ensure you won't rejoin the military against the Great Anchor dynasty. Remember, if you lie, we will dig up every last member of your family. Do you understand? Greg replied coldly. Chapter 304. The choice of the heart. I want to enlist. Yes. The young soldier responded with a sharp salute, then obediently provided his name and home location. Since he chose to go home, he naturally couldn't resist the Great Anchor dynasty anymore. Or else not only would his life be in danger but his family might also suffer as a result. Even if he wanted to rebel later, that would have to wait until the Great Anchor dynasty was expelled. Otherwise, there was no hope for them but death. What's your name? Hilton. Where is your home? South Star City, Pingxi Village. How many family members do you have? 7. Who are they? My parents, an older brother. Else? You'd better take off your armor. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee that you will still be treated as a freed prisoner. Tadion Fei said calmly. Seeing how nervous Hilton was, he felt speechless. It wasn't surprising though. By asking him to remove the armor, Tadion Fei aimed to prevent him from being mistaken as a prisoner again. Yes. Hearing that he only needed to remove the armor, Hilton breathed a sigh of relief and quickly removed it without hesitation. He didn't want to be recaptured because of this armor. After quickly stripping off the armor, he threw it aside and left. Waiting for Hilton to leave, Ellis looked at the remaining soldiers and said, if you haven't decided whether to leave, I will assume you want to stay. Whether you live or die will then depend on fate. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, then stood up and moved toward where Greg was standing. Leave? Of course, they wanted to leave. As ordinary soldiers, they earned meager salaries, most of which were deducted for various reasons, leaving less than a quarter of the amount due to them. 2 gold coins might be insufficient for a month's pay, but it was enough for their travel expenses home. Ellis continued, all those who don't want to return home, stand to my left. I have something to say to you. Those who chose to stay began moving to the right side of the formation. To-do Erniu. Where are you going? A youth grabbed his friend's arm as he moved to the right side. To enlist, To-do Erniu replied. Leaf, do you want to enlist in the Great Anchor Dynasty with me? Enlist in the Great Anchor Dynasty? Are you mad? If the Great Anchor Dynasty loses one day, your family could be implicated, Leaf warned solemnly. Leaf, my gut tells me the Great Anchor Dynasty won't lose. They will win and even destroy the Maple Leaf Dynasty, To-do Erniu said firmly. He had a feeling that the Great Anchor Dynasty wouldn't just survive, but would ultimately triumph. The Maple Leaf Dynasty, on the other hand, would face defeat and eventual collapse. Compared to the Maple Leaf Dynasty, he preferred the Great Anchor Dynasty, which had no bureaucratic red tape. With hard work, he believed he could achieve greatness in its military. His ambition wasn't lofty. He simply hoped to become a general within his lifetime, bring honor to his ancestors, and leave behind a legacy for future generations. Without waiting for Leaf's reply, To-do Erniu walked away. Just then, another youth approached Leaf and patted his shoulder. Leaf, I'm going with To-do Erniu. If you're going home, please inform our families we're safe. Wait, why are you going too? Isn't this reckless? Do you believe in To-do Erniu's intuition too? Leaf asked grimly. Yes, I trust To-do Erniu's instincts. The youth, To-do Hai, glanced at Leaf. Leaf, To-do Erniu's hunches have never been wrong. If it weren't for his intuition, we'd be dead long ago. Leaving these words, To-do Hai walked ahead. Watching him depart, Leaf hesitated but then followed. Seeing Leaf join them, To-do Erniu asked in confusion, Leaf, why did you come? Aren't you supposed to? If you're not going home, how can I go alone? Before we came out, I promised your parents to take care of you, Leaf sighed, patting his friend's head. Hee. Observing the gathering soldiers, Ellis felt immensely satisfied. Nearly 1,000 soldiers had already gathered, and more were joining. Initially, he thought only a few would stay. Even 1,000 seemed like a lucky number, but the turnout exceeded his expectations. Soon, nearly 4,000 to 5,000 men stood on his left, all choosing to stay rather than go home. Regardless of their reasons, Ellis knew they were now soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty. I'm glad you've chosen to stay. Although the Great Anchor Dynasty may still be unfamiliar to you, rest assured, I will ensure you understand everything about it. Moreover, we want spirited warriors, not mercenaries who merely collect paychecks. On the journey ahead, you will train under my command. Expect rigorous training to transform you into elite warriors. Translation maintained the structure and tone of the original text, ensuring natural English flow and consistency. Hashtag chapter 305. Chandler joins the battle. Giovanni steps down. Hashtag the Xianing Dynasty, Longhu Grassland. Charge. At this moment, the cavalry of both sides were locked in fierce combat on the battlefield. Leading the charge was Chandler, clad in black iron armor, accompanied by black armored soldiers. Riding a massive black dragon horse, Chandler's presence alone was awe-inspiring. Mounted on his dragon horse, Chandler wielded a silver dragon spear, cutting down enemy cavalry one after another. Suddenly, 5 or 6 cavalrymen from the Xianing Dynasty charged towards Chandler with swords drawn, their eyes filled with excitement and battle fervor. Chandler sneered coldly and swiftly took out the enemy soldiers before him with rapid spear movements, then surged forward to engage them. Though these men were skilled, they were no match for Chandler. Charge! With a roar in his heart, he swung his divine spear at them. A spear thrust unleashed piercing light, like thunder striking the heavens, splitting the sky. 2 enemy soldiers who failed to defend themselves were instantly felled. The remaining soldiers, seeing this, hesitated not and slashed their long knives at Chandler. Unperturbed, Chandler leaned back to evade the attacks, then quickly jabbed his spear through 2 more hearts. The last few soldiers, witnessing this, were too terrified to advance. This man was inhuman. His power and reflexes left no room for response. Without hesitation, they turned their horses and fled. Himph! Chandler snorted coldly, chasing after them. In an instant, his spear pierced one of the fleeing soldiers. Stunned by the sight of the spear through his chest, the soldier collapsed, lifeless. Despite his frantic escape, Chandler's reaction time was even faster. Quickly retracting his spear, Chandler pressed the attack on the others. Watching the cavalry battle from the rear, Jeremiah observed with a calm demeanor but felt inwardly amazed. He never expected that the recently battle-worn donghua army of the Xianing Dynasty would still possess such formidable combat strength. Just yesterday, while advancing further into the Xianing Dynasty, they had encountered this just-concluded battle unit called the donghua army. These soldiers, though strong, were weary from multiple battles. Despite their high morale, they were still outmatched by the elite troops of the Great Anchor Dynasty. The donghua army's commander made a grave military mistake, engaging a fatigued force in battle, an action akin to sending lambs to the slaughter. Their Great Anchor's tiger-like warriors showed no mercy against these lambs. With a cold gaze, Jeremiah asked, Advisor, what are your thoughts on this battle? Victory will belong to us, but completely overwhelming this army will be difficult, Django replied. Hendrik Thermore. According to Anderson's report, Giovanni had departed in the early hours without permission. Harold placed the scroll in the hands of Andy beside him and said quietly, Tell Anderson that since Giovanni has taken this course of action, I hereby appoint him as the new general, fully responsible for all of Giovanni's duties. Anderson was indeed capable. He had previously aided the state of Qin in reclaiming the Hushi region, defeating the state of Hyder, and eventually leading a combined force to attack Qin. Given his abilities, Harold believed that Anderson could lead the army to victory against the Malyo dynasty. Yes, sir. With the order given, the genie Hyder bowed respectfully and left. Harold did not linger, leading Andy toward the heavenly secret realm to handle some business. Andy promptly stored the scroll in his spatial ring and hurried to follow. Hashtag encounter with the children. As they walked, Harold encountered several children coming toward him, visibly excited. Seeing them approach, Harold frowned. Shouldn't they be studying? What were they doing here? Brother. Father. Harold, brother. Why aren't you studying? What brings you here? Have you finished your lessons? Harold asked, puzzled. Normally, this time of day, these children should be studying. Why were they leaving the library? After exchanging glances, Harold, one of the children, spoke up, brother, our teacher, Ewing, has important matters today, so we have been granted a special day off. Since it was a holiday, naturally, they wanted to play. Training could wait until later. In that case, why don't you come with me to the heavenly secret realm? Harold suggested. He didn't originally intend to bring them along, but if they were going to play regardless, he might as well show them the heavenly secret realm. They exchanged glances again, and the four children nodded in agreement. Even Xylan, who hadn't visited the heavenly secret realm in a while, agreed eagerly. He missed the place and wanted to see how it had changed. Chapter 306. Who is afraid of heights? Wow, so this is the heaven-tier secret realm? What an amazing place. The air here is fresh, and the spiritual energy is extremely dense. Harold said in awe. Yeah, really. This place is awesome. It has both jungles and shrubs as well as flying creatures and beasts. Lewis, look over there. There's a large bird flying. Addie, standing beside Harold, exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he took in the surroundings. Especially when he saw the green spirit bird not far away, he couldn't help but shout in excitement. He seemed especially thrilled to see such a huge bird for the first time, and wanted nothing more than to leap up and ride it. Gerald also curiously looked around, instantly getting lost in the beauty of the place. Harold gently spoke to the children. If you want to play, go ahead, but remember, don't go overboard, and especially do not put yourselves in harm's way, understood? These mischievous kids were very much a source of concern. Even though he told them sternly not to overdo it, he still worried about them. Despite their considerable strength, they could still get hurt by other creatures. Okay. Everyone nodded together. Without paying them much attention, Harold led Andy toward the teleportation platform nearby. He was heading to Mi City to discuss something with Hiroshi. Under the effect of the teleportation array, Harold and Andy vanished on the spot. After they left, the others exchanged glances and then looked downward. Hee. With gleeful smiles and no hesitation, they started descending. Just as they reached the steps, they were immediately stunned by the sight before them. From the mountaintop down, there were probably thousands of steps. Janice, quickly transform into a dragon and carry us down. As they stood there in frustration, Gerald suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Harold and Addie's eyes lit up and fixed on Xylan. Why hadn't they thought of that? After all, Xylan was a dragon. If he takes us down, we can fully enjoy ourselves. With a nod, Xylan transformed into his massive dragon form without any hesitation. Roaring loudly as he transformed into a giant black dragon, his terrifying aura spread out, causing the flora and fauna nearby to tremble in fear and scatter. Seeing this enormous creature, Addie was instantly shocked, his eyes wide open. While Harold had seen Xylan's dragon form before, Addie hadn't. Now, seeing this massive creature, he gaped in disbelief, thoroughly stunned. Gerald instructed Xylan to lower himself slightly before jumping onto his head. Harold followed suit without hesitation, easily landing on Xylan's head despite their small stature. Noticing that Addie hadn't jumped up yet, Harold asked, Callahan, why aren't you coming? Are you afraid of heights? I'm not afraid of heights. Stubbornly responding, Addie bent down and immediately leapt onto Xylan's head. However, he almost fell off the moment he landed. Thankfully, Harold caught him swiftly. Looking at the height below, Addie clung tightly to his uncle's right hand, swallowing nervously and feeling utterly terrified. Callahan, you say you're not afraid of heights, but now your true colors are showing, Harold said with a smile. I'm not afraid of heights. I just have a bit of trouble standing steady, Addie argued while clinging tightly to his uncle, fearing he might fall. Seeing his stubbornness, Harold remained silent, knowing how his nephew was. Though fearful and timid from childhood, if pushed too far, he could unleash immense strength. Callahan, you shouldn't be so scared. If you're always afraid, how will you ever learn to fly? Gerald said. But, Brother Gerald, I don't want to be afraid, but this height terrifies me. What if I fall? Addie replied, gripping his uncle's hand tightly, 10 meters above the ground. He didn't want to be afraid, but seeing this height made his heart race with fear. Callahan, a real man mustn't be easily frightened. You need to be as calm and steadfast as me and Gerald, never fearing anything, Harold advised. Lewis, it's easy for you to say, but you're not the one who's scared. Of course, you wouldn't think I'm being cowardly, Addie countered. Harold found himself speechless. How could someone so timid come from such a formidable lineage? Janice, let's take flight. After ensuring Addie wasn't scared anymore, Gerald instructed Xylan to take off. All right, Boss Christo Callahan, hold on tight. I'm taking off. With those words, Xylan soared into the sky, carrying them high into the clouds. They began exploring the vast skies. However, after flying just a few hundred meters, Xylan's height startled Harold, who clung tightly to the dragon's head, terrified of falling. Seeing this, Addie and Gerald's faces twitched. What happened? Why was Harold suddenly afraid? Lewis, what are you afraid of? Look at me. I'm not scared anymore, Addie said in exasperation. You say that because you're not in my position. Look carefully. If we fall, we'll be smashed to pieces, Harold paled, explaining. The previous height hadn't scared him, but this new altitude was completely different. They were thousands of meters up in the air. A fall would certainly mean death. Initially, they thought Xylan would only fly a little higher, but he went straight up thousands of meters without warning. Christo, don't worry so much. We won't fall. Look at the beautiful scenery, Gerald reassured. Come on, Lewis, join us. The view is amazing from up here, and you can see many fierce beasts, Addie added. No way. I refuse to look. This height is terrifying. If I fall, it's certain death. Harold kept his eyes tightly shut, trembling in fear and clinging to the dragon's head, determined not to fall. Seeing his uncle like this, Addy's face twitched again. Just moments ago, he had been telling him not to be afraid, but now it was Harold who was terrified. How irrational was this? This was truly unpredictable behavior. Chapter 307, A Total Rout. Janice, since Ankaroi is afraid of this height, find an open space and land there. We can all walk and catch some birds and beasts to play with, Gerald said. He was about to fly, but the problem was that Harold had turned pale from fright, on the verge of fainting. He wondered how Harold, who had just been advising others not to be afraid of heights, could now be so terrified. This guy wasn't only acrophobic. He was genuinely scared, imagining all sorts of worst-case scenarios in case he fell. All right, boss. Hold tight. I'll find a place to land right now, Xylan replied. When the boss spoke, he couldn't refuse. Still, he was puzzled why Harold was so afraid of heights. Hadn't he just boasted about not being afraid? How did it change so quickly? Could he have been bluffing? Regardless of whether Harold was bluffing or not, Janice needed to find a place to land and then join everyone in chasing after animals. After a brief search, Xylan found an open area and led the group swiftly towards it. The moderately sized plain was lush and green. The breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a serene atmosphere. Roar! Upon landing, Xylan couldn't help but let out a thunderous roar, scaring the nearby wild beasts into scattering wildly. Second Lewis, Brother Janice has brought us down. You should get up now, Harold said. Meanwhile, in Meeching, standing beside the rice paddies, Harold looked at the golden fields, feeling profoundly satisfied. In 10 days, these beautiful rice fields would be ready for harvest, providing abundant grain for his dynasty. Given the unique conditions within this heavenly secret realm, they could grow rice twice a year. No, based on calculations, this heavenly secret realm allowed for 3 crops per year, ensuring ample food supply for their great Anchor dynasty. To maintain soil fertility and ensure quality produce, they decided on 2 crops per year rather than overexerting the land. This area produced enough grain to support millions of soldiers. Your Majesty, as you instructed, we not only plant rice in Meeching but also raise pigs, cows, chickens, and ducks. Moreover, we farm fish in the rice paddies, Hiroshi said, visibly excited. Pigs, cows, chickens, and ducks were raised en masse, though not near the rice fields but further away. As for the carp, they were raised within the rice paddies. Each rice harvest also yielded a bounty of rice field fish, known for their delicious taste. Initially, Harold's suggestion was met with resistance, but upon trial, it proved effective. Manure from livestock was used as fertilizer. Yes. Kill. Kill. Ha ha ha, this is satisfying. It's been too long since I felt this exhilarated. In the Qilong dynasty's Chuanqing city, Hart led his troops on the city walls, fiercely fighting back the enemy, who retreated in fear. Hart, driven by bloodlust, slashed indiscriminately at anyone who wasn't an ally. Kill. Let's not fear him. He's only one man. Even if we can't kill him, we will exhaust him with our numbers, a soldier bravely said. We have no way back. If we don't fight bravely, none of us will survive, another soldier added. Let's charge together. Even if we die, let's tear off his skin and bite his flesh. Kill. Facing wave after wave of determined enemies, Hart's eyes gleamed with excitement. He gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. With every swing, flashes of sword light appeared, cutting down anyone in sight. The defenders of Chuanqing showed no signs of retreating, each soldier prepared to die. Seeing these attacks, Hart grew even more excited, like he was invigorated by adrenaline. He swung his sword with one hand and held his shield in the other, attacking ferociously. One by one, soldiers were killed or knocked back to death. His fellow Anchor dynasty soldiers soon joined in, battling fiercely. Within minutes, the battlefield turned bloody. Stephen, observing from outside, smiled approvingly at Hart's prowess. Just as their king had said, Hart's impulsive nature made him unsuitable as a general but perfect as a vanguard commander. He attacked any enemy without hesitation. General Ebenezer, please stop and quickly open the gate, Stephen called out. He couldn't let Hart go berserk. If the enemy destroyed the gate while Hart was distracted, it would cause serious harm. It was better to enter through the gate, rather than scaling the wall. On the city wall, long time. He couldn't believe that the defense of Chuan City would be so easily broken. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the great Anchor dynasty's army had forcefully penetrated their defenses. Faced with the sudden calamity, he was immediately filled with panic. The city lord position bought by his ancestors with great hardship was about to decline under his watch. He felt deep resentment and unwillingness in his heart. Calming himself down, Yusef hurriedly said, "Go quickly and have someone hold them back for as long as possible to buy me more time." Yes. The general turned away promptly upon receiving orders. Turning around, Yusef looked at his vast family estate, feelings of reluctance and frustration welling up in his eyes. Leaving this place now meant abandoning the family business. But if he didn't run, he would face certain death, and all his property would be confiscated. Without any hesitation, Yusef clenched his teeth and left. He needed to pack things up and leave with his wife and children. As he stepped out of the hall, he glanced towards the direction of the battle, his expression cold and grim. Damn great Anchor dynasty, you wait and see. One day I will reclaim what belongs to me. If you dare to destroy anything of mine, I'll make sure none of you have a good death. What belonged to him would always belong to him. No one could take it away, no one could snatch it from him. With the great Anchor dynasty's troops at the city gates, he could only retreat for now and wait for the right time to come back and reclaim what was his. Reporting to the Grand General, General Eden has just led the troops to capture Chongguan City. At this moment, a scout riding a dragon horse quickly came before Stephen, saluting and reporting loudly. Upon hearing this, Stephen was quite satisfied. Eden indeed hadn't disappointed him. After penetrating deep into the interior of the Qilong dynasty, he had divided the 3 million troops into 4 armies, attacking the Qilong dynasty from different directions. By splitting his forces, he aimed to gradually devour the Qilong dynasty, causing it to lose a large number of cities within a short period. Events unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Their relentless attacks brought numerous cities of the Qilong dynasty under their control. For safety, he assigned 10,000 elite soldiers directly under his command to Bradford, who would lead them personally. The reason behind this move was simple. He wanted Bradford to possess a powerful and elite force that could help secure swift victories. The elite forces under Bobby and Eden were certainly not up to par, and Hart's own men were even less suitable. That left only his own elite forces. Stephen took charge of directing the army but did not fight on the front lines personally. Therefore, he allocated the 10,000 elites to Bradford. Reporting to the Grand General, General Bradford has just led the troops to break through Wannan City. At this moment, another scout rapidly rode over on a warhorse to report. Upon hearing this news, Stephen felt quite pleased. Just as he was about to speak, yet another scout galloped up swiftly. Reporting to the Grand General, General Bobby has led the troops to break through Xuanlong City. Hearing these continuous reports, Stephen's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Even Alvis beside him wore a gratified expression. According to the original plan, these three armies had now captured the designated cities, leaving only this one remaining. Stephen lifted his head slightly, looking ahead and waiting for Hart's good news. He inwardly felt fortunate that he had followed military advisor Alvis's arrangement earlier, not allowing Hart to act alone, otherwise endless trouble would ensue. Even though no one could match him in battle, Hart's impatient nature and explosive temper would undoubtedly cause widespread destruction. Now, after several incense sticks worth of time, Hart was still slaughtering enemies, paying no attention to whether they could seize Chuan City next. Grand General, since the three cities have already fallen, please issue an order immediately for General Ebenezer to resolve the ongoing battle, said Alvis. Hart wouldn't speed up unless urged. Instead, he would continue slashing at the enemy until they surrendered or died. From their investigations and recent engagements, they found that high-ranking officials in the Qilong dynasty held an arrogant attitude and were utterly unwilling to surrender to the Great Anchor dynasty. Therefore, these warriors would never give in. Only those weaker warriors might consider surrender. As for the strong-willed and formidable officers, there was no possibility of them surrendering. Yet they couldn't allow this to drag on indefinitely. It would be detrimental for them. Stephen nodded lightly, agreeing with Alvis's assessment. If Hart continued killing, it would disrupt their plans. They had prepared a trap to lure the enemy. They couldn't afford delays caused by holding on to this one city. Callum, present. No sooner had Stephen spoken than Aaron quickly stepped forward from the ranks. The general orders you to immediately inform General Ebenezer to swiftly resolve all resistance within the city. Join the battle and urge him on, Stephen instructed. Hart was like an obstinate ox. If not urged, he would keep killing slowly, only stopping when he tired himself out. Waiting for that to happen would take too long, and he had no time to waste. Yes. Pong, who received the order and immediately mounted the warhorse provided, charging off into the city. Riding swiftly into the city, Callum searched everywhere for Hart but couldn't find him, growing increasingly anxious. However, upon entering the city, he dismounted quickly and slapped the horse's flank, ordering it to return out of the battlefield. The intelligent warhorse swiftly left the bloody, chaotic city upon receiving the command. Without pausing, Callum drew his long knife from his spatial ring and joined the battle, searching for Hart as he fought. Searching tirelessly, Callum still couldn't find Hart, which made him worry deeply. The Grand General had given strict orders. If he couldn't locate Hart, his mission would be incomplete. Out of desperation, Callum approached an injured soldier, asking, "Where is your general?" The heavily wounded soldier, lying weakly on the ground, heard Callum's question and pointed towards the front. "My general led the troops in that direction just now. As for where he is now, I'm not sure. But you can try looking in that direction. You might find him." Chapter 309. Serve the ruler's interests, loyalty to the state. General Ebenezer, the Grand General has ordered you to immediately eliminate the resistance forces in the city and fully open the gates of Chuan City for our army to pass through. Seeing Hart slashing fiercely at enemy troops, Callum rushed over without hesitation and relayed Stephen's orders. Hart, who was swinging his weapon to cleave through enemies, paused momentarily, a frown appearing on his face. Looking at the terrified enemies before him and recalling the earlier 3 prohibitions, he said emotionlessly, "Lay down your weapons and surrender, and this general will spare your lives. If you continue to resist, I shall send you all to meet Yama." Upon hearing this, the troops of the Daxia dynasty halted their attack, while those in Chuan City also stopped resisting. They exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. Should they resist or choose to surrender and live in shame? Just as everyone was making their decisions, one of the defenders in Chuan City suddenly shouted, "We will never surrender." With these words, the man lunged forward with his blade, and under his influence, the rest of the Chuan City defenders displayed an unyielding spirit. "We will never surrender. We will never surrender." This formidable general before them was indeed powerful, but they were no pushovers. Surrender? Absolutely not. Serving their ruler meant loyalty to the state. Even if they ended up as cold corpses, they would never lower their weapons. Seeing the Chuan City defenders charging forward, Hart inwardly sneered. Since they chose death, he wouldn't blame himself for being ruthless. He admired their spirit, but as a general of the Daxia dynasty, he couldn't be merciful. Kill. With a roar, Hart gripped his weapon tightly and advanced, his fierce momentum akin to a wolf pouncing on lambs. Under his lead, the black-armored soldiers with masked faces rushed forward as well. Callum also did not lag behind, gripping his long knife and charging into the fray with grim determination. Since these people refused to surrender, they had no choice but to fight it out. He wanted to see who was stronger, them or the defenders' resistance. Bang, bang. Swinging his long sword, Hart slashed through the enemy soldiers one by one. Yet he didn't slow down. Instead, he continued fighting fiercely. Against such a formidable opponent, the Chuan City defenders couldn't last more than a few moments, often ending up dead instantly. Yet they showed no fear, charging forward despite the odds, biting their teeth and pushing ahead. They wanted to see whether their numbers or this man's might would prevail. Watching these fearless defenders, Hart marveled. The soldiers of a superior dynasty were indeed far stronger than those of lesser dynasties. Not only that, they remained loyal to their state, refusing to take even half a step back. Suddenly, Hart steadied his stance, narrowing his eyes, which flashed with a cold light. He swiftly moved forward, the rolling energy from his right wrist creating a wave of sword power. In just an instant, he had killed over 100 meters away, leaving behind fallen bodies wherever he went. In that moment, the distance became a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, the air filled with a stifling stench. Sai belonged to the Daxia dynasty. Leading this massive force was Foris. Opposite on the shore stood the defending troops of the Choya dynasty. South of Chio Taedong River, nearly 1/10 of the territory of the Choya dynasty had been seized by Foiz's forces. Now they needed to cross the river to advance further into the Choya dynasty. Standing on a warship, Foiz gazed coolly ahead, watching his forces prepare to disembark. Crossing this river would bring them to the enemy's camp. However, on the opposite shore, a million-strong force awaited, gathered by the Choya dynasty General Bob. Despite this formidable number, they remained a significant force to contend with. Moreover, according to information from the Imperial Guards, the enemy was ready for an assault and would counterattack as soon as they attacked. Report. General, we are within a kilometer of the riverbank, Hendrickler reported based on signals from distant soldiers. Order all warships to line up. Archers, get ready to cover the crossing with arrows once we are within a kilometer. Foiz commanded expressionlessly. Eyes focused ahead, he felt a surge of excitement, wishing he could personally join the battle. But as the commander, he was responsible for tactics, while actual combat was left to the generals below. Yes. Hendrickler immediately waved his flag to convey Foiz's orders. The ships quickly lined up, preparing to cover the shore nearby, while archers readied their bows, aiming at the opposite side, waiting for the signal to launch. Once all ships were within a kilometer, Driscoll drew his sword, pointing it forward, and roared, "Fire!" Whoosh, 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 whiz, whiz, whiz. Arrows shot forth in an instant, transforming into a rainstorm of arrows covering the front. On the shore, where a 10-meter-high wall had been built in anticipation, the Choya dynasty soldiers heard the thunderous sounds from above and looked up curiously. They wondered what could cause such a deafening noise on such a large scale. Chapter 310. Warships smashed through the wooden wall. Archers, defend. Seeing the sky filled with arrows, everyone was instantly terrified, their eyes wide with shock. None of them had ever imagined that these cold steel-tipped arrows could have a range of up to 1 kilometer. This isn't humanly possible. A general quickly reacted and shouted loudly, "Defend! Defend!" His voice spurred many into action, and orders were rapidly conveyed amidst the chaos. As voices spread in all directions, soldiers hurriedly pulled out their shields to prepare for the incoming volley of arrows. Immediately, the slower reacting soldiers were struck down, becoming pincushions, their eyes full of regret as they fell into pools of blood. Chilling screams of agony echoed around. Faced with the sudden attack, many couldn't react in time, some even being killed before they realized what was happening. Even those who managed to react were too slow. Without shields ready, they perished immediately. As round after round of arrows flew out, massive stones were also launched from trebuchets aboard the ships, smashing directly into the wooden walls built from giant logs. Boom, boom. A loud crash resounded, and the huge wooden wall was shattered in several places. The breaches created by these gaps gave the Daxia dynasty soldiers a favorable opportunity. Bob, a tall and imposing man in his 40s, was setting up battle plans at the rear when he suddenly heard the cries of agony and rumbling sounds, immediately leading everyone out of the military tent. Now, within sight were the arrow volleys crossing the river, and giant boulders being hurled towards them. Bob's gaze turned icy, deeply shaken. He had expected the Daxia dynasty to attack after a few more days, but never did he think they would strike early and without warning. Transmit my order. Prepare the entire army to meet the enemy. Taking a deep breath, Bob issued his command expressionlessly. From this sudden turn of events, he could already sense that they would be utterly defeated. His constructed defenses could only delay the Daxia dynasty's advance. Stopping it altogether was almost impossible. But no matter what, as a general of the Qingye dynasty, he wouldn't allow any invasion of their territory. Yes. The 7 or 8 generals beside him immediately gathered troops to prepare for battle. As defenders of the Qingye dynasty, they wouldn't allow anyone to invade their realm. Looking at the arrows falling from afar, Bob sighed inwardly, realizing they might face destruction again. I thought we could hold out for 10 to 15 days, but unexpectedly, the Daxia dynasty attacked within 5 days. Is the heavens against us? He asked himself, looking up at the sky with a bitter smile. Regardless of today's outcome, he would not retreat or abandon the hard-constructed line of defense. He would delay them day by day, giving the Qingye dynasty enough time for reinforcements to arrive to counterattack the Daxia forces. On the battlefield, Olaf watched as the warships neared within 100 meters. His gaze focused ahead, seemingly land, but in reality, it was a marshland specially marked by the Secret Service. If they fell into the marsh, they would become sitting ducks for the enemy archers. 50 meters away? Olaf frowned, squinting his eyes. The 50-meter stretch was almost entirely marshland, yet they needed to pass through it to reach the wooden wall. Walking was out of the question. Flying wasn't an option either. While flying wasn't difficult, the enemy wouldn't let them fly. After some thought, Olaf ordered, "Tell all frontline warships to increase speed and charge directly onto the shore." Yes. The soldiers immediately signaled the captains of the ships to accelerate. Despite their confusion, the crew complied, using spirit stones for power and charging forward at top speed. Despite the sudden acceleration, many still stumbled backward from inertia. When the ships sped up, the archers and trebuchet operators ceased fire momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, the Qingye soldiers quickly organized a counterattack, with both archers and trebuchets engaging again. However, just as they started retaliating, the massive warships raced toward them at incredible speeds, showing no signs of stopping. Everyone was taken aback by the unexpected maneuver. The donghua forces weren't playing by the rules. The general on the wooden wall immediately shouted, "Everyone, get down now!" Seeing the impending ships, the Qinya soldiers jumped off the wall in a panic, desperately avoiding the impact. Hamza and his reinforcements stopped in their tracks, puzzled by the sudden evacuation. Just as everyone wondered, a massive warship crashed into the wooden wall, creating a large breach. The Qinya soldiers who failed to evade were crushed instantly. The impact caused the wall to sway, sending many soldiers tumbling down. The subsequent waves of warships continued to collide with the wall. Under the assault of a dozen warships, the wooden wall crumbled, crushing many Qinya soldiers beneath it. Charge! Charge! A cry rose, and the donghua soldiers leaped off the ships, viciously charging at the stunned Qinya forces. Olaf joined in, wielding his cold black dragon spear, lunging at the enemies. With steady bodies, more donghua soldiers followed suit, jumping from the ships to the ground. The donghua dynasty attacks. Everyone kill. Seeing the relentless onslaught, the Qinya soldiers responded fiercely, swinging their weapons forward and rushing into battle under the command of their generals. With high morale, they defended every inch of their homeland. The earlier barrage of arrows and stones had indeed inflicted heavy losses on them, but they refused to fear the enemy. Any breach in this line could mean disaster for their dynasty, possibly leading to its downfall. Chapter 311. If you've got the guts, fight me. Charge! With a loud roar, Olaf thrust his black dragon spear forward, piercing through several enemies in front of him and causing them to fall dead on the spot. But he didn't stop there. Instead, he gripped the spear tightly, fighting like a mad war god. Weak enemies were like lambs thrown into the mouths of wolves, torn apart mercilessly by these fierce warriors. The soldiers from the Great Anchor Dynasty followed closely behind, using their shields to protect themselves as they charged forward, smashing into the enemy lines. Despite falling and rolling around, they got back up swiftly, gripping their sabers tightly and attacking again. They were soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty, an elite force. Charge! Charge! Bang! They fought for their dynasty and for their king. Any who dared stand in their way would face terrifying retribution and retreat in panic. After 5 years of honing their skills, the elites of the Great Anchor Dynasty proved to be more than formidable on this wide battlefield, demonstrating immense combat prowess. Even when faced with veterans from established dynasties, they showed no fear, but rather a hint of excitement. Dealing with the enemy? Especially those hindering the growth of their dynasty, they never feared. Either crush them with fists or slay them with blades. Watching the fierce Great Anchor soldiers, Bob's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but draw a deep breath. The fighting capability of the Great Anchor's elite forces was even more terrifying than reported, making him feel like they were worlds apart. The intelligence agents of the dynasty are nothing but incompetence. If I survive this battle, I'll flay them alive. After cursing silently, Bob didn't stay put. He moved swiftly, wielding his sharp saber to charge forward. Now wasn't the time to waste words cursing these dog-bred informants. It was better to conserve energy to fight the elite forces of the Great Anchor Dynasty. He didn't know how long he could hold out, but if the Great Anchor Dynasty wanted to pass, he had to trample over their corpses. Moreover, judging from the current battle, he already sensed that they wouldn't last much longer. Swish! His sharp saber slashed down, cold steel shining fiercely as it cut through many elite soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty within moments. Despite Bob's immense strength, it was still difficult to halt the overwhelming momentum of the Great Anchor forces. Want to block their advance? Just see if their weapons will allow it. Charge! An unknown voice rallied the soldiers, and dozens of Great Anchor elites attacked Bob together. In one-on-one combat, none of them could match him. But in a group fight, the outcome became uncertain. Though Bob was incredibly powerful, they were no slouches either. Seeing the advancing Great Anchor soldiers, Bob remained calm, observing with cold eyes and holding his saber tightly. He admired their spirit and fearlessness, but also knew there was a clear difference between them. Facing the thrusting spear, Bob's expression was indifferent as he stomped hard on the ground and charged forward. Bang! Swinging his cold saber forward, in an instant, it shattered numerous spears. The charging Great Anchor soldiers were killed by a single slash. After dispatching them, Bob reacted quickly, swinging his saber backward with immense arm strength, knocking aside the weapons of the Great Anchor troops. Taking advantage of their exposed vulnerabilities, Bob slashed toward them with his saber. Swish! Cold steel flashed, and countless heads fell, causing the remaining Great Anchor soldiers to retreat in terror. Meanwhile, not far away, Olaf saw this battle and witnessed many of his own men being killed. Enraged, his face turned cold, and he rushed forward with his weapon in hand. What's so great about bullying the weak? If you have the guts, fight me. Hearing this cold voice, Bob, who had just killed dozens of soldiers, turned his gaze toward the sound and saw Olaf charging with his spear. Sensing the strong aura emanating from him, Bob remained calm, his resolve unshaken, and charged forward with his saber. This person was a big catch. If he could eliminate him quickly, it would demoralize the enemy and boost morale. As they charged at each other, both instantly struck any enemy soldiers attempting to intervene, showing no hesitation or mercy, only determination to reach the opponent quickly. Time passed as both sides engaged in intense combat across the broad canyon, extending deeper inward. They fought fiercely, with the situation was already unfavorable, and now the enemy was reinforced by seemingly equally formidable soldiers. Where are you looking? Noticing his vulnerability, Olaf's spear struck forcefully, overpowering him with unmatched might. Chapter 312, to determine victory and Takeoff. Damn it! Seeing the spear plummeting before him, Bob's expression changed. He hastily used his long saber to block the opponent's attack. This strike seemed to be the opponent's full strength. If he didn't forcefully resist, he would surely die on the spot. Before dragging out enough time, he could not die here. Otherwise, it would betray his dynasty and his king. Boom. A spear clashed with a saber, akin to a comet colliding with the moon, exploding thunderously with an ear-splitting noise spreading in all directions instantly, powerful aftereffects directly knocking the surrounding people away. The two weapons collided, and both instantly felt their hands go numb, trembling non-stop. Bob was worse off. Bearing such a terrifying blow, his face turned deathly pale, nearly spitting out blood. His right hand trembled, his right knee sinking directly into the earth. So powerful. The opponent's terrifying blow must have approached the intermediate martial emperor level, but he wouldn't be any weaker than the opponent. He was a powerful veteran general of the old brand. How could he fall easily before this Arn? Bob suddenly had a cold look, powerful momentum surging, spiritual energy gathering in his hands. He then pushed Olaf back forcefully. Seeing the power burst forth from the opponent, Olaf was slightly startled inside, but his face was filled with joy. It seems this guy isn't just any ordinary general. After retreating about 5 to 6 meters, Olaf quickly stabilized himself and said, "It appears you're not just any general. With such immense strength, you must be one of the 7 Knight Dynasty's top generals." Sigh. Taking a deep breath to steady his breath, Bob said, "Looking at your burst of power, you must be one of the top commanders of the Great Anchor Dynasty." "That's correct. My name is Olaf. May I ask what you are called?" Olaf nodded slightly and then spoke. "Bob." Seeing the other side reveal his name, Bob did not hesitate to declare his own. This person's strength was extremely formidable, far beyond that of ordinary generals. Even a general at his level found it difficult to deal with such a powerhouse. Hendrik Thermore, through the opponent's burst of power, he could see that Olaf was a senior officer of the Great Anchor Dynasty. You Great Anchor Dynasty truly have grand ambitions. Not only have you wiped out those medium-sized dynasties around you, but now you are also launching an offensive against the 6 higher-level dynasties. Don't you fear that you won't replied mysteriously? Fear? Impossible. That was absolutely impossible. Their Great Anchor Dynasty never feared any enemy. Unless the opponent's strength was overwhelmingly superior, they would never be afraid of anyone. Since they declared war on the 6 dynasties, they had prepared adequately to deal with the 3 great sects. As long as the 3 sects dared to obstruct the Great Anchor Dynasty's advance, they would bear the consequences. Moreover, if his guess was correct, the 3 great sects were likely still contemplating, or rather, waiting. Waiting for what? Their purpose was simple. The 3 great sects were waiting to see if these dynasties could handle the Great Anchor Dynasty and whether, united, they could also withstand them. If not, the sects would intervene to resolve the issue. Hearing this, Bob fell silent. Olaf was completely right. Since the Great Anchor Dynasty had simultaneously declared war on 6 higher-level dynasties, they had obviously made adequate preparations. If the 3 great sects came to confront the Great Anchor Dynasty, they'd first need to contend with the troubles given by the Great Anchor Dynasty. Kill. With a roar in his heart, Bob charged at Olaf with his saber. Given the current situation, it was no longer under his control or within his prediction. But what he had to do was delay the Great Anchor Dynasty's attack as much as possible. He didn't know if his dynasty could handle the Great Anchor Dynasty, but he would do his utmost to help his own dynasty. Even if it meant losing his life, he was willing. Fight. Seeing the opponent charge, Olaf didn't back down, roaring inwardly for achievement then eliminating him. I, Bob, may not be a saint, but I am not a villain either. I have devoted my life to serving my king and will never betray him, even at the cost of my life, Bob replied firmly. Wanting him to surrender? Only if the sky falls. Even if the sky fell, Bob would never surrender, nor betray his king. Seeing the other make his decision, Olaf ceased further persuasion. Gripping his weapon tightly, he fiercely charged at the opponent. He had seen many such people. Even torn apart by horses, they would never surrender or betray their lord. Chapter 313. Buying time with his Tadoff. Fwoosh. After dozens of intense exchanges, Olaf seized an opportunity and kicked his opponent's chest, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Struck by Olaf's powerful kick, Bob immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back, landing with several rolls before finally stopping. His face was ashen. Olaf capitalized on this momentum, his icy spear glinting like a dragon poised to strike, radiating lethal intent. Realizing the impending danger, Bob quickly rose from the ground, gripping his long saber tightly to block the incoming attack. Clank. Their weapons clashed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that numbed both their hands and nearly made them drop their weapons. From the previous battle, Bob finally realized the strength of the man before him. He might not be able to defeat this formidable opponent. No, it would be more accurate to say that he could not win. In less than half an hour, he would surely die at this person's hands. But what did it matter? Kill. Roaring inwardly, he spun 360 degrees and slashed his cold blade toward Olaf. Even if he were to die,